I just dozed off in class for a second, and a stunning girl suddenly burst into the room. While I was still mesmerized by her beauty, she walked straight toward me. The bodyguards behind her grabbed my wrists and dragged me out without a word. "Hey, gorgeous! Who are you?" I stumbled as I was pulled away. The math teacher finally snapped out of his shock and hurried over. "Student, who are you? What are you doing?" The girl paused slightly. She looked coldly at the math teacher, her sexy red lips parting as she spoke two thunderous words. Wu Qing. Who in the entire country didn't know that name? A 19-year-old female business genius who inherited the BT Group. That name alone was a symbol of absolute status. It was the ultimate capital. "Now can I take him?" Qing didn't even wait for a response. She ruthlessly ordered her men to take me away, leaving the entire class dumbfounded. 10 minutes later, I was hunched over a trash can outside the hospital, throwing up my guts. Parked right next to me was a Lamborghini. The door opened and Qing slammed it shut. "You can choose to throw up later." "You think I want to? You had the driver go so fast, were you rushing to reincarnate?" I angrily wiped my mouth. Expressionless, Qing walked right past me, her voice dripping with impatience. "Follow me." I turned my head, ready to walk away. "Take one more step, I dare you," she warned coldly. "Let me make this perfectly clear. There is a life upstairs waiting for you to save it. You better follow me. Otherwise, I don't mind actually sending you to reincarnate." A life waiting for me to save it? I looked up and realized we were at the People's Hospital. I shook my head and didn't ask any more questions, quickly catching up to her. It was a human life after all. Seeing us, a doctor anxiously ran over. "Miss O, you're finally here. Is it this gentleman?" The doctor glanced at me, and upon seeing my face, a flash of surprise crossed his eyes. Instinctively, I looked away and used my hand to cover my face. The doctor turned and ordered the nurse. "No time to lose. Prepare for surgery immediately." Surgery? I looked completely bewildered. And who was that little kid lying on the hospital bed not too far away? I stared at Qing in absolute shock. "Your daughter?" Qing rolled her eyes at me. "I'm 19. You have a daughter at 19?
The link in the comments, stay updated on the website, and get your gaming bank ready from now.
My voice pitched even higher in disbelief. Qing completely ignored me and turned to the doctor. "If my sister receives his blood, will it affect her intelligence?" The doctor replied with a perfectly straight face. "Please rest assured, Miss O. A blood transfusion will absolutely not impact a person's intellect." Lying in the operating room, I watched my blood being continuously drawn from my veins. After the donation, I sat on the side to rest. The second miss of the O family was finally out of danger. Qing stayed right by her bedside, a laptop resting on her legs as her fingers flew rapidly across the keyboard. Completely ignored, I felt a surge of annoyance and floated over like a ghost. Qing didn't even acknowledge me. "Hey," I said. "Aren't you even going to say thank you?" Qing acted as if she had just heard the funniest joke in the world. She lifted her cold gaze and looked at me with pure sarcasm. "Why should I thank you? Not strangling the Xia family to death is already my mercy." I was just about to curse when the ward door was pushed open. A middle-aged couple rushed in frantically. Looking at the man, I almost thought I was blind. "Dad, what are you doing here?" My dad glanced nervously at Qing, rubbing his hands together before glaring at me. "You have the nerve to ask? I called you earlier. Why didn't you answer? Your aunt just hit the O family's second miss with her car. She almost bled to death." "Thank goodness. I remembered in time that you have the same rare Rh-negative blood type as the second miss." Otherwise, my dad didn't even dare to finish that thought. Meanwhile, the middle-aged woman beside him was bowing and scraping to Qing with a sickeningly sweet smile. "Miss O, we've already taken care of all the hospitalization procedures. It's entirely our fault. Whatever demands you have, please, just name them. As long as we can do it, we just beg you to calm your anger and leave us a way out." "A way out?" Qing sneered, tossing her laptop aside. "Just a minute ago, your precious son was righteously demanding an apology from me." I was completely speechless. I just wanted to dig a hole and bury myself. I had absolutely no idea this was the truth. No wonder Qing hadn't given me a single good look since the beginning. She had every right to treat me like a criminal. Hearing this, the middle-aged woman's eyes widened and she screeched at me. "You little brat, are you doing this on purpose to cause us more trouble? Look at your status. Getting to donate blood to the second miss is your absolute honor. And you have the audacity to demand an apology from Miss O? What the hell do you think you are?" This woman was my father's second wife, my stepmother. My hands subconsciously clenched into tight fists. My brain was buzzing and it took everything in me not to step forward and punch her right in the face. My dad nudged me from the side. "Xiaozhe, Dad is begging you. Just go apologize to Miss O first. After all, it was our family that caused the second miss to get into a car crash." "Our family?" I found that incredibly hilarious. "Let me ask you, do I even have a family right now? When Yang Wenpei personally kicked me out of the Xia family gates years ago, why didn't anyone talk about our family then?" Seeing me stand there unmoved, Yang Wenpei's voice turned even shriller. She pointed at me, venting all her rage. "Xiaozhe, are you trying to get us killed? I told you to apologize to Miss O. Are you deaf? Have your wings grown hard now? You won't listen to us anymore? Roll over here and apologize right now." She rolled up her sleeves and marched toward me, looking fully ready to teach me a physical lesson. Enough. Oh Ching stood up. Her eyes were an abyss of indifference, and her voice dropped below freezing. Who gave you the courage? To treat my room like a place for your screaming matches? No, Miss O. Please listen to me. Yang Wenpei scrambled to explain. Get out. Oh Ching's eyes were filled with absolute disgust. My lawyers will handle the rest. As for you, don't ever appear in front of me again. Yang Wenpei panicked. Sister. Suddenly, a soft, sweet voice came from the hospital bed. Everyone turned their heads, only to realize the little girl who had been unconscious was now sitting up. Oh Ching immediately rushed over. You're awake? Does anything hurt? Mm-hmm. It hurts right here, the little girl pouted pitifully, poking her head. Sister, what happened to me? Don't move around. Wu Ching frowned, gently holding the little one's hand. The doctor quickly examined the second miss, smiling as he took off his stethoscope. Miss O. She's out of danger, but she still needs to rest and recover for a while. The doctor gently patted the little girl's head. Second miss, don't worry, you are perfectly fine now. The blood you lost, that big brother over there used his own blood to make up for it. The little girl's dark gem-like eyes shifted, landing squarely on me. Then she flashed a blindingly bright smile, revealing a row of perfect white teeth. Her voice was as crisp as a bell. Big brother, thank you for saving Bebe. This little girl named Bebe was an absolute angel. I quickly covered my cheek with my hand and waved frantically. It's nothing, really. Then, how should Bebe repay Big Brother? The little one actually furrowed her tiny brows, thinking incredibly hard about it. Suddenly, her eyes lit up. I know. Big brother, can I marry you? I almost choked to death on my own spit. What are you even thinking about? Oh Ching lightly flicked Bebe's forehead. He is at least 10 years older than you. So what? Age has never been a barrier to true love. Oh my god. Were those words seriously coming out of a 5-year-old's mouth? Big brother, are you willing to wait for Bebe to grow up? Oh Ching gave me a dismissive glance. Ignore her. You can leave now. No. Big brother can't leave. Bebe desperately clung to my arm. We haven't even exchanged contact info yet, and Bebe still hasn't figured out how to repay you. Standing to the side, Yang Wenpei immediately chimed in with a groveling smile. No need for repayment. Second miss, it is his ultimate blessing to donate blood to you. Forget donating. As long as you're safe, draining him dry wouldn't matter at all. Who are you? Bebe turned her head, clearly confused. I am. Yang Wenpei quickly pushed my dad forward. He is Xiaozhou's father. We are all his family. If you're Big Brother's family, then why did you just say you wanted to drain his blood? Aren't you afraid Big Brother will be sad? That sentence struck a nerve deep inside me. I lowered my gaze, looking at the little dumpling who was gripping my arm tight, terrified I would slip away. Yang Wenpei pinched my dad's arm, shooting him a frantic look. My dad instantly bowed and laughed awkwardly. Haha, second miss. Anyway, as long as you're fine, the rest of us aren't important at all. Yang Wenpei vigorously nodded along, but before she could speak, the little dumpling cut her off. She turned her head toward the incredibly regal girl standing behind her. Sister, these two people are so loud. Bebe just escaped danger and needs quiet time to recover. Oh Ching shot a freezing glare at Yang Wenpei and Xia Zhongsheng. Get out. How could Yang Wenpei be willing to leave just like that? Miss O, we out. Do not make me repeat it a third time. You know the consequences. Yang Wenpei's face drained of all color in pure terror. Yes, yes, yes. We're leaving right now. Grabbing my dad, she didn't forget to shoot me a vicious glare. What are you standing there for? Hurry up and get the hell out. Why don't you show me how to get the hell out first? I immediately shot back. You disrespectful little. Enough. My dad quickly pulled her back. He turned his head and glared at me. Xiaozhou, hurry up and follow us out. I gently patted the little dumpling's head. Your name is Bebe, right? Big brother is leaving now. You need to rest well. Goodbye. Probably goodbye. Forever, I thought to myself. Don't go. Big brother. The little dumpling panicked as I reached the door. Sister. Quick, call Big brother back. He's my savior. His family hit you and caused your car crash. Oh Ching replied calmly. He was merely paying off his family's debt. I don't care. I don't care. He is Bebe's savior. Bebe literally threw a tantrum, throwing herself around on the bed like a spinning top. I want him back. If you don't bring him back, Bebe will never eat her vegetables again. Oh Ching looked down at her. You're saying, if he comes back, you'll obediently eat your greens. Bebe, the little schemer, instantly sat up straight. She started counting on her tiny fingers. If you bring Big Brother back, Bebe will gladly eat vegetables for a whole week. I absolutely won't be a picky eater. Oh Ching maintained her signature stone face. 1 month, take it or leave it. Bebe threw her arms around Oh Ching's thigh. Fine. 1 month it is. Sister is such a big meanie. Now hurry up and get him back. Bebe looked up at Oh Ching with the most pitiful puppy dog eyes. No rush. Oh Ching casually sat back down on the sofa, unhurriedly flipping open a book. Staring at the pages, she calmly said, I have my ways to make him come back on his own. Her eyes skimmed the text, but her mind was clearly elsewhere. That boy's face. Meanwhile, stepping out of the ward, Yang Wenpei erupted like a volcano. She spun around and glared at me with absolute fury. You little bastard. I take my eyes off you for a few days, and you're ready to tear the roof off. What kind of attitude was that in there? Do you have zero upbringing? How completely laughable. My hands clenched into tight fists, staring back at her with fierce defiance. Sorry, upbringing? A woman who climbed her way up by being a mistress has the nerve to talk to me about upbringing? Smack. A sharp slap instantly landed across my face. It burned like fire. I stared in utter disbelief at the man standing in front of Memi father, his hand still frozen midair. How dare you speak to your aunt like that? My dad roared, his face twisted in fury. She is your elder. What's wrong with her teaching you a lesson? Apologize to her right now. My shoulders trembled slightly. A tidal wave of overwhelming emotions crashed into my chest, and tears screamed to break free, but I forced them back. I shouldn't cry. The one who really deserved to cry wasn't me. Yang Wenpei crossed her arms, watching me gloat with the smug look of a villain who just won. Kids need to be beaten when they act out, otherwise they'll forget their own last name. I lifted my chin slightly, my voice dead. If I had a choice, I'd rather not have the surname Xia. How did I raise such an ungrateful wretch? Xia Zhengxiong's chest heaved violently. He raised his hand, ready to strike me again. But in the very next second, Mister, stop right there. A clear, bright voice echoed through the hall. My dad froze. The slap never landed, and I smoothly dodged out of the way. I turned my head in shock. Another stunning beauty. Was today my lucky day for meeting gorgeous women? Although I don't know what happened here, this is a public place, the beautiful girl said, her voice firm and ringing out clearly. I suggest you watch your behavior. Perhaps realizing his own impulsive actions but too prideful to admit fault, my dad simply glared at me and stormed off. Yang Wenpei shot me a look of pure disgust. Embarrassing. She quickly chased after him. The beautiful girl looked at me with concern. Are you okay? I shook my head, my voice full of gratitude. Thank you. But the moment she caught a glimpse of my full face, she looked surprised. Every single time someone saw my face and made that exact expression, I instinctively wanted to hide. I quickly lowered my head, using my hand to cover my face. Noticing my defensive movement, the girl quickly looked away and smiled gently. That's good. Good that you aren't hurt. Hurt? I was used to it. I had long grown numb to this cold, heartless family. Oh right, here, take this. She reached into her paper bag and pulled out a boiled egg. Use this to roll over your cheek. It'll help with the swelling. I hesitated for a second before reaching out and taking it. Thank you, you're welcome. She smiled warmly. I'll be going now. I watched her back until she completely disappeared down the hall. Only then did it hit me. I didn't even catch her name. Even though I didn't know who she was, I could just feel she was a genuinely kind person. Back in the ward, the door was pushed open. The little dumpling was resting her chin in her hands, pressing her face against the window to look down at the street. She was mumbling to herself. So weird. Why hasn't Big Brother come out yet? Bei, a gentle voice called out. Bei whipped her head around and smiled brightly. Sister Ye Wei. Ye Wei placed some food on the coffee table and sat on the sofa right next to Oh Ching. By the way, is there still no trace of him? Oh Ching's fingers paused over the pages of her book. None, she replied, her voice elegant but chillingly calm. It's like he vanished into thin air. I just breached the police database and there wasn't a single piece of valuable information. Don't rush it. We'll find him eventually, Ye Wei comforted her. By the time I walked out of the hospital, it was already 1 p.m. The moment I stepped out the doors, a sleek black Audi pulled up right in front of me. The window rolled down, revealing Xia Zhengxiong at the wheel, with Yang Wenpei sitting in the passenger seat. Your brother is waiting for us to eat, so I'm not dropping you off. Call a cab back to school yourself, Xia Zhengxiong said, pulling a crisp red 100 yuan bill from his wallet. He was just about to hand it to me when Yang Wenpei viciously snatched it away. She shot me a highly arrogant, sneering look, her voice dripping with malice. Take a cab? Do we just have too much money to burn? The third high school isn't even that far from here. Let him take the bus. Cab? Yeah, right. With that, she rolled the window straight up. Xia Zhengxiong looked like he wanted to say something, but one vicious glare from her shut him right up. The car sped away. Heh. I let out a speechless, hollow laugh. An Audi for them, a public bus for me. What a beautifully stark contrast. Having just donated a massive amount of blood, I was still feeling incredibly dizzy. I decided to just text my homeroom teacher and take the afternoon off. I wasn't going back to school today. Right now, I was absolutely furious. I was brimming with rage, and I desperately needed to vent. 15 minutes later, I stood there, an intimidating aura surrounding me, a gun gripped tightly in my hands. My eyes were filled with bloodthirsty cruelty. The few people passing by took one look at my murderous aura and immediately took the long way around, walking away as fast as they could. At that exact moment, I raised the gun. The art style instantly shifted. Intense, pulse-pounding music kicked in as the zombies on the arcade screen were blown to bits. Die. All of you, just die. The arcade manager watched me absolutely sweating the machine, silently leaning against the wall. Are all young people this mentally unstable nowadays? After annihilating the digital horde, my chest finally felt a lot lighter. Just then, suddenly, my phone buzzed with a Weibo trending notification. Hacker God 07 may have resurfaced. What the F? I couldn't hold back a curse. With trembling fingers, I clicked on the trending topic. It was a live news update. Around 11 a.m., the city's C Police Department's database system was under attack. Some suspected it was the work of the legendary Hacker God 07 from years ago. 5 years ago, that was the year 07 was most active on the internet. Unlike other hackers, 07 actually did a lot of good deeds. 5 years ago was also the absolute lowest point of my life. That was the year I found out about the existence of Hacker God 07. 07 showed me that justice still existed in this world. But what kind of game was the god playing now? The police database? Was 07 looking for someone? 07 was an incredibly mysterious entity. The only piece of information about them on the entire internet was their gender. Female. Other than that, absolutely nothing was known. She was my idol. I wondered if I'd ever get to see the god's true face in my lifetime. I shoved my phone back into my pocket and headed home. At the very end of the alley, with a harsh creak, I pushed open a rusty iron gate. Inside the room on the left side of the single-story house, a pale, middle-aged woman lay quietly. An oxygen mask was strapped over her nose. I forced a bright smile onto my face. "Mom, I'm back." The woman didn't respond at all. 5 years ago, my mom and I were kicked out of the Shah family. She fell into a vegetative state and hasn't woken up since. I walked up to her and started chattering away endlessly. "Mom, a lot happened today." I recounted every single detail of my day to her. Standing up, I tucked her in. "Mom, from now on, I will protect you well. You don't have to worry about me. I'm going to make dinner now. Sleep well." Turning around, I passed by the bathroom mirror and paused slightly. I stared at the face in the mirror, then raised my hand to cover my cheek again. I quickly walked past the mirror. Early next morning, I didn't sleep well at all last night. I actually dreamed of Oh Ching's terrifying face. In the dream, she grabbed me by the collar and said she was going to drain all my blood. What kind of messed up dream was that? My shoulders slumped as I yawned, dragging my feet toward the classroom. The moment I walked in, the entire class instantly fell dead silent. Everyone whipped their heads around to stare at me. "What's going on? Why are you here?" I looked up at the class sign. Year 1, Class 6. I was in the right place. 2 seconds later, the gossips in the class absolutely exploded, completely surrounding me. "Xiaozhe, what's your relationship with Miss O? Where did you guys go yesterday? How do you know her? Tell us. Tell us now." Hold on. I violently took a step back. "Can you guys speak one at a time? You're all talking at once. You're going to drown me in spit." A guy sitting at his desk with his legs crossed sneered sarcastically. "Xiaozhe, I don't know what kind of dirty trick you used to get Miss O's attention, but you are dead meat now." "What do you mean? Don't tell me you don't know. You've already been expelled." It was like a bolt of lightning struck me. My eyes went wide with absolute shock. "What did you just say? Expel me? On what grounds?" The guy looked at me gloating. "Hey, I wouldn't dare make this up. The homeroom teacher said it himself yesterday afternoon. Speak of the devil." The homeroom teacher walked right in. "All right, everyone, get ready. Class is starting." I charged over and grabbed his arm. "Teacher, they said I got expelled." "What's going on?" The teacher yanked his arm away. "It means exactly what it sounds like. Your things are already packed. Take them and get out." "But why? Skipping class without reason. If I'm not expelled, who is?" I was frantic, but I was forcibly dragged away yesterday. You all saw it, and I even asked you for leave in the afternoon. The teacher cut me off impatiently. "Enough, enough. Stop talking." This came directly from the principal. "Jia, you are expelled." I was completely dumbfounded. Just then, a student walked into the classroom. "Jia, someone is outside looking for you." I turned my head and saw Sha Zhengsheng standing right at the door. Had the sun risen from the west? Sha Zhengsheng actually came to find me in person? The moment our eyes met, Sha Zhengsheng waved at me with an enthusiastically, almost disgustingly fawning smile, gesturing for me to come out. I still vividly remembered that slap from yesterday. If I could, I really wanted to pretend I didn't see him at all. "What is it?" I walked over, my tone anything but friendly. Being notified of expulsion first thing in the morning would make anyone explode. "Well, Xiaozhe, can we talk?" "Talk about what?" "That slap yesterday." "Yesterday was Dad's fault. Dad was just too impulsive." "Xiaozhe, please don't take it to heart." Sha Zhengsheng looked incredibly guilty. "Look, I came to find you first thing this morning because I wanted to apologize to you in person. For some reason, my chest felt tight. I lowered my head, pretending not to care, but deep down, I still desperately craved a father's love. Come on, Dad will take you somewhere nice so we can have a proper chat." Jia Zhengsheng wrapped an arm around my shoulders and steered me outside. I didn't resist. In a restaurant across from the 3rd high school, Jia Zhengsheng pointed at the menu. "What do you want to eat? How about seafood fried rice? Your little brother loves this. We always order it when we come here." I glanced at the price. It was worth 2 days of my living expenses. But that wasn't the main issue. The main issue was I was severely allergic to seafood. Every time I ate it, I broke out in full-body hives. A flash of panic crossed Xia Zhengsheng's eyes. "Then let's change it. How about the big plate chicken?" I gave a soft hum. After ordering, Xia Zhengsheng finally got to the point. Shaizheng, do you still remember the second Miss O from yesterday? I tilted my head, thinking for a second. The little dumpling's adorable face instantly popped into my mind. I remember. The second Mrs. car crash was caused by our Jia family. Even though she's fine now, you know how powerful the O family is. If they really decide to hold us accountable, our Xia group won't be able to handle the consequences. Xia Zhengxion nervously fiddled with the watch on his wrist. The O family has stated that as long as you go and take care of the second miss for 1 month until she fully recovers, they won't pursue the matter. Hearing this, I finally understood. What apology? It was all a complete lie. This was his real motive, and I had naively delusionally thought he had suddenly grown a conscience and started caring about me. I was utterly furious. I stood straight up. I'm not going. Why should I pay the price for that woman's mistake? Xia, right now only you can save the Xia family. Dad is begging you. Dad, let me make this perfectly clear. I will not pay for that woman's mistakes. I'm not a saint, and I'm not that forgiving. Seeing that the soft approach failed, Xia Zhengsheng instantly changed his tune. Don't forget, you've already been expelled from school. I stared at him in disbelief. My expulsion, was that your doing? I was so angry I was shaking. What kind of biological father in this world would use something like this to threaten his own son? Dad is just reminding you that you currently have no school to attend. But, if you agree, Dad will immediately transfer you to the St. Sia Business Academy. You can start classes there tomorrow. You don't have to stay in this ordinary high school. St. Sia Business Academy was one of the top elite schools in the country. The tuition for a single semester alone was enough to make most people back off. I clenched my fists, my voice unyielding. I said it. I'm not going. That woman turned my mother into a vegetable. She caused me to lose everything. I will never do anything for a woman like her. This is my absolute bottom line. Xia Zhengxiang's ugly true colors were finally fully exposed. He slammed his hand on the table and stood up. I raised you all these years, and you won't even do this one little thing. Do you have any conscience left? Even if I raised a dog, it would know how to be grateful by now. I'm telling you right now, if you don't go, don't even think about getting another cent from me for your mother's surgery. She has a surgery next month, right? Without money, let's see how you keep that woman alive. That sentence struck my absolute weakest point. Damn it! I wanted to kill someone so badly right now. I gritted my teeth, my chest heaving violently. But thinking of my mom, I finally surrendered. For the sake of my mom, fine, I'll go. I just dozed off in class for a second, and a stunning girl suddenly burst into the room. While I was still mesmerized by her beauty, she walked straight toward me. The bodyguards behind her grabbed my wrists and dragged me out without a word. Hey, gorgeous. Who are you? I stumbled as I was pulled away. Shengxi Manor. At the O family dining table, an elegant girl sat there picking at her food. The dishes were absolute perfection in color, aroma, and taste. O Qing gracefully took a sip of soup, then glanced at the little kid sitting next to her, who was resting her chin in her hands and poking her rice with her chopsticks. Bebe, are you counting grains of rice? Wow, sister, how did you know? Bebe is super good at math. Let me count them for you. Saying this, Bebe seriously started transferring rice from her bowl to her sister's bowl. She even muttered as she did it. 1, 2, 3. Bam! O Qing slammed her chopsticks down on her bowl. Leaning back in her chair, she crossed her arms and glared at her. Bebe's little body trembled. She slowly sat back down, placed her hands obediently on her lap, and looked the picture of perfect behavior. Why did you stop counting? O Qing's voice was cold and sharp. What did we agree on at the hospital yesterday? No picky eating for a whole month. Ah? Did we? Bebe pointed at her own head. I hit my head. I can't remember a lot of things. Oh? Is that so? O Qing sneered. Then you better forget about that person too. You won't be seeing him for the rest of your life. Bebe quickly looked at her sister. Seeing her icy expression, she pitifully sniffled, tilted her head back, and let out a loud wail. Sister is a big meanie. You only know how to bully Bebe. I don't want sister. Bebe's crying was a force of nature. Once she started, she was a terrifying, unstoppable force. Nothing could calm her down. If there was one thing O Qing absolutely sucked at, it was dealing with kids. She rubbed her throbbing temples, glaring at the maids standing nearby. Are you all statues? What are you standing there for? Comfort her. The maid scrambled into a chaotic mess trying to soothe her. Unfortunately, Bebe was crying like the world was ending. The more they tried to comfort her, the louder she wailed. Oh, Bebe, if you keep crying, I swear I'll make sure you never see him again. Wah! Her crying volume leveled up again. The maids were internally screaming. Eldest miss, could you please stop making it worse right now? Wu Qing continued her cold threats. I'm warning you, don't try to threaten me with tears. You know I don't fall for that. The maids wanted to cry too. Please, just stop talking. Just then, the butler hurried over. Mr. Xia has arrived. Before O Qing could even speak, Bebe's crying stopped instantly. Why did you stop crying? O Qing gave Bebe a side-eye. The little dumpling's eyes were still wet with crystal-clear tears. She blinked her shiny gem-like eyes, her voice still thick with tears but now laced with pure joy. Is Big Brother really here? Quick, let him in. Wow. Her tears were basically on a switch. The butler waited for O Qing's order. Oh Ching unhurriedly took a napkin and wiped her mouth. Let him in. Yes. The sheer luxury of the O family villa practically blinded me. It was the kind of awe that strikes you right in the soul. I really was just a poor kid, living in a house this huge. Didn't they get lost? From a distance, I saw an incredibly regal girl sitting at the dining table. Wow, big brother. Bebe excitedly tried to jump out of her wheelchair. Even though the O family had private doctors and allowed her to recover at home, she had lost so much blood yesterday. Her leg was heavily bandaged, wrapped up like a little dumpling. Without help, she absolutely couldn't move, which made the little one frantic. Seeing my little angel Bebe, I felt my heart melting. I hurried over, squatted down, and smiled warmly. Bebe, how are you feeling today? How did you get discharged so fast? You looked so hurt yesterday, I thought you'd be in the hospital for days. Sister Ye Wei said the hospital environment and the doctors aren't as nice to look at as our house. So Bebe came home to rest this morning. Not as nice to look at? My mouth twitched. I turned to look at the girl behind me and awkwardly scratched my sideburns before speaking politely. My dad already told me. I'll be taking good care of Bebe for this entire month, until her leg is fully healed. Yang Wenpei, hitting Oh Bebe like that. Honestly, if me taking care of the little dumpling for a month was enough compensation, the Jia group was getting off incredibly easy. But what could I do? Oh Bebe had been screaming morning, noon, and night to see the big brother who gave her his blood. Wu Qing coldly retracted her gaze, elegantly picking up her spoon to continue drinking her soup, acting as if I didn't even exist. On the outside I was smiling, but on the inside I was cursing her out. So completely, utterly rude, the butler standing nearby quickly stepped in to dissolve the awkwardness. Mr. Shah, please try to persuade the second miss. She's already weak from the crash yesterday and needs nutrition. But our second miss is notoriously picky. No matter who tries, it's useless. Just now she was even scolded to tears by the eldest miss over her food. I finally noticed that the little dumpling still had tears in her eyes. My gaze then fell on the lavish spread on the table. I understood perfectly. I had already figured out my role before coming here. I immediately stood up. Excuse me, could I borrow the kitchen for a bit? The butler, seeing Oh Ching didn't object, nodded. Please follow me. 15 minutes later, I walked out carrying a small tray. On the tray, I had actually used food to create a bunch of cartoon characters. For example, I used rice and seaweed to shape several adorable little bear rice balls, and cut carrots and other vegetables into the shapes of small trees and flowers. Arranged on a plate like that, the food looked incredibly fun, and the overall visual appeal skyrocketed. Bebe, look! Bebe's eyes instantly sparkled. Do you want to try some? Yes. Yes. Bebe nodded frantically and started eating happily. Bebe was a sweet kid who didn't hold grudges. She looked adorably at Oh Ching. Sister, do you want to try some? These rice balls are super yummy. Oh Ching snorted dismissively. Childish? It's just rice. Changing the shape into a pig doesn't magically make it taste better. Damn it. These were clearly bears, okay? Bears. Bebe took a big bite, her little cheeks puffed out. But it really is super yummy. Ooh, Bebe. Only someone with your intellect could appreciate food like that. The veins in my temples were throbbing wildly. Where was my knife? I was just about to retort, but the fact remained. Bebe absolutely loved it. Oh Ching stayed silent. What I said was completely right. Bebe's picky eating was the biggest headache for the entire O family, and this guy had easily fooled her with just a few cheap tricks. She finished her meal, gracefully lifting her exquisite teacup to take a sip. You should consider yourself lucky that your little tricks can temporarily distract her. That way, you won't seem completely useless. I really wanted to slam that teapot right into her flawless but insanely punchable face. Toxic snake. Bebe had already demolished most of the food I made. She patted her full little belly and finally couldn't help but speak up. Sister, don't talk to big brother like that. Listen, Bebe was an absolute angel. Just listen to her. How could someone as cold as O King have such an angelic little sister? It was a miracle of the world. She shot me a freezing glare, turned around, and walked up to the second floor with her long legs. As she walked, she ordered the maids, make a cup of coffee and bring it to my room. I have a new program to write this afternoon. No one bother me. Bebe comforted me with a very serious expression. Big brother, please don't take it to heart. My sister is actually a really good person. Right. I really can't see what's so good about her. I curled my lip. She's arrogant, venomous, and acts exactly like an evil capitalist. Also, big brother, Bebe tugged at my sleeve, weakly pointing behind me. I just dozed off in class for a second, and a stunning girl suddenly burst into the room. While I was still mesmerized by her beauty, she walked straight toward me. The bodyguards behind her grabbed my wrists and dragged me out without a word. Hey, gorgeous, who are you? I stumbled as I was pulled away. Before I could even turn my head, I felt an incredibly dark, oppressive aura completely envelope me. No way. Like a malfunctioning robot, I turned my head inch by inch. When my eyes met O King's flawlessly pale, exquisite face, I jumped back in sheer terror. O Ching stood there expressionless, raising an eyebrow. Her voice was flat. Also what? Keep going. I racked my brain desperately. I meant, even though you're arrogant and venomous, you are incredibly beautiful. You have both looks and talent. Who can teach me how to flatter someone? I'm waiting online, it's urgent. I desperately scratched my head. There are other things too. I'll tell you when I remember them, okay? Ching picked up the laptop she had forgotten on the table, giving me a profoundly meaningful look. Bebe looked up adorably at her sister, her crisp voice ringing out. Sister, can we clear out a room for Big Brother to stay in? In response came an incredibly calm, flat voice. No, why? Bebe pouted. Didn't we agree that Big Brother would stay with me until my leg is fully healed? Because I refuse to live under the same roof as an idiot who can't even flatter someone properly? I was utterly speechless. She said it as if I was begging to move in. Ching was working. For the entire afternoon, I truly didn't see her again, not even during dinner time. I made my signature children's dinner for the little dumpling, and she ate it with absolute joy. Bebe, doesn't your sister have to go to school? I think I heard she's only 19. Bebe shook her head. My sister was already recommended for direct admission to Supreme University when she was in her second year of high school. So whether she goes to school now or not, it's the exact same thing. We're both human, so why is the gap so massive? My grades weren't terrible, but they definitely weren't at the level of getting direct admission to university, especially not Supreme University. The absolute top university in the country. Sigh. God really is unfair. He practically gave every single good thing to that girl upstairs. I turned to check the time. It was already 8 p.m. I stood up. Bebe, Big Brother has to go home now. Bebe instantly put down her food, her bright dark eyes looking at me nervously. Then, will you still come tomorrow? Of course I will. I smiled and gently pinched her little nose. I will take care of you every single day until your leg is completely healed. That was the deal I struck with that person. I would take care of the little dumpling for a month, and in return he would transfer me to St. Cia Academy and pay for my mom's surgery. Speaking of which, I was supposed to report to St. Cia Academy tomorrow. I definitely needed to go back and prep for that today. But starting tomorrow, Big Brother has to go to school too. You'll probably only be able to visit me after school or on weekends, right? Does that mean Bebe won't get to eat the breakfast Big Brother makes tomorrow? No, you will. I blinked playfully at the little dumpling. If you don't believe me, check when you wake up tomorrow. Bebe's face filled with anticipation, her eyes sparkling. But the moment I left, the little dumpling instantly deflated from her energized state, slumping like a popped balloon. A maid pushed her wheelchair up to the second floor. Bebe knocked on Ching's door and pushed it open, poking her little head inside. Sister, Bebe is going to sleep. Can you tell Bebe a bedtime story? Ching had just finished writing her program, a trace of exhaustion coloring her flawless face. She stood up and reached over to turn off the desk lamp. All right, I'll tell you a story. By the time she finished coaxing her sister to sleep, it was already 10 p.m. Ching finally felt a slight pang of hunger. She went downstairs and walked into the kitchen. Opening the fridge, she immediately saw a plate placed in the most prominent spot. On it was my signature children's meal. Tomorrow morning, it just needs a quick reheat. This is what that guy made for Bebe. Her slender, pale fingers picked up the rice ball she had actively mocked just hours ago, as if possessed by a ghost. Awful. Despite saying that, Ching still finished the entire rice ball, bite by bite. Early next morning, uniform? Check. Textbooks? Check. Hair? I frantically ruffled my hair. Everything's check. Let's go. The weather was terrible today. A light, persistent drizzle was falling. Worried about traffic, I woke up an hour early and managed to catch the earliest bus. Then, I got off at the stop closest to the school and walked the rest of the way. At the gates of St. Cia Academy, sitting in the passenger seat of a black Audi was a handsome-looking teenage boy. What did you just say? Dad, why did you transfer him to my school? Why? Sha Zhengxing looked at him with an earnestly fawning expression. Simon, don't be mad. Please pay attention to your image. You have some level of fame now. Be careful of paparazzi. If he hadn't brought that up, it would have been fine. But the moment he did, Xia Siming's face scrunched up in fury. Fame? Are you joking? For the past 2 years, the only resources I've gotten are garbage movies and some no-name commercials. The way I am right now, I could walk down the street without sunglasses, and absolutely no one would recognize me. What paparazzi? Xia Siming's aggressive tone was exactly identical to his biological mother, Yang Wenpei. I call you dad, and this is how you treat me. You never fight for the good resources for me, and now you're putting that jinx in the same school as me? Are you planning to move him and his half-dead vegetable mother back into the Xia family next? Siming, I know you want to be a huge star, but the entertainment industry isn't as easy as you think. Even with money, without connections in the right network, it's useless. Xia Zhengsheng spoke awkwardly. For the past 2 years, he really had tried his hardest to fulfill his precious son's dream of becoming a star. He had thrown away so much money. Sometimes, whether you make it big or not, really just depends on fate. Xia Siming was so furious he wanted to smash everything in his hands onto the ground. He could become a massive star 5 years ago. Why can't I do it now? I think you're doing this on purpose. Have you completely forgotten all the hardships and grievances my mom and I suffered in the early years? Seeing Xia Siming throw a tantrum, Xia Zhengxiong immediately started groveling. Dad knows I wronged you and your mother. That's why I want to double my compensation to both of you. In this house right now, whatever your mother says goes. Whatever you want, Dad buys it without a second word. Even with all that, you still blame Dad? Sha Zhangsheng looked incredibly helpless. Haven't I been explaining this the whole time? It's all because your mother hit the O family's second miss. They specifically demanded your brother take care of her. If I didn't use some tricks and give your brother a little sweetener, do you think he'd obediently listen to me? He is not my brother. I don't have a brother like him. Sha Siming grew even angrier the more he spoke. All right, you don't. You don't. Sha Zhangsheng immediately agreed with Sha Siming. My precious son, please don't be angry, okay? Dad understands your dream of becoming a huge star. Dad will work hard to pull more resources for you. We are still young, just be patient. The day you blow up will come, right? As for your brother, just pretend you don't know him at school. Anyway, the most important person to Dad is only you. Really? Sha Siming frowned. Sha Zhangsheng smiled comfortingly. Of course it's true. All right, hurry up and go to school. Take the umbrella. Don't catch a cold. Only then did Sha Siming push the car door open his umbrella and walk toward the school. From a distance, he spotted that familiar and entirely repulsive figure. Sha Siming curled his lip and quickly walked over with his umbrella. Meanwhile, I felt like I had walked 100,000 miles just to finally reach the school gates. Because I had been walking in the rain for so long, my shoes were completely soaked and I looked like a mess. Suddenly, someone violently bumped into me. I stumbled forward, dropping my umbrella to the ground. Frowning, I turned around. The very next second, I completely froze. Sha Siming. Compared to my disheveled state, this half-brother of mine looked incredibly put together. Seeing me and Sha Siming, the surrounding students started whispering and pointing as they walked by. Hey, isn't that Sha Siming from year 1? He's so handsome. I heard he shot a bunch of commercials. Who's that guy next to him? I've never seen him before. Do they have beef or something? Then came the sudden hushed whispers. Hey, did you see? That guy has a massive scar on his face. Oh my god. I panicked, desperately grabbing the hair by my temples to cover the scar on my forehead. Even though I tried to hide it, it still faintly peeked through. One look, and it was shocking to see. For the past 5 years, the thing I feared the absolute most was people looking at me. With the exact look they'd give a monster. Seeing my panicked, embarrassed state, Sha Siming thoroughly enjoyed the moment. A rush of vindictive pleasure filled his heart. Shaza, you deserve this. The rain continued to fall relentlessly, slowly soaking my face. A profound wave of sorrow swelled in my chest. Right at that moment, the rain falling on my head was suddenly blocked. I looked up, staring in shock at the umbrella held over me. Then, my eyes landed on the gentle, elegant girl standing right in front of me. My jaw dropped. It's you. The surrounding area instantly exploded. It's the school idol Ye Wei. Wow, she's breathtakingly beautiful today too. Her smile is so warm. Wait a minute. Why is Ye Wei shielding that guy from the rain? The small umbrella enclosed Ye Wei and me in a tiny private space. Her school uniform was spotless. A faint, elegant smile graced her soft, beautiful face. Her voice was gentle, clear, and incredibly pleasant. The rain is getting heavier. If you don't use an umbrella, you'll catch a cold. Thank you. Ye Wei smiled faintly. Why is your opening line always that same sentence every time we meet? Is it? It actually seemed like it was. Compared to that day, her neat high ponytail added a hint of heroic spirit to her gentle beauty. This was our second time meeting, and every single time she appeared just like an angel. Standing on the side, Sha Siming was completely dumbfounded. Ye Wei, why would those two— who can explain what the hell is going on here? Why would the school idol know someone like Sha Zhe? Ye Wei was one of the 3 absolutely famous school idols of St. Sia Academy. I just dozed off in class for a second, and a stunning girl suddenly burst into the room. While I was still mesmerized by her beauty, she walked straight toward me. Ye Wei acted as if she couldn't even see Sha Siming, her complete focus resting entirely on me. Did you just transfer to St. Sia Academy today? I nodded. Which class? Year 1, Class 4. I'll take you to your classroom. St. Sia is huge. If it's your first time here, it's very easy to get lost. Okay, thank you. I looked at her, a wave of genuine warmth swelling in my chest. I had long heard that St. Sia was like a massive maze divided into several districts. If I tried to find it myself, who knows how long it would take. And so, under the incredibly envious and hateful gazes of the crowd, Ye Wei held the umbrella, and we walked away side by side. How is this possible? Why would the school idol take such good care of that guy? What right does Sha Zhou have? Completely ignored on the sidelines, Sha Siming was so furious he almost coughed up blood. The rain continued to patter against the umbrella. Walking through the campus, I slightly turned my head to look at the warm girl beside me. Oh right, I still don't know your name. I'm Sha Zhou. Ye Wei repeated my surname softly. Sha? What's wrong? Nothing. I just feel like you look very similar to someone. Ye Wei's pale, slender fingers gripped the black umbrella handle. She turned her head and softly spoke a name. Summer. 5 years ago, 3 young boys barely in their double digits formed an idol group and officially debuted in the entertainment industry. The group was called Leftover Light Years, and the boy named Summer was the captain of that group. Back then, the three boys of leftover light years relied on their handsome looks and unique voices to instantly skyrocket to fame across the entire country. Unfortunately, the good times didn't last. In less than a year, news suddenly broke out that the Captain Summer had been severely disfigured in a car crash. From then on, he completely withdrew from the entertainment industry. To this day, there hasn't been a single piece of news about him. That once massively popular idol group slowly faded from the public eye. Hearing Yewei call out the name Summer, my footsteps hitched. You know them? I quickly turned my face away. I haven't heard of them. Is that so? He used to be a star. Very popular. I don't really pay attention to the entertainment industry. Besides, that was so long ago. The pattering rain carried a hint of melancholy. Yi Wei didn't press the subject any further. We had reached the entrance of the teaching building. She closed the umbrella gently. Just head up from here and you're there. I waved at her, said a simple goodbye, and walked inside. Thinking about what Ye Wei just said, I pondered for a moment. I pulled my phone out of my pocket. Hesitating for a second, I opened Weibo and logged into an account named Summer that hadn't been touched in a very, very long time. The verification info for the account clearly read, Leftover Lightyears Group Captain, Singer. This Weibo account hadn't updated a single thing in 5 years. Checking the homepage visitors from yesterday, it was barely 100 or 200 people. That's exactly how incredibly fast-paced and fickle the entertainment industry is. 5 years is more than enough time to completely forget a person. I lowered my gaze. So what if I was massively popular once? Look at me now. I still have absolutely nothing. My phone suddenly rang, making me jump. Hello? Xia. A clear voice rang out from the other side. En Chuan. The guy on the phone was En Chuan, my absolute best friend who I grew up with. How have you been lately? Surviving, I guess. Barely, I said with a wave of helplessness. Calling me at this hour. Aren't you guys banned from bringing phones to school? And Chuan was from the neighboring city. He had just finished a set of practice questions. I didn't go to school today. I'm self-studying at home. I just suddenly remembered. There's only 3 months left on that contract from 5 years ago. How can you sound so completely calm? 5 years ago, that bastard Xia Siming faked a suicide attempt out of pure jealousy to force your dad to personally blacklist you. They even released fake news saying you quit the industry because you were disfigured in a car crash. Everything was a complete setup. And Chuan's tone was classic die-hard fanboy, speaking with absolute fury. I couldn't help but chuckle. Hey, student An Chuan, I'm the victim here. Why are you angrier than I am? I'm just furious on your behalf. Yeah, 5 years ago was the year that utterly destroyed my destiny. That was the year my mom couldn't bear the destruction of our family caused by the mistress, Yang Wenpei, and attempted suicide by jumping off a building, falling into a vegetative state. That was the year my own agency blacklisted me under the guise of a disfiguring car crash, forcing me to play along and act like I was actually scarred. For the past 5 years, I haven't been allowed to appear in public as a star, or else I'd have to pay astronomical breach of contract fees. That was the year my stepmother, Yang Wenpei, completely kicked me out of the Shia family. That was the year I went from a completely carefree, wealthy young master and a national idol to a broken kid forced to hide his true identity forever. So anyone can humiliate and mock you like a piece of trash. And Chuan emphasized, just 3 more months. In 3 months, you won't be chained down by that contract anymore, and you can stop hiding your identity. In a few days, I'll be moving back to the city. Yunfan is coming back from abroad soon too. When that happens, the 3 of us can finally hang out together again. And Chuan's voice was full of excitement. And Chuan was my best friend in real life, while Yunfan was a good friend we met online playing games. We still hadn't met Yunfan in person because he was studying abroad, but I heard he was coming back soon. Is Yunfan really coming back? Is his home in the city too? Are you telling the truth? I was getting excited too. Hanging out with good friends was an incredibly refreshing thought, wasn't it? After chatting with An Chuan for a bit, I checked the time and quickly said, I gotta go. Too much has happened these past 2 days. Let's talk face to face when we meet up. Hanging up? There were only 10 minutes left before class started. I definitely didn't want to be late for my very first class. Suddenly, a powerful, overwhelming aura enveloped the area. Oh no, this feeling is... Outside the restrooms, the soft orange lights spilled down. Oh, Ching was washing her hands with her head slightly lowered. My God, it really is her. For some reason, perhaps because this girl was just too profoundly regal, she always carried an untouchable high and mighty aura. Every time I saw her, I inexplicably felt intimidated. Ooh, Ching. Haha, what a coincidence. You came to the restroom yourself? The moment the words left my mouth, I realized how stupid that sounded. Oh Ching just shot me a freezing glare and didn't say a word. What a boring person. Oh right, Bebe mentioned Oh Ching had already been guaranteed admission to university, so she didn't even need to come to school. Plus, she was already running a company at such a young age, so she must be incredibly busy. I walked over, and while washing my hands, I couldn't help but ask, why did you come to school today? I thought you weren't coming at all anymore. Mind your own business. Oh Ching crumpled up the paper towel, tossed it into the trash can, turned around and walked away. I stared at her back, annoyed. Year 1, Class 4, this is it. I checked the class sign, then pushed the door open. The originally noisy classroom instantly fell dead silent. Everyone whipped their heads around to stare at me. I just dozed off in class for a second, and a stunning girl suddenly burst into the room. While I was still mesmerized by her beauty, she walked straight toward me. I instinctively ruffled my hair to cover my face. "Hello everyone, I'm Shajae. I just transferred to this class today. I hope we can all get along." A guy with a fiery temper sitting in the front row scoffed. "Shh, what are you acting all innocent for? In all of St. Sia Academy right now, who doesn't know the famous Shajae? You actually have the guts to hit on our school idol, Yi Wei, right out in the open. Why don't you look in a mirror and see what you are?" "Let me tell you guys," the guy continued. "When I walked past the restrooms just now, I actually saw the eldest Miss O. And this Xia Jie was actually trying to hit on our school idol O." Hearing this, O Qing's fanboys in the class were first thrilled that O Qing was actually at school today, since she rarely ever showed up. But immediately after, they were completely enraged by the second half of the sentence. "My God, he actually dared to hit on our O idol too. This is absolutely unforgivable." Xia Siming was also in this class. Watching me get attacked by so many people, he was unspeakably smug. Standing at the door, watching the entire class laugh at me, my grip tightened on my backpack straps. The smile I had initially forced onto my face slowly vanished. Ignoring them all, I walked in coldly, picked an empty seat in the back row, and sat down casually. "He's acting like this again?" Sitting near the front, Xia Siming glared at me. Instead of pissing me off, he had completely enraged himself. The thing he hated the absolute most was this exact look of mine. What is he acting so cool for? He's just a disfigured loser. Being despised by so many people, how could he not be furious? He's probably dying of rage inside, just pretending not to care on the outside. What a hypocrite. During the break, I got up to go to the restroom. As I turned the corner to head down the stairs, I bumped straight into someone. Looking up, I was extremely annoyed. "Xia Siming, what do you want now? I don't have time to argue with you." Saying that, I tried to walk around him. Xia Siming violently grabbed my arm. "Shaza, you better honestly tell me what your relationship with O Qing is. Otherwise, I'll have someone break your legs. What does my relationship with her have to do with you? Still acting tough?" Xia Siming glared at me viciously, his face contorting. "I'm warning you, don't push your luck. U Qing is my future girlfriend. You better stay the hell away from her." I sneered coldly, deliberately trying to piss him off. "Oh, forgot to tell you. O Qing and I see each other every single day, and her little sister absolutely adores me." Furious, Xia Siming swung a fist ready to punch me, but I easily caught his wrist and shoved him aside. Just then, the sound of footsteps and chatter echoed from the bottom of the stairs. Several students were walking up, laughing and talking. Xia Siming suddenly let out a sharp cry and rapidly stumbled backward. With a dramatic scream, Xia Siming completely tumbled down the stairs. "No way." I was stunned. "Oh my God, what happened?" Siming, quick, get him to the hospital." The surrounding students descended into absolute chaos. Supported by a group of students, Xia Siming sat up. His eyes were filled with tears of grievance. "Student Xia, why did you push me?" My mind went blank for a split second before instinct took over. "You're lying? I didn't push you at all." Still denying it? We all saw it with our own eyes. "Exactly. You pushed Siming down the stairs. We saw it clearly." The surrounding students immediately stood up for Xia Siming. Meanwhile, Xia Siming, covered in bruises and keeping his head down, subtly curled his lips into a victorious smirk upon hearing the crowd condemn me. I frowned deeply. "I didn't push him. If you don't believe me, you can go check the security cameras." "Oh crap, I forgot about the cameras." Xia Siming's face instantly darkened. He simply closed his eyes and played dead. "Oh my God, Siming passed out inside a VIP ward at the hospital. Get your ass in here," Xia Zhangxiang roared furiously. Pointing at Xia Siming, who was currently lying comfortably in the hospital bed, he screamed, "Look at what you did to your brother. Did you eat a leopard's heart to get this kind of guts? How dare you push him?" My shoulder throbbed where he had grabbed me. "I said it before, I didn't push him." He rolled down himself. Xia Siming immediately cried out in protest. "If you didn't push me, did I just want to hurt myself? Why would I do that?" Suddenly, the ward door burst open. Yang Shurong hurried in. Her face was fraught with panic. Baby, are you okay? Where are you hurt? Let mommy see." After checking on him, Yang Shurong whipped around. Even her heavy makeup couldn't hide the venomous look on her face. "You again, Xia. You dared to push my son down the stairs. I think you're tired of living. I'm going to beat you to death today." I clenched my fists tightly, staring at her coldly. "Try touching me. You. Yang Shurong pointed at me, then immediately turned to Xia Zhengsheng and started wailing. "Husband, look at this good son you and your ex-wife raised. Is he trying to force us mother and son to our deaths? Fine. My son and I will pack our bags and leave the Xia family right now." Xia Zhengxiong was so furious he was literally jumping. He looked around wildly, grabbed a stool near the bed and raised it to smash it over me. He roared, "Apologize to your aunt and Siming right now." Disappointment reached its absolute peak. Instead of being afraid, I actually laughed. I spoke with pure defiance. "I did nothing wrong. Why should I apologize?" "Good. You just wait, I'm going to beat you until you submit today." Sha Zhengsheng said furiously, glaring at me. He grabbed the chair next to him and marched toward me. Bam! The ward door was suddenly kicked open. Sha Zhengsheng froze mid-action. He turned his head. Standing at the door was a massive group of bodyguards. I just dozed off in class for a second, and a stunning girl suddenly burst into the room. While I was still mesmerized by her beauty, she walked straight toward me. These bodyguards were all dressed in sharp black uniforms, perfectly aligned and disciplined. Just one look at them radiated an intense, suffocating pressure. Where did these bodyguards come from? Zhai Zhengxiong panicked for a second, then darkened his face and yelled, "Who are you people? This is my son's hospital room. Get out immediately." The lead bodyguard glanced at me, confirmed my identity, and gave a hand signal to the men behind him. Go. The bodyguards instantly swarmed in and began absolutely demolishing everything in the room. The flowers on the bedside table were shredded. The thermos Yang Shurong brought was smashed onto the floor, spilling the soup she made for Xia Ximing everywhere. Xia Ximing's backpack was violently ripped open and smashed into the wall with a deafening crash, instantly shattering into pieces. Xia Ximing's face drained of all color. He froze completely in place. A tiny shallow scratch on his cheek began to bleed. This all happened way too fast for anyone to process. Sha Zhenxiong finally snapped back to reality. He shoved past me and rushed to the bed. "Siming, are you okay?" "Dad, who are they? I was so scared, that chair almost hit me. Is my face ruined?" My face. This time he wasn't acting. He was genuinely terrified. Even I was completely dumbfounded. What the hell was going on? Where did these bodyguards come from? Oddly enough, the bodyguards completely ignored me. One of them even pulled up a chair for me. "Mr. Shaja, please have a seat." They were literally inviting me to watch the show. I was utterly confused. What kind of play was this? Who exactly are you people? Sha Zhengsheng roared in fury. "You hurt my son's face. He's a star. He could have a gig at any moment. If you ruin his face, can you afford the consequences?" Yang Shurong also shrieked at the top of her lungs. "Where did you street thugs come from? Do you know my son makes tens of thousands per gig? And you dare destroy our room like this? I'm calling the cops right now. Nobody leaves. You're all staying here to pay for this." The lead bodyguard, wearing a Bluetooth earpiece, walked over to the window. Without a trace of emotion, he accurately relayed the entire conversation. "Eldest miss, they said Xia Siming is a star and makes tens of thousands per gig." Inside the O family villa, sitting on the sofa, was the incredibly regal girl. Leaning back lazily, her aura absolutely domineering, her exquisite side profile was sharply defined. Her slender hand held a wine glass. She tilted her head back, downing the red wine in one gulp, then casually tossed the glass onto the coffee table. A playful, dangerous smirk formed on her lips. "Keep beating him. Beat him until you hit a million's worth." "Yes, ma'am." The bodyguard turned around and gave a hand signal to his men. "Do it." Xia Siming shrank back in terror. He could clearly feel these bodyguards were coming straight for him. "What are you doing? Don't come closer. Stay away. Mom, call the cops." Before he could even finish his sentence, Xia Siming was slapped brutally across the face. It burned like hell. "Siming." Zhao Zhengxiong and Yang Shirong tried to rush forward but were completely blocked by the wall of bodyguards. Xia Zhengxiong yelled frantically, "Get out of the way! What are you trying to do? If you have a problem, come at me." Siming. Yang Shirong was completely losing her mind. In all her 30-odd years of life, she had never encountered a situation like this. Xia Siming covered his face, absolutely stunned. He had been spoiled and pampered by Xia Zhengxiong and Yang Shirong his entire life. Forget being beaten, he had barely even been spoken to harshly. "You dare hit me?" Xia Siming glared at them. Smack. Another brutal slap. The bodyguard's face remained deadly serious. He was simply carrying out his duties. The crisp sound of slaps continuously echoed through the ward. Xia Zhengxiong and Yang Shirong's helpless screams. Hearing this, Bebe instantly raised her bright, sparkling eyes, looking incredibly nervous. "Sister, do you think Big Brother made it home?" Oh Qing's eyes were locked dead onto the television. On the screen, a reporter was braving the wind, their face practically deformed by the gales, struggling to deliver a live report from a city street. "Sister!" Bebe forcefully waved her little hands in front of Oh Qing's face. Who would still be outside in weather like this? Even an idiot knows to take cover. Oh Qing raised her hand, ready to change the channel. But in the very next second, a familiar figure appeared behind the reporter on screen. Oh Qing's eyes narrowed instantly. Bebe pointed at the TV in shock. "Wait, was that Big Brother just now?" Click. Oh Qing coldly turned off the TV and stood up. "Was that Big Brother just now? It's so dangerous outside right now." "Sister, are you going to pick him up?" "I just said my kindness toward him ends here. I'm not that man's driver. Why should I go pick him up?" Her face dark, Oh Qing marched up to the second floor. "What should I do? Big Brother is in danger." Bebe was frantic. She was just about to call the O family's driver to see if he could go find him, when, less than 5 minutes after going upstairs, Oh Qing came back down, her face still cold as ice. And in her hand were her car keys. "Sister!" Bebe's eyes instantly lit up. "Are you going to pick up Big Brother?" "Who said I'm going to pick him up?" Oh Qing stated righteously. I'm just going out for a walk. Bebe had been watching Detective Conan on her iPad. Sister, you really don't have to pretend in front of me. I understand. Bebe, acting like a little adult, pushed up invisible glasses on her nose. The classic Detective Conan background music seemed to play in the background as Bebe used her sweet, milky voice to deliver the iconic line. There is only one truth, and that is Butler Lee brought out the test papers the school handed out today, and if I don't finish them, I can't sleep. No. Bebe hadn't even finished her dramatic performance when, the truth is, sister, you really are just going out for a walk. Oh Ching had already put on her shoes. Cold, regal, and elegant, she shot Bebe a look. As long as you know, I sat on the steps of a shopping mall by the road, a place that barely offered any shelter from the rain. My home was very far from the city center. Public transport had stopped, and there were almost no cars on the road. The Shia family residence was actually in a high-end neighborhood nearby, but since 5 years ago, that place was no longer my home. A sleek red Lamborghini pulled up perfectly right in front of me. The window rolled down, revealing an impossibly beautiful face. Wu Qing stared straight ahead, her voice a direct command. Get in. I looked up, utterly shocked. Wu Qing's expression didn't change, her voice perfectly steady. I just happened to be passing by. But this street is in the complete opposite direction of the O family villa. While I was still utterly confused, O Qing had already pushed the car door open. She stepped out, grabbed my arm, and with an expressionless face, opened the passenger door and ruthlessly shoved me inside. Slam. She shut the door, then opened the driver's side door, got in, expertly shifted gears, and sped off. Wu Qing, what exactly are you trying to do? O Qing shot me a side-eye. Outside, the wind and rain raged. Night had completely fallen. The interior of the car was dark, with only the streetlights outside barely illuminating my silhouette. Under such dim, flickering lighting, my dark skin tone and the scar on my face were hidden by the night. O Qing's face softened slightly. She grabbed a handkerchief from the side and tossed it at me. Wiped the rain off. I looked at her in surprise. I didn't expect this demonic eldest miss to actually have a thoughtful side. But then, O Qing casually added a sentence that completely destroyed the moment. Don't dirty my car. Of course, I really shouldn't have expected anything from a venomous snake. Despite that, I still quietly muttered a thank you to her. O Qing let out a cold hum. Arrogant and insufferably haughty, she simply said, I was just conveniently saving a life. Consider it me doing a good deed to build up karma. Saying that, she deliberately emphasized the word conveniently. Very well, that is very O.U. Qing. Early the next morning, I let out a massive yawn as I woke up in a luxuriously decorated European-style room. What's going on? My eyes snapped wide open. I looked around and finally accepted the reality that I had actually stayed the night at the O family villa yesterday. I checked the time. It was already 6:30 a.m. Oh crap. If I don't hurry, I won't have time to make Bebe's breakfast. I frantically jumped out of bed, rushed into the bathroom, and quickly washed up. Half an hour later, I walked out of the kitchen carrying the children's meal I had prepared. The moment I brought it out, I realized Bebe was already awake. Wearing pink little pajamas, the tiny figure was sitting obediently at the dining table. Seeing me walk out, she flashed a blindingly bright smile, revealing her little white teeth. Good morning, big brother. Oh, Bebe, why are you up so early? I was a bit surprised, because I felt Big Brother's food calling out to me. Bebe happily patted the dining table with both hands. I couldn't help but chuckle at how adorable she was. Here you go. Last night I wanted to wait for Big Brother to come back, but I ended up falling asleep while waiting. Is that so? Wait a minute, why were you waiting for me to come back? I blinked, feeling a bit confused. Bebe mumbled through a mouthful of breakfast, her words somewhat unclear. Wasn't it because of the typhoon yesterday, Sister Shi? What about me? A cold, sexy voice drifted over. Oh Qing had actually come downstairs without me noticing. She stood there with her arms crossed, shooting an incredibly friendly warning glare at Bebe. I just dozed off in class for a second, and a stunning girl suddenly burst into the room. While I was still mesmerized by her beauty, she walked straight toward me. Bebe immediately put on a serious little face and turned to look at her. Sister was beautiful yesterday, but she's even more beautiful today. Truly worthy of being Bebe's sister. I admire you the most. Good girl. Oh Qing patted Bebe's little head with satisfaction. The maids, arriving at the kitchen at their usual time, were stunned to find that both the eldest and second misses were already awake. The O family's breakfast time was strictly scheduled, but today they were a full half-hour early. Eldest miss, why are you? We will prepare breakfast immediately. Oh Qing pulled out a chair and sat down with absolute elegance. No need. You mean, isn't there already some ready-made? As Oh Qing spoke, her deep, beautiful eyes locked onto me. I looked down at the sandwich I had casually made for myself while prepping Bebe's breakfast. I immediately pulled it closer to me. No, this is mine. Everything here belongs to you. Just tell the maids to make you one. Are you going to give it to me or not? Oh Qing stared at me, her eyes filled with pure threat. Looking every bit like me eating your food is a massive blessing bestowed upon you. I wanted to cry. Reluctantly, I handed it over to her. I stared pitifully as Oh Qing elegantly ate my sandwich and drank her milk. Then, she even took her sweet time to drop a critique. It's a bit bland. Pay attention next time. I gave her a fake strained smile. You can choose not to eat it. I worked hard all morning and I'm still starving. Oh Ching snorted lightly. Something came up at school. I have to leave half an hour early today. Otherwise, you think I actually wanted to eat this kind of thing you made? What do you mean, this kind of thing? I seriously wanted to curse her out. What was she acting so arrogant for? Right at that moment, the butler walked over. Eldest Miss. Miss Yewei is here. That name sounds so familiar, I turned my head and stared in shock as the gentle, beautiful girl walked toward us. Seeing me there, Yewei was clearly stunned for a second, then quickly curved her lips into a gentle smile. Student Sha, why are you here? It's actually her. The Yewei who offered me her umbrella before, but before I could even open my mouth to speak, a certain female demon coldly interjected. He is our family's new male servant. I was furious. What male servant? I'm just responsible for taking care of Bebe for a month. Taking care of Bebe? Ye Wei shifted her gaze to Bebe, who was happily munching on her breakfast. Connecting it with everything that happened over the past few days, she instantly understood. She chuckled softly. The world really is small. Taking a seat opposite Wu Qing, Ye Wei looked at me, standing off to the side. Aren't you going to sit? Oh Qing sat there, utterly arrogant, barely lifting her regal eyelids to glance at me. A male servant should have the self-awareness of a male servant. Why should he sit? Damn it. Completely unlike the domineering, arrogant aura that Oh Qing radiated, the lines of Ye Wei's face were incredibly gentle. Her voice was like cherry blossoms falling in spring. Wu Qing, stop bullying student Sha. Look at this. This is what you call an angelic beauty. You're both beautiful, so why is the gap in personality so massive? I piled on my brightest smile and looked at her. Student Ye Wei, you really are a great person. Compared to you, certain people are simply dirt on the ground. Xia Zhou, do you want to die? Her freezing voice instantly plunged me into an abyss of ice. I hugged my arms and quickly scrambled to hide behind Ye Wei. I rolled my eyes at Oh Qing. I didn't even say your name. Why are you so pressed? Oh Qing coldly slammed her cup down on the table. Get over here. No, Xia Zhe. Don't force me to come over there myself. Caught in the middle, Ye Wei was completely helpless. All right, you two. Stop fighting. Oh Qing, he's our classmate after all. Oh Qing sneered coldly. Crossing her arms, she glared at me. He's stupid, dense, and has a ridiculously stubborn personality. Did you forget who saved you from the typhoon last night? Wu Qing's gaze was locked dead onto me hiding behind Ye Wei. Found a new backer this fast, huh? Ingrate. Ye Wei cleared her throat lightly. Jokes aside, there are a lot of things to handle at school today. We should head out soon. The Imperial Manor was about a 20-minute drive from the school, and there was absolutely no public transportation nearby. I didn't dare hope that Oh Qing would be kind enough to give me a ride. Student Ye Wei, could I hitch a ride? Of course, thank you. You really are the best. The Ye family villa and the O family villa were very close, both located within the same massive manor. Two sports cars were parked out front, one behind the other. Oh Qing, expressionless, opened her car door and got in. Through her rearview mirror, she watched me get into Ye Wei's car. Oh Qing coldly withdrew her gaze, shifted gears, and completely slammed the gas pedal to the floor. Vroom! The Lamborghini shot out like a fired arrow, disappearing from sight in an instant. I looked up at Oh Qing's rapidly vanishing car. She's driving that fast. Does she have a death wish? Ye Wei got into the car. It felt like sunlight had poured into the entire vehicle. Her aura was just incredibly warm. Right on cue, my stomach let out a loud rumble. Ye Wei paused for a second, then laughed softly. I didn't have time to eat breakfast this morning. Why didn't you eat? I said dejectedly. I only made one sandwich and Oh Qing snatched it. Saying that, I looked at Ye Wei with intense curiosity. Student Ye Wei, getting along with someone like Oh Qing must be exhausting, right? Not at all. Actually, if you spend enough time with her, you'll discover she has many admirable qualities. I was utterly speechless. Like her venomous tongue? Aside from that making me admire her, I basically haven't found a single other quality. Ye Wei laughed at my comment again. As we spoke, the car had already exited the manor and merged onto the bustling city streets. We hadn't been driving for long when Ye Wei slowly pulled the car over to the side of the road. Wait here for me for a second.
I was just taking a quick nap in class when a beautiful girl suddenly walked in. Before I could even process her beauty, she came straight toward me. I bought you breakfast. I opened the paper bag to find a warm burger and soy milk. Ye Wei, you're too kind, she offered a gentle smile. Just call me Wei Wei. Thank you, Wei Wei. But the mood completely shifted the moment I walked into the main classroom. Sha Samin was sitting there surrounded by a massive crowd of students. Yesterday, that jerk fell down the stairs and completely framed me, claiming I pushed him. Now, I was the public enemy of the class. Every single student, guys and girls alike, took his side. The moment they saw me walk through the door, every single glare locked onto me. Xia, you still have the nerve to show your face, someone yelled. Look at what you did to him. His face is swollen. He's a celebrity. His face is his livelihood. Do you think everyone is an ugly freak like you? Sha Saming sat there playing the perfect victim. I casually tossed my backpack onto the desk and sneered. Relying on his face? No wonder he's been crawling around the entertainment industry for years and is still a nameless D-list extra. Clearly, he has absolutely no talent. Sha Siming's eyes snapped up, burning with rage. That struck his ultimate sore spot. 5 years ago, I was barely 10 years old and already a massive superstar. But him? After years of struggling, he was still a pathetic nobody with just a few thousand followers. Even though my face is ruined now, even though I've been blacklisted, Xia Ximing was still completely irrelevant. The surrounding students immediately jumped to their idol's defense, glaring at me. "What is wrong with you? I've never seen anyone so shameless," one girl shouted. "Ximing is handsome. Even if he isn't a megastar yet, he's definitely not someone an ugly monster like you can mock. If you're so capable, why don't you try being an actor? You couldn't even make it as an extra." The girls in the class fiercely defended their Prince Charming. "Ugly people really do cause the most trouble. Why don't you look in a mirror and see what you actually look like?" I just shrugged my shoulders indifferently. "Is that so? I know exactly what I look like, but nobody can predict the future. I just hope you all don't end up slapping your own faces later." "Xia Zhe, do you honestly think that looking like that you can still compete with me?" "Seeming, don't lower yourself to that freak's level," a student comforted him. "We all support you. We know you're going to make it big one day. And when you do, that ugly loser is going to be humiliated. But anyway, why didn't you stay home and rest for a few more days?" Xia Ximing snapped out of his glare and gently touched his slightly swollen face. Just yesterday, out of nowhere, a group of men in black had slapped him relentlessly. When had he ever suffered such intense humiliation? It was absolutely infuriating. Truthfully, he didn't even want to come to school today. But today was the official recruitment day for the drama club, and he couldn't afford to miss it. The St. Sia Academy Drama Club was the ultimate dream for anyone wanting to become a star. Even top-tier directors from the entertainment industry would visit to scout for talent. And the most important reason of all, the president of the drama club was the insanely popular idol, Ji Yanxi. Who was Ji Yanxi? Just a year ago, she starred in a massive hit teen drama, and her popularity exploded overnight. Ever since then, every little thing she did instantly climbed to the top 3 of the trending searches. She was the undisputed queen of popular idols. If he could just get into her drama club, his future stardom was guaranteed. Xia Ximing secretly clenched his fists, determined to get in no matter what. Later, during chemistry class, I was completely losing the battle against science. I was dozing off again when my phone suddenly started vibrating like crazy in my pocket. I jolted awake, quickly glancing up to make sure the teacher hadn't noticed. I hastily pulled out my phone and checked the group chat. It was just me, my best friend An Xuan, and Yun Fan, who was currently studying abroad. "Xia Zhe, get out here right now." "Where are you?" Yun Fan was spamming the chat. "If you don't reply in 3 seconds, I'm going to kill you." My mouth twitched in annoyance as I quickly typed back. I'm here. Boss, I'm literally in the middle of class. You think I'm chilling in America like you?" Yun Fan replied instantly. "This is a massive emergency. The St. Sia Drama Club auditions are this afternoon. Do not forget to sign up." I stared at the screen. Are you seriously telling me to go to the drama club with this terrifying ruined face of mine? Am I auditioning for the role of a literal goblin? Yun Fan shot back. "Why do you have absolutely no vision? The drama club only recruits once a year. Besides, in exactly 3 months, your face will be completely healed. Once you restore your original looks, won't you dominate the entire drama club in seconds?" I paused and thought about it. He actually had a point. That cheap stepbrother of yours definitely won't pass up this chance. Yun Fan continued, "He's probably dreaming about joining the club to become an overnight star. Go there. Get in now, and in 3 months, absolutely crush him." I hesitated, but with the way my face looks right now, I honestly have zero confidence. "What are you afraid of?" Yun Fan typed. "Did you forget your ultimate secret weapon?" Mentioning my special skill made me fall into deep thought. Ultimately, I decided to go. The drama club was located in the West Campus. There were dozens of clubs around, but the drama club was by far the most explosive right now. Everyone wanted to see the superstar idol Ji Yanxi, and more importantly, they were all dreaming of becoming stars themselves. "Hey, stop pushing." I held my registration form tightly, getting squeezed and tossed around by the massive crowd, like the filling in a sandwich. Suddenly, a familiar conversation drifted over from beside me. "There are so many people here, and they're only picking 3 members? The competition is going to be brutal. What are you worried about?" Another voice chimed in. Siming is definitely going to pass. He's already a professional actor. Of course, Sha Siming replied with absolute arrogance. I at least have that much confidence. I turned my head and, sure enough, spotted Sha Siming standing there with his posse. Our eyes met in the crowd. Sha Siming froze for a second, clearly shocked that I had actually shown up. Am I seeing things? A voice mocked. Are ugly freaks dreaming of becoming famous these days? The one speaking was Xue Zhang, Siming's die-hard lackey. To be fair, Xue Zhang was somewhat good-looking, but right now, standing next to Siming, the look he gave me was filled with pure, unfiltered disgust. His face twisted into a sneer. Xiaozhe, do you have zero self-awareness? It makes sense for us to audition. At least we're handsome. But what the hell are you? If you actually get selected, I'll livestream myself eating a keyboard. Sha Siming joined in, laughing loudly. Count me in on that bet. I just shrugged, completely unbothered. Is that right? Then I'll be looking forward to that. Our little exchange quickly caught the attention of the surrounding crowd, and soon everyone was laughing. Where does this ugly guy get his confidence? Someone mocked. He looks terrifying, yet he still has the nerve to audition? Can that scarred-up freak just look in a mirror? Seeing that the crowd had successfully turned against me, Sha Siming and Shui Zheng exchanged a triumphant, gloating glance. Even though I had spent the last 5 years getting used to being treated like a monster, in this exact moment, I can feel all of your enthusiasm. Now please don't push each other. Line up in order, head inside, and wait for your auditions. I hope you all do your absolute best. I'll be waiting for you in the final round of interviews. With that, she blew a playful flying kiss to the crowd below. Instantly, all the guys in the courtyard completely lost their minds. Cameras flashed like crazy, and people started screaming at the top of their lungs. Goddess, I love you. The deafening noise was unbearable. I desperately covered my ears, wondering what I had walked into. Was this a club audition or an Idol fan meet and greet? The insane screaming from these rabid fanboys was going to shatter my eardrums. Shaking my head helplessly, I pushed my way through the frantic crowd. While all the other guys were still completely mesmerized by the balcony, I took the lead and walked straight up to the tall club member managing the front door. I handed over my registration form. The tall guy glanced down at my face and his jaw practically dropped to the floor. You're here to audition? That's right, I replied calmly. He quickly waved me away. You're disqualified. Hurry up and leave. I frowned, my expression darkening. Why? He scoffed loudly. Why don't you take a look in the mirror? Do you seriously think our drama club just lets any ugly freak walk through the door? Get lost. Hurry up. My patience snapped. I pulled out my student ID and stared at him with absolute seriousness. First of all, I am a student of St. Sia Academy, which gives me every right to audition for this club. Second, I don't recall the drama club ever having a rule that based selection purely on physical appearance. Are you the president? Can you just casually alter the audition requirements? And third, take off those prejudiced glasses. Casually insulting someone's appearance just proves that you have absolutely no manners. The tall club member was completely dumbfounded. I didn't say another word, just staring him down fearlessly. Despite my ruined face, a sharp, undeniable aura radiated from me, locking him in place. The guy instantly ran out of words, stumbling back a step in intimidation. Fine, go in then, he grumbled, trying to recover his pride. You don't know your place. Even if I let you in, you're definitely going to fail. Ignoring his pathetic lack of manners, I simply replied with a calm, thank you. I snatched my registration form back from his hand and confidently strode inside. The audition process was straightforward. A written test, followed by a live interview. The written exam covered foundational knowledge about theatrical performance. Anyone who knew nothing about acting would definitely be completely lost. 5 years ago, I debuted as a singer, but my true passion had always been acting. So the contents of this written exam were incredibly easy for me. The entire examination room was dead silent, with everyone frowning and struggling through the complex questions. It took me a grand total of 5 minutes to finish. I stood up, walked to the front, and handed over my paper. The proctor stared at me in shock. You're already finished? I nodded calmly. What should I do next? The guy was completely flabbergasted. These questions weren't impossibly hard, but they absolutely weren't something you could casually finish in just 5 minutes. He pushed his glasses up his nose. Go wait in the main hall. From their seats, Sha Siming and Xu Zheng exchanged stunned glances. Sha Siming violently ground his teeth together, muttering furiously under his breath. How is he so fast? He's definitely cheating, or he just blindly guessed every answer. I let out a wide yawn, completely bored as I waited outside. It took a long time before people finally started trickling out of the classroom. The moment Sha Siming walked out, he immediately sneered at me. Did you seriously think all the questions were multiple choice? You think you can just blindly guess your way through this? How pathetic. Shui Zhang instantly backed him up. Do you think you're some kind of genius? It took everyone else 30 minutes to finish? But you just had to act tough. Just wait until the results are announced. You're going to completely humiliate yourself. I didn't say a word simply because I was too lazy to argue with idiots. About half an hour later, the results for the written exam were finally posted. The test results are out. We will select the top 20 candidates based on their scores, the staff member announced. When I call your name, please come line up here. Sha Ximing. Shui Zheng. Hearing their names, both of them turned to look at me with overwhelming arrogance. We'll be going ahead, Sha Ximing mocked. You are definitely getting eliminated. The staff member continued reading off the names one by one, and right up until the very end, my name was never called. Sha Ximing was practically bursting with triumph. See? I told you he'd be kicked out. He turned his head, raised his eyebrows at me with a sickeningly smug expression, and silently mouthed two words. Deserved it. Shu Zhang followed up by flipping me the middle finger. The two of them were completely reveling in my supposed failure. But right at that exact moment, another staff member rushed over frantically. Wait, we missed a name on the list. Sha Jie passed the written exam with a perfect score. The words dropped like a massive boulder into a quiet lake, sending shockwaves through the entire room. After 2 seconds of dead silence, the crowd erupted into shouts of absolute disbelief. A perfect score. Sha Ximing and Shui Zhang were completely paralyzed with shock. How is that even possible? I let out another lazy yawn. Now this was more like it. My perfect score and their terrified reactions were exactly what I had predicted. But I already announced the top 20 names, the first staff member said nervously. If we add him, that means we have to eliminate the person who ranked last. The staff member looked down, double-checked the list, and then looked up at Shui Zhang with an apologetic expression. I'm sorry. You have been eliminated. What? How could this happen? Shui Zheng trembled with sheer fury, his face turning an ugly shade of green. He glared at me with pure hatred. Without rushing, I calmly walked right up to him and mercilessly shoved him straight out of the line. I raised my hand and perfectly mimicked his earlier action, flipping him the middle finger right back. My apologies, I smirked. I accidentally pushed you down into the trash. Goodbye. Shui Zheng looked like he was about to explode from rage. Sha Siming had survived the cut, but seeing my arrogant display made his mouth twist in absolute fury. This was not how he imagined things going at all. The staff had already started clearing the room. Candidates eliminated in the first round. Please leave the premises. Shu Zheng shot me one final, venomous glare. I will remember this. Do you think passing a written test makes you special? With your nauseating, ugly face, you are definitely going to be eliminated in the interview. Just wait. Having completely lost face, he stormed out of the building. Meanwhile, far away from the chaos inside the president's private office, Ji Yanxi was lounging on the sofa with absolutely zero idle image, watching a drama on her tablet and laughing so hard she was hiccuping. Her phone suddenly rang. She glanced at the caller ID and immediately answered it, bursting into uncontrollable laughter before even saying hello. Ha ha ha. Oh Ching, you called at the perfect time. I have to recommend this super hilarious sitcom to you. It's killing me. Ha ha. While GNC was laughing out of her mind, Oh Ching remained completely expressionless on the other end of the line. GNC, if you laugh for one more second, I will leak your embarrassing photos to the media. Since GNC heavily valued her public reputation, she instantly stopped, quickly wiping the tears of laughter from her eyes. You're no fun. Why are you calling me anyway? The other end of the line fell dead silent for several seconds. Hello? Shi blinked her beautiful blue eyes, a giant imaginary question mark popping up over her head. Was this really her decisive, cold-blooded best friend? What was with this bizarre silence? Finally, Oh Ching cleared her throat, her voice completely flat. There's a guy named Sha Zhou. He applied for your drama club. What is his current status? I have no idea. Ji Yanxi replied honestly. They just finished the written exam. The interview segment hasn't even started yet. She sat up on the sofa, casually picking up the written exam score sheet the staff had just brought in, scanning through the names. Suddenly she paused. Wait a minute, Who is Xiaozhou, and why do you care about him so much? Oh Qing's voice dropped to a freezing temperature. Which eye of yours saw me caring about him? If you don't care, why would you specifically call me? Ji Yanxi fired back. The last time I was filming and almost broke my leg, you didn't even bother to call me once. Forget it. Just pretend I never called, O King replied, preparing to hang up. Wait, wait, Ji Yanxi yelled, now completely confused. You're making my head spin. Are you telling me to give this Xiaozhou guy special treatment or what? O Qing paused again, her red lips curving slightly. Whatever you want. The call abruptly ended. Ji Yanxi stared at her phone, totally bewildered. What the hell did whatever you want even mean? Could somebody please explain what went on inside O Qing's head? Half an hour later, inside the massive performance hall, someone violently pushed the doors open, instantly silencing the noisy, chaotic room. Sorry. Thank you all for waiting. Ji Yanxi walked in with a dazzling, radiant smile. We will begin the interviews immediately. I followed the rest of the candidates who had passed the written test and took a seat inside. We watched as Ji Yanxi walked with light, elegant steps to the judge's center seat. Everyone around me was practically vibrating with excitement. Ji Yanxi turned and handed a stack of papers to an assistant. Pass these out. The documents were distributed one by one. I picked mine up and saw that it was a script, packed tightly with dense, complex lines. Judging from the dialogue, it seemed to be a historical drama. Everyone now holds a unique script, Ji Yanxi announced smoothly. The interview test is very simple. You have exactly 5 minutes to memorize these lines. Once time is up, you will be split into pairs for an acting battle. You must recite your lines back and forth with zero hesitation. The first person to pause or freeze up is instantly eliminated. The room exploded into panic. 5 minutes? To memorize this mountain of text? It was impossible. But Xia Ximing stared at the script in his hand, a smug, arrogant smirk spreading across his face. He had been the top literature student his entire life. Memorizing massive walls of text was an absolute breeze for him. Hey, Xia Zhe. Xia Ximing turned his head to look at me, raising an eyebrow in a direct challenge. Why don't we pair up and battle it out? Do you dare go against me? I shrugged carelessly. Whatever. Ji Yanxi crossed her arms and leaned back comfortably in her judge's chair. Is everyone ready? Your 5-minute countdown starts. Now. The performance hall instantly plunged into dead silence as everyone began frantically memorizing their lines. Meanwhile, Ji Yanxi poked the vice president standing next to her and lowered her voice to a whisper. Hey, which one is Xiaozhou? The guy sitting in the very back row. The vice president replied. Following the direction of his finger, Ji Yanxi's eyes locked onto me. In the next second, she violently slipped in her chair, nearly crashing straight onto the floor. No way, she had slipped and almost crashed to the floor. That guy has absolutely nothing to do with the word handsome. Her gorgeous best friend had kept her heart completely locked away for over a decade. Ji Yanxi used to jokingly wonder if O Qing even liked men. But to think O King actually favored this type of guy? It was truly impossible to understand. Back in the room, the 5 minutes vanished in a flash. 30 seconds left, the staff announced. Those who have finished memorizing, please hand in your scripts. Xia Ximing stood up, brimming with absolute confidence, and marched forward to submit his pages. Turning around, he noticed I was still deeply focused, utilizing the final few seconds to review my lines. He strode right over and violently snatched the script straight out of my hands. What the hell are you doing? I snapped. I was furious. My intense concentration instantly shattered. Didn't you hear there are still a few seconds left? I'm just kindly helping you hand it in, you ungrateful freak. Xia Ximing sneered, raising an eyebrow with malicious delight. You couldn't memorize it, could you? Did you honestly think acting was that easy? If you don't have the talent, don't force it. Just surrender now and save yourself the embarrassment. My heart remained completely calm. In fact, I found his arrogance almost laughable. The acting battles officially began. Pairs of candidates faced off, rapidly firing lines at each other. The room devolved into absolute chaos. Barely 2 minutes in, people were already freezing up and getting eliminated left and right. Xia Ximing and I stepped up to face each other. Staring at my ruined, scarred face, he radiated an overwhelming aura of arrogant superiority before we even spoke a word. Setting aside his actual acting skills, based purely on physical appearance, he genuinely believed he was completely out of my league, and to completely crush my spirit, he instantly launched into fast-forward mode the moment our battle began. His mouth moved like a machine gun, rapidly firing off his dialogue in a blatant display of dominance. I simply raised an eyebrow and seamlessly fired back, reciting my lines flawlessly. My speed perfectly matched his. In fact, my delivery was even sharper. Xia Saming began to panic. What was his next line? His brain suddenly completely short-circuited. The color instantly drained from his face, turning deathly pale as his rapid-fire pacing began to slow down. He had been too greedy, too desperate to show off. Crap, crap. I'm right at the part I can't remember. Was he actually going to lose? But just as he was about to collapse, in the very next second, I suddenly froze. My entire body locked up mid-sentence. I had slipped up. Xia Saming excitedly whipped his head around, screaming at the judge. Look, he choked. He lost. Look, he choked. He loses, shoutedly shouted at the judge. The judge simply stared back at him, calmly pushing his glasses up the bridge of his nose. Student, I think you are severely mistaken. Mistaken about what? Xia Siming yelled indignantly, pointing a vicious finger directly at me. He clearly just completely froze. Are you blind? How are you even qualified to be a judge? Are you openly, blatantly rigging this competition right in front of everyone? Xia Siming's tone was incredibly aggressive. His arrogant, overbearing attitude instantly infuriated the judge. I am warning you, you had better watch your mouth. Every corner of this performance room is covered by security cameras. Student Xiaozhou didn't choke or pause. He simply finished reciting every single line on his script. What do you mean froze him? Are you completely brain damaged? What? He finished. Xia Saming staggered back. How is that even possible? His mouth opened and closed silently, utterly unable to process reality. He had only managed to memorize about 2/3 of the script, but I had flawlessly recited the entire thing? That massive wall of text? What kind of monster memory did I have? Watching Xia Saming stand there paralyzed with absolute shock, completely speechless, I offered a slight smile. With an expression of pure nonchalance, I casually broke the silence. My apologies, I won again. Xia Siming looked like he was going to vomit blood from sheer fury. He had actually lost to me, again. So what if you finished your lines before me? He shouted, desperately trying to save his bruised ego. This competition isn't about speed. Before you finished, I didn't make a single mistake either. At worst, this is a tie, he continued, puffing out his chest with self-righteous arrogance. Besides, the drama club isn't just about memorization. Appearance is absolutely critical. Xiaojie, why don't you look in a mirror and see what kind of monstrous freak you are right now? Even if you somehow crawl your way into the drama club looking like that, what role could you possibly play? What role I play is none of your concern, I replied coldly. The indisputable fact is, you lost. Xia Saming glared at me with venomous hatred. By this time, the chaotic noise in the rest of the room had gradually died down. The victors of the other battles had already emerged. Everyone turned their heads toward us, whispering among themselves. That ugly freak is way too arrogant, someone muttered from the crowd. He just got lucky and won once. What is he so proud of? Poor Siming, getting bullied by a hideous monster. When did I ever bully Xia Siming? I thought to myself, rolling my eyes at their blinding bias. Up at the judge's table, Ji Yanxi rested her chin on her hand, watching the escalating drama between me and Xia Siming with deep, undeniable interest. All right, listen up. All right, quiet down, Ji Yanxi announced, standing up from her chair. At this point, the victors are quite clear. During your acting battles, I was observing everyone very closely. Now, I am going to officially select the 3 candidates I believe are the most suitable to join the drama club. The first person, Luo Mingyao. Ji Yanxi pointed to a delicately beautiful girl in the front row. No one was surprised by Luo Mingyao's selection. Just like Xia Siming, she was a minor model in the entertainment industry and already had a solid fan base online. I glanced at Luo Mingyao and pressed my lips together. The second person, Ling Ran. The girl named Ling Ran looked like she had just won the ultimate lottery, her eyes shining with pure disbelief-filled joy. As for the third and final spot, Ji Yanxi deliberately shifted her gaze directly toward my side of the room, flashing a brilliantly radiant smile. Student Xia Siming, welcome to our drama club. I was completely stunned. Why him? I clearly crushed him in the battle. Xia Siming was equally paralyzed with shock. After choking on his lines, he clearly hadn't expected Ji Yanxi to actually save him. This glorious victory had simply fallen right out of the sky. Thank you, President Ji, he shouted, trembling with excitement. I promise I will work incredibly hard. Even though the surrounding candidates had just been ruthlessly rejected, they immediately swarmed around him to shower him with flattery. Seeming, congratulations, that's amazing, the rightful star was chosen. Let's go celebrate after school. You're definitely paying. Xia Ximing laughed so hard his face practically split in half. No problem. Everything is on me. Standing alone in the crowd, my hands slowly curled into tight, bitterly unwilling fists. Wait a minute, I shouted just as Ji Yanxi turned to leave. She paused, looking back at me with an expression of absolute innocence. I slowly uncurled my trembling fists and stared directly into her eyes. Why? I clearly won that battle. Student, I am truly sorry, but I never once stated that this was a speed memorization contest. Ji Yanxi replied smoothly. The acting battle you just performed was simply a reference point for my evaluation. Winning or losing that specific duel does not directly dictate the final recruitment results. She spread her hands in a graceful gesture of helplessness. Furthermore, the drama club's recruitment this time serves a very specific, urgent purpose. During summer vacation, our club will be embarking on a massive multi-city performance tour. We are recruiting new members specifically to fill several crucial roles for that exact tour. The unspoken, brutal truth hanging in the air was painfully clear. She simply couldn't find a single role on that stage meant for a monster with my ruined face. On the surface, Ji Yanxi seemed playful and carefree, but she was actually incredibly sharp and experienced in the industry. She absolutely could not jeopardize the club's massive summer tour just to be fair to one person. I bit my lower lip, feeling the blood in my veins run completely ice cold. I was unwilling, furiously bitter, yet utterly helpless. It was true. Who asked me to be cursed with this horrifying face? What use was raw, undeniable talent? This was a society that solely worshipped beauty. Ji Yanxi gave me one final, sympathetic glance. Maybe next time. If a truly suitable role ever opens up, I will make an exception and recruit you. With those empty words, she turned and walked away. Xia Siming's mouth twisted into a sickeningly triumphant grin. He crossed his arms and looked down at me with supreme arrogance. Did you see reality clearly now? So what if your memory is better and faster than mine? What useless good does that do you? The only thing you can blame is your unbelievably ugly face. I furrowed my brows tightly. And please don't glare at me with those terrifying eyes, Xia Siming mocked, dramatically shivering. I'm afraid I'll have nightmares tonight. Trying to challenge me? You're 1,000 years too early. Just like I told you before, you will spend the rest of your pathetic life crushed firmly beneath my feet. The surrounding crowd eagerly piled on, desperate to please their new star. Exactly. An ugly freak is just an ugly freak. Stop dreaming about a comeback. If you look like a monster, just lock yourself in a library and read a book. Stop coming out here and embarrassing yourself. Xia Ximing was practically glowing with joy. Let's go, everyone. I'm in a fantastic mood today. I'm taking you all out for a massive feast. As he walked toward the exit, he turned his head back to me, enunciating every single word with venomous delight. Bye-bye, my pathetic, defeated loser. My anger was practically tearing through the roof, but he had barely taken 2 steps out the door when someone in the corridor suddenly screamed in shock. Oh my God, it's the eldest miss of the O family. Xia Ximing's face instantly lit up with wild, desperate surprise. Miss O, he immediately abandoned his massive crowd of sycophants and aggressively shoved his way forward to intercept her. A year ago, Xia Ximing had briefly worked as a minor spokesperson for a small web game developed by O King's Corporation. He had seen her from a distance exactly once. Even back then, he had been completely captivated by this girl who commanded the room with the terrifying, flawless aura of an absolute queen. Xia Ximing quickly adjusted his face into a picture-perfect charming smile and spoke with extreme caution. Wu Qing, do you still remember me? Xia Ximing was undeniably handsome, but O Qing merely cast a cold, disinterested glance his way, immediately finding his presence incredibly irritating. Xia Ximing couldn't hide the desperate excitement, trembling in his voice. I'm Xia Ximing from the first year. Actually, exactly a year ago, we met once at the BT Group headquarters. Do you remember? O Qing simply crossed her arms and shot him a look of supreme, icy disdain. What exactly makes you think you are worth remembering? The charming smile instantly shattered on Xia Ximing's face, turning ghastly pale. He forced out a terribly awkward, trembling laugh. It's fine if you don't remember. We can take our time and slowly get to know each other. Where exactly do you get your delusion? O Qing replied frostily. What makes you think I have the slightest interest in slowly getting to know you? Xia Ximing's face could no longer just be described as pale. It twisted into an expression of utter, humiliating agony. The surrounding crowd gasped, a massive wave of collective shock sweeping through the hall. The eldest miss of the O family was famously arrogant and untouchable, but the guy standing right in front of her was practically a celebrity. The rumors were absolutely true. The school's ice queen was completely merciless, remaining utterly unmoved even when faced with a famously handsome idol like Xia Ximing. Desperate to break the suffocating tension, a bespectacled drama club member nervously scurried over. Miss O, what brings you to our drama club today?" O Qing's cold gaze lightly swept across the room, not lingering on a single face. "Where is Ji Yanxi?" The bespectacled guy quickly answered. "Our president actually just left 5 minutes ago. Should I go run and call her back for you?" Standing off to the side, I violently gritted my teeth. I didn't know why, but from the exact moment O Qing appeared, an overwhelming, suffocating sense of embarrassment and shame had washed over me. Standing here, looking like this, I felt like an absolute, pathetic joke. O Qing must definitely think I was a joke too, bringing this terrifying, ruined face to confidently audition for the glamorous drama club, only to end up standing here like a defeated stray dog. Unable to bear it a second longer, I spun around and quickly fled through the drama club's back exit. Even though her gaze wasn't explicitly focused on me, O Qing's sharp peripheral vision perfectly captured my lonely, retreating silhouette, fading into the hallway. Miss O, the glasses guy, noticing O Qing suddenly go completely silent, cautiously spoke up again to check on her. O Qing immediately started walking toward the exit. "No need." Seeing her leaving, Xia Ximing desperately chased after her. "Wait, my friends and I are about to go out to eat, to celebrate my official acceptance into the drama club. Why don't you come with us?" The surrounding crowd of Xia Ximing's lackeys immediately launched their ultimate desperate assist. "Yeah, Miss O, you should definitely join us. If only you had come 10 minutes earlier. The acting battle just now was incredibly exciting. Yeah, there was this incredibly ugly freak named Xia Zhe. Siming completely crushed him in seconds. It was so satisfying to watch." O Qing hadn't slowed her pace in the slightest, completely ignoring their noise. But the exact second she heard my name, her elegant footsteps came to a sudden freezing halt. Xia Ximing was absolutely overjoyed. Was the Ice Queen actually tempted? He desperately unleashed what he firmly believed was his maximum charm, flashing a dazzling idol-tier smile at her. "O Qing, come on, just join us." O Qing slowly turned around, staring right through him. "What did you just say your name was?" "Xia Ximing," he answered, practically trembling with uncontrollable excitement. O Qing gave him a long, incredibly dangerous stare. "Very well, I will remember you." Dropping that single, chilling sentence, O Qing turned and walked away without looking back once. The surrounding crowd instantly erupted into chaotic, envious cheering. "Oh my God! Did you guys hear what the Ice Queen just said? There is definitely a massive spark there. Being handsome is basically a superpower. Hey, Ximing, when you become the O family's official son-in-law, do not forget about us brothers." Xia Ximing's heart was practically soaring through the clouds, swelling with sickening pride. That sentence absolutely proved she was deeply interested in him. He secretly grinned with arrogant triumph. One day, he was absolutely going to conquer her and become O Qing's publicly recognized boyfriend. Meanwhile, far away from their delusions, I had already walked out of the building, my mind a swirling mess of complex, agonizing emotions. Losing to a talentless hack like Xia Ximing, I just couldn't accept it. It was completely unfair. Damn it! I furiously kicked the dirt path in front of me. Suddenly, a familiar icy voice drifted over from the shadows. "Are you trying to dig a grave right here? And bury yourself in it?" I snapped my head up in shock, staring wildly at O Qing, who was standing just a few feet away. Her beautifully flawless face was just as infuriatingly perfect as ever. Every single time she opened her mouth, absolute venom spewed out. "I'm digging a hole so I can bury you first," I snapped back defensively. O Qing's red lips curled into a faint, dangerous smirk. She confidently stepped forward, slowly closing the distance between us. "What are you doing?" I stammered, instinctively stepping backward until my spine slammed heavily against the thick trunk of a massive tree. I was completely trapped, with absolutely nowhere left to retreat. I was totally dumbfounded. O Qing was now standing mere inches away from my face. The warm spring sunlight was incredibly bright, and the gentle wind rustled the leaves above, creating a soft, peaceful whispering sound. The sunlight filtered through the thick branches, scattering mottled, glowing golden halos across Oh Ching's stunningly beautiful face. Looking at her up close like this, she was breathtakingly gorgeous. Oh Ching slowly raised her head, her deep, piercing eyes locking directly onto mine. Her voice was unusually soft, almost impossibly gentle. "Why are you in such a terrible mood?" In the quiet shade, I could clearly hear the deafening sound of my own heartbeat, steadily accelerating with every passing second. Was the Ice Queen actually caring about me? Pure panic instantly flooded my mind. I desperately threw my hands up, trying to hide my scarred, ugly face from her gaze. But before I could cover myself, Oh Ching suddenly reached out and firmly gripped my wrists. She raised a delicate, flawless eyebrow. "What are you so nervous about?" She leaned in even closer, so dangerously close she could perfectly see the sheer, frantic panic swirling in my eyes. "Xiaja, you are terrible at hiding your thoughts. Don't tell me you actually thought I was genuinely caring about you?" The corners of Oh Ching's mouth suddenly hooked into a cold, mocking smirk as she released my wrists and casually took a step back. She instantly reverted to her usual, brutally sharp-tongued self. "I am merely reminding you that no matter how pathetic your mood is, do not forget your place. Bebe is still at home, waiting for you to go back and serve her." I completely knew it, I thought, violently grinding my teeth in frustration. Oh Ching turned and started walking away. Noticing that I hadn't moved a muscle, she stopped, glanced over her shoulder, and spat out venomously. "Are you coming or not? Or do I need to hire a crew to carry your majesty back?" I know, I'm just born to be a miserable slave anyway," I muttered, sprinting forward to catch up with her. As we walked, my mind helplessly drifted back to what had just happened. That was the very first time I had ever been that intimately close to a girl. My heart was still pounding wildly against my ribs. I must be completely losing my mind. The exact moment I drove our car into the lavish O family courtyard, Oh Ching's phone suddenly rang. She glanced at the caller ID, then shot me a cold, dismissive command. "You go inside first." I unbuckled my seatbelt, swung the car door open, and headed straight into the massive villa. Outside, Oh Ching answered the call. "Hi, Sister Oh Ching." A sickeningly sweet, overly cute voice chimed from the other end of the phone. "Guess who? Ji Yanxi? Do you honestly think my phone's caller ID is just for decoration?" Oh Ching replied coldly. "Why are you always so terrifyingly serious?" Ji Yanxi whined playfully. "Speak if you have actual business. If not, I'm hanging up." "Wait, I have business. I just heard from my manager that your company is the primary investor for my next movie. I felt it was absolutely critical to call you and deeply reminisce about our beautiful many years of sisterly love. Please invest a little more. I know you have absolute mountains of cash." The exact size of the investment would directly dictate the quality of Ji Yanxi's daily meals and living conditions on set for the entire shoot. Because of this, the gluttonous idol took this negotiation incredibly seriously. "Your next movie, you mean the film Secret Love?" Oh Ching asked. "Exactly." Ji Yanxi snapped her fingers enthusiastically on the other end of the line. Oh Ching nodded in perfect understanding, then coldly spat out 3 devastating words. "I am withdrawing my investment." What the hell? Ji Yanxi was completely paralyzed with shock. "Withdrawing? Why?" "Figure it out yourself," Oh Ching replied flatly. "How am I supposed to know what crazy phase your brain is going through right now?" Ji Yanxi screamed in despair. "Oh Ching, are you still my best sister or not? You're being so cold and totally unreasonable. Call me back when your brain finally starts working." Beep beep beep. The phone call abruptly died. Ji Yanxi collapsed backward onto her plush sofa, aggressively biting her knuckles in frustration. Where on earth had she completely offended the Ice Queen this time? Meanwhile, back inside the luxurious O family villa, I walked into the grand living room and found Bebe sitting on the sofa, completely engrossed in a handheld video game. "Bebe, what are you playing?" I asked. Bebe looked up, revealing an incredibly adorable, angelic smile. Bebe looked up from the screen, her face breaking into a bright, angelic smile. "Big brother," she chirped, happily waving the tablet at me. I leaned in to take a closer look and nearly dropped my jaw. Displayed perfectly across the screen were the words, "Winner, winner, chicken dinner." "You won!" My jaw practically hit the floor today. Bebe was playing Wilderness Showdown, an incredibly popular battle royale game developed by O King's company that had taken all of Asia by storm. My best friend An Chuan and I were obsessed with it. In fact, we had originally met Yun Fan through this exact game. The 3 of us constantly teamed up to play, but because our skills were pretty average, we rarely actually won a match. Yet right in front of my eyes, little Oh Bebe, a 6-year-old child, had just casually won a match like it was nothing. Bebe innocently shrugged her small shoulders. I'm getting ready to uninstall it. This game is way too easy. I instantly felt a million points of critical damage hit my pride. I was a teenager, and yet my gaming skills were literally worse than a kindergartner's. Just then, a tiny, incredibly fluffy kitten trotted over and affectionately rubbed its small body against Bebe's leg. "Whoa, what a cute kitten," I said, my eyes lighting up with pleasant surprise. "Bebe, where did this little guy come from? It's so adorable." Bebe gently scooped the kitten into her arms, softly playing with its little pink paws. It was a beautiful American shorthair, with white markings. "Her name is Meow Meow," Bebe explained. "Big brother, have you ever seen the Japanese anime called Chi's Sweet Home? Meow Meow is the exact same breed as Chi." My eyes instantly lit up with excitement. But wait, how come I didn't see her around the last few times I was here? "Meow Meow was sick for the past few days," Bebe said softly. "She's been staying at the pet hospital. We just brought her back home today." I couldn't resist the urge to lean in closer, desperate to pet the fluffy little creature. Bebe quickly spoke up, looking a little worried. "Be careful, big brother. Meow Meow is super fierce. She usually doesn't let anyone pet her, and she might even bite you." The moment Bebe's warning left her lips, Meow Meow leaned forward toward my hand. First, she cautiously sniffed my fingers. Then, to Bebe's surprise, she affectionately rubbed her tiny, soft head against my hand. In that instant, my tough guy heart completely melted into a puddle. I naturally reached out and gently picked Meow Meow up. Suddenly, an icy, familiar voice drifted down from the staircase above. As expected, creatures with the same level of intelligence naturally flocked together. A stupid human and a stupid cat. What a perfect match. My eyelid twitched violently. I angrily turned my head to glare up the stairs. "Oo Ching, who are you calling stupid?" Whoever answered the question, Oh Ching replied, gracefully descending the stairs and taking a seat on the sofa. She elegantly crossed her long legs and slightly raised her arrogant, beautiful eyes. "Did you come here just to play with the cat?" "I was just about to go make something for Bebe to eat," I shot back. "Am I not allowed to take a tiny break?" Despite my annoyance, I couldn't resist gently rubbing Meow Meow's soft little head one last time before finally standing up and heading into the kitchen. Over the past few days, I had spent my time at home actively researching and perfecting various visually appealing and delicious children's meals. Every single day, I tried to cook something new and exciting for Bebe. I didn't know why, but seeing Bebe's eyes light up with pure joy gave me an incredible sense of accomplishment. After finishing the cooking, I returned to the living room, sat back down on the sofa, and started playfully teasing the kitten again. Without realizing it, my voice had naturally softened into a gentle baby talk tone. "You're so cute." Oh Ching sat expressionless at the dining table, gracefully cutting into the premium steak her maid had just served. Her sharp eyes shifted slightly, casting a cold, disdainful side glance at the grinning idiot on her sofa. "Sha zhe. What is wrong with you?" she demanded. "Put away that disgusting voice of yours. You're ruining my appetite." My bright smile instantly completely froze. What did she mean, disgusting voice? 5 years ago, I debuted as a professional singer. The media had literally praised my voice, calling it an angelic sound from heaven. Even though I had spent the last 5 years disguised as an ugly freak, my voice was just as flawless as ever. How did it magically become disgusting the moment it reached O King's ears? Over the past few days, not only did I have to come to the O family villa to cook for Bebe, but the date for my mother's surgery was also rapidly approaching. Because of all this, I had been incredibly busy lately, and my mind was constantly on high alert. I didn't stay at the O house long today, leaving early to handle my own matters. Speaking of the surgery, we had started processing my mother's hospital admission paperwork yesterday. If everything went smoothly, she would officially be admitted the day after tomorrow. As long as my mother could safely be admitted and successfully complete the surgery, all the humiliation and suffering I had endured at the Xia family's hands would finally be worth it. On Saturday, I drafted a detailed shopping list and headed to the supermarket, preparing to buy all the essential supplies my mother would need during her hospital stay. I pushed my shopping cart down the aisle, my head lowered as I carefully checked the items off my list. Just then, a girl wearing a baseball cap walked briskly around the corner, seemingly in a huge rush, and accidentally bumped hard into my arm. She immediately turned her head. "Oh, I'm so sorry," but the exact moment she saw my face, she completely froze. I was equally stunned. The girl standing right in front of me was Luo Mingyao. She was one of the 3 candidates who had successfully been selected for the drama club just yesterday. But more importantly, she was my class president from elementary school. Back in 6th grade, I actually thought the class president was incredibly cute, and I even harbored a secret crush on her for a while. Later on, I became a massive superstar. Loi Mingyao, who was also quite pretty, was eventually scouted by a talent agent and signed to the exact same entertainment company as me. You could say that Luo Mingyao had personally witnessed my entire journey, how an ordinary elementary school student rapidly transformed into the national idol. Summer. She also witnessed how a horrific car crash supposedly ruined my face, turning me into a hideous monster who was subsequently blacklisted and hidden away by the company. The only thing she didn't know was the truth. My face was never ruined. I was framed by the company and forced into wearing this ugly disguise to survive. What a coincidence, I said, forcing a slightly awkward smile. We meet again. Lu Minyao slowly looked me up and down. Staring at my scarred, ugly appearance, her tone became noticeably dismissive and patronizing. Summer, you've really fallen so far. You look so pathetic now. I actually recognized you yesterday at the drama club, she continued smoothly. But because of the company's strict non-disclosure agreement, I managed to hold back and not expose your true identity in front of everyone. Well then, I suppose I should thank you, I replied evenly. No need to thank me, Luo Mingyao said, waving her hand dismissively. Her brows furrowed slightly as she deliberately took a step back, physically distancing herself from me. I just hope that in the future, when we're at school, you can pretend you don't know me. After all, your current appearance is truly hideous, and I am already a recognized public figure. If rumors start spreading that I have any sort of connection with an ugly freak like you, it would severely damage my reputation. Do you understand? I stood there feeling an overwhelming mix of awkwardness and profound embarrassment. I had naively believed that Luo Mingyao was a genuinely good person, a bright little son. We had been in the same class since 1st grade, and later joined the same company as priority trainees. I clearly remembered that during the year I was insanely popular, Luo Mingyao constantly went out of her way to flatter me and stay close. But look at her now. Hearing her cruel, calculated words, whatever remaining fondness I had for her instantly plummeted to absolute zero. I gave her a cold, distant glance, not bothering to say another word. I gripped the handle of my shopping cart, ready to walk away. Luo Mingyao clearly hadn't expected me to react with such chilling indifference. Summer, she called out, her tone laced with poorly hidden arrogance. Wait, no. I should call you Sha Jie now. Did you suddenly forget that you used to have a massive crush on me back in elementary school? They always say a guy's first love is unforgettable. Acting all cold and indifferent now, you're just trying to attract my attention, aren't you? I was completely speechless. When did Luo Mingyao become this unbelievably narcissistic? Just as I was about to fire back, another figure strolled down the aisle toward us. Mingyao? You just came to grab Hot Pot Base, what's taking so long? Ximing is already waiting at the checkout counter, and he's getting impatient. It was Xue Zheng. Seriously, I need to start checking an almanac before I leave the house, I thought with a heavy sigh. Luo Mingyao turned around, a packet of Hot Pot Base in her hand. Sorry, I just ran into an old classmate, so I got slightly delayed. An old classmate? Xu Zhang's gaze shifted to me, his lips instantly curling into a nasty, mocking sneer. Well, if it isn't our school's famous ugly freak, you two used to be classmates. Mingyao, I feel so sorry for you. Shui Zheng puffed out his chest, completely dripping with arrogance. I heard you got ruthlessly rejected by the drama club. Just like I said, if a freak like you could actually get selected, I'd live stream myself eating a keyboard. He then turned back to Luo Mingyao, his eyes narrowing with sudden suspicion. Speaking of which, what exactly were you two just talking about? Luo Mingyao quickly rushed over to pacify him. Oh, don't tell me you're actually jealous of him. Just look at his face. Even though I heard he used to have a huge crush on me, I swear I have never ever had the slightest feeling for him. Xu Zheng aggressively pulled Loi Mingyao behind him, glaring at me furiously. Listen to me, you hideous freak. I took a deep, exhausted breath, silently cursing my absolute garbage luck. I am warning you, Xu Zheng barked. Lu Mingyao and I grew up together. We are childhood sweethearts, and she is my girlfriend. From the time she was a kid until now, she has only ever loved me. Shaja, if you ever try to steal my woman, I'll hire people to completely destroy you. Good lord, how do people this delusional actually exist? I thought, absolutely flabbergasted. I took a few deep breaths to calm myself before finally speaking. I'm sorry, but I have absolutely zero interest in your girlfriend. Zero interest. Shuizheng pressed forward aggressively. If you have zero interest, why were you harassing her and talking to her for so long? I can tell you're completely full of malicious intentions. Why don't you look in a mirror and see what kind of garbage you actually are? A disgusting toad desperately dreaming of eating swan meat. The corner of my mouth twitched violently. This Shuizheng and Luo Mingyao really were a perfect match. Their shared stench of arrogance was so overwhelming it was nauseating. Shuizheng, is your brain severely damaged? I snapped. Do you honestly think everyone in the world has standards as pathetically low as yours? Hey, what the hell is that supposed to mean? Luo Mingyao instantly shrieked, deeply offended. Are you saying any guy who likes me has low standards? I dare you to say that again. Shui Zheng furiously rolled up his sleeves, looking like he was ready to physically attack me. Even though it was currently 2 against 1, my stubborn temper completely flared up. Once my temper ignited, absolutely no one could stop me. I was talking about both of you, I shot back loudly. One is a snob who judges everyone by their looks, and the other is a delusional narcissist. You two really are a match made in heaven. The two idiots across from me were instantly enraged. Originally, Luo Mingyao had been trying to hold Shui Zheng back, but after hearing my insult, her fragile ego was completely shattered. Abandoning all pretense, she aggressively pointed her finger right in my face. Sha Jia, who the hell do you think you are? Are you seriously going to stand there and lie, saying you never liked me? Back then, who was the one bringing me breakfast every single morning? Who was constantly passing me notes during class? Who did all my cleaning chores for me? It was you, you disgusting, hypocritical liar. So what if I did? I replied coldly. Everything you just said happened years ago, and listen closely. I already have a girl I like, and she is 180 times better than you. So could both of you please stop aggressively barking and following me around like rabid dogs? A girl you like? Luo Mingyao sneered sarcastically. Haha, please enlighten us. What kind of girl is supposedly better than me? You're just a pathetic loser suffering from sour grapes. Shui Zheng smugly wrapped his arm around Luo Mingyao's waist, deliberately flaunting her in front of me. My girlfriend is the most beautiful. The girl I like is 10,000 times prettier than Luo Mingyao. I shot back without hesitation. And she's the undeniable school beauty. My girlfriend has an amazing figure, Shui Zheng challenged. The girl I like is 175 centimeters tall, elegant, and possesses absolute supermodel proportions. My girlfriend is wealthy. The girl I like not only comes from a massive corporate family, but she also started her own highly successful company at a young age. The absolute last thing she lacks is money. Wait a minute. I blinked, suddenly realizing something completely terrifying. Why did it feel like, when I combined all those hyper-specific details together, they perfectly described exactly one person? Xue Zheng and Luo Mingyao exchanged a stunned look before Luo Mingyao turned back to me with an expression of absolute, mocking disbelief. Sha Jia, don't tell me the person you're talking about is Miss O Qing. At this point, I was fully committed to the lie. I furiously doubled down. Yes, exactly, so what? I just like O Qing. O Qing is 10,000 times better than you. Amitabha, Lord Buddha, please forgive me. I prayed frantically in my head. Anyway, O Qing isn't even here. So what's the harm in using that terrifying ice block as a temporary shield? I was just secretly congratulating myself on my brilliant improvised defense, when, out of the corner of my eye, I caught a glimpse of an incredibly noble, elegant figure. Wait a minute. Why does that person look exactly like O Qing? That freezing, expressionless face, even from this distance, I could perfectly feel her overwhelming, untouchable aura. If that wasn't O Qing, who was it? But why on earth was she here? Why would a massive corporate boss like her personally go grocery shopping in a normal supermarket? This was way too much of a coincidence. Xue Zheng and Luo Mingyao were completely unaware that the actual O Qing was currently standing right behind them. Hearing my bold declaration, the two of them burst into hysterical, uncontrollable laughter. Oh my god, this is definitely the funniest joke of the century, Luo Mingyao gasped, holding her stomach. This hideous freak actually claims he likes the Ice Queen. I can't breathe. Let me laugh for a second. How can a man be this delusionally insane? I desperately lowered my head, staring blankly at the tips of my shoes. What do? I absolutely did not dare to look up right now. My mind was completely overloaded with a screaming, flashing warning. Oh Ching is here! Oh Ching is here. Someone please just stab me and end my suffering. Shui Zheng arrogantly crossed his arms and stepped forward, sweeping a disgustingly condescending look over my entire body. Xia Zhe, what exactly gives you the right to like Miss O? A supreme goddess of her caliber is absolutely not someone an ugly freak like you is even allowed to look at. You're not even fit to carry Miss O's shoes. Shui Zheng sneered. I was completely distracted, my fighting spirit having completely evaporated the second I spotted O Qing. Seeing my sudden silence, Shui Zheng arrogantly assumed I was terrified of him and aggressively pressed his advantage. I am warning you right now. Miss O is going to be Ximing's girlfriend. A disgusting freak like you has absolutely zero right to even compare yourself to Ximing. Exactly. Luo Mingyao chimed in with a cold laugh. You're shouting so loudly, acting like just because you supposedly like Miss O, she would ever actually like you back. Who on earth would ever like a hideous monster like you? She would have to be completely blind. I completely tuned out their insults, my brain furiously calculating my escape route. Should I just run away right now? If I manage to escape, can I just play dumb the next time I see O Qing? Because I was completely silent, trapped in my own internal panic. Shui Zheng completely lost his temper. Xia Zhe, you absolute moron. Are you pretending you can't hear me when I'm talking to you? He furiously raised his arm, ready to slap me right across the face. He was still incredibly bitter about being eliminated from the drama club because of me, and today, I had basically delivered myself right to his doorstep. Xu Zheng, what exactly do you think you are doing? An incredibly cold, chilling voice sliced through the air. Xu Zheng's raised hand froze instantly in midair. Miss O? O Qing's flawlessly beautiful face was currently clouded by a thin, terrifying layer of absolute darkness. Her pitch-black eyes stared silently at him, radiating a bone-chilling cold that felt like freezing ice. What a terrifying gaze, without a single word. O Qing simply raised her hand. Instantly, a massive bodyguard in a black suit stepped out from the shadows. Without a moment's hesitation, the bodyguard delivered two vicious, brutal kicks directly into Shui Zheng's stomach. Shui Zheng let out a strangled gasp of pain and violently crashed backward into the nearby supermarket shelves, sending products flying everywhere. Luo Mingyao shrieked in panic and desperately rushed over to help Shui Zheng up from the floor. She was terrified and angry, but she absolutely didn't dare raise her voice at O King. Seeing her boyfriend brutally beaten, she forced a pathetic, trembling smile. Miss O? Shui Zheng didn't really do anything wrong, did he? Why would you have him beaten like that? O Qing slightly raised her elegant chin, her eyes filled with absolute indifferent disdain. He is too ugly. He was offending my eyes. She paused, her voice dripping with terrifying authority. Is that a problem? Xu Zheng stared at her in absolute shock. He had been praised as a handsome guy his entire life. Ugly? Where was he ugly? Ha ha! Watching Shui Zheng turn purple with rage, completely unable to utter a single word in his defense, I desperately wanted to burst out laughing. I violently bit down on my lower lip, trying with all my might to hold it in, but my shoulders were uncontrollably shaking up and down. Shui Zheng's face instantly turned ghastly pale as a terrifying, undeniable realization finally hit him. O Qing stood there with her arms crossed, looking down at Shui Zheng like he was nothing more than an insect. Are you going to get out of here on your own, or do I need my people to throw you out? Miss O, I don't understand what you mean, Xu Zheng stammered, trembling violently. You don't understand? The overwhelming, suffocating aura of a true apex predator radiated naturally from O Qing. She let out a cold, chilling laugh. Xia is my person. What kind of garbage do you think you are, daring to bully him over and over again right in front of my face? Miss O said what? Xia is her person? What exactly did that mean? Shui Zheng staggered backward, so utterly terrified he couldn't even form a coherent sentence. Miss O, are you completely insane? It's just Xiazhou, Luo Mingyao shrieked in absolute disbelief, furiously pointing her finger at me. This hideous freak isn't even worthy of standing in the same room as you. Miss O, you're completely degrading your own status. Xiazhou is just... Before Luo Mingyao could finish her screaming rant, O Qing simply raised her hand again. The massive bodyguard instantly lunged forward and grabbed Luo Mingyao by the collar, lifting her entirely off the ground. In the next second, a brutal, merciless punch slammed directly into Luo Mingyao's incredibly narcissistic, pampered face. Luo Mingyao was instantly knocked completely unconscious. She crashed hard into the floor, violently knocking over a massive promotional display rack behind her. Hundreds of discounted products rained down, scattering chaotically all over the floor around her unconscious body. Groaning in intense pain, Luo Mingyao desperately clutched her swelling cheek and struggled to stand up. But before she could even find her balance, she was violently hauled up by her collar again. Another devastating punch instantly smashed into her face. Qing stood there, watching the brutality with absolute chilling indifference, like a god reigning over the life and death of all mortals. Her entire body radiated a terrifying, untouchable aura of absolute dominance. Ever since that exact moment when this pathetic woman had so viciously mocked Xia, ever since Luo Mingyao had shamelessly bragged about Xia having a crush on her back in elementary school, Qing had found her incredibly, overwhelmingly irritating. Thud, Luo Mingyao hit the floor again, gasping frantically for air through the intense pain. She completely failed to understand why Qing was ordering her bodyguard to beat her so mercilessly. In a sudden, desperate burst of anger, Luo Mingyao's temper finally exploded. How can you be so unreasonable and violent? I haven't even done anything to offend you. What right do you have to just come up and start beating people? What gives you the right? Hearing this, Qing looked like she had just heard the funniest joke in the world. She let out a cold, freezing laugh. My right? My right is that I am Qing. Those two simple words represented absolute, unquestionable power. In this city, no one dared to provoke her, and absolutely no one dared to question her. Luo Mingyao felt a suffocating knot of rage in her chest, yet she was utterly paralyzed by fear, not daring to utter a single word in response. Shui Zheng glared at me standing safely next to Qing, his face twisting into a hideous mask of jealousy and rage. Were we wrong? Isn't Xia just a hideous, disgusting freak? Miss O, why on earth are you constantly protecting such an ugly monster? Qing slowly leaned forward, her perfectly beautiful eyes completely devoid of warmth. Every single word she spoke dripped with a lethal, terrifying warning. If I ever hear the words ugly freak come out of your mouths ever again, I absolutely guarantee that I will make both of your lives a living, unending hell. If you don't believe me, I highly encourage you to try. Shui Zheng and Luo Mingyao violently shuddered in terror. All traces of their previous arrogance and viciousness instantly vanished without a trace. The two of them cowered together on the floor, looking exactly like two pathetic, beaten stray dogs. This scene was incredibly satisfying. I couldn't help but stare at them for a few extra seconds. Now, get out of my sight immediately. The moment the Ice Queen issued her final command, Luo Mingyao and Shui Zheng practically scrambled over each other, desperately struggling to their feet. Shui Zheng shot me one final venomous glare through gritted teeth before he supported the severely beaten Lu Mingyao, and the two of them limped away in complete humiliation. I let out a massive, exhausted sigh of relief. Looking at the incredibly noble, flawless girl standing right beside me, I suddenly felt as though something heavy in my chest had been gently knocked open. Today, the beautiful hero had dramatically swooped in to save the damsel in distress. My heart felt incredibly warm. Suddenly, Qing's normally terrifying, expressionless face didn't seem quite so irritating anymore. Qing, thank you, I said, offering her a genuine, bright smile. Qing scoffed, casting a cold, disdainful glance my way. Do you honestly think I care about your pathetic gratitude? Besides, Qing continued, her flawless face leaning slightly closer to mine, a mocking smirk playing on her lips. Xia, your taste in women back then was truly horrific. I instantly knew she was referring to the whole crush on Loi Mingyao incident. You heard all of that? That woman's voice was so obnoxiously loud. Qing replied flatly. I could hear her obnoxious shrieking from 800 meters away. I nervously rubbed my knuckles together, desperately trying to maintain my awkward smile. Actually, I feel like I really need to clarify something with you. Those things I said earlier. You don't need to explain anything. You can just pretend you never said them. Qing stared directly into my eyes, her voice uncharacteristically quiet. Pretend I never said which words? I asked. She was definitely asking even though she already knew the answer. I nervously lowered my head, my face burning. The part where I said I liked you. Please don't worry. I swear I only said those things to piss off Lui Minyao and Shui Zheng. I absolutely do not actually like you, and I promise I won't cause you any trouble. Qing's expression instantly darkened, turning visibly ugly. Besides, I added frantically, I genuinely already have a girl I like. The girl I like is the legendary hacker 07. Well, actually, I guess you can't exactly call it romantic love, but during the absolute lowest, darkest years of my life, this girl, whom I have never even met in person, became my absolute strongest pillar of mental support. Oh Ching tightly crossed her arms over her chest, immediately unleashing her lethal venomous tongue. Is that so? I would truly love to know which unfortunate, incredibly unlucky girl managed to catch your eye. I'm definitely not telling you. I shot back. Oh Ching looked even more intensely irritated now. Is this really your attitude toward the person who just saved your life? I couldn't help but laugh out loud. Oh please, calling you my lifesaver is way too dramatic, don't you think? Fine, the next time you get beaten to death in the street, I absolutely will not interfere. Dropping that freezing sentence, Oh Ching spun around and furiously marched away. I quickly chased after her, teasingly calling out, "Hey, wait, are you actually mad? Your tolerance is way too low." Oh Ching's face was covered in absolute unhidden displeasure. Get away from me. But I continued to follow her, my face plastered with a thick-skinned, shameless grin. Come on, to repay you for helping me vent my anger just now, I'll cook you an incredibly delicious meal. Who cares? Oh Ching sneered coldly. If you have so much free time, why don't you go prepare breakfast for that precious girl you supposedly like? Don't be like that. Tomorrow I'll go to the O family villa super early and help you take care of Bebe, I offered. O Ching continued her relentless, sarcastic mockery. I don't need your help. If you have so much free time, you should really go care about that girl you supposedly like. I started sweating nervously. Then, what exactly do you want me to do? O Ching suddenly stopped walking. She turned around and stared at me intensely with her dark, terrifying eyes. Write me a thank you letter. What? I was completely dumbfounded. A thank you letter? Are you joking right now? It is absolutely a thank you letter, Oh Ching declared, proudly raising her elegant chin. Her beautiful red lips parted as she ruthlessly issued her absolute commands. It must be completely handwritten. It must overflow with genuine, profound emotion. It must be exactly 3,000 words long. If you are missing even a single word, you are completely dead. I was absolutely pulverized by Oh Ching's incredibly bizarre, totally unpredictable thought process. A 3,000 word handwritten thank you letter. Should I just go ahead and order her a custom silk hero banner while I'm at it? I awkwardly twitched the corner of my mouth. Isn't 3,000 words a little bit excessive? Oh Ching's eyes instantly flashed with a terrifying lethal threat. Or perhaps you would prefer to try writing 5,000 words instead? Nope. I think 3,000 words sounds absolutely perfect. I squeaked instantly. Oh Ching withdrew her terrifying gaze, her expression returning to its usual icy coolness. Hand it to me on Monday. I painfully scrunched up my face. What kind of ridiculous punishment was this? Was Oh Ching seriously sent by heaven to save me, or just to ruthlessly torture me? By the way, how exactly did you end up here? I asked, suddenly remembering the bizarre coincidence. I just happened to pass by the entrance. Oh Ching replied flatly. Then, as if worried I might completely overthink the situation, she quickly added a highly detailed explanation. I was out running some errands today and brought Bebe along with me. When we drove past this supermarket, she started throwing a tantrum and demanding water. Oh, I see. I nodded. I was wondering how it could possibly be such a massive coincidence. Reaching out with her long, elegant fingers, Oh Ching casually selected a premium beverage from the shelf. She then turned around and casually tossed it directly into my shopping cart. Hurry up and grab your things, she ordered impatiently. Wait, are you seriously going to drive me home? I asked, stunned. It's just on the way. Oh Ching replied smoothly, casting a brief glance at the massive, incredibly long shopping list in my hand. I just don't want you collapsing from exhaustion on the side of the road before Monday. If you die, no one will hand in my thank you letter. I was absolutely overjoyed. Because my mother was being admitted to the hospital, I genuinely had a massive mountain of supplies to buy today. I had actually been incredibly stressed about how I was going to carry all this heavy stuff onto a public bus. Wait for me, I'll just be a second, I yelled happily. Meanwhile, inside the luxurious Ye family residence, Ji and Shi was frantically pacing back and forth, furiously complaining to Ye Wei. You tell me, what exactly does Oh Ching mean by this? Are we still best friends who grew up together or not? She just randomly decided to withdraw all her investment without any explanation. It's completely infuriating. Ye Wei sat calmly on the sofa, quietly reading a thick book. She slowly raised her eyes from the page and looked at the utterly frantic Ji and Shi. So, You genuinely have absolutely no idea why she did it. Oh my god. Please don't tell me you're acting like this too. Ji Yanxi groaned in absolute despair. Can you two please just speak normal human language that I can actually understand? If I knew why she did it, I wouldn't have run all the way over here to desperately ask you for help. I stayed up all night racking my brain, and I still can't figure out how I possibly offended her. My only logical guess is that because I am clearly much prettier than her, she has finally started to get insanely jealous of me. Yes, that absolutely must be it. Ye Wei offered a gentle, incredibly polite smile. Yangxi, if you ever want to get cast in another good movie for the rest of your life, I highly suggest you make sure Oh Ching never ever hears you say that sentence. Ji Yanxi immediately pouted, nervously twirling a strand of her hair. Fine, fine. Oh Ching is maybe a tiny, tiny bit prettier than me, but I am obviously vastly more adorable. We don't even have the same style. Ye Wei decided to stop speaking in riddles. During the drama club auditions yesterday, was there, by any chance, a male student named Xia Zhou participating? Yeah, I remember him perfectly. Ji Yanxi nodded. That guy has a terrifying amount of raw potential. But because I genuinely couldn't find a single role in our upcoming play that fit his unique appearance, I ultimately didn't select him. As Ji Yanxi spoke, her voice gradually grew quieter and quieter. Suddenly, her eyes widened in absolute shock as a massive realization finally struck her. Wait, don't tell me. Exactly as you just said. Ye Wei smiled softly. He is a boy with incredible potential. Physical appearance is merely temporary, but genuine talent and acting ability are far more important, aren't they? Your own massive fan base doesn't love you purely for your beautiful face, Yanxi. They love you because they genuinely respect and admire your incredible acting skills. Ye Wei gently guided her like a patient older sister, her voice incredibly warm and soothing. Wu Qing told you to call her back only when you finally figured it out. Do you understand now? Ji Yanxi's mind completely exploded with sudden clarity. I understand now, she yelled, instantly leaping off the plush sofa. Where are you going? Ye Wei called out. Back to the drama club. I need to call an emergency meeting immediately. Later that evening, shortly after returning home, I received a shocking phone call from the drama club. It was an official notification telling me to report to the club on Monday. Are you seriously telling the truth? I practically yelled into the phone. I was granted an exceptional admission. But why? We thoroughly reevaluated all the candidates, the staff member explained smoothly over the phone. We firmly believe that you possess an incredible amount of room for growth. If you don't mind the sudden change of plans, Student Shy, our drama club, would absolutely love to welcome you as an official member. I was completely ecstatic. It felt like I had miraculously recovered a priceless treasure I thought I had permanently lost. However, I deliberately maintained an incredibly calm, almost indifferent tone. I see. Let me think about it for a bit. Of course, we will eagerly await your callback, the staff member replied politely. The second I hung up the phone, I let out a wildly excited scream that sounded like a boiling kettle. I was absolutely thrilled. I didn't know exactly why, but managing to earn genuine recognition while wearing this hideous, scarred disguise gave me an unbelievable, overwhelming sense of true accomplishment. But just as I hung up the phone, it instantly started ringing again. It was Xia Ximing. The moment I answered, Xia Ximing's incredibly aggressive, furious voice exploded through the speaker. Xia, I heard absolutely everything. I was completely baffled. What exactly did you hear? The fact that the drama club gave you an exceptional admission, Xia Ximing roared, and everything that happened at the supermarket today, you had better explain yourself right now. What exactly is your relationship with Miss O? Speak. Who the hell do you think you are? I shot back instantly. Why on earth would I owe you any explanation? I casually sat down on the edge of my bed, completely unbothered, lazily swinging my legs back and forth. Don't think I don't know the truth, Xia Ximing screamed. The only reason you got that exceptional admission into the drama club is because Miss O specifically secured that spot for you. Otherwise, do you honestly think a hideous, terrifying monster like you could ever get into the drama club based on your own merit? You're completely dreaming. I completely froze. Was that actually true? The only reason I was miraculously accepted into the drama club was entirely because of Oh Ching's secret intervention? You shameless, disgusting freak, Xia Ximing continued to scream. Right as Xia Ximing was cursing me out enthusiastically, the dial tone of a hung-up call suddenly echoed from his phone. He pulled his phone away, looked at the screen, and almost spat blood from anger. Damn it! That ugly freak Xiaozhou actually dared to hang up on me? Driven mad by anger, Xia Ziming violently smashed his phone onto the floor. Hearing the commotion, Xia Zhongsheng and Yang Wenpei hurriedly knocked and entered the room. What's wrong? What happened? Mom, Dad, Xia Jie is deliberately going against me, Xia Ziming yelled. He recounted everything that happened at the convenience store, how Shui Zhen was publicly humiliated by O King. Xia Jie is definitely doing this on purpose. He clearly knows I like Miss O, so what right does he have to compete with me? What right does he have? Hearing this, Yang Wenpei immediately started cursing. He's an embarrassment. After hearing his son's complaints, Xia Zhongsheng's face was filled with complex emotions. Yang Wenpei pushed him, annoyed. Say something. Siming has been bullied by Jia Jia to this extent, and you're not going to do anything? Xia Zhongsheng sighed heavily. Actually, ever since Siming was in the hospital last time and a group of bodyguards suddenly rushed in, slapping people and smashing things, I felt things weren't that simple. What do you mean by that? Don't tell me you think Miss O sent those people to slap Siming at the hospital? How is that possible? Yang Wenpei screeched, her voice incredibly harsh and mean. With that face of his that makes people sick just looking at it, what woman would ever be interested in him? Absolutely impossible. Even if she liked someone, she should like our Siming. Xia Siming hopped up and down in anger. My mom is right. Is Xia Zhou even worthy? Xiao Zhongshang shook his head. Regardless, it's been almost a month since the car accident. I think we should find a chance to visit the O family and see the second Miss O. We can test the waters while we're there. Xia Siming's eyes lit up. I want to go too. The Xia couple was completely helpless against their precious son and had no choice but to agree. Fine, we'll take you. I opened the memo app on my phone and realized that there were only 2 months left until the contract ended, and my appearance was restored. Before I knew it, a whole month had passed by so quickly. The injury on Bebe's calf from the car accident was also almost completely healed. Did this mean the day I would leave O Qing and the O family was getting closer and closer? My chest felt a bit tight. I seemed to have gotten used to the smile of the little angel Bebe and even O Qing's venomous tongue. Habit truly is a terrifying thing. I arrived at the OE estate just like any other day. Bebe was resting upstairs after taking medicine for a cold. Oei Ching was watching TV, completely oblivious to my presence. I coughed lightly, walked over, and called out to her. O Ching rested her chin on one hand, her eyes shifting slightly to look at me, silently questioning. I received a call from the drama club, I said. I was originally eliminated, but they said they made an exception and accepted me. So, are you trying to get me to praise you for being amazing? No, I just wanted to ask. You didn't intervene in this, did you? Xia Zhou. Watch less of those melodramatic romance novels and don't randomly cast yourself as the male lead, O Ching said, changing her posture on the sofa, looking entirely aloof and superior. I have neither the time nor the interest to interfere in your affairs. Understand? You could have just said you didn't interfere. Was it really necessary to say it so harshly? I muttered under my breath. What did you say? I immediately chickened out. I didn't say anything. Ding dong, the doorbell rang. I'll go get the door. I turned and hurried away. O Qing's gaze followed my back the entire time. I ran outside, but as soon as I saw the figures standing at the door, the smile on my face instantly froze. Standing outside the villa were the 3 people I least wanted to see, and the ones who chilled my heart every time I saw them. Xia Siming, Yang Wenpei, and my own father. The weather today was terrible, with a light drizzle falling continuously from the sky. Yang Wenpei stepped forward, her voice filled with exasperation. What are you spacing out for? Hurry up and open the door for us. I pursed my lips, but still stepped forward and opened the door. Xia Siming shoved me hard. Get out of the way, you good dog, he said, strutting into the villa with incredible arrogance. I was irritated. Xia Siming was truly disgusting. O Qing naturally preferred quietness. Normally, the maids in the villa had fixed cleaning times and weren't around otherwise. But these 3 from the Xia family hadn't even called ahead before storming into the O family villa like this. The originally quiet atmosphere was instantly filled with the sound of nauseating flattery. Yang Wenpei plastered on a fawning smile. Miss O, we came without calling first. I hope we're not interrupting you? Xia Zhongsheng placed the nutritional supplements he brought onto the coffee table, smiling apologetically. And where is the second miss? We haven't seen her since the car accident. How is she recovering? Is Xia Zhou taking good care of her, Miss O? Xia Siming stared at O Qing nervously. and shifted her gaze to me standing not far away. Didn't I tell you not to just let anyone into the house? I spread my hands innocently. It wasn't me. They forced their way in. I couldn't stop them. Looking at the three of them, Oh Ching's eyes remained completely calm, her voice devoid of any emotion. Take your things and get out. Sha Zhengxiang looked extremely embarrassed and said awkwardly, Miss O, we don't have any other intentions. We just wanted to. I'll give you 10 seconds to consider whether you walk out yourselves or I have my people throw you out. Sha Ximing spoke up softly. My parents really came with good intentions. Please don't be angry. Oh Ching lifted her eyelids and gave him 3 words. You get out too. Sha Ximing's face instantly went pale, not expecting Oh Ching to give him absolutely zero face. Since Oh Ching hadn't given permission, the 3 of them didn't even dare to sit down. Sha Zhengxiang looked at me with pleading eyes. I looked away. Bai Bei is sick today and is resting upstairs. You probably won't be able to see her. Sha Zhengxiang nodded repeatedly, looking at Oh Ching again, speaking without much hope. I see. Miss O, I just wanted to talk to you about Xiao Zhou. Surprisingly, Oh Ching didn't immediately reject him this time. Xia Zhengxiang tested the waters again. Then we won't be polite and we'll take a seat. He shot a glance at his wife and son. Xia Saming sat down smugly, instantly assuming the posture of a master of the house. He turned to look at me. Go pour me a glass of water. I looked at Xia Ximing, my face full of question marks. Am I your servant? Xia Ximing sounded incredibly self-righteous. Isn't your current status a servant? Is it not expected to pour water for a guest? Oh Ching cut in coldly. Did I ever say you were my guest? Who gave you the right? Xia Ximing shut his mouth awkwardly. Do you not have hands? Or are they just for show? It was the first time I felt Oh Ching's venomous tongue was actually quite beautiful. Having repeatedly hit a wall with Oh Ching, Xia Ximing was full of anger but didn't dare to explode, so he could only glare at me. In the past, Xia Zhengxiang would have already scolded me for being insensible. But right now, due to Oh Ching's presence, he couldn't scold me too directly. He coughed lightly and said, Xiaozhou, go pour your brother a glass of water. It won't kill you, if nothing else. Just do it for me. Can a father not even order you around? I opened my mouth, but before I could say anything, an arrogant voice rang out. You are not allowed to go. Oh Ching leaned back on the sofa like a queen, gesturing for me to sit beside her with her eyes. Come here. Is Oh Ching actually defending me? I awkwardly walked over and sat beside her. Glancing at Oh Ching from the corner of my eye, I unexpectedly felt an unprecedented sense of contentment. Mr. Xia, my house is not a charity station. If you want water that badly, go drink it at your own home. Oh Ching looked at Xia Zhengxiang, her eyes cold, her words leaving no room for negotiation. Xia Zhengxiang broke out in a cold sweat. He wiped his forehead with his sleeve, nodding repeatedly. Yes, 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 you are right. We didn't understand our position. He continued spouting polite nonsense. I stared at the people opposite me, my mind going blank. Xia Ximing was sitting right between Xia Zhengxiang and Yan Wenpei, looking completely protected. The 3 of them sitting across from me, they were the real family. I sighed inwardly. Meow Meow had come downstairs. It rubbed against my leg affectionately, purring loudly. Meow Meow, why did you come down? I said, picking up the cat. I was just taking a quick nap in class when a beautiful girl suddenly burst in. While I was still captivated by her looks, she walked straight toward me, but right now, Xia Ximing never expected Oh Ching to keep a cat. What a cute cat, he exclaimed in fake surprise. He stepped forward, trying to snatch Meow Meow right out of my arms. But the moment his hand got close, Meow Meow suddenly shrieked and swiped her razor-sharp claws at him without mercy. Xia Ximing screamed in pain. Xia Zhengxiang quickly rushed over. Ximing, are you okay? Yang Wenpei nervously checked his wounds before glaring fiercely at me. Did you do that on purpose? To be honest, it all happened so fast that I was still in shock. I had no idea Meow Meow would react like that. No wonder when I first met her. Bebe nervously warned me that Meow Meow was fierce and hated being touched by strangers. It seems she wasn't lying. Anyone other than me actually makes Meow Meow go totally berserk. Xia Ximing dodged fast enough to avoid getting shredded, but he was drenched in cold sweat. His chest heaved violently as he stared at Oh Ching in panic. Miss O, why is your cat acting like this? Xia Jie must have trained it to attack me. I've never seen a cat this vicious. I was furious. Taught it to attack? I hadn't even known Meow Meow for a full week. Just because the cat despises him, he tries to throw dirty water on me. Oh Ching lowered her gaze. calmly straightening her sleeves. This cat was brought to the O family when she was just 3 months old. She is now 3 years old and has always been my sister's best playmate. Are you implying that I don't get along with Bebe? Xia Saming stammered. I didn't mean it like that. Xia Zhengxing quickly tried to smooth things over. Forget it, forget it. As long as no one is hurt. Despite bubbling with rage, Xia Saiming swallowed his anger to maintain his gentle image in front of O Qing, but his palms were sweating from sheer terror. He excused himself to the restroom. Inside, over the sound of running water, Xia Saiming scrubbed his hands and cursed viciously. Damn that Xiaojie! Just you wait. He bitterly regretted not taking Xiaojie's place to care for the O family's second miss. If he had, he'd be the one getting closer to O Qing every day. They sent me here to suffer as a laborer, but I clearly wasn't suffering at all. Even an idiot like Xia Ximing could see that ever since he walked in, O Qing had been fiercely protecting me. He angrily twisted off the faucet. He refused to believe he could lose to a ruined, disfigured loser like me. Stepping out of the washroom, Xia Ximing suddenly spotted Meow Meow eating from a can nearby. It was all because of this damn cat that he lost so much face in front of O Qing. He glanced around to make sure no one was watching, took off his jacket, and slowly crept toward the helpless cat. 5 minutes later, he strolled back into the living room, looking completely innocent. By then, Xia Zhengsheng and Yang Wenpei had already been indirectly kicked out by O Qing and were waiting at the door. Ximing, say goodbye to Miss O, we are leaving. Hearing this, Xia Ximing put on his most polite, harmless smile. We will take our leave then. If there's a chance next time, I'll come visit the second miss again. Too bad O Qing didn't even spare him a single glance. She completely ignored him. Honestly, watching Xia Ximing desperately try to suck up to her, only to get slapped down every single time, felt incredibly satisfying. After the Xia family finally left, the grand villa returned to its usual peaceful silence. Eager to show my appreciation, I brewed a cup of coffee and handed it to O Qing, my voice betraying a hint of smugness. U Qing, were you protecting me just now? Thank you. She had already opened her laptop and started working. Hearing my words, her fingers paused slightly over the keyboard. She turned her head and looked at me. I awkwardly scratched my chin, knowing my place all too well. I know you're going to say I'm flattering myself again. You just found Xia Ximing annoying. You weren't actually standing up for me, right? But O Qing didn't immediately deny it. She just stared at me with deep, unreadable eyes. Her red lips parted slightly as she called my name. Xia, from now on, don't let people bully you so easily. With that, she turned her attention back to the glowing screen. It was such a simple sentence, yet my heart started racing uncontrollably. What was wrong with me? The room was so quiet, I was genuinely terrified she would hear my pounding heartbeat. I quickly coughed to change the subject. What are you working on? I leaned in to take a look. Whoa, this looks super advanced. You're really good with computers, huh? Do you know about that legendary hacker named Ling Qi? O Qing's voice remained completely emotionless as she replied, I know. Let me tell you, I've always been a massive fan of. But before I could finish my sentence, Butler Lee's panicked footsteps echoed down the stairs. Miss, this is bad. O Qing and I snapped our heads toward him at the exact same time. Butler Lee was a highly trained, experienced professional. I had never seen him look this frantic. The second miss woke up and started crying for Meow Meow, but we've searched the entire villa and can't find her. Meow Meow is gone. O Qing's expression darkened instantly. She slammed her laptop shut and sprinted up to the second floor. The moment we reached Bebe's room, we heard the maids screaming in terror. Second miss, please don't do this. Put the scissors down. It's too dangerous. I rushed in right behind O King and my eyes widened in absolute shock. The sweet, innocent little angel who usually acted so cute right now, she looked like a completely different person. Her tiny body was huddled in the dark corner of the room, her small hands tightly gripping a pair of sharp scissors. Her eyes weren't her usual eyes. They were cold, hostile, and pushing the entire world 1,000 miles away. Wu Xiaobei, O Qing called out, her voice trembling with rare panic. Bebe's usually soft, milky voice was now laced with pure, terrifying hostility. Don't come closer. I stood frozen at the door, completely bewildered. Was this really Bebe? What on earth was happening to her? O Qing turned her wrath onto the terrified maids. Why are you all just standing there like idiots? Go call the doctor. A maid sobbed. We already called. The family doctor is on the way. Then go wait for him at the gates. O Qing commanded. The maids scrambled away in terror. I stood there, completely helpless. What was wrong with Bebe? How did she suddenly turn into this? Oh Ching looked incredibly exhausted. Ever since I first met this proud girl, she had always been completely unbothered, as calm as a deep, stormless ocean. It felt like nothing and no one in this world could ever shake her. She was always looking down from above. But right now, I was seeing a completely different side of her. Oh Ching didn't seem to notice my shock. Her eyes remained fixed on the shivering little girl huddled in the corner. She has a split personality, she said softly. I froze. Split personality? I had heard of it before in movies, but I never expected to see it in real life. Oh Ching kept her gaze locked on her little sister and whispered, "Normally Bebe is fine. She acts like any regular kid, laughing and acting spoiled. But the moment she suffers severe emotional trauma, it triggers her other personality." I shifted my gaze back to Bebe. Right now, she looked like a cornered, paranoid wild animal. She pressed the sharp metal of the scissors aggressively against her own soft, pale arm. "I want meow meow. Give meow meow back to me. You are all bad people, every single one of you." Bebe was actually trying to hurt herself. The sharp tip of the blade was pressing so hard against her skin that just a bit more force would draw blood. I instinctively took a step forward to stop her. "Don't come over here!" Bebe snapped her head up. Those once innocent eyes were now filled with absolute venom and paranoia. Unable to hide her immense heartbreak, O King immediately backed off to appease her. "Okay, okay, we won't come closer. Just please don't hurt yourself, okay?" Bebe gripped the scissors even tighter, repeating the same words in a numb, broken voice. "I want meow meow, I only want meow meow." I couldn't believe what I was witnessing. When she was 3 years old, she went to kindergarten. O King's voice trembled slightly. She was bullied, and the trauma triggered her second personality in front of everyone. From that day on, her entire class treated her like a freak. Even though she acts like a normal kid now, deep down she actively rejects this world. Oh Ching lowered her eyes, her long eyelashes casting a sorrowful shadow over her face. Meow Meow was brought to our family right after that incident. That cat is the only true friend Bebe has ever had. In Bebe's heart, that cat is far more than just a pet. She is Bebe's entire emotional pillar. Hearing Oh Ching's words, I looked at the shivering little girl, my heart aching uncontrollably. I always thought Bebe was an angel filled with sunshine. I never imagined she was hiding such deep scars. The realization that Meow Meow was her only true friend hit me hard. Clenching my fists, I took a very cautious step forward. Bebe listened to me. Her resistance was immediate. She gripped the scissors so tightly her knuckles turned white. "If I don't see Meow Meow, I won't listen to anyone." I needed to reach her, but Oh Ching grabbed my arm. "It's no use." Oh Ching let out a heavy, defeated sigh. "Don't trigger her anymore. All we can do is wait for the doctor to put her under hypnosis. We have no other choice. If we forcefully try to take the scissors, she will definitely do something extreme." It was true. Just because I had taken 2 small steps forward, Bebe had threateningly pressed the sharp tip right into her delicate skin. Tiny drops of crimson blood were already blooming on her pale arm. Panic and heartache paralyzed me. I didn't dare move a single muscle. Was this really something a 6-year-old child was capable of? Was a split personality truly this terrifying? Suddenly, another maid rushed upstairs, gasping in sheer panic. "Miss, it's terrible. The storm outside is too heavy, and the roads are completely blocked. The doctor is trapped in traffic. He just called to ask if he could arrive a little later." Absolute fury swept across O King's flawless face. "Later? What does the O family pay him for? Tell him to figure it out himself. Even if he has to fly, he better get here right now or he's permanently fired." The situation was dangerously critical. Bebe could escalate her self-harm at any unpredictable second. Even though Oh Ching rarely spoiled her sister, Bebe was the most important thing in her life. The maid nodded frantically and bolted downstairs to relay the order. But what were we supposed to do now? The doctor couldn't get here anytime soon, and we couldn't just let Bebe stay in this terrifying standoff. It was way too dangerous. My mind raced. Taking a deep breath, I slowly crouched down, keeping a safe distance from her. This way, even though we were apart, we were at least at eye level. "Bebe, look at me," I said with the softest voice I could muster. "It's your big brother. Don't you love playing with me the most?" Bebe's long eyelashes fluttered slightly, but her eyes remained locked on me with fierce hostility. She didn't say a word. "I'll tell you a secret," I whispered playfully. "Meow Meow isn't actually missing. She's just playing hide-and-seek with us. Do you want to go find her together?" Bebe still didn't speak, but I noticed her white-knuckled grip on the scissors loosening just a fraction. "She's hiding somewhere in the villa right now. waiting for you. It's been so long. Meow Meow is probably thinking I purposefully exaggerated my tone, making a ridiculous cat sound. Meow. Is my little master tired? Why hasn't she found me yet? I didn't step forward. I simply stayed where I was, offering her a warm, bright smile and extending my hand. Come here. Big brother will play hide and seek with you. Let's go find Meow Meow. Silence. Absolute. Heavy silence. After what felt like an eternity, Bebe finally spoke. The pure defensive rage in her voice had faded, replaced by a tiny sliver of childish doubt. Are you telling the truth? Is she really playing hide and seek? If you lie to me, I will never talk to you again. I nodded frantically, my heart leaping with hope. It's true. Let's go. I'll take you to find her right now. Standing by the door, Butler Lee's jaw practically hit the floor in shock. He watched in disbelief as their second miss slowly crawled out of the dark corner. Even though she was still nervously clutching the scissors, she had clearly dropped her guard. Her tiny body hesitated for a moment before inching slowly toward me. How is this possible? Oh Ching was completely stunned. Since childhood, Bebe's alternate personality had rarely been triggered. This was only the third time in her entire life. Whenever this dark, paranoid personality took over, she would always resort to violent self-harm to protect herself or get what she wanted. It was a terrifying state that even Oh Ching was utterly powerless against, forcing them to rely on heavy medical hypnosis. Yet this guy, with just a few gentle words, he managed to calm her down? How could something so miraculous happen? A chubby little hand gently wrapped around my index finger. Bebe looked up at me, her eyes regaining their clarity. You have to help me find Meow Meow. Seeing her turn back into the sweet girl I knew, my heart melted into absolute mush. Okay, I promise, I nodded firmly. Then, holding her small hand, I gently led her out of the room. Mr. Shaw Butler Lee whispered anxiously, blocking my path. Meow Meow is genuinely missing. She isn't playing hide and seek. Where do you plan on taking the second miss to look for her? If you can't find the cat, her emotions will spiral even more out of control. It's fine. Trust me, I replied, my voice clear and unwavering. I smiled, looking past him to meet Oh Ching's worried gaze, silently trying to comfort her. Even with my ordinary, unimpressive face, that confident smile made Oh Ching's eyes widen slightly in surprise. What an idiot, she thought, her red lips pressing into a beautiful tight line. Stepping forward, Oh Ching quietly followed right behind us. I led Bebe around the massive O family villa, making a huge show of checking every single corner for her cat. During our fake search, the family doctor finally arrived drenched from the storm. With professional medical hypnosis, even without finding Meow Meow, Bebe's manic state was safely suppressed, and she fell into a deep, peaceful sleep. The villa fell into a heavy silence, like the eerie calm after a violent storm. Downstairs, Oh Ching sat on the living room sofa, completely swallowed by the dark, oppressive atmosphere. She leaned her head back, unable to hide the bone-deep exhaustion on her beautiful face. I watched her from a distance. Every other time I had seen her, she was a majestic, untouchable queen, the proud daughter of heaven whom nothing could ever break. But today, her armor had completely shattered. Gritting my teeth, I walked over to her. Still no sign of Meow Meow? I asked softly. Oh Ching slowly opened her eyes. We searched the entire perimeter. One thing is certain, she is no longer inside the villa. How is that possible? I frowned. Where could a cat even go? How did she even get out in this weather? At that moment, Butler Lee approached and bowed respectfully. Miss, the second miss is asleep. She won't wake up until tomorrow. Have the doctor stay the night, Oh Ching ordered wearily. Keep a constant watch on her. Oh Ching turned her head to look out the massive floor-to-ceiling windows. The violent storm was mercilessly thrashing against the glass. Retracting her gaze, she stood up and walked past me. But right as she brushed by my shoulder, she paused. Her voice was uncharacteristically soft. Stay here tonight. But, no buts, O King interrupted, keeping her eyes fixed straight ahead. B-Bay is already giving me enough of a headache. I don't want to have to worry about you getting caught in that storm, too. Without another word, she walked away. I stood there, staring at her elegant back in absolute disbelief. Then, I turned to look out the window. The rain outside was absolutely monstrous. My heart was pounding so loudly it almost drowned out the sound of the thunder. The maids quickly prepared a guest room for me, but as I sat inside, my mind was entirely twisted in knots. What was I supposed to do? I had promised Bebe I would find Meow Meow. If I didn't find that cat before tomorrow morning, that sweet little angel would truly never speak to me again. I had to find Meow Meow. I absolutely had to. Half an hour later, I cracked open the window and reached my hand out. The rain seemed to have lightened up just a tiny bit. Making a split-second decision, I grabbed an umbrella and dashed downstairs. Stepping out into the freezing night, I circled the perimeter of the grand villa. Wait, were those footprints in the mud? I sprinted over and looked up. This was directly outside the guest washroom window. I squatted down to inspect the ground, but the heavy rain had almost completely washed the muddy tracks away. There was no way to be completely sure it was Meow Meow. Whatever, I had to try anyway. I picked a random trail leading away from the window and marched into the dark, screaming at the top of my lungs. Meow Meow? Where are you? Meow Meow. Suddenly, a very faint meow echoed through the wind. I froze, perking my ears up to listen. Meow, it was so incredibly weak it was almost imperceptible over the rain. It was Meow Meow. My eyes instantly lit up with wild joy. I bolted forward, yelling, Meow Meow, where are you? Scrambling blindly through the dark, I finally reached a steep, muddy slope, and there she was. Meow Meow was trapped underneath a fallen sapling. Yes, I found her. I was practically vibrating with relief. Grabbing onto a thick tree trunk for balance, I carefully slid down the treacherous slope, whispering desperately, Meow Meow, don't worry. I'm coming to save you right now. Sitting completely in the mud, I tossed the umbrella aside, no longer caring about the freezing rain. With immense care, I lifted the heavy branches and pulled the terrified cat out. Meow Meow was absolutely petrified, shivering violently in my arms. Her shivering little body kept pressing tightly against my chest. Holding Meow Meow in my arms, a profound sense of relief washed over me. I quickly checked my surroundings, pulled out my phone and dialed Oh Ching's number. The moment she answered, my excited voice immediately rang out. Hello? Oh Ching! You might not believe this, but I found Meow Meow. I really found her. By the way, if you guys want to watch ahead, click the link in the bottom left corner. I was just taking a nap in class when a beautiful girl suddenly walked right toward me. Meanwhile, Oh Ching was sitting by Beibei's bed, calmly flipping through some documents. Hearing the crackling sound of rain from my end, her beautiful eyebrows furrowed deeply. Where are you right now? I replied cheerfully. I'm in the woods right outside the estate. Don't worry, she's completely safe. Meow Meow is fine. Even though when I found her she was... Oh Ching cursed under her breath. I'm asking if you are okay, you absolute idiot. I stood up, holding Meow Meow securely in one arm while gripping the phone with the other. Carefully, I took a step toward the main path. Before I could even finish my sentence. My foot suddenly slipped on the slick mud. I screamed as my entire body lost control and plummeted violently down the steep slope. No way! Help! Somebody help me! Oh Ching instantly shot up from her chair, her slender fingers gripping the phone so tightly her knuckles turned white. Hello? Sha Zhou! Beep beep beep! The call abruptly disconnected. Damn it! Oh Ching immediately dialed back, but the automated voice chillingly stated the phone was powered off. Her rage instantly skyrocketed. What on earth was that man's brain made of? Was he a total moron? Who gave him permission to go into the forest by himself? What kind of hero was he trying to play? Furiously tossing her documents aside, Oh Ching strode out with her long legs, rapidly scrolling through her contacts to find Butler Lee's number. Butler Lee, gather every single available person immediately. Head into the forest and find him. When I get my hands on him, I am going to strangle him myself. Meanwhile, deep in the woods, my entire world felt as if it had stopped. My whole body throbbed with agony. I weakly twitched my fingers. The freezing rain dripped relentlessly onto my face, pulling my consciousness back drop by drop. Who is touching me? I struggled to open one heavy eye. The first thing that filled my blurry vision was a massive, close-up face of Meow Meow. The cat's soft, chubby little paws were gently patting against my cheek. Seeing that I was awake, she let out an incredibly intelligent, relieved sound. Meow, meow, meow. I forced myself to sit up, groaning in pain as I rubbed her fluffy little head. Thank goodness you're okay, but where are we? I looked up and realized I was sitting at the bottom of a deep sandy crater. I had tumbled all the way down from the muddy slope high above. The rain had grown significantly heavier while I was unconscious, and night was rapidly falling, wrapping the entire forest in a suffocating blanket of darkness. I had to get out of here, fast. Wait, where is my phone? I frantically scanned the area and spotted my phone lying just a short distance away. I crawled over and snatched it up. Miraculously, the screen wasn't shattered, but when I turned it on, no signal. What the hell? It was working perfectly fine just a minute ago. True panic began to set in. No signal meant I was completely and utterly cut off from the outside world. I struggled to my feet, holding Meow Meow tightly against my chest, and quickly checked my body. Luckily, nothing felt broken or badly sprained. Since my phone was totally useless, I had no choice but to rely entirely on myself. Wiping the freezing mud from my face, I analyzed the steep crater walls and tried to climb up. But before I even made it a fifth of the way, the wet sand beneath my feet violently gave way. I cried out in shock and slid right back down to the very bottom, landing hard in the mud. I don't believe this! Again! I gritted my teeth, gathered every single ounce of strength I had left, and desperately clawed my way up the slope once more. Swoosh, another massive slide of wet sand sent me tumbling backward. I wiped my muddy face, looking absolutely pathetic, staring up at the towering slippery slope. A deep sense of despair washed over me. Hello! Is anybody out there? Help! Oh Ching, I'm down here. Dead silence. There was no response whatsoever. And, as if this damn weather was intentionally trying to kill me, the rain only rained harder. It was pouring so heavily I could barely even keep my eyes open. God, do you hate me that much? Meow, meow, meow shivered violently in my arms. I immediately ripped off my jacket and wrapped it tightly around her, shielding her completely from the storm. After scanning the crater one last time, I retreated to a small, slightly sheltered corner and sat down. At this point, making reckless moves would only make things worse. Since I couldn't climb out using my own strength, my only option was to conserve my energy and wait for a rescue team. Night had fully descended, plunging the crater into pitch-black darkness. Huddled in the corner, holding Meow Meow tightly, I shivered uncontrollably in the freezing cold. I lowered my eyes, my voice barely a whisper as I mumbled to myself. I was trying to comfort Meow Meow, but really, I was trying to convince myself. Don't be afraid, we'll get out of here. Oh Ching already knows I'm in the forest. She'll come save us, right? She definitely will. I had been missing in the forest for 3 entire hours now. The O family staff had mobilized in full force, bringing in external police and rescue resources as well. Yet, even with such a massive, imposing group spread across the sprawling forest, they felt completely insignificant against the vastness of the wilderness. Several helicopters hovered loudly above the tree line. Inside one of the choppers, Butler Lee turned his head. Miss, please try not to worry. The rain is starting to lighten up. This will greatly help our search and rescue efforts. Oh Ching's face was as cold as absolute zero. Her piercing gaze never once left the glass as she relentlessly scanned the dark forest below. She aggressively ground her teeth. That complete idiot. He better pray I don't find him, because if I do, I swear I am going to crack his skull wide open and see exactly what kind of garbage is rattling around inside it. Sitting nearby, Ye Wei lowered her binoculars, her beautiful, delicate eyebrows furrowing slightly. Is there still no news from the ground search teams? Butler Lee shook his head helplessly. No. As you both know, the forest is simply too massive. Oh Ching grew increasingly agitated and fiercely slammed her binoculars down. A bunch of useless trash. Ye Wei quickly tried to calm her down. He hasn't been missing for too long. Even without food, he'll be find him. Please don't worry so much. Who says I'm worried about him? Oh King snapped defensively. I am only worried about our family's cat. Despite her harsh words, her body completely betrayed her. She immediately picked the binoculars right back up and anxiously resumed scanning the pitch-black ground below. In a chilling, commanding voice, she ordered the pilot, "Lower the altitude. Bring the helicopter down even more." Understood, Miss O. Down in the crater, I had completely lost track of time. I was so cold I could barely feel my limbs anymore. The rain seemed to have stopped. The world around me had fallen into a terrifying, deathly silence. But why did my head feel so incredibly hot? I dizzyingly shook my head, only to realize my entire body felt completely limp and weak. Just turning my head took a massive amount of effort. What was happening to me? Was I running a fever? My teeth were chattering violently, my entire body convulsing with deep, uncontrollable shivers. I hugged Meow Meow even tighter. The little cat seemed to have fallen asleep, but my own consciousness was rapidly slipping away into a blur. No, I have to hold on. I forced myself to stay awake, desperately trying to cheer myself up. Oh Ching will come, she will definitely come get me. But my eyelids felt like they weighed a ton. Am I really going to die out here? I haven't even been in a proper relationship yet. Rumble from high above, the heavy, rhythmic thumping of helicopter blades echoed through the sky. Was I hallucinating? I forced my heavy eyelids open and stared up into the darkness. In the distance, I could faintly hear the shouts of search and rescue teams. Someone was coming. but I had absolutely no energy left to shout back. Driven by pure survival instinct, I somehow managed to force myself to sit upright. With violently trembling fingers, I pulled out my phone and turned on the flashlight. I pointed the beam straight up into the sky, repeatedly flashing it on and off. Please, please see me. Up in the helicopter, Ching's sharp gaze swept over the dark sector where I was trapped and instantly locked onto the flashing light. That light down there, she commanded instantly. Land the helicopter at our 3 o'clock position right now. Move fast. The pilot didn't dare hesitate. The helicopter swiftly banked, adjusted its direction, and began a rapid descent. The cabin door suddenly slid open. "Miss O, this is too dangerous," the pilot yelled over the roaring wind. "Please wait until we are fully touched down before I said open it." Her voice brokered absolutely no argument. The pilot shivered and obediently kept the door wide open. While they were still a short distance above the ground, Ching completely ignored the danger and jumped straight out into the fierce wind. The helicopter blades whipped her long hair wildly around her, but her eyes remained fiercely determined. Ching, be careful," Ye Wei shouted. Without waiting for the chopper to stabilize, Ye Wei jumped down right after her. The two girls sprinted desperately toward the spot where the weak SOS flashlight beam was still desperately flickering. But down in the crater, I didn't even have the strength to hold the phone anymore. It slipped from my numb fingers, dropping into the mud, and the screen instantly went black. My head was spinning violently. I truly couldn't hold on any longer. My thoughts were slowly slipping away, fragmenting into nothingness. My brain was being completely swallowed by a blinding, heavy white fog. Xia zhe. A proud, commanding voice suddenly pierced through the darkness. It was followed by the frantic sound of footsteps sprinting toward me. My fading consciousness instantly sharpened into a single point of focus. That voice, it was Ching. It felt like fresh, boiling blood had just been injected straight into my veins. Her desperate shout made my eyes burn with tears. Drawing on some unknown reserve of strength, I used the very last of my breath to scream back, Ching, I'm down here." Up above, for the very first time in her perfect life, Ching felt genuine, paralyzing panic. The surrounding trees felt like an endless, suffocating maze, completely stripping away her legendary sense of direction. The absolute calm and unshakable composure she always prided herself on in this single second, it was utterly shattered. Where was he? If you guys want to see what happens next, click the link below. I was just taking a nap in class when a beautiful girl suddenly walked in. While I was captivated by her beauty, she walked straight toward me. Ye Wei was slightly more composed than King. Hearing my faint shout, she immediately pointed into the darkness. "Over there." Ching's fierce eyes snapped toward the direction. She sprinted forward, and the moment she saw me lying half dead at the bottom of the muddy slope, her face turned frighteningly pale. Without a single second of hesitation, she completely ignored the danger and recklessly slid right down the treacherous slope. Ching forcefully grabbed my arms, stabilizing my violently swaying body. As she pulled me up, the jacket I had been gripping tightly in my arms fell to the muddy ground. The perfectly dry, completely safe meow meow rolled out, shook off her fur, and let out a soft meow. Yet I was wearing nothing but a thin, drenched dress shirt. I had been freezing in the torrential rain for hours. I was burning up with a violent fever. The scorching heat of my skin transferred directly to King's hands. She lowered her eyes and gritted her teeth in absolute fury. "Sha zhe, one of these days your own sheer stupidity is going to get you killed." Why was I hearing the voice of that sharp-tongued little demon? My consciousness was completely hazy. I struggled to open one heavy eye, and when my blurry vision finally focused on her flawless, breathless face, I let out a stupid, delirious laugh. Ching, am I dreaming right now? She was actually here. "Do you honestly think I would ever want to be in an idiot's dream?" She snapped harshly. "That's great you really came." With that final delirious murmur, my entire body went completely limp, and I collapsed forward. Instinctively, Ching caught me. My heavy head fell directly against her chest. Her pupils shrank slightly. In the dead silence of the forest, she could clearly hear a wild, racing heartbeat. She couldn't tell if it was mine or her own. Ye Wei quickly slid down the slope right after her. Seeing that I had completely passed out, Ye Wei looked incredibly anxious. "Is he okay?" "He's not dead yet," Ching replied coldly. Ye Wei glanced around the muddy crater and noticed my soaked jacket on the ground. She bent down, gently picking up the perfectly dry meow meow, and sighed deeply. "He really is an idiot." Obviously, Ching sneered, shooting Ye Wei a disdainful look. "What kind of look is that?" The ground search and rescue team arrived shortly after. They carefully pulled the three of Us and one cat out of the deep crater. The O family's private doctors immediately gave me a full checkup. Aside from a severe fever caused by prolonged exposure to the freezing rain, thankfully nothing else was injured. It was already 10 p.m. The heavy anxiety that had been suffocating Yewei all night finally dissolved into immense relief now that I was safely back. Since it was late, O Ching personally walked Yewei to the front door. Before leaving, Yewei turned around, her voice incredibly gentle. "Promise me when he wakes up, don't yell at him anymore. Depends on my mood," O Ching replied coolly. "Oh, come on. You're obviously deeply moved by what he did," Yewei teased with a knowing smile. O Ching let out a cold scoff. In my eyes, his actions were nothing but sheer stupidity. Yewei simply gave her a helpless look. All right. I'm heading back." After seeing her off, O Ching returned directly to my room. She stood by the bed, staring down at me as I lay there unconscious. Her dark eyes deepened slightly as she pressed her red lips together and stepped closer. My breathing was slow and steady. But why did this idiot have so much hair covering his forehead? Was he hiding some treasure? Without thinking much of it, O Ching reached out and gently brushed my heavy bangs upward, completely exposing my clear, breathtakingly handsome face. Without the messy hair hiding it, my true appearance was laid completely bare. If those eyes were open right now, just how dangerously captivating would this face truly be? Looking closer, the ugly scar plastered across my cheek suddenly looked extremely strange. Frowning, O Ching leaned down and gently touched the edge of the scar with her fingertips. It actually peeled right off. The scar was totally fake. The corner of O Ching's mouth twitched uncontrollably. Her dark, fathomless eyes locked intensely onto my face. This guy had a face handsome enough to make the entire world go crazy, so why on earth was he intentionally making himself look this ugly? The young girl's gaze remained absolutely glued to my face, completely unable to look away. Heaven had gifted O Ching with far too much. She was born into ultimate nobility. Every problem in the world shattered easily in her hands. Because of this, she rarely ever felt the urge to investigate or understand anyone. But now she was realizing she couldn't understand this boy at all. Tucking the blanket tightly around me, O Ching quietly left the room. She walked straight to Butler Lee and issued a blunt order. "Go find someone who knows how to do makeup." "A makeup artist, miss?" Butler Lee asked, slightly surprised. O Ching gave a faint hum of confirmation, then added coldly, "And make sure it's a man." Butler Lee was deeply curious as to why the young miss suddenly needed a makeup artist at this hour, but maintaining his perfect professional integrity, he didn't ask a single question. He simply bowed. "I will handle it immediately." Less than half an hour later, Butler Lee returned with a highly renowned male makeup artist. O Ching simply waved her small hand, delivering a chillingly absolute command. "Look at the fake scar on his face. However, he put it on, you are going to put it back exactly the same way." The makeup artist was completely dumbfounded. His entire career had been dedicated to making people look more beautiful. He had never in his entire life received an order to intentionally make such a stunningly handsome young man look this hideously ugly. O Ching's cold, terrifying gaze instantly swept over him. "What are you staring at? Hurry up and do it." "Yes!" Right away. The next morning, the storm had completely cleared. Inside the classroom, Sha Ming and Xue Zheng were casually chatting. Xue Zheng glanced back at a certain empty desk in the back row. "I heard Sha Zhou took a leave of absence today. He probably got severely punished by Miss O." Sha Ming let out a dark, sinister laugh, his mood absolutely fantastic. "Punished? He let the O family's precious cat escape. Aren't you afraid Miss O is going to cause trouble for you?" "Shh! Keep your voice down!" Xia Ming immediately covered his mouth, a vicious glint flashing in his eyes. "I just hated looking at that disgusting little beast. Strangling it directly would have been too easy for it. But knowing that storm, it's probably already dead. Haha, serves it right. Wait, isn't Shazo working as a servant for the O family right now?" "Exactly. If the second Mrs. Precious Cat is dead, there's no way he's getting out of this alive. I am just waiting to watch that ugly freak's life get completely ruined." Meanwhile, at the massive O family estate, Butler Lee respectfully handed a thick file to O Ching. "Miss, this is all the background information on young Master Sha Zhou from his childhood to the present." O Ching took the file, her expression completely unreadable as she began flipping through the pages. But calling it a background file was an understatement. It was more like a bloody, tragic history of my entire life. The more O Ching read, the darker and more terrifying her face became. An idiot. He really was a complete idiot. He never even knew how to protect himself. He just let his biological father and evil stepmother abuse him his entire life without fighting back. Shia Corporation Ching's eyes narrowed dangerously, a terrifying, lethal threat flashing in her dark pupils. Her fingers tightened around the file. Having been unconscious for an entire day, I finally, slowly opened my eyes. I stared blankly at the ceiling, my mind completely empty. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? Wait, I'm not dead. I realized I was in the O family estate. Snapping back to reality, I struggled to sit up, my mind slowly piecing together the events of the heavy rain last night. My expression darkened. Crap, my face. I panicked and rushed over to the mirror. Wait, what? The makeup on my face hadn't smudged at all. As expected of the waterproof makeup Yunfan sent me from abroad, I thought, staring at the mirror in disbelief. Suddenly, a cold, mocking voice echoed from the side. Who gave you the courage to be so narcissistic? Aren't you afraid of breaking our mirror? I turned to see Ching standing by the door, arms crossed. Her mouth was as venomous as ever. Honestly, I was getting used to it. I automatically tuned out her mockery and asked, "Did you save me?" Ching gave me a look like I was a hopeless idiot. Who else? You were half dead. She stepped closer, her voice suddenly seductive. Is a simple thank you all I get? As she spoke, her warm breath brushed against my face, instantly throwing my heart into chaos. I shrank back. I was just afraid Bebe would be sad when she woke up, so I went to the forest to find Meow Meow. Besides, I found Meow Meow. I haven't even asked you to thank me yet. I argued weakly. Ching's starry eyes locked onto mine. Without you, I would have found Meow Meow eventually. But without me, did you ever think about what would happen to you? I was speechless. Her slender fingers pinched my chin. You would have died, do you understand? My heart was pounding nonstop. I didn't even dare to meet her gaze. And why is she teasing me with such a provocative posture? Suddenly, a tiny voice broke the tension. Bebe, who had been secretly observing from the door, sighed in exasperation. Meow meow, why did you have to ruin the moment between my sister and the little brother? You stupid cat! I unilaterally announce a 1-minute breakup with you. I hurriedly turned my head and realized the little bun had woken up at some point. She was wearing a pink pajama set with a little cat pattern so tiny and incredibly cute. I gasped and quickly pushed King away. Crap, crap, crap. Ching and I were so close just now. Is this bad for a child to see? Bebe patted her soft hair, extended a small hand, and made a pleased gesture. He, continue. You guys just continue and pretend I don't exist. Compared to my embarrassment, Ching was much calmer. She unhurriedly stood up straight, turning sideways to look at the little bun. Xiaobei, if you're not a child, what are you? Bebe, all of 6 years old, put on a serious face and corrected her. I'm already 6. I'm not a 2 or 3-year-old child anymore. I couldn't help but smile, feeling a warmth spread through my chest as I looked at the completely recovered Bebe. It was really hard to connect this energetic little girl with the one from last night. The little bun slipped into the room, her small hands tugging at my shirt, lifting her perfectly sculpted little face. Little brother, Grandpa Butler told me everything. Thank you for helping me find Meow Meow. I heard you even caught a cold. Are you feeling better? I felt my heart melting. I smiled gently and said, Don't worry, I'm fine. I really like you. I'm going to give you my first kiss that I've treasured for 6 years. Little brother, crouch down a bit, the little bun said, puckering her small lips and leaning towards my face. If you want to watch ahead, click the link in the bottom left corner. I was just dozing off in class when a beautiful girl suddenly burst in. I was still captivated by her beauty as she walked straight towards me. The next second she was kicked away by King. Literally kicked away. Bebe rubbed her little butt and climbed up, her face scrunched up in pain. Are you trying to murder your own sister, you big baddie? I agreed. Yeah, why are you bullying Bebe? I cast a reproachful look at Ching and quickly pulled Bebe up from the floor, carefully checking her for injuries. Ching was furious, her face dark as she spoke. Xiaobei, did you finish your exercise book yesterday? You're still here running your mouth. Then she turned her glare on me. And you, get back in bed and rest. Do you want to pass out again and expect me to pay your medical bills? What an inexplicable demon. Why so fierce? I'll just say one more thing to the little brother and then I'll leave. Bebe raised her small hand. Before Ching could reply, she quickly leaned close to my ear and whispered, Little brother, you saved my life and helped me find Meow Meow. I want to repay you. Wait, is she going to say something about offering herself to me and asking me to wait for her to grow up? But the little bun spoke again with extreme mystery. Although I really want you to wait for me to grow up, it seems like that would take a very, very, very long time. That's not fair to you. So I've decided. I'm going to marry my sister to you. From now on, you're my brother-in-law, but I can only call you that after you and my sister get your marriage certificate. Cough, cough, cough. I choked on my own saliva. By then, Bebe had already run far away. As she passed her sister, she gave her a look that said, I really worry about you too much. My mom was having surgery in the afternoon. After I finished my IV drip in the morning, Oh Ching personally drove me to the hospital. That's right, she personally drove me. When I got in the car, Oh Ching even fastened my seatbelt for me. Good heavens. I was a little overwhelmed by the favor. Was Oh Ching looking at me differently because of my heroic rescue yesterday? Or was she suddenly feeling guilty? Either way, it was unbelievable. On the way, my phone kept buzzing. It was the group chat with Anchuan and Yun Fan. I wanted to open it, but the screen kept blacking out, and the touchscreen wasn't working well. What's going on? Is it because it got soaked in the rain? Is it broken? I stared at my phone in frustration. Suddenly, Oh Ching turned the steering wheel and slowly pulled the car over to the side of the road. I looked around in confusion. This wasn't the hospital. Why did we stop? Oh Ching pulled out a gleaming black card and tossed it to me. Resting her chin on one hand against the window, she looked away awkwardly. Take the card and go buy one at the mall yourself. I'm only giving you 10 minutes. Holy crap, it really is a black card. I haven't touched one of these in ages. When my mom was still healthy, she gave me one too, but it had a limit of about 100,000. But ever since I was kicked out of the Xia family, everything I had was confiscated by my dad and Yang Wenpei. How much can this black card overdraw? I asked. At least enough for you to buy a phone. Only that much? Don't true big shots have unlimited cards? Is there no limit? Then if I want, I can swipe every phone in the entire mall? Oh Ching looked at me with disgust. Why do you talk so much? Hurry up, buy it, and let's go. Sigh, what a pity. I took one last wistful look at the black card and handed it back to her. I can't accept something so valuable. Although I was reluctant, I still gave it back. This amount of money is nothing to me. No, I still can't accept it. It's basic manners. Consider it your way of thanking me for saving Meow Meow. My phone can still be used if I get it fixed. Really. Oh Ching was visibly annoyed. How could this man be so stubborn? Anyone else would have been thrilled, right? Why did he have so many grand principles? Couldn't he just obediently comply for once? What a stubborn man. Let's just go quickly, I said. Oh Ching glared at me fiercely, but I maintained my stubborn expression. Suit yourself. If you're so capable, boil that broken phone of yours into antique soup and frame it on your wall. My mom's surgery was a success. The doctor said it wasn't impossible for her to wake up. I was overjoyed. Everything seemed to be moving in a positive direction. As for the phone, it was barely usable, though not great for playing games. I decided to get it fixed on the weekend. In the school convenience store, I carefully selected food, pondering what to prepare for Bebe when I got back tonight. It was strange. Why did going back to the OO estate every day feel so natural now? I took my selections to the checkout counter. The cashier smiled and said, "That will be 98 yuan. I remembered I hadn't brought any cash today. I opened my phone. I'll scan it here. My phone hadn't been fixed yet, so it was lagging. I tapped for a long time before the WeChat QR code finally appeared. What is the person in front doing? Can't they hurry up? Yeah, are they doing it on purpose? I quickly turned my head. Sorry, I'll be right done. Or you guys can check out first. To my surprise, when I turned around, I locked eyes with Xu Zhen and Xia Ximing. Xu Zhen exaggeratedly exclaimed, "Oh my, isn't this the ugly freak from our class?" Xia Ximing looked at me with displeasure. He originally thought that secretly letting Oh Ching's cat out would frame me, but who knew I'd be completely fine. He even heard that Oh Ching brought me to school today. Everyone was guessing the relationship between the school beauty and the ugly freak. Xia Zhou is definitely doing this on purpose, he thought. He knows I like Miss O, so he's intentionally competing with me, right? Fine, I'll play along. Let's see who plays better. Xia Ximing sneered, crossing his arms looking down his nose at me. Xia Zhe, how many years have you been using that phone? Tisk tisk, it's broken like that and you're still using it. Aren't you embarrassed? That model is from years ago. It's been discontinued. The surrounding onlookers burst into laughter. It was obvious mockery. Nowadays, comparison among classmates is the most common thing in school, especially in an aristocratic school like this. I gripped my phone tightly and looked at Sha Siming. None of your business. Sha Siming pulled out his own phone and waved it around, showing off, "This is the new phone my daddy just got me yesterday, the latest model." I looked away, not wanting to see Sha Siming's smug face. I said to the cashier, "Excuse me, I'll leave these here for now. I'll bring cash tomorrow to pay." I turned to leave, but Shujen blocked my path. Trying to leave so soon. Did we hit a sore spot? Shajo, do you really think just any random dog or cat can attend our school? Our parents are all prominent figures in society. An ugly freak like you who still uses a dinosaur phone doesn't deserve to be our classmate at all. Is that so? I turned to look at Sha Siming. Why don't you tell your good friend here who my dad is? Is he a prominent figure in society? Sha Siming panicked. Nobody in the school knew he and I were half-brothers, and nobody knew that Sha Zhou and his mother were forcibly kicked out by his mom back then. Why aren't you speaking? Then let me say it, I said, raising an eyebrow coolly. Shut up. I ignored him and addressed the crowd. This school grass you all idolize is my half-brother. Bet you didn't expect that, huh? Do you know what his mother's profession is? A professional homewrecker? Back then, it was his mother who interfered in my parents' marriage. She only got to live a rich life after stealing my mom's place. Sha Siming, what are you so proud of? What right do you have to call me an embarrassment? Sha Siming stumbled back, his face pale. As soon as those words came out, an uproar erupted around us. Wow, no way. Sha Siming's mom is really a homewrecker? The whispers grew louder, and Sha Siming's face grew uglier. Shu Zhen was also shocked. Siming is Xia Zhou's brother? How is that possible? She shouted loudly, "You ugly freak, what nonsense are you spouting? Let everyone see. Where on your entire body do you look anything like our Siming? Siming is so handsome, how could he possibly be brothers with an ugly freak like you? You wish." Xia Saming forced himself to calm down and said angrily, "I've grown up this big. How come I never knew I had a half-brother like you? Just because we both have the surname Xia. And calling my mom a homewrecker? Xia, you've gone too far." Hearing Xia Siming's words, the surrounding classmates looked at each other in confusion. Damn, this guy is actually denying it to the end. My temper flared. Xia Siming, you're the best actor in the world, aren't you? Don't you know perfectly well whether your mom is a homewrecker or not? Don't you dare talk about my mom like that. My mom is not a homewrecker. You need evidence to make claims like that. Shoujen also attacked me mercilessly. Not only are you ugly, but you also love framing people. I bet your mom is the homewrecker. That's why she raised such an undisciplined child like you. Yeah, who just goes around calling someone else's mom a homewrecker. So classless, Xia Ximing has such a good temper. If it were me, I would have just punched him. You ugly freak, you've really gone too far. You should apologize to Xia Ximing. No one believed what I said. So many people, so many mouths, and I was just one person. I gripped the shelf next to the checkout counter, feeling isolated and helpless. It was infuriating. Utterly infuriating. How did Xia Ximing have the ability to turn black into white like this? If you want to watch ahead, click the link in the bottom left corner. I was just dozing off in class when a beautiful girl suddenly burst in. I was still captivated by her beauty as she walked straight towards me. Opposite me, Xia Ximing was surrounded by a group of people backing him up, looking as if he had suffered a massive injustice. Shui Zhen continuously comforted him. One of Xia Ximing's friends stepped forward and shoved me. Ugly freak, are you deaf? Apologized to Siming. The guy was tall and strong. With that shove and completely off guard, I stumbled backward. The next second, my hand suddenly brushed against something soft. A faint scent of cherry blossoms enveloped me. I looked back in surprise. It was Ye Wei arrive. The noisy crowd instantly fell silent. Are you hurt? A gentle voice asked. I quickly steadied myself and shook my head. Thank you. Ye Wei then turned her gaze to the crowd. It was strange. Ye Wei was smiling just as she always did, yet she somehow felt terrifying. It was as if her current smile didn't reach her eyes. Xue Zhen, playing the victim, complained first. Yi Wei, that ugly freak, has no class at all. He just slandered Xia Siming and said really horrible things. Xia Siming immediately nodded in agreement. Unfortunately, Ye Wei completely ignored these two attention seekers. Instead, she fixed her gaze on the boy who had just shoved me. Her red lips parted slightly. Apologize. The boy was stunned for a moment. What did you say? I said, apologize to my classmate. Her voice was incredibly gentle, yet it carried an undeniable tone of authority. The boy opposite her was a typical hot-blooded teenager. Unable to help but speak up for his friend, he said, I was just standing up for Xia Ximing. Xia Zhou falsely accused Xia Ximing's mother of being a homewrecker. I don't want to hear the backstory. That has nothing to do with me. Ye Wei's facial features were extremely soft. Some light fell into her eyes, creating little specks of light. For the last time, apologized to my classmate. The boy was reluctant but intimidated. He stammered innocently. Sorry. Ye Wei guided him with a good temper. Sorry to who? Jia Zhe, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have pushed you. Xia Siming was absolutely furious, but with so many people watching, he didn't dare throw a tantrum. He could only clench his fists in silent rage. Shui Zhen was completely dumbfounded. Ye Wei, why are you defending that ugly freak? Siming is clearly the one being slandered. Ye Wei completely ignored the two of them. She glanced at the items on the checkout counter, then rested her gentle gaze on me. Are these the things you want to buy? Yeah. I nodded slowly, still trying to process what was happening. But I forgot to bring cash today and my phone is broken. How much is it? Ye Wei asked the cashier. 98 yen in total. Ye Wei nodded, pulled a 100 yen bill from her wallet, and handed it over. Without waiting for the change, she walked up to me. Let's go. I picked up the shopping bag and followed her out. From beginning to end, despite Xia Ximing standing right there, she didn't even spare him a single glance. Total ignorance is the ultimate slap in the face. Xia Ximing looked like his hair was about to stand on end from pure rage. It wasn't until we were outside the convenience store that I finally snapped back to reality. Classmate Ye Wei, thank you. You're really a good person. Ye Wei let out a helpless little smile. Can I reject your good person card? But you really are, I sighed, holding the shopping bag tightly. I'll pay you back tomorrow. I just want you to know I'm not the kind of person who accepts charity for nothing. Ye Wei nodded, her smile sweet and reassuring. Okay. After school, I was waiting for the bus, planning to visit my mom at the hospital. Suddenly, a white Lamborghini pulled up right in front of me. Oh, Ching? The eldest miss gave a calm nod. I shuffled to the side. You're blocking the bus stop. Oh Ching gave me a look that said I was completely hopeless. Get in. I'm dropping you off on the way, idiot. Wow, I actually share the same route as Oh Ching. Talk about lucky. I eagerly hopped into the car, looking at her with a big smile. Thanks. Oh Ching shot me a sideways glance. Ye Wei had already told her what happened at the convenience store this afternoon. Seeing my idiotic, grinning face now, it seemed my mood hadn't been affected at all. Retracting her gaze, Oh Ching spoke up. Open the glove compartment in front of you. I opened the box, and inside were phones. They were the exact same model Xia Ximing had been showing off at the convenience store. The latest fruit brand phone, and there were two of them. I was completely shocked, shooting Oh Ching a look of pure confusion. Driving with one hand on the steering wheel, Oh Ching rested her chin on her other hand and spoke with her usual arrogant tone. What are you looking at? They're for you. I don't want them, I said, slamming the compartment shut. I'm going to get my phone fixed tomorrow, so I have no reason to change it. Just give up on this idea. I just couldn't understand why Oh Ching was forcing me to take them. Does she just have too much money to spend? Staring straight ahead, Oh Ching extended her pale, delicate hand toward me. Give me your phone. Why? Just give it to me. I gave her a suspicious look, but obediently handed over my battered device. Who knew that in the very next second, Oh Ching would roll down the window and ruthlessly toss my phone outside. It flew through the air, hitting the ground with a harsh crack before being completely crushed into dust by the car behind us. Did my phone offend you or something? Why do you hate it so much? I glared at her furiously. Didn't you say you had no reason to change phones? Now you do. So domineering. In the blink of an eye, the Lamborghini had already turned into the hospital parking lot. Oh Ching stopped the car. We're here. Hurry up, pick one and get out. I stared at the glove compartment. Why did you buy two? I'm not the roundworm in your stomach. How am I supposed to know whether you prefer the black one or the silver one? I felt my entire understanding of money being completely rewritten. She didn't know which color I liked, so she just bought both? My lips moved to argue. Oh Ching, she suddenly turned to look at me, her voice lacing with a heavy warning. Try rejecting me again, I dare you. I've never seen anyone look so fierce while giving a gift. I pulled out the black one. Then I'll take this one. Oh Ching's expression softened slightly. Get out. I'll have someone deliver your new SIM card later, by 7 p.m. I rushed back to the OE estate. Every night, I had to prepare Bebe's meals for the next day in advance. OE Ching wasn't home. I heard she went out for a business dinner. Little OE Bei was doing her math homework. After I finished cooking, I leaned over to take a look. only to realize I couldn't even understand most of the questions. Yet, Bebe was breezing through them with extreme ease. Sigh, I'm getting old. I looked away, placing the food on the dining table, and smiled brightly. Bebe, come eat. Bebe scribbled furiously with her pen. One more question. Almost done. 5 minutes later, watching Bebe eat with an incredibly happy expression, I couldn't help but ask, Bebe, does your sister go to business dinners often? She's clearly still just a student, yet she can already hold her own and run an entire company. I feel like Oh Ching is really capable. With a grain of rice stuck to the corner of her mouth, Bebe tilted her small head and thought for a moment. It's all right. Don't worry, little brother. Even though she inevitably runs into handsome guys at these dinners, my sister is absolutely not interested in them. Who said I was worried about that? I'm serious. Bebe put on a very solemn face. Anyway, in all my years of living, I've never seen my sister have any male friends, let alone deal with annoying ex-boyfriends. She is completely devoted. Bebe sounded exactly like a salesperson desperately pitching their product. I facepalmed, completely speechless. What do you mean, all your years of living? You're only 6. And stop talking like an adult. I'm just telling the truth. Plus, my sister is super amazing. Bebe gnawed on a chicken wing while expressing her profound admiration for her sister. Oh, by the way, little brother, aren't you curious why Bebe doesn't have a mommy and daddy? How could I not be curious? But out of basic manners, I hadn't taken the initiative to ask, terrified of accidentally bringing up a painful memory. Are you willing to tell me? I asked softly. Sister said daddy and mommy went to a very faraway place and they might never come back. I was stunned. Does that mean they went to heaven? The little bun looked a bit sad for a second, but then smiled optimistically, revealing her pearly white teeth. But Bebe has grandma. Grandma spoils Bebe so much. Where is your grandma? I asked. I've been here for so long, but I haven't seen your grandma around at all. Bebe lowered her long eyelashes, put down her chicken wing, and sighed heavily. But 3 months ago, grandma also went to a very faraway place. No way, that's too pitiful. But who knew that in the very next second, Bebe would pick her chicken wing right back up and continue munching. Grandma is traveling in Australia right now, she mumbled through a mouthful of food. Sister said grandma won't be coming back anytime soon. I miss grandma so much. I froze there, utterly embarrassed. Does this little kid really have to speak with such dramatic pauses? Just then, a video call popped up on Bebe's phone. She wiped her little hands and leaned in to look. Her eyes instantly lit up with joy as she answered the call. Grandma, she called out adorably. From the other end of the phone, a loving and energetic voice rang out.
I was just dozing off in class when a stunning girl suddenly barged in. While I was still captivated by her beauty, she walked straight toward me. Then, a video call screen popped up. On the other end was an elegant, white-haired elderly woman. I braced myself and politely greeted her, but her next words left me completely stunned. Hello there, my future grandson-in-law. I'm Wu Qing's grandmother. I'll be leaving our precious Oh Qing in your care from now on. If she ever bullies you, just tell Grandma and I'll back you up. I frantically waved my hands, trying to explain that it wasn't what she thought. But the old madam just smiled warmly. Hearing a knock on her end, she hurriedly told the camera that she'd be rushing back on an auspicious day very soon to meet me in person. She abruptly hung up, leaving me standing there completely paralyzed by the wind. How on earth did I suddenly become the O family's grandson-in-law? And looking at my current ugly disguise, how could she call me that without flinching? Later that night, after Bebe went to sleep, I kept myself busy in the kitchen, and finally brought out a steaming bowl of soup, only to lock eyes with Oh Qing, who had just returned in complete silence. She had changed into an elegant blue evening gown. From her social event, the dress perfectly accentuating her gorgeous figure and exuding a natural aristocratic aura. She leaned against the wall with her arms crossed, carrying the faint, intoxicating scent of alcohol. I coughed awkwardly and pushed the stomach-warming soup toward her, mentioning that drinking too much wasn't good for her. She stared right at my face, her eyes narrowing slightly as she asked, "Why did you make this?" "I was just bored and made it for fun. You can try it if you want." The corners of Wu Qing's mouth slowly curled up into a breathtakingly beautiful smile, and she let out a low, gentle chuckle. I froze completely. It felt so surreal. She wasn't just some emotionless ice queen. Her smile was so devastatingly gorgeous that everything else in the room just faded into background noise, becoming nothing but a prop to her beauty. She gracefully stepped forward, pulled out a chair, and sat down before glancing at me. "What are you doing? Come sit." I was speechless. How could she be so bossy yet so incredibly natural about it? I pulled out the chair across from her, watching her elegantly sip the soup I made, a strange, undeniable warmth suddenly blooming in my chest. "How is it?" I asked. She had already reverted to her usual cold demeanor, slowly taking another bite without even raising her eyelids before flatly replying that it was just so-so. I immediately reached out to take it away, telling her not to force herself, but she suddenly looked up, abruptly changing the subject to ask what kind of soup it was. I scratched my head, admitting it was just an old recipe my mom used to make for my dad after his drinking parties. Wait, was it my imagination, or did she just smile again? From now on, you're only allowed to make this soup for me. Since it tastes so average, don't go torturing anyone else with it. My mouth twitched. What the hell did she mean by that? She calmly put down her spoon and elegantly wiped her mouth, teasing that not only was my brain slow, but my ears were going bad too. We bickered back and forth, and the time just flew by. It was strange. Before she came back, every second felt like torture. But the moment she was home, time passed in the blink of an eye. The next afternoon during club activities, I bought a cold cola and sat in the audience seats of the drama club, watching the stage lights cast an almost sacred glow. When a burst of lively chatter broke the silence, the vice president Li Ting was complaining about the president, Ji Yanxi, being absent again due to his busy schedule as a major celebrity. Behind her followed Xia Siming and my old elementary school class monitor, Luo Mingyao. Xia Siming was practically bowing as he sucked up to Li Ting, eagerly asking about the script and lead roles for the upcoming national tour they were planning for the summer. Xia Siming was practically a candidate for the school's most handsome guy, and his relentless flattery made Li Ting extremely satisfied. She vaguely mentioned that they were deciding between A Midsummer Night's Dream and Romeo and Juliet. The crowd instantly erupted in excitement, eagerly asking about the audition process. Li Ting clapped her hands, telling everyone to focus on their acting skills first as she began handing out the script lines for today's practice. But when she reached me, she deliberately stopped. She recognized me as the guy who had been eliminated during the auditions. I reached out my hand. Vice President, where is my script? Li Ting already despised me, and now she was using this opportunity to completely humiliate me in front of everyone. She sneered with absolute disdain. With a face as hideous as yours? Here, take this mop and clean the clubroom. Xia Siming and Lui Mingyao burst into mocking laughter, actively reveling in my misfortune. I stood there, my hand frozen awkwardly in the air, a burning sense of embarrassment washing over me. Why was everyone else rehearsing while I was ordered to sweep the floor? Li Ting's vicious words cut through the room again. Don't you have any self-awareness? Look at your hideous face. Tell me, what role could possibly fit an ugly freak like you? My temper instantly flared up. So what if I'm ugly? Who made the rule that ugly people can't be actors? But Li Ting just rolled up her sleeves, glaring at me with absolute authority. Are you the president, or am I? In my club, only good-looking people get to act. Even if an ugly freak like you got in by sheer luck, you're only fit for doing the dirty work, so get to sweeping. Xia Siming smirked, raising a mocking eyebrow at me. You heard the president, what are you waiting for, ugly? My temples throbbed violently, but I forced myself to endure it. Li Ting clapped her hands, demanding the rest of the club to ignore me and take 30 minutes to prepare for their stage performances. She cast one last disdainful glance at me. What are you still standing there for? Get to work. I clenched my fists so tight my knuckles turned white, forcing out a single rigid sentence. Understood. I grabbed the mop, whispering to myself that I would have plenty of time to prove them all wrong in the future. By 5:30, the club activities finally ended, and I collapsed into a chair, utterly exhausted. From a distance, Luo Mingyao and Xia Siming were still laughing at my expense. Luo Mingyao glared at me with pure contempt, her mind flashing back to the utter humiliation she suffered at the supermarket a few days ago, when O Qing had mercilessly put her in her place. She had convinced herself that I was nothing more than a lowly servant in the O family, furious that a high and mighty heiress would defend a dog like me. She was determined to get her revenge, and looking at my currently hideous disguise, she felt physically sick remembering that I once had a crush on her back in the day. Thinking she held all the cards, Luo Mingyao strutted over to me with a smug, arrogant expression. Hey Xiaozhou, my boyfriend is taking me out for hot pot later, aren't you jealous? She babbled on, absolutely full of herself. Don't think I don't know why you joined this club. Let me make this clear. I have absolutely no interest in an ugly freak like you. I looked at her utterly disgusted. Luo Mingyao, you're truly sickening. Without another word, I turned on my heel and walked away. Her fragile ego shattered instantly. She screamed like a maniac behind me. Who are you calling sickening? You're the disgusting one. I completely ignored her unhinged ranting, leaving her stomping her feet in a furious rage. If you want to watch ahead, make sure to click the link in the bottom left corner. As for me, I was just dozing off in class when a stunning girl suddenly barged in, walking straight toward me. But let's fast forward. This Saturday, the school was hosting a massive interclass volleyball tournament. O Qing and Ye Wei Tong, both from the elite class 3s, were an absolute dream team on the court. The entire school's fanboys were losing their minds, desperate to record the two school beauties in action. I, on the other hand, just lay on my desk groggy from a nap. Suddenly my phone vibrated. I pulled it out. It was a text from O Qing. Rooftop, 5 minutes. I texted back asking what was so important, but her reply was absolute, come when I tell you to. Knowing I couldn't win against that demonic tyrant, I dragged myself out of my chair and sprinted up the stairs, throwing open the rooftop doors while panting heavily. A strong gust of wind hit my face, and as I shielded my eyes, I spotted her elegant silhouette. She was casually lounging in the sun like an absolute queen. "You're half a minute late," she noted coldly. I forced a fake smile, asking what on earth was so urgent. She didn't even look at me, her face completely calm as she pointed a slender finger at the sky. "Look at the clouds." I stared blankly at the sky. "And?" She replied flatly, "They look nice. So I wanted you to see them too." "Are you kidding me? The great Miss O sent me an emergency text, making me sprint all the way up here just to look at a literal cloud?" I suppressed the overwhelming urge to scream, sarcastically suggesting she just send a photo next time. She shot me a look of pure disgust, scolding me for being so superficial and saying a photo could never capture reality. I was completely speechless. Then, the breeze blew through her gorgeous white hair as her piercing eyes locked onto me. "One more thing. Make sure you show up to my volleyball match on Saturday. I've reserved a seat for you." I immediately protested, saying I wanted to catch up on my sleep, but her tone left zero room for negotiation. "I'm not asking for your opinion, Shajo. I'm informing you. If I don't see you there, you know the consequences." I cursed my ancestors' terrible luck under my breath, completely defeated. Saturday arrived, and as I was yawning my way toward the gymnasium, a figure suddenly blocked my path. It was Lo Mingyao. I took a step back, my guard instantly up. She flashed a wicked smile, mentioning that her Class 1s would be facing off against Oh Ching's team today. Then, she pulled out a bottle of mineral water. "I've added some special ingredients to this water. Hand it to Oh Ching later. I want to see that arrogant princess make a complete fool of herself." She looked at me expectantly. "If you do this for me, I might consider going on a date with you." I stared at her, completely dumbfounded by her sheer audacity. And in the very next second, I slapped her right across the face. "Go to hell," I cursed, realizing I must have been completely blind as a kid to ever have a crush on such human trash. Lu Yao clutched her stinging cheek, screaming like a banshee. "You lunatic. You refuse to do this the easy way?" Her eyes burned with venom as she pulled out her ultimate trump card. "If you don't do exactly as I say, I'll expose your secret to your old entertainment agency. Everyone knows you signed a contract never to enter the entertainment industry again after you were blacklisted. If they find out you joined the prestigious St. Sia Drama Club, you'll be buried in astronomical breach of contract fines." She shoved the spiked water into my hands, her face twisted into a victorious villainous smirk. "I'll be watching you give this to her. You better be smart about this." As she strutted away, my grip tightened around the plastic bottle. What the hell was I supposed to do now? Inside the gym, the crowd was completely packed, but right in the very front row, dead center, was a luxurious empty seat guarded by two terrifying men in black suits, the O family's personal bodyguards. Enduring the death glares of hundreds of jealous fanboys, I squeezed through the crowd and awkwardly sat down in that VIP throne. The moment I sat down, the entire gym exploded into an uproar. "Why is that ugly freak sitting there? Does he actually know the eldest Miss O?" Sitting in the back, Shasimine clenched his fists in pure jealousy, deliberately sneering loud enough for the crowd to hear. "Don't overthink it, guys. He's just a lowly servant for the young miss." The crowd instantly breathed a massive sigh of relief, mocking me for being nothing but a glorified water boy. Meanwhile, Xu Zhang threw an arm around Xia Ming's shoulder, smiling wickedly. "Once the eldest Miss O drinks that spiked water, she'll definitely think Xia Zhou is trying to mess with her. And when that happens, she'll absolutely destroy him." "What a perfect frame job." "Don't worry about it too much," Xia Ming said, nodding in agreement. "Our main goal is to make Xia Zhou offend Oh Ching, so the eldest miss will just have to suffer a little bit." Right at that moment, the entire gymnasium erupted into deafening cheers. I looked up to see Oh Ching leading her team out onto the court. With her perfect figure and an overwhelming aura that looked down upon everyone else, she walked at the very front, with the rest of her team, including Ye Wei, following closely behind. "She's finally here," I muttered, nervously hugging the bottles of water to my chest. For a split second, I genuinely wished she had just stayed in the locker room forever. The crowd was screaming so loud they were about to tear the roof off the gym. "She's here! She's here! Miss O is so gorgeous." Compared to the explosive reception for O King's team, Lo Mingyao's squad didn't get a single cheer. Lo Mingyao ground her teeth in pure jealousy. "Just you wait. Oh Ching, you humiliated me last time, but today is the day you die." The moment she stepped onto the court, Oh Ching's eyes immediately swept the crowd, subconsciously looking for me. When our eyes finally met, her usual ice-cold expression softened just a tiny bit. Ye Wei also seemed to be in a great mood, smiling gently. He actually came. Oh King let out a soft humph, looking completely unsurprised, as if he'd dare not to. With that, she started walking straight toward my seat. "Oh God, no, please don't come over here." The fanboys sitting all around me were absolutely losing their minds with excitement. I immediately lowered my head, silently praying in my mind. "You can't see me, Xia Zhe." Crap. Resigning myself to my fate, I closed my eyes, then slowly looked up. If you want to watch ahead, make sure to click the link in the bottom left corner. As for me, I was just dozing off in class when a stunning girl suddenly barged in, walking straight toward me. Because I was sitting in the front row, my seat was positioned very low. My eyes darted left and right, desperately avoiding eye contact with Oh Ching. I was terrified she was going to ask me for the water. Oh Ching looked extremely annoyed. "Xia Zhe, are your eyes broken? Where exactly are you looking?" The implication was clear. "I'm standing right in front of you. Who else are you supposed to be looking at?" I looked at her, completely speechless. Did she seriously get a sense of accomplishment out of bullying me? Ye Wei stepped forward, gently interjecting. Don't be so mean to him every time. After all, he is our class's logistics member. Right? I immediately seized the opportunity to complain. Exactly. She personally attacks me every single time. Oh Ching reached right through the railing and flicked me hard on the forehead. Cut the crap. You clearly have zero awareness as a logistics member. Where is my water? I nervously tightened my grip on the bottles. I had two with me. The red one was a normal bottle I had just bought from the convenience store, while the blue one was the spiked water Lo Mingyao forced on me. Out of the corner of my eye, I spotted Lo Mingyao glaring at me from a distance, her eyes full of deadly threats. Bracing myself, I numbly handed the normal red bottle to Ye Wei. Here, Ye Wei. She paused for a second, before her smile grew even warmer. Thank you. Oh Ching stood to the side, her face completely icy. The scales in my heart were violently tipping back and forth. What should I do? Should I give it to her or not? Someone save me. I swear I had never been this conflicted in my entire life. The eldest Miss O was already losing her patience. She gritted her teeth. Glaring at me, Xia Zhou. Are you treating me like I'm invisible? In a split-second panic, I raised the blue bottle Luo Mingyao gave me, gritting my teeth and shouting, here. Oh Ching let out a cold humph of disdain, snatching it from my hand like it was her birthright. She twisted the cap off and was just about to raise it to her lips. It was only a span of 2 seconds, but to me everything felt like it was playing in ultra-slow motion. Watching Oh Ching about to drink the spiked water, I shot up from my seat in a cold sweat and grabbed her wrist. Wait. Oh Ching froze, looking at me with absolute deadpan confusion. Cold sweat dripped down my forehead. Suddenly, acting on pure instinct, I snatched the water right out of her hand, tilted my head back, and chugged the whole thing. Oh Ching was completely stunned. I aggressively wiped my mouth with the back of my hand, forcing a stupid, idiotic laugh. Wow, I was suddenly so thirsty. Oh Ching, let me have this one first. You guys go get ready for the match. I'll run and buy you a new one right now. I'll be right back. Seeing my bizarre behavior, a fanboy sitting nearby instantly leaned forward, nervously offering his own water bottle. You can have this one. Oh Ching's face instantly darkened, a terrifying, suffocating aura radiating from her entire body. Get lost. She swatted the guy's hand away, turning around and walking back to the court. Watching everything unfold from the court, Lo Mingyao clenched her fists in absolute fury. What the hell was Xia Zhou doing? He actually dared to disobey her. She whipped out her phone and texted Xie Zheng. The plan was ruined by Xia Zhou. He just ran out of the gym. Go teach him a lesson. Meanwhile, my mind was a chaotic mess. As I stumbled out of the stadium, I really couldn't bring myself to help Lo Mingyao frame Oh Ching. Even if Oh Ching was a foul-mouthed tyrant, I still couldn't do something so despicable. As the referee's whistle signaled the start of the match, I rushed into the nearest restroom. I gripped the edges of the sink, splashing cold water on my face as I tried to figure out my next move. Would Lo Mingyao really go to the agency and expose me? This was so frustrating, I reached out and shut off the faucet. But in the very next second, a sudden, agonizing cramp violently tore through my stomach. Oh no. Remembering Lo Mingyao's wicked, triumphant smile when she handed me that water. Absolute despair washed over my face. What on earth did she put in that bottle? I gasped for air, clutching my stomach as I slowly collapsed to the floor, my face contorted in sheer agony. I was completely pale, lying motionless on the ground as cold sweat soaked through my clothes. Where is my phone? Damn it! I was in such a rush that I left it on my seat in the gym. I writhed in pure torment. Suddenly, I heard the rapid sound of footsteps running toward the restroom. Who's there? I struggled to lift my heavy head. The footsteps stopped right beside my head. I looked up and saw Xia Saiming and Shui Zheng standing over me, staring at my agonizing state. Xia Saiming immediately burst into cruel laughter. Who's this? Looks like a pathetic dog groveling on the floor. Shui Zheng looked around, then turned and locked the restroom door to prevent anyone from coming in. He turned back with a mocking sneer. I was wondering who it was if it isn't our class's ugly freak. Why did it have to be these two? I was in so much pain I couldn't even speak. Forget standing up. I didn't even have the strength to lift my arm. I clutched my stomach, the pain so excruciating that my consciousness was beginning to slip away. My face deathly pale, I forced out a single word. Call an ambulance. Xia Saiming spat viciously right next to me, crouching down to admire my suffering. An ambulance! I spit on that. You brought this on yourself, Xia Zhe. Shui Zhang crossed his arms, laughing maliciously. This is what you get for playing the hero. Did you really think drinking that spiked water for Oh Ching would make her fall in love with you? What a joke. I couldn't form another sentence. Cold sweat completely drenched my school uniform shirt. Taking advantage of my helpless, agonizing state, Xia Saiming violently grabbed me by the collar. He stared at my ugly, disguised face, his voice dripping with venom. If it hurts, then just suffer. I warned you, Oh Ching is going to be my girlfriend. Who gave you the right to keep pestering her? With a face like yours, you think you're worthy of competing with me? With that, he slammed me violently back down onto the hard floor. My stomach was already in agony, but that heavy impact nearly made me completely pass out. Xia Saiming and Shui Zheng, these two absolute bastards kicking a man when he's down. I glared at them with pure hatred, my lips trembling from the pain, If you two ever fall into my hands, I'll make you regret this. Seeing my defiant glare, Xia Ximing just laughed even harder. Looks like that wasn't enough to teach him a lesson, Shui Zheng. Shui Zheng immediately understood the assignment. He walked over and stomped heavily directly onto my cramping stomach. The pain was so intense that tears instantly sprang to my eyes. Shui Zheng laughed arrogantly. Oh, I'm so sorry. Did that hurt? How tragic. Seeing me clutching my stomach, completely unable to speak, Xia Ximing felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. He crouched down and roughly slapped my face. Remember this pain today, he warned maliciously. This is what happens when you go against me. I'll say it one last time. Wuqing is mine. He stood up like a victorious conqueror. My consciousness began to scatter. I really couldn't hold on any longer. Xia Ximing, Shui Zheng, you two better remember this. I will absolutely get my revenge. Shui Zheng looked down and nudged my completely motionless body with his foot. Hey, ugly? I was completely unconscious. Shui Zheng looked up at Xia Ximing, a hint of genuine panic in his voice. He's not dead, is he? Should we actually call an ambulance? Xia Ximing rolled his eyes in annoyance. Why are you such a coward? It's just a stomachache. Besides, he drank that water willingly. It has absolutely nothing to do with us. Drag him into the stall. His face twisted into a vicious sneer. He hadn't even finished enjoying my suffering yet. Shui Zheng forced a nervous smile and nodded. Okay, pass the ball. Quick, defend. Back on the court, the match was intensely underway. Qing Yao couldn't react in time, and the ball slammed into the ground. Point scored. The crowd erupted into wild cheers, but Qing didn't show a single trace of joy. She was completely distracted, her peripheral vision constantly darting toward my empty seat. Did that idiot run all the way to Africa to buy water? Why isn't he back yet? The referee blew the whistle for halftime. The score was 14-18, with Qing and Ye Wei's class temporarily in the lead. Honestly, if Qing hadn't been playing so absent-mindedly, the score wouldn't be nearly this close. She leaned against the court railing, her bangs completely drenched in sweat. She stared down at the floor, making it impossible to read her expression. Ye Wei wiped her sweat, took a sip of water and looked toward the audience with deep concern. Xiaozhou still isn't back. I hope nothing happened to him. When we got there, he had already fainted. Ye Wei stated coldly. Then perhaps you can explain why the restroom door was locked from the inside. A massive crowd of nosy students had already gathered outside the infirmary, whispering among themselves. Suddenly, a voice piped up from the back. That restroom door has been broken for ages. They just haven't fixed it yet. A flash of wicked triumph gleamed in Xia Ximing's eyes. Even the heavens were helping him. You're lying, I shouted. Even though the spiked water's effects were fading, my stomach still throbbed in agony. I was in so much pain I almost passed out, but instead of helping, these two mocked me. They even started kicking and beating me. Hearing this, Xia Ximing immediately put on an Oscar-worthy performance of a wronged victim. Who saw us beat you? Who's your witness? We were just trying to be nice and call an ambulance. But I never expected you to frame us like this. Jaja, doesn't your conscience hurt at all? I was absolutely furious. In my entire life, I had never seen someone twist the truth and play the victim with such sickening audacity. Xia Ximing, how can you be so utterly shameless? I yelled. Damn it, he was still putting on a show. The crowd at the infirmary door began to murmur in hushed tones. Jaja is probably just making it all up. Ugly people love causing drama. Playing the weak victim is the best weapon these days. Xia Ximing's lips curled into an undetectable sinister smirk. Xia, this is what you get for being so hideous. But suddenly a bone-chilling voice sliced through the room. Qing's stunning face was absolute frost. Oh, so you've suffered a massive grievance? The person lying in the hospital bed right now is Xia. She absolutely despised spineless cowards like them. Xia Ximing quickly deflected. As long as Xiaozhou can prove his claims, Xie Zheng and I will immediately apologize to him. Xie Zheng kept his head down, hurriedly echoing his agreement. I clenched my fists so hard my nails dug into my palms. They were doing this on purpose because they knew there were no cameras. Qing's lips slowly curled into a mocking, predatory sneer. You want proof? A terrifying, overwhelming aura erupted from the young heiress, plunging the entire infirmary into a freezing abyss. Xia Ximing involuntarily shivered. I am the absolute proof. Those simple words carried a crushing, undeniable weight. Qing stared them down like a supreme deity judging mortals. Let me warn you. Did you really think your pathetic little tricks could slip past my eyes? If you want to play the innocent victim, you better take a good look at who you're standing in front of. Playing tricks in front of me will only make you wish you were dead. Try me. Xia Ximing desperately tried to maintain his composure, but Shui Zheng was already trembling uncontrollably under her oppressive gaze. I will give you one last chance, Qing delivered her final ultimatum, her voice devoid of any emotion. Speak! Shui Zheng's mental defenses completely collapsed. I'll speak. I'll tell you everything, he screamed, unable to withstand the psychological pressure. Xia Ximing whipped his head around, his eyes burning with fury. Xie Zheng, you. Xie Zheng stammered out the confession. When we got to the restroom, he was already collapsed on the floor. We didn't call an ambulance because we couldn't stand him. We took the opportunity to teach him a lesson. The crowd gasped. He actually confessed. Xia Siming gritted his teeth, his face twisting in absolute rage. Pushed to the brink, Xia Siming raised his bloodshot eyes to O Qing, abandoning all logic. Xia Zhou's mother is a shameless homewrecker. So what if we beat him up? He's the son of a filthy mistress. He absolutely deserves it. He's not worth your protection. My chest heaved violently, pure rage consuming my mind. Who the hell are you calling a mistress? I roared. Xia Siming, that is enough. Even your twisted lies should have a limit. Knowing his reputation was already ruined, Xia Siming went completely unhinged, screaming at the top of his lungs. Am I wrong? Don't act like you're the victim here, Jiaje. You brought this on yourself. My parents knew each other over a decade ago. Your mother was the pathetic, shameless mistress. Honestly, being reduced to a vegetable is too good for a botch like her. She should just die. Smack! A vicious, deafening slap echoed through the room, landing directly across Xia Siming's face. He clutched his rapidly swelling cheek, staring at me in absolute shock. Without anyone noticing, I had thrown off the hospital blankets, violently ripped the IV needle straight out of my hand, and marched right up to him. Without a single word of hesitation, I struck him with everything I had. If you want to watch ahead, make sure to click the link in the bottom left corner. As for me, I was just dozing off in class when a stunning girl suddenly barged in. In that moment, I wasn't the cowardly Xia Zhou anymore. My eyes burned with pure, unadulterated fury. Say one more word about my mother, I dare you. Growing up, just because I was the older brother, the only thing my father ever told me was to let my little brother win. But we only get one life. Why did I always have to be the one to suffer in silence? I had endured their abuse for years and I refused to endure it for another second. My mother was my absolute bottom line. Xia Siming's eyes widened in sheer disbelief, his hand still glued to his stinging face. Jiaze, you actually dared to hit me. I glared down at him. I hit you because you're an uneducated piece of trash. Did you really think that just because our family spoiled you your whole life, you could walk all over me? I only put up with you because my mother taught me to be forgiving. She told me that if I faced the world with kindness, the world would treat me with gentleness. But she was wrong. It was exactly because of her pure kindness that she couldn't bear the reality of our father's betrayal. She jumped off that building, survived as a vegetable only to be cursed and humiliated by garbage like you. My voice boomed through the silent room, filled with undeniable conviction. Standing nearby, Wu Qing's lips finally curled into a satisfied smirk. He finally learned how to bite back. I guess he isn't entirely hopeless after all. Having suffered that brutal slap, the last thread of Xia Siming's sanity completely snapped. Dropping his innocent victim act entirely, he shrieked like an absolute lunatic. Xia Zhe, you're dead. I'm telling Dad you hit me. Let's see how he punishes you. I'll make Dad peel your skin off and chop you into pieces to feed the dogs. Smack! Another brutal backhand struck his face, striking with even more devastating force than the first. Completely unable to defend himself, Xia Siming was sent crashing to the floor. Seeing stars, he thrashed around in a fit of hysterical rage. I just stared down at him with ice-cold calmness. Xia Siming, those 2 slaps were on behalf of my mother. Consider it a harsh lesson on how to be a decent human being, since clearly you lack basic upbringing. If you ever dared to spew toxic garbage about someone else's mother again, I swear to you, it won't just end with 2 slaps. Xia Siming's hands curled into tight, trembling fists, his eyes bloodshot with pure murderous rage. His face twisted into a demonic, ferocious snarl. I'm going to kill you, he screamed, violently struggling to scramble up from the floor. But in the very next second, a perfectly polished shoe viciously kicked him right back down. The impact was so agonizing that tears instantly shot from his eyes. I watched in sheer astonishment as O Qing calmly withdrew her foot, looking down at him with absolute apathy. Oh, sorry. I accidentally stepped on you, but I did it on purpose. My eyes widened. Those were the exact same mocking words Xia Siming and Shui Zheng had used against me in the restroom. O Qing had mercilessly thrown them right back in his face, and hearing her deliver that iconic line was insanely satisfying. Seeing the situation escalate to this chaotic level, the crowd of nosy spectators blocking the doorway had their jaws hitting the floor. The sheer amount of explosive gossip dropping was too much to process. First of all, the school's golden boy Xia Siming and the ugly Xia Zhe were actually half-brothers. And on top of that, Xia Siming's mother was the actual mistress who destroyed the family. For years, Xia Siming had maintained the flawless image of a perfect, untouchable male god in the school. But the truth was out. Their precious idol was nothing but the illegitimate son of a shameless homewrecker. Worse yet, his heart was so utterly rotten that he would violently assault and kick a helpless, unconscious classmate while he was down. The furious voices of the crowd condemning Xia Siming and Shui Zheng quickly escalated into an absolute uproar. Shui Zheng was completely paralyzed by fear, his previous arrogant swagger entirely gone. As for Xia Siming, after eating 2 of my full force slaps, his cheeks were swollen like a pig's. Combined with O Qing's brutal kick, he was a miserable, groveling mess on the floor. Where was his untouchable male god persona now? His hair was an absolute rat's nest as he kept frantically muttering the same delusional sentence. It's not like that I'm innocent, it's all Xia Zhou's fault. I was genuinely speechless. How could someone's skull be this thick? Yi Wei stared down at him, her beautiful eyes filled with icy disappointment. Even now, you still refuse to repent? I didn't do anything wrong. Xia Siming shrieked hysterically. It's all because of that damn Xiaozhou that everyone is turning against me. Everything happening right now is entirely his fault. Everything happening to me is his fault. Move! Get out of the way! Right at that moment, a wealthy middle-aged couple shoved their way through the massive crowd. It was my father, Xia Zhengxiang, and his vile wife Yang Wenpei. They must have received a frantic SOS call from Xia Siming and immediately dropped their corporate meetings to rush over. But the moment they barged in, they saw their precious golden boy groveling pathetically on the floor, his face beaten to a pulp. Yang Wenpei's expression instantly warped into sheer horror. She rushed forward, desperately pulling him into her arms. Siming, my baby, what happened to you? She whipped her head around, locking her venomous glare onto me with absolute hatred. Xiaozhe, you little bastard, what did you do to him? Are you tired of living? But before I could respond, a bone-chilling, explosive voice completely shattered the room's atmosphere. The ones who are tired of living are you too. Qing stood there exuding the absolute authority of a reigning queen. Instead of wasting time threatening Xiaozhou, you had better start worrying about yourselves. Xiaozhe is under my absolute protection. As for your family, you'd better pray for good luck. Yang Wenpei instantly froze. This was the very first time she had ever hit an impenetrable wall when trying to abuse me. For years she had ordered me around like a dog, insulting and mocking me without a single consequence. But right now, facing the terrifying aura of the O family's eldest miss, she was completely powerless. Xia Siming continued sobbing uncontrollably in her arms. Yang Wenpei desperately wanted to rip me to shreds, but facing Qing, she was forced to swallow her venomous pride. Meanwhile, Xia Zhengxiang stood there in absolute shock, looking back and forth between his two sons, completely clueless about the situation. Breaking the heavy tension, Ye Wei looked at me with a gentle, soothing gaze. Xiaozhe, your body is still very weak. You should lie back down. The raging adrenaline in my veins slowly began to fade, and I silently nodded. But out of the corner of my eye, I couldn't help but look at Xia Zhengxiang. My dad was here. I didn't even need to guess what was about to happen. He would definitely do exactly what he always did, completely ignore my side of the story and blindly protect his precious second son. Xia Zhengxiang frowned deeply. What exactly is going on here? Are you Xiaozhe's father? Ye Wei's calm, crystal-clear voice cut through the noise as she locked eyes with the man. Xiaozhe was severely poisoned and passed out in the restroom earlier. By sheer coincidence, Xia Siming and his friend found him, but instead of calling for help, they took the opportunity to violently beat and kick him while he was unconscious. Ye Wei's gaze briefly shifted to me. I'm sure Xiaozhe's body is still covered in the bruises they left behind. Seeing his chance, Xia Siming wailed like a dying pig, desperately clinging to his father's leg. Dad, it's all Xiaozhe's fault. He attacked me. Look at my face, he almost beat me to death. What? Xiaozhe actually hit you? Yang Wenpei shrieked, her voice reaching an ear-piercing pitch as she glared at me like a venomous snake. You ungrateful little bastard. You're just as cheap and disgusting as your pathetic mother. How dare you lay a finger on my son? But in the very next second, Xia Zhengxiang spun around and delivered a brutal backhand slap directly to Yang Wenpei's face. Shut your mouth. Yang Wenpei stumbled back, completely stunned. In all their years of marriage, her husband had never laid a hand on her. Xia Zhengxiang was absolutely livid. No matter what happens, Xiaozhe is still my flesh and blood. You better watch your damn mouth and know your place. Yang Wenpei stood there paralyzed in shock. Ever since they wed, Xia Zhengxiang had been her obedient lapdog. Forget hitting her, he had barely even raised his voice at her. Seeing his mother get struck, Xia Siming lost his mind. Dad, what the hell are you doing? What am I doing? I should be asking you that. Xia Zhengxiang roared, pointing a trembling finger at me on the hospital bed. I usually turn a blind eye to your arrogant behavior, but look at what you've done to your older brother. Is this the kind of monstrous trash I raised? Xia Zhengxiang unleashed an unprecedented, terrifying fury. I sat on the bed, completely, utterly stunned. I genuinely couldn't believe my ears. For the very first time in my entire life, my father was actually defending me. A sudden sting hit my nose, and I quickly turned my head away so they wouldn't see my eyes watering. Xia Zhengxiang turned his wrath onto his golden boy. Get on your knees and apologize to your brother. He is not my brother. I don't have a pathetic brother like him. You'll have to kill me before I ever apologize to him. Xia Zhengxiang's face turned purple with absolute rage. If you don't apologize right this second, I will freeze every single one of your bank accounts and credit cards by tomorrow morning. Dad? Staring at the terrifying, unfamiliar wrath of his father, Xia Siming was driven to the brink of madness, but the threat of losing his luxurious lifestyle immediately shattered his ego. After a violent internal struggle, he forcefully ground his teeth together, glaring at me with eyes full of venomous hatred. I'm sorry. The untouchable Xia Siming actually bowed his head and apologized to me. I blinked, almost thinking I was hallucinating, but standing off to the side, Qing's voice cut through the silence, like a blade. Did you really think a pathetic little sorry would be enough to settle this? She sneered. I already apologized. What more do you want from me? Xia Siming screamed back. From today onward, you and Xue Zheng will both pack your things and roll to the lower-tier ordinary classes. If I ever catch either of you stepping foot inside the elite building again, you'll regret it. The social hierarchy at Saint Sia Academy was absolute. The gap between the elite class and the ordinary class was like the distance between heaven and earth. With a single sentence, Wu Qing had ruthlessly banished the golden boy to the absolute bottom of the food chain. Xia Siming's face drained of all color in pure panic. The ordinary classes were filled with commoners. How could someone of his noble status survive there? It was the ultimate humiliation. Finally realizing the terrifying consequences of his actions, Xia Siming burst into tears, throwing himself at my bedside and desperately clawing at my arm. Shaze, brother, I was wrong. I was so wrong. Please, I can't go to the ordinary classes. Beg Miss O to let me stay. I sat there, completely paralyzed by the sheer absurdity of the situation. This felt like a bizarre sci-fi movie. Why was the entire universe suddenly taking my side? Was I stuck in a dream? Xia Siming wailed uncontrollably, his voice dripping with desperate pleading. I know I messed up. Please just help me this one time, I'm begging you. He wailed as if my forgiveness was his absolute birthright, but a single bone-chilling glare from O King instantly made him shrink back like a terrified rat. I swear I'll never cause trouble for you ever again. Xia Zhengxiong looked at me, his eyes full of desperate pleading. Xia Zhou, your younger brother, has always been immature. Dad knows you've suffered deeply over the years, but Siming truly knows he was wrong this time. Please just give him one last chance. Okay. I hesitated for a split second, but before I could answer, O Qing's ruthless, absolute voice shattered their hopes, making the final judgment on my behalf. Chance, once I make a decree, it is never reversed. Xia Siming opened his mouth, desperately trying to mount a final defense, but O Qing's patience had completely run dry. Say one more word, and I'll have you permanently expelled from this academy. Xia Siming completely collapsed, his soul leaving his body as he slumped onto the floor, drowning in an abyss of regret. Once he was exiled to the ordinary classes, he would never have the right to breathe the same air as the elite Miss Ao ever again. After the chaotic mess was settled, Shai Zhengshang awkwardly offered to stay behind and take care of me, but O Qing immediately banished him from the room, with a single, sharp command. Left with absolutely no choice, the defeated father dragged his completely broken golden boy out of the infirmary. The suffocating tension in the room instantly vanished, replaced by a peaceful silence. Phew, I let out a massive sigh of relief. This was, without a single doubt, the most insanely satisfying moment of my entire life. For the very first time, I finally knew what it felt like to brutally crush the arrogant, untouchable Xia Siming under my heel. And God, did it feel amazing? If you want to watch ahead, make sure to click the link in the bottom left corner. As for me, I was just dozing off in class when a stunning girl suddenly barged in. Breaking the silence, Ye Wei's gentle gaze landed on the bruised back of my hand. Are you all right? The way I had violently ripped the IV needle from my veins and charged out of bed earlier had genuinely terrified her. I'm fine, I reassured her. I'll go find the school doctor to set up a new IV line for you, she smiled warmly. Thank you, Ye Wei. My eyes naturally followed her graceful figure as she walked out of the infirmary doors. But suddenly, a highly displeased figure forcibly blocked my line of sight. O Qing glared down at me, her arms crossed in clear annoyance. Xia Zhe, you thank Ye Wei so sweetly, but you don't even plan on thanking me. Do you seriously have a death wish treating me like I'm invisible? I quickly snapped out of my daze, immediately focusing all my attention on the terrifyingly gorgeous heiress standing before me. Hey, don't be so impatient. You're next in line for my gratitude, aren't you? Wu Qing's eyelids violently twitched. Next in line? I actually rank second to Ye Wei. Her stunning face instantly darkened into an adorable, furious pout. Her sexy red lips parted, ready to unleash a barrage of fiery insults. But in the very next second, she heard my voice soften as I spoke. Thank you, Wu Qing. Although this girl was completely venomous and cold-hearted, every single time I was entirely helpless, she descended from the heavens like an absolute savior. Just like earlier in the restroom, when I was completely paralyzed by pain, the very first person my mind instinctively called out to was O Qing. I looked at her softly. Being able to meet you, I'm really incredibly lucky. O Qing's pupils trembled slightly. Shut up. I blinked in confusion. Did I say something wrong? Xia Jie. O Qing's voice carried a strange, almost undetectable anticipation. Say it again. What? Say what again? What you just said. Say it again. I thought for a second. Thank you, O Qing. The tips of her ears suddenly flushed a faint shade of pink. The sentence after that, I repeated it again, feeling slightly awkward. Being able to meet you, I'm really lucky. Keep going. Say it 20 more times. Was she insane? Was she deliberately trying to mess with me? I'm not a literal voice recorder, I protested. Right at that exact moment, the infirmary door swung open, and Ye Wei returned with a warm smile. My eyes instantly lit up. I was saved. Having her moment interrupted, Wu Qing looked absolutely furious. Keep smiling like that and see what happens to you. My smile instantly vanished. A school doctor walked in with Ye Wei, preparing to set up my new IV line. Ye Wei stood by my side, her voice incredibly gentle. He's injured. Please be gentle with him. O Qing immediately shot back with a freezing tone. Gentle for what? Just stab it in. Let's see if he ever dares to randomly rip out his own needles again. Damn it, she really is a demon. The doctor awkwardly nodded, lightly tapping the back of my hand to find a vein. Not long after the IV drip started, sheer exhaustion finally overtook me, and I fell into a deep sleep. Two incredibly gorgeous girls with entirely contrasting auras sat silently by my hospital bed. Yi Wei looked at me with a soft, gentle expression before glancing at her watch. The match should be almost over by now. Are you going back? Oh Ching had claimed the best seat in the room, a comfortable sofa directly facing my bed. It's practically over. Why would I go back? Unless a miracle happens, our class is definitely lost. Without Oh Ching and Ye Wei on the court, the score was way too close to salvage. This was probably the first time in Oh Ching's entire life that she had ever lost a public competition. Ye Wei pulled up a chair and sat down. Do you regret it? The word regret doesn't exist in my dictionary. Compared to certain people, it was just a meaningless, disposable game. Yi Wei let out a low, knowing chuckle. That's true. Just like how, a year ago, you recklessly threw everything away for... The two girls had been best friends since childhood. Yi Wei was currently 18 and a senior, while Oh Ching, despite being a year older, was also a senior, all because of a past she absolutely refused to remember. Oh Ching abruptly stood up, cutting her off. I'm going to buy water. Keep an eye on him. Realizing she had crossed a line, Ye Wei stopped talking and smiled warmly. Okay. Oh Ching returned with 2 cans of coffee and a bottle of milk. The coffee was for her and Ye Wei, and the milk was specifically to nourish my brain. Just then a wave of loud, obnoxious laughter echoed down the hallway outside. That match was so intense today. Nobody on the court was even a match for you. Luo Mingyao was overflowing with absolute arrogance, practically wishing she could announce to the entire world that she had finally defeated Oh Ching. She took a sip of water, boasting shamelessly to her posse. I told you all, with me on the team, the championship was practically guaranteed for our class. Who cares how amazing Oh Ching is? Who cares if she and Ye Wei have flawless teamwork? At the end of the day, I'm the one who won. Luo Mingyao's family background wasn't bad. Even though she absolutely couldn't compare to the unimaginable wealth of Oh Ching and Ye Wei, she still held a decent amount of status in the school. Her lackeys immediately started kissing up to her. But didn't Oh Ching and Ye Wei leave halfway through the match? I heard it was because they had to save some guy named Sha Zhe. Apparently there was a huge drama in the infirmary earlier. Luo Mingyao, completely drunk on her hollow victory, sneered dismissively. Sha Zhe? You mean the Oh family's ugly little servant? Honestly, I feel like Oh Ching cares way too much about him. She leaned in, her voice dripping with extreme vanity. Let me tell you guys a secret that Sha Zhe guy is completely obsessed with me. He's been relentlessly chasing after me. But hey, if Oh Ching actually likes him, I guess I'll just let her have that ugly freak. Luo Mingyao smiled smugly, though deep down she was still furious. Sha Zhe had actually dared to disobey her orders and drink the spiked water himself. But whatever, even though she didn't get to completely ruin Oh Ching, she still won the match, which was a massive blow to Oh Ching's legendary winning streak. Are you serious? Sha Zhe is actually chasing you? A lackey gasped. Why would I lie to you? Luo Mingyao laughed, self-obsessively flipping her hair. It's just a shame he's so hideously ugly. I wouldn't even look twice at him. The moment those words left her mouth, an inexplicably terrifying air pressure descended upon the hallway. The group turned around, instantly freezing in sheer terror as they met Oh Ching's absolute deathly glare. Miss Oh! In a split second, Oh Ching violently slammed her shopping bag onto the floor, stormed forward and viciously slapped Luo Mingyao directly across the face. Luo Mingyao let out a blood-curdling scream. With just that single devastating strike, her cheek instantly swelled up like a balloon. This was the second time she'd been slapped by Oh Ching, but this time it was right in the middle of the school, in front of all her classmates. Oh Ching, what the hell do you think you're doing? Luo Mingyao shrieked, her brain completely short-circuiting from the humiliation as she raised her voice in absolute fury. Oh Ching didn't say a single word. She just raised her hand and delivered another brutal echoing slap. The force sent Luo Mingyao stumbling backward until she crashed hard onto the floor. Yi you! Luo Mingyao stammered, completely traumatized by the sheer violence. Don't think you're so untouchable. My family isn't exactly weak either. If you push me too far, we'll go down together. I don't care in the slightest if you're annoyed, Oh King stated, her flawlessly beautiful face completely devoid of expression, yet her voice was dripping with absolute ice. But you have successfully annoyed me, and I have 100 different ways to make you disappear. The students surrounding Luo Mingyao were so utterly terrified, they didn't even dare to breathe. Why was Oh Ching here? Was she taking her anger out on them because she lost the match? Luo Mingyao's face turned completely pale. She was so terrified she couldn't even force out another syllable. Oh Ching shot a death glare at the surrounding crowd. Get lost! The students instantly scattered like terrified mice. Luo Mingyao bit her lip, clutching her burning cheek as she desperately scrambled to her feet, trying to slip away unnoticed. But Oh Ching instantly blocked her path, her presence overwhelming and absolute. Did this miss give you permission to leave? Oh Ching looked down at her like a supreme, untouchable deity judging a peasant. Luo Mingyao's previous arrogance had entirely evaporated. Oh Ching, we don't even know each other that well. Why do you constantly target me? The corners of Oh Ching's mouth curled into a cruel, mocking sneer, but her eyes remained filled with bone-chilling, killing intent. Listen to me very carefully. If you ever dare to spread pathetic rumors that Sha Zhe likes you ever again, I'll destroy you. If you know what's good for you, I better never hear Sha Zhe's name come out of your filthy mouth again. Sha Zhe again. Luo Mingyao was completely baffled. What the hell is so special about that disfigured ugly freak? After finishing my IV drip and getting some much-needed sleep, I stood near the entrance of the infirmary, basking in the afternoon sunlight. It was 2 p.m., and Oh Ching and Ye Wei had practically stayed by my side the entire time. "Were you guys serious earlier?" I asked, looking apologetically at the two stunning girls. "Did you really lose the match because of me?" "It's completely fine. Please don't blame yourself," Ye Wei replied gently, her smile as warm as the spring sun. "I was just telling Oh Ching that if we had found you sooner, you wouldn't have been beaten up by Xia Ximin and Shui Zheng. Yi Wei is literally the gentlest girl in the entire world." Just as my heart was overflowing with gratitude, Oh Ching let out a cold, dismissive scoff. "I absolutely never said that. And Ye Wei, stop spoiling him. He should blame himself. He should feel deep remorse and absolute guilt." "Oh Ching, am I your mortal enemy or something?" I completely ignored her toxic attitude and quickly changed the subject. "You guys haven't eaten lunch yet, right? Let me treat you. Consider it my apology. I know a place with incredible clay pot rice. Let's go." Ye Wei immediately smiled and played along. "Sure, I'm fine with anything." I turned my gaze expectantly toward Oh Ching. The eldest Miss O maintained her absolute deadpan expression. I absolutely refused to eat at any establishment below a 5-star rating. Of course, I instantly bypassed Oh Ching, walking straight over to Ye Wei. "Let's go, just the two of us." Oh Ching glared at me, absolutely fuming. "Get your ass back here. Just because I'm not going doesn't mean you're allowed to go with someone else." "Who said I'm not going? Didn't you just say you absolutely refuse to eat anywhere below 5 stars? That was then, this is now." Oh Ching scowled, her face turning incredibly sour. "If this miss wants to go, I'll go. If I don't want to go, I won't. It entirely depends on my mood." Wow. No matter what happens, she always has an excuse. The bustling snack street was completely packed. I led the way through the chaotic crowds. This was the exact same street Chuan and I used to constantly visit back in middle school. Since it was peak lunch hour, the area was swarming with students from neighboring schools. The moment Oh Ching and Ye Wei appeared, everyone's jaws literally hit the floor. These two were even more drop-dead gorgeous than A-list celebrities on TV. But wait, why was there a guy walking between them? And why is that guy so incredibly ugly? If you want to watch ahead, make sure to click the link in the bottom left corner. As for me, I was just dozing off in class when a stunning girl suddenly barged in. I was entirely oblivious to the hundreds of jealous, murderous glares aimed at the back of my head. My eyes were frantically scanning the endless rows of food stalls, looking for that specific clay pot rice spot. Yi Wei looked around in absolute wonder. "Are there always this many people and this much food here?" "Yeah. Don't tell me you two have never been to a snack street before?" The sheer silence from the two heiresses confirmed it. They really hadn't. I looked at them with genuine pity. Is the life of the ultra-rich really that boring? Don't you know that the absolute best food in the world is always hidden in places like this? The fact that you two have never been to a snack street is a literal tragedy. Oh Ching impatiently kicked a pebble on the ground. "Xiaze," she spoke slowly, her voice dripping with irritation. "Did that amazing restaurant you've been rambling about go bankrupt? We've been walking forever." I jogged a few steps forward, my face lighting up. "It's right here." I pulled up a slightly wobbly stool and sat down at a small square table, shouting enthusiastically. "Boss, 3 bowls of spicy sausage clay pot rice, please." I turned around and waved at the two stunned girls. "What are you waiting for? Come sit." Before arriving, Oh Ching and Ye Wei had assumed that even if the restaurant wasn't 5 stars, it would at least be a proper storefront. But now they realized this was literally just a mobile food cart with some cheap plastic tables and stools set up on the side of the road. Ye Wei let out a helpless, amused sigh. "I really give up on you today." She gracefully walked over, mimicking my actions as she carefully sat down on a tiny plastic stool. "Hey, don't judge a book by its cover. It might look a little run down, but the food here is absolutely incredible. Once you try it, you'll understand. It's a delicacy you'll never find in any high-end restaurant," I promised confidently. My hands were already completely full of various street snacks I had bought along the way. Without thinking, I randomly picked up a skewer of grilled gluten and took a huge bite. Wait a second. The grilled gluten I just bit into was the exact same one Oh Ching had taken a bite of earlier. Standing a few steps away, Oh Ching watched me eat it, her beautiful eyes suddenly darkening. Does this count as an indirect kiss? Her heart suddenly began to race uncontrollably. After the three of us thoroughly enjoyed our incredibly satisfying bowls of clay pot rice, we decided to kill some time and headed over to the local arcade. The moment we walked in, we saw a massive Dance Revolution machine set up right at the entrance. "Do you want to play?" Ye Wei asked me, tilting her head. Honestly, I was actually an incredible dancer, because I debuted as a child star so early. The entertainment agency had heavily trained me in professional dance for years, but given my current situation, it was definitely better for me to keep a low profile. "Nah, let's go play something else." Oh Ching immediately hit me with her trademark toxic venom. "Looks like someone has zero hand-eye coordination and is too embarrassed to embarrass himself on stage." I smiled calmly, completely unfazed. "Oh Ching, I've already developed a complete immunity to your insults. You can't trigger me anymore." Just then, an arcade staff member grabbed a microphone and shouted to the crowd, "Everyone, come take a look at our arcade's brand new event. Sign up right now for a 1v1 DDR dance battle. The machine will automatically score your performance, and the ultimate winner will receive a massive cash prize. Originally, I had absolutely zero interest and was just about to drag Oh Ching and Ye Wei away. But the moment I heard the words massive cash prize, my ears instantly perked up. I immediately shot my hand into the air. I want to sign up. The competition started almost instantly. Oh Ching and Ye Wei sat patiently on the sidelines, watching as I stretched and warmed up my body. My opponent for the first round was a guy dressed in full hip-hop gear. I smiled politely at him. Please go easy on me. He shot me a look of absolute disgust. An ugly freak like you actually has the nerve to dance. He cracked his knuckles arrogantly. Don't think I'll go easy on you just because you look pathetic. You have absolutely no chance of winning. One song later, I casually stepped off the dance machine, stretching my arms. Wow, getting to move around again actually feels amazing. The hip-hop guy stared at the final score on the screen in absolute disbelief. He had lost to this ugly freak by a staggering 100 points. How is this even possible? It wasn't just him who was stunned. The entire crowd was completely speechless. Even Oh Ching and Ye Wei were staring at me in shock. My performance just now was absolutely flawless. Every single move was perfectly executed and incredibly smooth. Hold on, the guy shouted, refusing to accept his humiliating defeat. Let's go again. I looked at him, completely deadpan. Are you absolutely sure you want to go again? I was holding back a lot just now. If we go again, I won't hold back a single point. Embarrassed and defeated, the guy awkwardly turned around and slinked away. I confidently strutted back over to the two stunned girls. Well? I asked Oh Ching, flashing a smug smile. Are my limbs coordinated enough for you? Oh Ching was staring at me completely transfixed, her eyes totally unblinking. Oh Ching. I waved my hand in front of her face. She violently snapped out of her daze, her eyes instantly locking onto my face, which was leaning in surprisingly close. Xiaojia, you, what's wrong? I looked at her in genuine confusion. Was she actually completely mesmerized by my incredibly cool dance moves? But in the very next second, Oh Ching abruptly shot up from her seat. She violently spun around, covering her mouth with her hand. Stay away from me, she snapped. Her heart was absolutely pounding out of her chest. My mouth twitched in annoyance. What does she mean, stay away from me? Does she really hate me that much? Ye Wei, standing off to the side, looked at me with a warm, incredibly gentle smile. You danced incredibly well. Have you trained professionally before? You look like an absolute pro out there. Oh crap! Did I get too carried away? I accidentally put my professional idol skills on full display. I frantically waved my hands, desperately trying to play it cool. Professional? No way. I'm just really interested in dancing, so I watched a bunch of tutorial videos online and taught myself. Yi Wei chuckled softly, clearly not pushing the issue any further. Well, if you dance again later, I'll definitely take some pictures for you. Having finally managed to calm her racing heart, Wu Qing coldly chimed in from the side. What's there to take pictures of? Are you going to print them out and hang them on your door to ward off evil spirits? I violently cursed her in my head. If anyone here wards off evil spirits, it's you. You absolute demon. Ignoring her, I turned around and headed straight back to the DDR machine. As I walked away, a few people in the crowd whispered among themselves. That guy is a seriously incredible dancer. It's just a shame he's so ugly. The moment those words left their mouths, an absolutely terrifying death glare locked onto them. Oh Ching stepped directly in front of the gossiping group, her face completely expressionless, yet radiating the bone-chilling aura. Who exactly are you calling ugly? The guy looked at Oh Ching's terrifyingly gorgeous face, then looked at my disguised face in the distance. He immediately hugged his arms, shaking his head frantically in absolute terror. I didn't say anything. I swear, watching the terrified guy run for his life, Ye Wei let out a helpless sigh. If you're going to protect him this fiercely, you should at least be a little nicer to him. Wu Qing haughtily raised her chin, her face completely flushed with absolute denial. Who says I'm protecting him? If anyone is going to insult Xiaojie, it can only be me. What right do those random extras have to talk bad about him? Wow, that is the most Oh Ching logic I have ever heard. Over the next 15 minutes, I absolutely decimated a massive line of challengers, effortlessly claiming the 3,000 grand prize. Making money was way too easy. Where else were they holding these events? I needed to enter all of them. Amidst a massive wave of applause from the crowd, Oh Ching, Ye Wei, and I proudly walked out of the arcade, hugging the incredibly thick envelope stuffed with cash. I literally couldn't stop smiling. Today was seriously my lucky day. Yi Wei had even gone out and bought me a fresh bottle of water, kindly unscrewing the cap before handing it to me. Have some water, she smiled. I was genuinely dying of thirst. I grabbed the bottle and chugged it down greedily, but in the very next second my phone suddenly vibrated. It was a text message. I pulled it out, and the moment I read the words on the screen, the color instantly drained from my face. Oh Ching. Looking at the message on the screen, the color drained from my face. Oh Ching immediately noticed my reaction, glancing at me suspiciously. What's wrong? I quickly shoved my phone back into my pocket, violently shaking my head. Nothing. It's nothing. By the time the three of us walked out of the arcade, it was already 5 p.m. Yi Wei pressed the elevator button to head downstairs. Oh, by the way, I suddenly remembered. I actually have something I need to do later. Yi Wei looked at me in surprise. Is there something else you still want to play? No, just some personal business, I said, waving my hand dismissively. You guys go ahead. I'm going to take off first. Originally, Ching had been casually leaning against the wall with her arms crossed, but the moment she heard that, she immediately stood straight up. Shaja. But my legs were moving too fast, and I had already sprinted out of sight. Times Square. I headed straight toward a specific upscale coffee shop. Sitting at a small round table was a fashionable woman in her 20s. I quietly snuck up behind her and suddenly slapped her on the shoulder. Sister Yun Yu. The woman jolted in her seat, quickly turning around. You brat. Are you trying to give me a heart attack? She had an incredibly gentle, beautiful face, radiating the perfect girl-next-door big sister energy. This was Mu Yunyu, the former manager of my boy band, remaining light years. She was currently 24 years old and an absolute angel. After the band disbanded and the agency blacklisted me, Mu Yunyu got into a massive fight with the company executives and eventually resigned on her own terms. Now she was the CEO of her very own newly established entertainment company, and business was absolutely booming. I pulled out the chair across from her and sat down. Why did you suddenly think of calling me? When I saw your text earlier, it genuinely scared me. She knew all about how I was blacklisted and exiled from the industry 5 years ago. Mu Yunyu looked at my hideous disguise with an extremely complicated expression. Just looking at me made her eyes hurt. You heartless little brat. If I don't contact you, you just completely forget about your big sister, huh? No, it's not like that. I quickly defended myself. You know how sensitive my current identity is. Plus, you're a big CEO now. It's so hard just to get a chance to see you. Stop sweet-talking me, Mu Yunyu said, sitting up straight and getting down to business. How much time is left on your blacklist contract? When can you return to your original appearance? Soon. Very soon. I suddenly realized that I had practically been working as a servant at the Wu family mansion for over a month now, and Bebe's leg injury had completely healed. Technically, that meant I didn't have to report to the Wu mansion every single day anymore. I should have been thrilled to finally have my freedom back, but for some reason realizing this made me feel a strange lingering sense of loss. Defined soon. I need an exact timeline. I'd say about 50 days. I looked at her completely confused. Why do you ask? Why do I ask? Let me tell you, Xia Ximing recently signed on as the male lead for a massive, highly anticipated production. With how heavily it's being promoted, him blowing up into a major star is practically inevitable. Mu Yunyu tapped her finger against the table. Now look at yourself. You're still living in this pathetic disguise, drifting through life like a ghost. Don't you have any plans for your future? Mu Yunyu's judgment of character and industry trends was always incredibly sharp. Back in the day, she was the mastermind who single-handedly skyrocketed, remaining light years to mega-stardom. I paused for a second. You mean Xia Ximing, my half-brother? I shrugged nonchalantly. He goes to the same school as me right now. But actually, just today, he got permanently kicked out of the elite class and banished to the ordinary class. So what? Mu Yunyu countered sharply, refusing to let me make excuses. Whether he's in the elite class or the ordinary class, whether it's a prestigious academy or a public school, once you strip away his identity as a student, he still holds entirely different identities in the real world. What about you? You're completely stagnating. Sister Yun Yu, when you were my manager, you used to lecture me all the time. It's been so long since we last saw each other, and the first thing you do is lecture me again? I'm doing this for your own good. I know. I defended myself, feeling completely justified. I want to make money. I want to step on Xia Ximing's head. But looking like this, there's absolutely nothing I can do. Mu Yunyu aggressively rubbed her temples, feeling a massive headache coming on. Forget it. I'll just get straight to the point. In 50 days, not only will you be able to restore your original glory, but you will also regain your complete freedom. So do you want to sign with my agency? I looked at her with a deep, knowing smile. So that's why you asked me out. You're trying to poach me. You little brat. Mu Yunyu laughed, lightly smacking the back of my head. Our company might just be starting out, and our scale is still limited, but you know exactly how I treated you back then. I promise I will never mistreat you. We are going to fight our way back to the top of the entertainment industry. I nodded firmly. I'll listen to you. Sister Yun Yu was an incredibly trustworthy person. Being managed by her always made me feel completely secure. Just one thing, she clarified. I didn't open a record label. It's a film and television production company. Do you have any interest in acting? Absolutely. I slammed my hand on the table in excitement. You already know my special skills. Honestly, compared to being an idol and releasing albums, I've always loved acting way more. Mu Yunyu nodded in absolute satisfaction. Thank God, she thought to herself. This kid wasn't completely broken by what happened 5 years ago. All right then, I'll go back and have the contract drafted. Let's keep in close contact over the next few weeks. I nodded frantically like a bobblehead. Mu Yunyu looked at me with an incredibly fond, affectionate expression before picking up her designer handbag. All right, let's go. Go where? Help me pick out a gift. A gift? It's for someone who is incredibly important to me. Our 6-year anniversary is coming up, but I have absolutely no idea what guys like. You're coming with me to help me choose. Ooh, when are you going to bring my future brother-in-law out for me to meet? I teased. Mu Yunyu blushed deeply, laughing shyly. Next time, if there's a chance. Meanwhile, having suffered absolute humiliation at my hands earlier, Jia Ximing was frantically swiping his credit cards at the luxury mall to vent his fury. Suddenly, a familiar figure caught his eye. Wait a minute, isn't that Xia? If you want to watch ahead, make sure to click the link in the bottom left corner. As for me, I was just dozing off in class when a stunning girl suddenly barged in. But who was that person standing next to him? It was an unfamiliar woman he had absolutely never seen before. Jia Ximing instantly snapped out of his rage, the corners of his mouth curling into a wicked, sinister smirk. Right at that moment, his phone suddenly rang. It was his father. Jia Xingxiong, still holding a massive grudge, Jia Ximing answered with a terrible attitude. What do you want? Son, where are you? Where I am is none of your business. You actually hit me because of Xia. I don't have a father like you. Son, I genuinely had absolutely no other choice. Xia Zhengsheng pleaded desperately. Do you even understand what was happening? If I didn't do that, you wouldn't even be able to stay in the ordinary class. The eldest Miss O would have permanently expelled you from the academy. Everything I did was to protect you. When will you finally understand your father's painstaking efforts? Xia Zhengsheng shook his head in absolute helplessness. All right. Even if you think it was my fault, this next piece of news will definitely make you happy. Remember that massive production crew you auditioned for recently? They finally decided on the male lead. Guess who it is? Originally, Jia Ximing had been completely unenthusiastic, but the moment he heard that, his eyes instantly widened in pure shock. Dad, are you saying I got the male lead? Who else? Your father had to pull so many strings and spend a massive amount of effort to secure this for you. Are you finally happy? The dark, suffocating fury in Jia Ximing's heart instantly vanished into thin air upon hearing this explosive news. That drama was an adaptation of a massive hit novel by a top-tier author. Not only did it have a massive built-in fan base, but the female lead was an incredibly famous A-list celebrity. As long as he took this role, his skyrocketing rise to megastardom was absolutely guaranteed. Suppressing his wild excitement, Jia Ximing put on an arrogant tone. Fine, we can talk about the rest when I get home. I'm heading back soon. Without even waiting for Xia Zhengsheng to say another word, he immediately hung up the phone. He quickly opened his camera app and rapidly snapped several photos of Mu Yunyu and me walking together from behind. Then, he frantically scrolled through his contacts, finding the phone number for Wu Qing that he had painstakingly managed to dig up through his elite connections. Message sent successfully. Jia Ximing's mood was absolutely ecstatic as he turned and practically danced out of the mall. Meanwhile, after dragging me through several high-end luxury boutiques, Mu Yunyu finally decided on the ultimate gift, an incredibly expensive designer tie. Holding the beautifully wrapped box, she asked nervously, "Do you really think this tie looks good? It looks amazing." I nodded seriously, then added, "But if you want, you can keep looking." Mu Yunyu reached out and patted my shoulder warmly. "I trust your taste." While she went to the register to pay, I subconsciously touched my pockets, feeling the thick wad of prize money I had just won from the arcade. To be completely honest, even though O Qing's venomous tongue had constantly attacked me while I was working as a servant at the O Mansion, she had genuinely taken care of me in so many ways. She had even bought me the brand new fruit phone I was currently using. Because of all that, I really wanted to buy her a gift to show my appreciation. But what could I possibly buy her? As the eldest miss of the ultra-wealthy O family, it seemed like there was absolutely nothing she lacked. As we walked past a massive international luxury jewelry boutique, I suddenly grabbed Mu Yunyu's arm. "Sister Yunyu, I want to look inside this store." I rubbed the back of my neck, feeling a little embarrassed. "I want to pick out a necklace for someone." Mu Yunyu froze for a second. Then her face instantly lit up with gossip. "Ooh, who is it for? Just someone I guess you could barely call a friend?" The more I tried to explain, the more nervous and stuttery I became. She's taken care of me a lot recently, so I want to get her a little something to say thanks." Mu Yunyu nodded knowingly with a teasing smile. "Understood. Returning a favor, right? Don't worry. I'll help you pick out the perfect gift." The two of us walked into the high-end boutique and carefully examined the glass display cases. "What about this one?" she asked, pointing at a necklace embedded with a massive red gemstone. "I don't think that really fits her style," I said, shaking my head. My eyes suddenly landed on a stunning diamond necklace displayed a little further down. That one is definitely O Qing's style." I asked the clerk to take it out, then practically forced Mu Yunyu to model it so I could see how it looked against her neck. "Can you hold my gift bag for a second? It's ruining the overall aesthetic," I instructed with total seriousness. Mu Yunyu let out a helpless, exasperated sigh, but she dutifully held still, holding the necklace against her collarbone while enduring my intense, 360-degree, dead-end inspection. "By the way, how much is this one?" I leaned in closer, my face inches away as I carefully inspected the diamond's details. Suddenly, a hand viciously grabbed my arm, violently yanking me backward, while shoving Mu Yunyu completely out of the way. I gasped in shock, my eyes widening in absolute horror. "What the hell were you two just doing? Are you asking for a death wish?" Caught completely off guard by the violent shove, Mu Yunyu stumbled backward, her back slamming hard against the glass display counter. I aggressively pushed O Qing away. "Are you insane? Why are you suddenly acting like a total lunatic? So this is the personal business you had to take care of?" Wu Qing sneered coldly, pointing an accusatory finger directly at Mu Yunyu. "You two are having a grand old time, aren't you? Xiaozhou, I never realized you were this kind of person." Huh. That final scoff carried an incredibly dangerous, almost lethal undertone. What kind of person? I was completely stunned, but looking into Oh Ching's terrifyingly cold, disgusted eyes, I instantly understood what she was implying. Is that really how she sees me? Completely infuriated by her bizarre, unhinged accusations, I gritted my teeth, completely ignoring her as I rushed over to Mu Yunyu and helped her up. Sister Yunyu, are you okay? Oh Ching's hands instantly clenched into trembling, white-knuckled fists. Xiaozhe, you get your ass back here right now. Having safely helped Mu Yunyu to her feet, I spun around and glared fiercely at Oh Ching. Have you lost your damn mind? Sister Yunyu was just trying to help me out. Now how am I supposed to explain this to her? Mu Yunyu gently shook her head. Aze, I'm fine. Oh Ching was absolutely furious. Xiaozhe was actually treating her like she didn't exist. She was standing right in front of him, yet he had the audacity to gently comfort another woman right before her eyes. An uncontrollable, explosive emotion surged within her, completely destroying all her rational thought. Wu Qing glared at Mu Yunyu with pure venom, actually raising her hand, ready to slap her across the face. Who gave you the right to call him AJ? Say it one more time, I dare you. Even she hadn't used such an intimate nickname with him. Who the hell did this random woman think she was? Reacting purely on instinct, I instantly threw myself in front of Mu Yunyu, completely shielding her with my body. Seeing me protect her, Oh Qing's movement violently jerked to a halt, her raised hand freezing just inches away from my cheek. Get out of my way, she screamed. Can you just be rational for 1 second? I yelled back, my patience completely exhausted. I told you to get out of my way. Xiaozhe, do not test my patience. Wu Qing, are you completely psychotic? I roared. Yes, she was acting psychotic. And the only reason she was acting psychotic was because she cared so deeply about what he was doing with another woman. Fine, you win, Wu Qing sneered, her eyes burning with a mix of fury and intense betrayal. Do whatever the hell you want. If this miss ever wastes her time caring about you again, my name isn't Oh Ching. Throwing down those venomous words, she violently spun around and stormed out of the boutique, her entire body radiating absolute explosive rage. She actually just left? I stood there completely frozen, staring blankly at Oh Ching's retreating figure, an inexplicable, agonizing knot suddenly twisting in my chest. Mu Yunyu stood off to the side, feeling incredibly awkward. She stared at Oh Ching's furious silhouette, furrowing her brow. Who was that girl? She looks really familiar. For a second, she genuinely couldn't put a finger on where she had seen her before. I looked at Mu Yunyu, completely filled with guilt. I'm so sorry, because of me, you almost got hit. Noticing that Mu Yunyu had scraped her hand against the display case when she fell, I felt even worse. Let's go find a pharmacy and get you some band-aids. The moment Oh Ching stormed out of the boutique, her footsteps suddenly jerked to a halt. For 2 agonizing seconds, she stood completely still. Then, she viciously kicked a massive concrete pillar next to her. Whipping around, she stormed right back into the store. Without saying a single word, she violently grabbed my arm and physically dragged me outside. Why is she back? What the hell are you doing? I shouted in shock. Shut up and follow me, Wu Qing ordered coldly. Seeing her terrifyingly furious expression, I turned back to look at Mu Yunyu. She gave me a reassuring look, gesturing that she was fine. Left with absolutely no choice, I followed Oh Ching down into the massive underground parking garage. She aggressively yanked open the door of her sports car and slid into the driver's seat, without even looking at me. Get in, she commanded, her voice like absolute ice. The moment I closed the door, she violently shifted into gear and slammed the gas pedal to the floor. The massive acceleration violently threw me back into my seat. I turned to look at the terrifying girl beside me. Hey, aren't you driving a little too fast? Wu Qing stared straight ahead, her face completely dark and terrifying. Is my name Hey? A minute ago you were sweetly calling that woman Sister Yunyu. Sister Yunyu. But when it comes to me, I only get a hey. Wu Qing, slow down. As if deliberately trying to defy me, instead of slowing down, she aggressively accelerated, steering the car directly toward the wide empty highways heading out of the city. I was genuinely exhausted and completely helpless. Taking a few deep breaths, I looked at her seriously, desperate to explain. You completely misunderstood what was happening earlier. Sister Yunyu and I aren't whatever you think we are. She's just an older sister who has always taken care of me. Oh Qing brutally cut me off. Say one more good thing about her, and see what happens. I was completely speechless. Besides, why did she even care so much in the first place? Before I realized it, Oh Ching's roaring sports car had completely exited the city limits, flying down a deserted suburban asphalt highway at terrifying speeds. We were just trying to see how the necklace looked when worn, I pleaded. It absolutely wasn't what you thought. Oh Ching remained completely silent, her face frozen in absolute frost. Terrified that she still didn't believe me, I frantically added, I'm telling the truth. The sports car violently slammed on the brakes, screeching to a terrifying halt. Oh Ching slowly turned her head, glaring at me with eyes full of absolute zero ice. So that's your excuse for buying her a necklace? Necklace? That necklace was clearly... Before I could even finish explaining that the necklace was for her, Wu Qing's deathly gaze locked onto the luxurious gift bag I had been holding in my hands this entire time. In a split second, she violently snatched the bag right out of my hands, She rolled down the window and ruthlessly chucked it out onto the highway. "What the hell are you doing?" I screamed. That bag had the tie Sister Yun Yu was going to give to someone, and Oh Ching just threw it away like garbage. "What? Are you heartbroken?" Oh Ching mocked viciously. "I don't care what was inside it. I'll compensate her double the price." She reeked of the absolute arrogance of an evil, ultra-wealthy capitalist. I glared at her with pure, unadulterated fury. Without saying another word, I grabbed the door handle ready to jump out, but in the very next second, Oh Ching instantly locked all the doors and violently slammed her foot on the gas. "Jia, you'd better kill the thought of retrieving that trash. Do you think you can do whatever you want just because you have money? I want out. Let me give you a piece of advice. Stop defying me." Oh Ching didn't say another word, continuing to accelerate. In a split second of pure adrenaline, I smashed the emergency unlock button. The very moment the car began to move forward, I threw the door open and violently leaped out of the moving vehicle. Is he completely insane? Does he have a death wish? Oh Ching frantically slammed on the brakes, whipping her head around in absolute terror. I had twisted my ankle slightly, but it wasn't a major injury. I scrambled to my feet and desperately ran backwards, snatching the gift bag off the asphalt. Thank God it wasn't damaged. If it was ruined, I would have been too ashamed to ever face Sister Yun Yu again. The Lamborghini screeched to a halt. The door was violently thrown open as Oh Ching rushed out, not even bothering to close the door behind her as she sprinted toward me. She aggressively grabbed my shoulders, frantically checking my entire body for injuries. Her pitch-black eyes then snapped up to glare at me with absolute explosive fury. "Xiaja, are you literally mentally handicapped? What the hell is inside your brain? Do you realize that if I had been driving any faster, you would be dead right now? Are you that eager to die?" My chest heaved violently as I roared right back at her. "Even if I do want to die, it has absolutely nothing to do with you. I am no longer a servant in your house." Oh Ching. Bebe's leg is completely healed. I have absolutely no ties to the O family anymore. If you want to watch ahead, make sure to click the link in the bottom left corner. As for me, I was just dozing off in class when a stunning girl suddenly barged in, walking straight toward me, staring at my absolutely resolute, furious expression. Oh Ching swore to herself that in her entire life she had never felt her emotions spiral this completely out of control. Ever since she was a child, everything she wanted was handed to her. Everything was completely within her absolute control. She could obtain anything without lifting a single finger. But this one specific man, constantly defied her. Oh Ching's flawlessly beautiful face was completely frozen in ice. "No ties?" she sneered. "Who gave you permission to have absolutely no ties to the O family? Which attending doctor told you that Oh Xiaobei's leg is fully healed? Until I give the word, you will forever remain a servant of the O family. What right do you have to defy me?" "I have every right. You have absolutely no other choice." This is so infuriating. I seriously wanted to crush this arrogant, untouchable heiress right under my shoe and viciously stomp on her a few times, for good measure. Refusing to even look at her anymore, I turned around and pulled out a half-empty bottle of mineral water from my bag. I unscrewed the cap and chugged down several mouthfuls, desperately trying to use the cold water to extinguish my blazing fury. Oh Ching stood directly across from me, her pitch-black eyes locked onto me as I tilted my head back to drink. Suddenly, she reached out, violently snatched the water bottle right out of my hands, and brought it directly to her own lips, taking a massive gulp. I stared at Oh King in absolute shock, my entire body freezing in place. My brain completely short-circuited, entirely blanking out. "Oh Ching, that's my water." I finally managed to stammer. "How can you be so shameless? Did you even ask for my permission before snatching it? Wait a minute, didn't we just indirectly kiss?" Oh Ching looked at my completely flustered, bewildered expression, and for some inexplicable reason, the suffocating anger in her chest suddenly flared up again. "So what if I drank from the same bottle as him? Just minutes ago, he was perfectly willing to recklessly throw himself out of a speeding car just to retrieve a pathetic gift for some other woman. But now, just because I drank his water, he's looking at me like this." "Ooh." Ching's eyes burned with intense fury. "Who told you that counts as a kiss?" she snapped. "Oh Ching, let me tell you." But before I could even finish my sentence, Oh Ching suddenly lunged forward. She tilted her head up, and her soft, sexy red lips violently crashed directly onto mine. I completely froze, my brain entirely flatlined, completely emptied of all coherent thought. After a few agonizingly long seconds, Oh Ching finally pulled away from my chest. She slightly parted her gorgeous red lips, her voice completely hazy and intoxicating. Now that is a kiss. The distance between us was so incredibly close. My ears had turned completely crimson red. Oh Ching, that was my first kiss. I had absolutely no idea how to react, but Oh Ching just shot me a cool, nonchalant look. That was my first kiss too, so we're even. I violently pushed her away, immediately turning around and walking in the opposite direction. I didn't even know where I was going. My body was just moving purely on instinct, desperate to escape. "Just a friendly reminder," Oh Ching called out from behind me, her tone dripping with absolute arrogance. "We're in the middle of nowhere. If you leave now, you'll be walking until midnight, and you still won't reach the city limits." My footsteps instantly jerked to a halt. "If your attitude improves," Oh Ching continued, looking like an absolute queen, "this miss might consider giving you a ride back." I absolutely do not want to see your face right now. Ching's expression instantly froze over, the temperature plummeting several degrees. Jia, you brought this on yourself. With that, she spun around as well. The two of us stubbornly walked in entirely opposite directions. Ching got back into her luxurious sports car, but she didn't immediately start the engine. Her pitch-black eyes slightly shifted, subconsciously drifting up to the rearview mirror. In the reflection, my silhouette was getting further and further away, and I hadn't turned back to look at her even once. Ching viciously slammed her fist against the steering wheel. With every single step I took further away from her, her heart violently twisted in agonizing regret. They were at least 30 kilometers away from the city. Was he genuinely planning on walking the entire way back? Ching pulled out her phone, dialing a number with trembling fingers. Gritting her teeth, she practically roared her command into the receiver. I'm giving you exactly 15 minutes. Send a car to coordinate 3XX immediately. Go pick someone up. The next day, I hadn't slept a single wink the entire night. My mind was completely consumed by the memory of that kiss. Every time I thought about it, my heart would start racing entirely out of my control. Good morning, Xiaozhou. A gentle voice suddenly pulled me back to reality. I snapped out of my daze to see Ye Wei standing next to me. I gave her a weak, exhausted nod. Ye Wei looked at me with deep concern. Why do you look so exhausted? Did you play too hard yesterday? Or has your body still not fully recovered? I shook my head, letting out a heavy sigh. This is purely mental exhaustion. And it's entirely Ching's fault. Yesterday, she randomly threw a massive fit, kidnapped me to the middle of nowhere, and then forcefully kissed me. If I hadn't run into a kind police officer who gave me a ride, I probably would have been walking until midnight. Are you dealing with some kind of trouble? Ye Wei asked softly. I'm fine. Please don't worry about me. I forced a reassuring smile. But the moment those words left my mouth, I spotted a familiar silhouette walking toward us in the distance. It was Ching. I instantly wiped the smile off my face, frantically grabbing my backpack. Wei, I'm heading back to the classroom first. Talk to you later. And with that, I bolted. Ye Wei blinked in absolute confusion. By the time Ching reached her side, her pitch-black eyes were completely locked onto my desperately retreating figure. That idiot is actually hiding from me. During the lunch break, I was sitting alone at a window seat, quietly eating my food, when a guy with an incredibly eager, flattering expression placed his tray directly across from me. Hello, classmate Xiaozhou. I looked up, recognizing him as a guy from the neighboring class. I didn't know his name, but we had crossed paths a few times. Mind if I sit here? Without even waiting for my permission, he pulled out the chair and sat down. I heard that Xia Ximing and Xu Zheng from your class both got banished to the ordinary class. They used to bully you all the time, right? Honestly, I always thought they were total jerks. I took a bite of my potatoes. Oh, is that so? The guy nodded frantically, finally getting to the point. So, classmate Xiaozhou, could I ask you for a massive favor? What kind of favor? I asked, looking up. With a completely nervous expression, the guy practically shoved a thick heart sticker-sealed envelope right into my face. I know you and Ching seem to have a pretty good relationship. Could you please give this letter to her for me? I completely froze. Is this a literal love letter? You'll help me, right? I really don't think I can do that, I replied awkwardly. It's not that I don't want to help you, it's just that my relationship with Ching is incredibly tense right now. I honestly don't even have the face to walk up and talk to her. But to my absolute shock, the guy from the neighboring class instantly became furious. His eager, flattering smile entirely vanished, replaced by a dark scowl. It's literally just a simple favor. Why are you being so incredibly stingy about it? I forced myself to remain patient, trying to explain again. I'm not being stingy. It's genuinely just not a good time. I'm sorry. He violently rolled his eyes. Oh, please. I bet you just don't want to help me. Are you terrified that if Ching reads my love letter, she'll actually fall for me? Is that why you're refusing? I completely lost all desire to continue the conversation. I politely picked up my tray. Then why do I feel like Xiaozhou is acting completely bizarre today? Who cares about him? Ching's face was entirely expressionless, but her tone was growing increasingly irritated. Who the hell does he think he is? He actually dares to throw a tantrum at me. Throughout her entire life, Ching's absolute rule was, if you align with me, stay. If you defy me, leave. People were constantly desperate to kiss up to her. When had she ever in her entire life needed to coax someone else? Not in the past and absolutely never in the future. After school, for the first time in over a month, I didn't immediately head to the family mansion to report for duty. Is it really okay for me to just not show up without saying a word? What if Bebe was waiting for me? But then my mind flashed back to Ching's utterly psychotic behavior yesterday, and I firmly stepped onto the public bus heading straight home. While I was waiting for the bus, Mu Yun Yu suddenly called me. Sister Yun Yu. Xiaozhou, are you okay? I'm totally fine. Are you sure you're okay? I already called you yesterday to explain everything. The gift you bought for that important person is still with me. Let me find a time to bring it to you. It's fine. Just hold on to it for me for now. Mu Yun Yu sighed heavily. I honestly never imagined that you actually had such a deep connection with the eldest Miss O. Hold on, I frantically interrupted. I have absolutely zero connection with her. Do you want me to personally explain yesterday's misunderstanding to Miss O for you? You bought that necklace specifically for her, right? It seems like she completely misunderstood your intentions. No. Absolutely do not explain anything to her, I practically shouted. Why not? She asked, utterly confused. I gritted my teeth, because right now I absolutely do not want her to know. Mu Yun Yu let out another heavy sigh. I genuinely do not understand you kids these days. Anyway, I won't keep you. My bus is here. Meanwhile, back at the OAO family mansion, Oh Ching elegantly strutted into the grand living room, her piercing gaze instantly sweeping the entire area. He's not here. She violently slammed her car keys down onto the glass coffee table, clearly in a foul mood. The luxurious furniture was perfectly arranged, and the servants were busily working in the kitchen, but for some reason the entire mansion felt inexplicably empty. It felt like something absolutely crucial was missing. Bebe came bouncing over like a happy little rabbit. She looked up at Oh Ching with her massive bright eyes. Big sister, where's the big brother? Why didn't he come today? Oh Ching shot a sideways glance at the little furball. Your leg is completely healed. Why would he still come? Huh? Since Bebe's leg is healed, Big Brother isn't coming back anymore? Bebe instantly dramatically threw herself onto the floor, clutching her perfectly fine leg. Ow! Bebe's leg suddenly hurt so much, it must be a relapse. Oh, Qing's face twitched in pure disbelief. Oh Xiaobei, could your acting be any more pathetic? Do you really want him back that badly? Super badly. Wu Qing turned her head, looking directly at the head butler. Go find some bandages. If you want to watch ahead, make sure to click the link in the bottom left corner. As for me, I was just dozing off in class when a stunning girl suddenly barged in. 10 minutes later, Oh Xiaobei sat on the couch, staring pitifully at her completely healthy leg, which was now heavily wrapped in thick medical bandages. Big sister, do we really have to do this? Bebe feels super uncomfortable. Oh Ching expertly tied a tight knot on the bandage, sitting back with an incredibly satisfied smirk. What do you know? If we don't do this, he'll never come back. Besides, kids need to endure some hardship. It builds character for when you grow up. Watching Oh Ching's intensely focused expression, Bebe suddenly clapped her little hands together. I get it! Big sister must miss Big Brother too. You want him to come back, right? Oh Ching's expression instantly froze. Maintaining absolute composure, she replied flatly. You're overthinking it. I'm strictly doing this to help you as your older sister. Bebe reached out and patted Oh Ching's shoulder knowingly. There's no need to hide it from me. As your little sister, I've known you for 6 years. Bebe understands Big Sister the best. Are you complaining that you haven't had enough homework recently? Wu Qing threatened coldly. Huh? Bebe suddenly has amnesia. I completely forgot everything Big Sister just said. Oh Ching casually picked up a fashion magazine from the table, pretending to read it. You have that man's phone number, right? Do I need to teach you what to do next? Bebe flashed a perfectly serious okay sign. Understood. Meanwhile, I was sitting by the window on the public bus, seriously planning out my evening. First, I'll go home and cook some food. Then I need to rush to the hospital before 7 p.m. to deliver dinner to Mom. I meticulously wrote everything down in my little notebook. No matter what I did, I always had a strict habit of making a checklist and crossing off tasks one by one as I completed them. As I was writing, a sudden realization hit me. My mom currently needed to stay in the hospital for her long-term treatment, and that was definitely going to cost a massive amount of money over time. I absolutely refused to rely on anyone else for financial support. But how was I supposed to make enough money? Just then, my phone suddenly rang. I picked it up. It was Chuan. I answered the call without stopping my writing. Xia, I finally finished taking care of everything on my end. I should be able to meet up with you by next week. Really? That's amazing. Are you moving straight into your stepdad's house? A few years ago, Chuan's parents had divorced, and his mom had been raising him single-handedly ever since. But I heard his new stepdad, surnamed Qi, was a massive, incredibly influential figure in the city. I think so, Chuan replied, his voice laced with anxiety. Honestly, I'm really stressed out right now. My mom told me that Uncle Qi already has a kid and older sister. What if we totally clash? What if we can't get along? I could practically hear him nervously biting his fingernails. Are you kidding me? You've literally been the perfect straight-A honor student your entire life. Uncle Qi is gaining an incredibly well-behaved stepson out of absolutely nowhere. How could she possibly dislike you? And I meant every single word. My best friend Chuan was the absolute definition of a perfect student. He always listened to his teachers, obeyed his parents, and lived his life exactly by the book. I hope so. Chuan sighed, still sounding completely nervous. Anyway, how have you been lately? Not great, I admitted. I really want to find a part-time job to make some extra cash. A part-time job, you could try writing web novels. Making a little side money shouldn't be too hard. Write web novels. I don't know the first thing about writing a novel. Even though Chuan was a flawless honor student, his absolute guilty pleasure was secretly binge-reading web novels behind his teachers' and parents' backs. He immediately shifted into expert mode. It's super simple. You just need to register a pen name on a novel website. Chuan enthusiastically rambled on, explaining the entire process in absolute detail. Honestly, it sounded like an incredible idea. Writing novels meant I would have complete freedom over my schedule. Do you have any good recommendations? I'll go home tonight and study how they write. And just like that, Chuan and I chatted for the entire bus ride. Meanwhile, back at the O Mansion, Oh Xiaobei was sitting perfectly still on the couch, gripping her phone and staring at the screen with massive teary eyes. Big sister Big Brother is talking to someone else on the phone. The line has been completely busy. Bei can't get through. Oh Qing's hand, which was casually flipping through the magazine, suddenly completely froze. Her mind instantly flashed back to that strange woman he had been shopping for a necklace with at the mall yesterday. This is incredibly suspicious. Oh Xiaobei rubbed her tiny chin, looking completely devastated. Big Brother has been on the phone for so long. Could he be talking to a girlfriend? Wu Qing's face instantly darkened, the temperature in the room plummeting. Her fingers clenched so tightly around the magazine that the pages began to tear. Oh Xiaobei, completely lost in her own tragic deductions, gasped dramatically. Big sister, aren't you worried? What if Big Brother gets seduced and stolen away by another woman? Oh Qing glared at Bei with absolute murder in her eyes. If you stop talking, absolutely no one is going to mistake you for a mute. Oh Xiaobei instantly clamped both her hands over her mouth, completely terrified into silence. I had been talking to An Chuan the entire ride. I glanced out the window and immediately jumped up. I gotta go, my stop is here. The bus roared as it pulled away, leaving a trail of exhaust in its wake. I looked toward the distant labyrinth of narrow alleyways. This area was completely removed from the bustling city center. It was a massive network of interconnected, run-down alleyways completely crammed with tiny low-income houses, commonly known as the slums. 5 years ago, after Yang Wenpei ruthlessly kicked us out of the Xia family estate, my mom and I moved here and we had been living here ever since. Although the transportation was incredibly inconvenient, the rent was extremely cheap. I unlocked a shared city bike and started pedaling toward home. My house was located at the very end of the third alley on the left, but just as I was passing the first intersection, a massive white Audi suddenly sped out of nowhere, barreling straight toward me. I screamed, desperately trying to violently swerve the handlebars out of the way. Ah! I screamed in panic. I desperately tried to swerve the handlebars out of the way, but it was already too late. Crash! The shared bicycle slammed hard against the car and clattered to the ground, the front wheels still spinning wildly. Enduring the sharp pain, I scrambled up from the asphalt, angrily rubbing my bruised arm as I glared at the driver. How the hell are you driving? I yelled. Who takes a sharp turn that fast in a narrow alley without even honking? The driver's side door of the white Audi swung open and a chubby middle-aged man in a black suit stepped out. Without even glancing at me, he immediately bent down to inspect his precious car. Then, he whipped around, glaring at me with absolute fury. How the hell are you riding? Are you blind? What the fuck? My anger instantly skyrocketed. Are you kidding me? You're the one who drove straight into me. The chubby man, putting on an incredibly unreasonable and aggressive front, started cursing me out loudly. Bullshit. You clearly drove straight into my car because you're blind. Are you a professional scammer trying to extort me? Look at this. Look at what your stupid bicycle did to my car. Pay up. Why the hell should I pay you? I retorted angrily. Do you even have a license, old man? Do you have any basic concept of traffic laws? If anyone is a professional menace to society, it's you arrogant little brat. The chubby man pointed a fat finger in my face. Do you believe I can make one phone call and have you thrown straight into a holding cell? I stared at him, completely speechless. Forget it. You can never win an argument with someone who completely defies basic logic. I decided to just accept my bad luck for the day. I turned around and bent down to pick up my fallen bicycle. Just then, the passenger side door of the Audi clicked open. Dad? What's going on? A familiar male voice echoed through the alley. Wait, isn't that? It was the exact same guy from the neighboring class. The one whose love letter I had rejected during lunch today. He clearly recognized me too. He paused for a second, then a malicious mocking smile spread across his face. Oh? If it isn't my dear schoolmate, crap, how is my luck this incredibly terrible? My face instantly darkened. The chubby man looked at his son. Zicheng? You know this kid. Li Zicheng let out a cold mocking snort. Of course I know him. He goes to our school, he's in the class right next to mine. He sneered, his voice dripping with venom. He's an incredibly petty, pathetic guy. Still harboring a massive grudge from getting rejected earlier today, Li Zicheng deliberately used this opportunity to take his revenge. Since you crashed into my dad's car, don't even think about getting away. Hurry up and pay for the damages. The chubby man carefully inspected a tiny, barely visible scratch on the side of his car. His attitude incredibly arrogant. That's right. One of the workers under me got into an accident today, so I was forced to drive into this filthy slum to check on him. Who would have thought I'd run into this kind of garbage the moment I arrived? Just pay me $20,000, and we'll call it even. I was in the middle of picking up my bike when I heard that. I stared at the microscopic scratch on the Audi, completely dumbfounded. 20,000? Why don't you just go rob a bank? Do you really think I don't know anything? I used to be a wealthy young master too, damn it. This chubby man's Audi was worth maybe a few $100,000 at best. Asking for $20,000 over a tiny scratch, was he treating me like an absolute idiot? Shaya Zhou, have you ever even seen the real world? Li Zicheng mocked, acting incredibly high and mighty. My dad drives an Audi. Asking for $20,000 is already letting you off easy. You can either pay up right now, or my dad can make a single phone call and make sure you suffer consequences you can't even begin to handle. Who the hell do you think you are? You think you can just demand whatever amount you want? This is a society ruled by law. Refusing to entertain their extortion, I immediately pulled out my phone. There's no point arguing with you. I'm calling the police right now. 10 minutes later, 2 police officers from the local precinct arrived at the scene. The chubby man immediately pulled them aside, whispering furiously and slipping them something discreetly. A moment later, the younger officer turned around and looked at me with a serious expression. Here's the situation. There are no surveillance cameras in this area, and the accident scene has already been completely disturbed. There are no reliable witnesses or concrete evidence on either side. He paused, his tone shifting. However, it is an undeniable fact that your bicycle scratched this gentleman's car. How about this? I'll act as the mediator. You just need to compensate this gentleman $10,000, and we can consider this matter closed. My eyes widened in absolute shock. Why should I have to pay when he hit me? Is there absolutely no justice left in the world? Not to mention I only had a few $100s to my name. Where the hell was I supposed to get $10,000? This was an absolute disaster, falling out of the sky. Lisa Cheng stared at me with an incredibly smug, triumphant sneer. What did I tell you? I warned you if you don't pay up, you'll suffer the consequences. At this point, I seriously suspected that the chubby man had blatantly bribed the officers. Otherwise, how could this possibly be the outcome? I gripped the handlebars of my bike so tightly my knuckles turned white. I don't have the money to pay him. What do you mean you don't have the money? Lisa Cheng sneered viciously. Do you think just because you're poor you're immune to the law? The chubby man immediately chimed in, playing the victim. Officers, do you see this? Unruly, lawless students like him need to be locked up in a holding cell to learn a lesson. Oh, so you don't have the money to pay? Then we'll just have your parents bring the cash to bail you out. The younger officer stepped forward, pulling out his handcuffs. I'm sorry, kid, but you're going to have to come with us to the station. We have to follow standard protocol. Are you kidding me? They're actually going to arrest me. I felt like I had just swallowed a bitter pill and was completely unable to speak out against the injustice. My heart instantly leaped into my throat. What do I do? What the hell am I supposed to do now? I'm not going anywhere, I shouted, taking a step back. I'm afraid you don't have a choice in the matter, the officer replied coldly. Lisa Chen watched my desperate, helpless struggle with absolute glee, thoroughly enjoying the show. In reality, all he had to do was say a single word to his father, and they would have dropped the whole thing entirely. But Xiaojie had so casually rejected his request during lunch. It was just a simple favor, yet Xiaojie absolutely refused to help him. So don't blame me for this. You're the one who was heartless first. If you want to watch ahead, make sure to click the link in the bottom left corner. As for me, I was just dozing off in class when a stunning girl suddenly barged in. The afternoon sun was beating down, making the tension even more unbearable. Lisa Cheng raised a mocking eyebrow at me. I'm heading back to the car. Good luck dealing with this. With a final sneer, he turned around and got back into the Audi. The chubby man was also losing his patience. What are you still standing there for? You either settle this privately and pay me right now, or you take a trip to the station with the officers. Choose. With both the extortionist and the corrupt officers cornering me, I completely panicked. The officer took a threatening step forward, reaching out to forcefully grab my arm. Look, you're still young. Just come back to the station with us and call your legal guardian to sort this out. No, I yelled, my eyes wide with panic. But right at that exact moment, an incredibly clear, commanding voice echoed from directly behind me. Let go of him. Hearing that voice, I whipped my head around in absolute disbelief. Standing against the backdrop of the setting sun, a faint golden halo illuminating her flawlessly beautiful face, was Oh Ching. The sheer presence radiating from her entire body spelled out 2 absolute words: supreme perfection. The 2 officers stopped in their tracks, looking her up and down with suspicion. And who are you? Oh Ching's stunning red lips slowly curled into a cold, mocking sneer. Wu Ching. With that, she stepped forward, firmly placing herself between me and the officers. Her piercing, icy gaze swept over them with absolute authority. He is my person. Even if you want to take him away, you have to ask for my permission first. Wu Ching, the chubby man muttered to himself, frowning. Why does that name sound so familiar? The 2 officers looked at each other for a second before bursting into loud, mocking laughter. What Wu Ching? We've never even heard of you. Do you think you're starring in some idol drama right now? The younger officer mocked. Let me tell you something, little girl. We are executing official duties here. We don't care about anyone's permission. Do you understand? If you know what's good for you, you'll step aside right now. Otherwise, don't blame us for throwing you into the holding cell along with him. Wu Qing's face instantly darkened to absolute zero. I, on the other hand, couldn't hold it back anymore. I genuinely burst out laughing. Ha 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 ha. I'm sorry, I'm so sorry. I really couldn't hold it in. It was incredibly rare to see the almighty Wu Qing get completely disrespected like this. Normally, in L City, the name Wu Qing was the absolute symbol of ultimate wealth and untouchable power. It was a genuine rarity to find someone who actually dared to ask, who is Wu Qing? These 2 low-level officers are seriously brave. The younger officer, completely oblivious to the fact that he was actively courting death, barked at her again. Did you hear me? If you don't have any actual business here, get the hell out of the way. Wu Qing's eyes narrowed dangerously, a terrifying, lethal glint flashing in her dark pupils. You want to talk about official duties? Her voice was so cold it could freeze the air. Who exactly do you think the police commissioner is? What are you trying to pull? The officer scoffed. If you think name-dropping our commissioner is going to save you, it's way too late for that. Now, I'll ask you again, who the hell are you? Oh Ching's voice dropped several degrees, dripping with absolute menace. I am telling you to call Commissioner Wang Keenan, right now. Faced with her terrifying, overwhelming aura, the younger officer suddenly felt a bizarre wave of genuine fear wash over him. See, call him for what? Call him. The officer nervously pulled out his phone. When the call finally connected, his arrogant attitude instantly vanished, replaced by frantic bowing and scraping. See, Commissioner Wang. It's Little Meng. I'm down at Yongle Alley handling a traffic dispute, and the other party is insisting. Before he could even finish his sentence, Oh Ching violently snatched the phone right out of his hand. This is Wu Ching. 2 of your officers are insisting on taking my person away. They even threatened to throw me into a holding cell with him. You deal with this. Dropping those chilling words with absolute apathy, Wu Ching casually tossed the phone back. The officer frantically scrambled to catch it with both hands. The moment he brought it back to his ear, an explosive, terrified roar from the commissioner nearly shattered his eardrum. You absolute idiots! How dare you casually provoke the eldest Miss O? She represents the absolute most powerful family in this entire city. Even I have to bow my head and show her the utmost respect. Do you want me to lose my position as commissioner? Apologize to her immediately. If the eldest Miss O and her person refuse to let this go, I will personally end both of your careers. The 2 officers were completely and utterly paralyzed with fear. The moment the call ended, their attitude toward O King and me did a massive 180-degree flip. I secretly clicked my tongue. Wow, society really is incredibly realistic. Standing to the side, the chubby man suddenly slapped his own forehead as pure realization hit him. I remember now. She's the legendary eldest miss of the O family. The young officer forced a pathetic, trembling smile, practically bowing to O Ching. Please, Miss O. Please don't hold this against us. To be completely honest, this is just a very simple traffic dispute. Nothing serious at all. It's just that this gentleman's car was slightly scratched by the young man behind you. The gentleman was merely asking for $10,000 in repair compensation. Wu Qing's lips curled into a terrifyingly cruel, mocking sneer. Having finally realized Oh Ching's true identity, the chubby man instantly shrank back in absolute terror. But to everyone's shock, Oh Ching just coldly spat out 2 words. No problem. With that, she pulled out her phone and made a quick call to her personal chauffeur, who had been waiting nearby. Less than 5 minutes later, a sharply dressed chauffeur in a tailored suit walked over with absolute professionalism. Eldest miss, he bowed respectfully. He immediately pulled out a checkbook, wrote down a number, and handed the check directly to the terrified chubby man. This is our compensation. Please accept it. The chubby man looked down at the check and his eyes nearly popped out of his skull. $200,000. Why is it so much? What is going on? The chauffeur turned back to Wu Qing. Eldest miss, how would you like to proceed? Oh Ching let out a bone-chilling scoff. Smash his car to pieces. My jaw literally hit the pavement. Is she completely insane? I know she's rich, but does she have to be this unhinged? Having completely lost interest in the situation, Oh Ching grabbed my arm and dragged me away from the scene. Behind us, we could hear the horrifying sounds of the Audi being brutally destroyed by the O family's security team, accompanied by the panicked, terrified screams of Lisa Shen, who had been violently dragged out of the passenger seat. The chubby man was completely paralyzed in shock. $200,000, it sounded like a lot, but it wasn't enough to buy a brand new luxury car, and fixing the absolute wreckage in front of him would be completely impossible. He had originally just wanted to extort a poor student for some quick cash, but in the end, he had lost his entire car for absolutely nothing. How did it end up like this? As Wu Qing and I walked shoulder to shoulder down the alley, I finally couldn't hold it in anymore. Wu Qing, are you secretly a nouveau riche billionaire? Or something? That was $200,000? She spent all that money just for the satisfaction of smashing someone's car? Wu Qing's face remained completely impassive. Have you ever seen a nouveau riche who looks as flawless as I do? I had to admit, Wu Qing was genuinely 360-degree dead-end gorgeous. I couldn't help but steal a few extra glances at her. Wait a minute, aren't we supposed to be in the middle of a massive fight? Why are you even here? I asked. Oh Xiaobei couldn't get through to your phone. She threw a massive tantrum and forced me to come see if you were dead or alive. So she only came because Bebe begged her to. I nodded in understanding. I'll call Bebe back later tonight. Anyway, I'm home. Thank you for what you did earlier. Goodbye. With that, I turned around, reaching out to push open my front gate. Shaya Ja. Oh Ching suddenly grabbed my arm, her voice laced with intense displeasure. Who gave you the courage to constantly treat me like I'm disposable? Calling me when you need me and tossing me aside when you don't? I didn't. I protested. Wu Qing's piercing eyes locked intensely onto mine, her voice suddenly dropping, revealing a strange, almost imperceptible vulnerability. Then why are you hiding from me? The sudden, intense proximity instantly made my heart race. I repeated myself slightly louder this time. I'm not hiding from you. I say you are, which means you are. Oh Ching took a slow step closer, her gaze unwavering. Why? My heart started pounding uncontrollably against my ribs. I just don't want to see you right now. A brief flash of unnatural guilt and hesitation crossed Oh King's stunning face. She awkwardly cleared her throat. I admit that I acted a bit impulsively yesterday. I stared at her in absolute disbelief. Wait, is the almighty Oh Ching actually apologizing to me? But in the very next second, Oh Ching's momentary vulnerability completely vanished, instantly replaced by her usual arrogant, untouchable demeanor. But this miss will absolutely never apologize to you. Goodbye. I must be losing my mind. I was completely insane to even entertain the thought that Oh Ching would ever lower her head and apologize. Listen to me, Sha Zhou. Oh Ching suddenly spoke again, her tone absolutely commanding. You are absolutely not allowed to hide from me, but you are absolutely not allowed to hide from me. I completely froze, my brain entirely short-circuited, completely blanking out. Her words just kept echoing in my ears on a constant loop. You are not allowed to hide from me. My heart was absolutely hammering in my chest. There's one more thing, Oh Ching suddenly added, her expression instantly darkening, her aura shifting drastically. I nervously swallowed hard, my hands instinctively clenching into fists. What? Who exactly were you talking to on the phone earlier? Her eyes narrowed dangerously. You stood out there talking for 20 whole minutes. With how much you were rambling, it's a miracle you didn't talk yourself to death. I looked at her, completely exasperated. Why do I have to tell you? Oh Ching aggressively leaned her stunning face closer, practically backing me against the wall. Tell me, right now. It was my best friend, I blurted out. He's transferring to our school next week, and we haven't seen each other in a long time, so we just talked a bit longer. That's it. Honestly, why am I even explaining all this to her? Having finally given her an answer, I pushed open the gate and walked into the courtyard. Without a single shred of hesitation, Oh Ching brazenly followed me right inside. Male or female? She demanded. I completely lost the desire to even look at her. I pushed open the door on the left side of the courtyard, the kitchen, and immediately started washing and prepping vegetables for dinner. Is it a girl? She pressed, refusing to let it go. So-called platonic friendships are all fake. Jia, if you dare to lie to me, if you want to watch ahead, make sure to click the link in the bottom left corner. As for me, I was just dozing off in class when a stunning girl suddenly barged in. I aggressively slammed the cutting board onto the counter, whirling around to glare at her in extreme annoyance. He's a guy. He's my childhood best friend. Oh Ching, with the way you're acting right now, people might actually think you're jealous. Oh Ching's entire body instantly stiffened. Her pupils violently contracted. Jealous? Maintaining her defensive posture with her arms tightly crossed, she let out a cold, utterly unconvincing scoff, entirely refusing to break character. With an imagination that wild, why don't you go write novels? Funny you mention that. I actually am planning on writing novels, I replied, already turning back to chop the vegetables. The eldest Miss O's toxic mode was fully activated again. Are you sure about that? She sneered mockingly. With your elementary school level grammar, do you honestly think anyone is going to read whatever garbage you write? My knife slipped, completely messing up my chop. I looked up, flashing her an incredibly fake, sarcastic smile. Excuse me, do you have any other business here? If not, please exit through the door you came in and kindly shut it behind you. Thank you. The kitchen was extremely run down and simple. Although I kept it perfectly clean and organized, it absolutely clashed with the luxurious high-end presence of an heiress like Oh Ching. Hearing my clear dismissal, Oh Ching felt a massive surge of irritation. He's actually trying to kick me out? We haven't spoken all day, and within 5 minutes of seeing me, he's already desperately trying to get rid of me. What a heartless idiot. She maintained her absolute deadpan expression. Of course I have business here. Did you honestly think I drove all the way to this dump just to trade pointless insults with you? Wait, isn't trading pointless insults literally all we've been doing since you got here? I looked at her, completely bewildered. Then what exactly are you here for? Shadjie, have you completely forgotten your place? Oh Ching demanded coldly. Do you have any idea that Oh Xiaobei has been waiting for you at home the entire afternoon? But Beibei's leg is completely healed. Even though I'll miss her, the original agreement was that I'd only take care of her until her leg got better. Which attending doctor told you her leg was better? Oh King immediately pulled up a photo of Beibei on her phone, showing the little girl's completely healthy leg wrapped up like a massive mummy in thick medical bandages. She tossed the phone over to me. Look for yourself. I leaned in to look at the screen. In the photo, Beibei was leaning against the sofa, staring tragically at her heavily bandaged leg with an incredibly pitiful, agonizing expression. I was completely baffled. How did this happen? Wasn't she literally just running around and playing perfectly fine a few days ago? How should I know? Oh Ching lied smoothly, her eyes locked unblinkingly onto my face. The point is, your debt to me has absolutely not been paid off yet. You are not allowed to desert your post. Now that Beibei has suffered a severe relapse, are you seriously just going to abandon her at home? I'm here to bring you back. I was completely a mess. Why did her words sound so bizarrely intimate? She made it sound like I was a deadbeat husband abandoning my wife and child. Look, even if Beibei did suffer a relapse, it's already way too late for me to head over there and cook for her today. I pulled out my phone and immediately initiated a video call with Beibei, carefully explaining the situation to her and repeatedly confirming that she wasn't in any serious pain. After finally hanging up, I felt a massive wave of relief. When I turned back around, I realized Oh Ching was still standing in the exact same spot by the door, staring at me intently. "You're heading to the hospital now?" she asked. I nodded. "Let's go," she ordered. "Stop right there." I nodded. "All right, let's go." Oh Ching stood up straight, maintaining her usual haughty demeanor. I stared at her in absolute disbelief. Taking a few steps forward, Oh Ching noticed I was still frozen in place like an idiot. I genuinely never would have expected Oh Ching to have the patience to sit quietly with me in the hospital room for that long. The two of us stayed by my mother's bedside, the atmosphere surprisingly peaceful and almost harmonious. By the time we left the hospital, it was already 9 p.m. Halfway through the drive back, a massive thunderstorm suddenly hit. The wind howled furiously as the sports car pulled up to the entrance of my alleyway. Looking at the torrential, blinding rain outside, I couldn't help but offer a polite suggestion. "Ooh Ching, the rain is pouring down so hard right now. Isn't it unsafe for you to drive all the way back?" Oh Ching replied with absolute nonchalance. "At most the visibility is poor, which slightly increases the chance of a fatal accident. Other than that, it's fine." I seriously thought about it for a second. "That's way too dangerous. Why don't you just make do and crash at my place for the night?" Oh Ching tilted her head, giving me a deeply suspicious look. "What exactly are you trying to do to me?" "Forget I asked." I immediately reached for the door handle, ready to get out and brave the storm. "Get back here." Oh Ching suddenly grabbed my arm. In a swift, fluid motion, she unbuckled her seatbelt, popped open an umbrella, and held it over her head as she quickly stepped out of the car and walked around to my side. "What are you staring at?" I frantically scrambled out of the car, squeezing under the umbrella next to her. The two of us ran through the torrential rain toward my small, rundown house. Standing under the narrow eaves of my front door, even though I was slightly soaked by the rain, I felt inexplicably happy. "Oh Ching, do you like rainy days?" I reached out, letting the raindrops hit my palm. Oh Ching didn't look at the rain. Her gaze was completely fixed on me, her voice unexpectedly gentle. "I like them." I had already accepted the reality that the eldest Miss O was going to sleep over at my house for the night. Since the house naturally had 2 bedrooms, Oh Ching and I would obviously just sleep in separate rooms. "Are you hungry? I'll go make some late-night snacks. Wait here." Watching me happily turn around and head toward the kitchen, Oh Ching subconsciously froze. On a rainy night like this, with a man and a woman alone in a house, does he really trust me this completely, without a single ounce of self-awareness? Honestly, I barely had any food in the house. My so-called late-night snack was just 2 bowls of simple instant noodles boiled in the kitchen. 10 minutes later, I was sitting at the small dining table, happily slurping down my bowl of noodles, completely satisfied. Oh Ching shot me a sideways glance. "Is it really that good?" "I literally already finished mine," I replied, turning to look at the girl sitting next to me. Her gorgeous white hair was slightly damp from the rain, with a few stray strands hanging loosely across her forehead. Right now, she was holding the exact same cheap bowl of instant noodles as me. Seeing her like this, the usually untouchable high and mighty heiress suddenly felt incredibly grounded and human. I couldn't help but smile. In that moment, the atmosphere felt incredibly warm and cozy, as if the massive distance between us had suddenly been pulled much closer. I softly called out her name. "Oh Ching's besides your family. Is there someone in this world who is incredibly important to you?" Oh Ching's hand paused. She slowly raised her head, silently looking at me. I gave her a small, nostalgic smile. Hacker07. I admire him so much. Honestly, rather than just liking him, it's more like absolute faith. Hacker07 used to be an absolute legend on the internet. He did so many incredibly righteous things, some of which literally caused international shockwaves. During the absolute lowest years of my life, his mere existence was my ultimate spiritual pillar. Having finished her noodles, Oh Ching calmly set down her bowl and spoke with her usual slow, deliberate tone. "Only a complete idiot like you would place all your faith in a total stranger you've never even met." I looked at her, genuinely curious. "What about you then? Do you have someone outside of your family who is incredibly important to you?" Oh Ching looked at me with absolute seriousness. Yes, I genuinely hadn't expected her to answer so directly. I suddenly felt incredibly nervous. "Who is it?" Oh Ching paused for a second, slightly raising an eyebrow. "I can't tell you right now." "Wow, you're so sly. I literally just told you my biggest secret." "You volunteered that information yourself," she countered flawlessly. "Since you're so incredibly skilled with computers, do you know 07? "I don't know him." I felt a massive wave of disappointment. And here I thought the great Oh Ching was truly omnipotent. But now more than ever, I was desperately curious to know exactly who was this incredibly important person to Oh Ching. "Oh Ching, that important person, are they from our school? Do you care that much?" "No." "Idiot." Oh Ching stood up from the table. "It's getting late. I'm going to my room to sleep." I stared at Oh Ching's retreating back, feeling like I was looking at an unsolved mystery. Who on earth is that incredibly important person to her? The next morning, I let out a massive yawn, pushing open my bedroom door, only to find Oh Ching slowly and elegantly walking out of the kitchen, holding a plate of food. I violently rubbed my eyes, making sure I wasn't hallucinating. "Oh Ching, is she holding breakfast? Did she actually cook breakfast?" Setting the bowls down onto the dining table, Oh Ching looked up at me, unleashing her toxic venom first thing in the morning. "You're finally awake?" You slept like a dead pig. Your snoring was so loud I could hear it through the walls. What are you doing? Are you blind? Oh Ching looked at me like I was an absolute moron. I made breakfast. But don't misunderstand this, miss was just hungry. I pointed at the second bowl of food sitting directly across from her. Then who is this bowl for? The ghost of a dead pig. If you made it for me, just admit it. I happily sat down and immediately took a massive bite. This is so good. I looked at her in absolute shock. Is Oh Ching secretly a genius? How do you know how to cook all this? Sitting there with absolute aristocratic elegance, Oh Ching slowly and gracefully ate her breakfast. There is something in this world called a recipe tutorial. She made something this delicious on her very first try. Oh Ching looked up, meeting my gaze. What is it? This is the very first time a girl has ever personally cooked a meal for me. I looked at her with absolute sincerity. Oh Ching, thank you. In that exact moment, the softest, most heavily guarded corner of Oh Ching's heart felt as though it had been gently brushed by a feather. Idiot. Stop staring at me and eat your food. After finishing breakfast, Oh Ching and I headed to school together. I had genuinely lost count of how many times I had ridden in her sports car. I slammed the passenger door shut. I'm heading to class first. Oh Ching rolled down the window. Wait for me at the school gates after class. With that, she slammed the gas pedal and sped off to the parking lot. As I walked toward my classroom, I suddenly felt a bizarre chill. Is it just my imagination? Why did it feel like everyone around me was staring at me? They were even whispering and pointing. Look, look, is that him? That's definitely him. Shaja from Class 1C. I finally get to see the real deal. He looks exactly like he does on the school forums. My head was filled with massive question marks. What the hell is going on? Am I suddenly a massive celebrity at this school? How does the entire student body know who I am overnight? And what the hell are they talking about with these school forums? If you want to watch ahead, make sure to click the link in the bottom left corner. As for me, I was just dozing off in class when a stunning girl suddenly barged in. The moment I walked into my classroom, a bunch of girls immediately started mocking and jeering at me. I quickly sat down at my desk, pulled out my phone, and logged onto the official St. C Academy forums. Right at the very top of the page, pinned and glowing in bright red letters, was a massive voting thread. Who is the absolute eugalist guy at our school? And currently ranking dead first with thousands of votes was me. What kind of sick joke is this? My face darkened instantly. I furiously scrolled down to read the comments. Xiaje is a freshman. I've seen him in person and he is genuinely hideously ugly. He's in my class. Every time I look at him, I physically want to throw up. I unilaterally declared that this year's ugliest champion title absolutely belongs to Xiaje. I seriously wanted to start cursing people out. I had heard of school beauty pageants, but since when the hell did they host school ugliness competitions? And on top of that, I was the reigning champion. Setting aside whether my disguise was actually ugly or not, hosting a competition like this was completely disrespectful and incredibly cruel. A massive wave of depression suddenly washed over me. A girl in my class took the opportunity to maliciously mock me. Oh, look! It's our ugliest champion. Care to give us an interview on how you're feeling right now? I just sneered coldly, refusing to dignify her with an answer. But right at that moment, a brand new thread popped up on the forum, aggressively defending me. The people hosting this garbage are absolutely disgusting. People who use others' appearances as a joke are the truly ugly ones in this world. I bet 50 cents you'll all be slapping your own faces in the future. The accounts furiously battling the trolls were named in Chuan Beneath the Rain and White Clouds Like Sails. They were aggressively fighting everyone, the heavens, the earth, and the very air itself. What does someone else's face have to do with you? If you have guts, stop hiding behind a screen and say it to his face. Those two accounts belong to An Chuan and Mu Yunyu. I couldn't help but laugh out loud. Watching my two best friends aggressively wage war against hundreds of trolls to defend my honor, my heart felt incredibly warm. I quickly sent a message to our group chat. Stop wasting your time fighting with these losers. It's completely meaningless. And Chuan replied almost instantly. I just can't stand seeing them talk about you like that. Did you see the guy who literally made an account named Xie Jie is the ugliest? It makes me so incredibly furious. I immediately refreshed the forum page, and sure enough saw an account with the ID, Xiaje is the ugliest, jumping around everywhere, desperately trying to smear my name. I locked my phone screen, completely refusing to give them any more of my energy. But just a few minutes later, Antoine frantically spammed the group chat again. Oh my god! Shaja, go check the forums right now. I think the school servers just got completely hacked. All the ugly competition threads have been entirely replaced. I immediately logged back into the forum. All the vicious mocking threads on the front page had their titles forcefully rewritten by an admin. Even the massive pinned ugly competition thread had been brutally completely altered to read. Even more hilariously, the dedicated troll account Shaja is the ugliest had been completely hijacked and forced to post a massive apology thread. I was wrong. I am a literal pig. Please forgive me. I am a pig. And beneath that post was an automated wall of public condemnation. I stared at my phone, completely and utterly dumbfounded. What exactly is going on? Who on earth hacked the school's forums? The identity of the hacker remained an absolute mystery, but all the forced praise threads remained permanently glued to the front page for several days, completely paralyzing the entire forum system. A few days later, I received an incredibly exciting call from Anchuan. Shaja, I'm officially arriving in L City this afternoon, but my mom and I have to head to the new house first, so I won't be able to meet up until a bit later. Give me a call whenever you're free and we can finally hang out. Let's meet at the Sky City coffee shop at 4 p.m. After hanging up the phone, I was absolutely buzzing with excitement. I was finally going to reunite with my best friend. That afternoon, I rushed to the coffee shop exactly on time. I was so eager to see Anchuan that I was completely oblivious to the massive black Porsche that had been relentlessly tailing me across the entire city. Sitting in the passenger seat was an incredibly stylish white-haired elderly woman. Even though time had left deep wrinkles on her face, her flawless bone structure clearly proved what an absolute knockout she must have been in her youth. Grandmother O held a pair of high-powered binoculars, completely locked onto my back. She excitedly nudged the young woman driving the car. Qi Xiao, get a little closer. Just a little bit closer. The driver was an absolutely stunning, breathtakingly gorgeous young woman. Qi Xiao raised an elegant eyebrow. May I ask why exactly we have to do this? To thoroughly observe my future grandson-in-law, of course. He's going to be your future brother-in-law eventually, so you might as well get to know him early. But do we really have to rush here the exact second we got off the plane? And do we really need to stalk him like a pair of thieves? What do you mean, thieves? Watch your language. Your grandmother is conducting a completely open and honorable surveillance mission. Suddenly, Qi Xiao's attention was drawn to the young man sitting directly across from me. Her gorgeous eyes slightly narrowed. That guy, an incredibly intrigued, predatory smile curled onto Qi Xiao's lips. At the entrance of the coffee shop, I had just walked in when I bumped right into Anchuan. Anchuan! I excitedly threw my arm around his shoulders. It's been so long I practically forgot what you looked like. Standing before me was a guy in a crisp, clean white t-shirt. He looked incredibly bright, refreshing, and was the absolute textbook definition of a perfect honor student. Can we please just be normal friends? Anchuan protested playfully. Let's go inside. While sipping his coffee, Anchuan's curiosity finally got the better of him. So how far exactly have things progressed between you and Oh Qing? We literally have absolutely zero relationship. Anchuan looked at me with a deeply knowing, exaggerated expression. Don't even try to explain. I completely understand. Honestly, listening to you tell those stories feels exactly like I'm reading a romance novel. I stared at him, completely hopeless. Are you a masochist or something? Everything I just told you is a literal tragedy written in my blood and tears. But the way you describe it is just so incredibly cinematic. Anchuan replied innocently. I aggressively rubbed my temples, completely giving up. Anchuan politely asked a waiter for directions and headed to the restroom. Right at that exact moment, my phone suddenly rang. I glanced at the caller ID. Oh Qing. I immediately cleared my throat and answered the call. Where are you? Oh Qing demanded, cutting straight to the chase. My best friend just arrived in the city today. I'm hanging out with him right now. Address? Why do you need the address? What do you think? Oh Qing's tone was dangerously calm, yet laced with intense displeasure. She hadn't seen him all afternoon. Every fiber of my being wanted to violently reject her demand. And Chuan and I hadn't even finished catching up yet. Look, I'll head back to the O mansion when it's time. I absolutely promise I won't neglect my duties taking care of Bebe. Seeing me desperately trying to push her away, Oh Qing's face instantly darkened, her voice dripping with absolute frost. Are you going to tell me or not? Ah, the signal here is terrible. I can't hear anything. I'm hanging up now. I practically shouted the excuse in one breath and violently hung up the phone. Oh Qing stood there, completely expressionless, listening to the dead dial tone echoing in her ear. This absolute idiot actually dared to hang up on me. Jaja, you are dead. Meanwhile, inside the coffee shop's restroom area, Anchuan pushed open the restroom door and walked out. Suddenly, an incredibly seductive, beautiful voice echoed from directly behind him. Are you Anchuan? Anchuan looked up into the mirror and instantly froze completely in his tracks. Standing behind him was a breathtakingly gorgeous woman. His brain completely short-circuited, entirely unable to find a single vocabulary word to describe her overwhelming beauty. She looked exactly like a soul-stealing succubus from ancient mythology. Seeing Anchuan's completely dazed, mesmerized expression, Qi Xiao smiled brilliantly, her eyes curving into devastating crescents. What? Am I that pretty? Why do you keep staring at me? Anchuan's face instantly flushed crimson red. You haven't answered my question yet. Qi Xiao slowly stepped closer, her presence completely intoxicating. Are you Anchuan? Yes. I have some business with you. Come with me. Who exactly is this woman? Anchuan was completely panicking. He had absolutely never met her before in his life. He stood there, completely unsure of what to do. Seeing that he hadn't followed her, Qi Xiao turned back, her flawlessly beautiful face flashing a completely harmless, innocent smile. What are you waiting for? Come here. Anchuan's legs moved entirely on their own, uncontrollably following her. Right next to the restroom was a small, dimly lit supply closet. The door was slightly ajar. Qi Xiao paused for a second before pushing the door open and stepping inside. Completely bewitched, Anchuan blindly followed her right into the tiny enclosed space. Click. The heavy door was firmly shut behind them. The entire closet was plunged into absolute pitch-black darkness. In the blinding dark, Qi Xiao suddenly cupped Anchuan's face in her hands and forcefully kissed him. What the hell is happening? and Chuan's entire world shattered. His brain completely crashed. Acting purely on instinct, he desperately tried to pull away and escape. But his resistance only earned him an even deeper, more intoxicatingly aggressive kiss. In the pitch-black, suffocatingly tight space, he couldn't see a single thing. Qi Xiao playfully trailed her fingers down An Chuan's collarbone. "It's a pleasure to finally meet you." Her voice was a dark, seductive whisper. "That kiss just now is my little welcoming gift to you." Dropping those explosive words, the stunning woman calmly pushed open the door and casually strolled away. And Chuan finally snapped back to reality. I just got aggressively assaulted by a random woman. Boiling with righteous fury, and Chuan immediately chased after her, but by the time he stepped out of the closet, the woman had vanished completely without a single trace. And Chuan, I looked at him in absolute confusion as he stumbled back to the table. "What the hell were you doing? You were in the restroom for so long. I was waiting forever." And Chuan frantically word vomited everything that had just happened to him in the dark closet. "I don't even know her name," he practically cried. Just as I was trying to process his insane story, a familiar, incredibly loud Lamborghini violently drifted to a halt directly outside the coffee shop's floor-to-ceiling glass windows. Catching a glimpse of that elegant, terrifyingly familiar silhouette out of the corner of my eye, I whipped my head around in absolute horror. "It's Oh Ching. I literally didn't give her the address. How the hell did she find me?" I frantically grabbed An Chuan's arm. "Quick, hide me," and Chuan instinctively turned his head toward the window to see what was happening. "Don't look! Don't look!" I hissed desperately. "Look at what?" A bone-chilling, intimately familiar voice echoed from directly above my head. My neck mechanically turned, inch by agonizing inch, until I was looking straight up. Oh Ching was standing right over me, haughtily looking down with her chin slightly raised. I awkwardly scratched my head, forcing the most pathetic smile imaginable. "Oh Ching. What a coincidence." Oh Ching flashed an incredibly rare, breathtaking smile, but it didn't reach her eyes at all. Her voice was pure ice. "I will give you exactly one chance to explain yourself. You actually dared to hang up on me." I instantly completely caved. No. My phone completely died earlier." "Died?" Oh Ching sneered. "Just because your IQ is tragically low. Do you honestly think you can treat me like an idiot too?" Sitting on the side, witnessing the terrifying Oh Ching for the very first time. And Chuan's mouth hung open in pure shock. She's exactly like Xiaozhou described. She looks absolutely stunning, but her personality is terrifying. I awkwardly cleared my throat and quickly stood up. Let me introduce you guys. This is An Chuan." I quickly gestured to my terrified friend. "And this is Oh Ching." And Chuan immediately snapped out of his daze and bowed respectfully. "Hello, I'm Xiaozhou's friend." Oh Ching lazily glanced at An Chuan, then shifted her gaze back to me. She gave a microscopic, arrogant nod to acknowledge his existence before gracefully taking the seat directly across from us. I practically glued myself to the edge of the table, staring at her in disbelief. "Eldest miss, are you seriously so incredibly bored that you personally drove all the way here just to pick me up?" Oh Ching casually leaned back against the chair, letting out a cold, mocking scoff. "Why don't you just stop calling yourself Sha Jie and legally change your name to Sha Lian? Shameless?" And Chuan couldn't hold it in and accidentally burst out laughing. He quickly covered his mouth in terror. "I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to laugh." I leaned in close to his ear, whispering through gritted teeth. "Now do you see what I have to deal with?" I whispered desperately. "Are you still jealous of me?" And Chuan patted my shoulder, whispering back with equal intensity. "I offer you my deepest, most heartfelt condolences." I shrugged helplessly, turning back to the high and mighty heiress sitting across from us. "So what are you actually doing here?" Ching replied coolly. "My grandmother and older cousin flew back into the country today." I was completely shocked. "Wait, really? Where are they right now?" The very second those words left my mouth, someone gently tapped me on the shoulder. "If you want to watch ahead, make sure to click the link in the bottom left corner." As for me, I was just dozing off in class when a stunning girl suddenly barged in. I turned my head around, and standing directly behind me was a white-haired, incredibly fashionable elderly woman with a warm, beaming smile, casually carrying a limited edition Louis Vuitton handbag. Suddenly, an absolutely terrifying thought crossed my mind. The elderly woman smiled brightly at me, her eyes curving into happy crescents. "I'm Oh Ching's grandmother. You must be AJ, right?" I was completely and utterly unprepared for the Oh family matriarch to just suddenly spawn behind me. I frantically scrambled out of my chair and bowed respectfully. "Hey, hello, Grandmother Oh." Grandmother Oh affectionately grabbed my arm, her smile practically radiating pure joy. "Oh my goodness, this is wonderful. I finally get to meet my AJ in person. Our little Bebe has been incredibly well taken care of by you recently. Grandma absolutely must thank you. You have no idea how incredibly picky that little brat used to be." I frantically waved my hands, desperately trying to be polite. No, not at all. Bebe is an incredibly well-behaved kid. I genuinely really like her." "Oh, our AJ is so sweet." Grandmother O looked at me with absolute beaming satisfaction, as expected of the grandson-in-law she had personally approved. Even though her grandson-in-law's current appearance was admittedly quite hideous, it didn't matter at all. Money was the absolute best skincare product in the world. And the one thing the OU family had an infinite supply of was money. She was completely confident she could nourish her precious grandson-in-law until he was devastatingly handsome. Don't just stand there. Sit down, sit down. Grandmother O laughed warmly. Don't get all stiff and awkward just because an old lady suddenly crashed your hangout. Then Grandmother O's gaze shifted to Enchuan, who was sitting frozen on the side. Enchuan immediately shot out of his chair and bowed. Hey, hello, Grandmother. I'm Xiaojie's friend. My name is Anchuan. Wonderful, wonderful. I can tell with one look that you're a good kid too. Grandmother O chuckled happily. Finally, she turned her attention to O Qing. Ah, A Qing. O Qing sat there with an absolutely deadpan expression. So the old lady finally remembered she existed. Ever since her own biological grandmother walked in, she had been completely ignored. Was she actually adopted? Why do you have absolutely no situational awareness? Grandmother O scolded playfully. Your grandmother is here and you haven't even moved over to make room for me. Do you expect these old bones to stand here all day? O Qing silently shifted over. Grandmother O happily plopped down into the seat, then turned around and waved toward the entrance. Qi Xiao, over here. And Xuan and I both turned our heads to look. Qi Xiao elegantly walked over. Her piercing gaze swept across the table before landing directly on Anchuan. And Chuan's face instantly drained of all color, turning deathly pale. Qi Xiao, on the other hand, was absolutely calm and composed. She even deliberately chose to sit in the empty seat directly next to Anchuan. She smiled flawlessly at Grandmother O and O Qing. Sorry about that. The car was blocking someone, so I went out to move it. And Chuan's back instantly broke out in a cold sweat. He was absolutely terrified. Grandmother O happily introduced everyone. Ajay, Anchuan, let me introduce you. This is Qi Xiao, O Qing's older cousin. She's older than all of you, 25 this year, so you can just call her big sister from now on. Order whatever you want to eat. O Qing and Qi Xiao are paying. Qi Xiao flashed an incredibly innocent, completely harmless smile. She looked at me and said, So you're Xia Zhou. I've heard so much about you. As she spoke, she shot a deeply teasing, ambiguous look at her younger cousin. How could O Qing possibly not understand what Qi Xiao was implying? O Qing rested her chin on her hand, completely averting her gaze with absolute deadpan apathy. Boring. I quickly smiled politely. Please take care of me, Sister Qi Xiao. Qi Xiao's smile grew even more seductive. Of course I will. With that, she shifted her mesmerizing gaze to the boy sitting completely frozen beside her. Hello there. It's a pleasure to finally meet you. I'm Qi Xiao. Saying that, she gracefully extended a slender hand toward Anchuan, and Chuan didn't take her hand. Both of his hands remained tightly glued to his knees. What the hell does she mean, pleasure to finally meet you? She literally just forcibly kissed him in a pitch-black supply closet 5 minutes ago, and now she was sitting here, acting completely aloof and pretending they were total strangers in front of everyone. This woman is a terrifyingly skilled actress, and Chuan's mind was racing in absolute panic. Should I just run away right now? But Grandmother O just said Qi Xiao was O Qing's cousin, and Jia Jie's relationship with O Qing was incredibly complicated. If he just abruptly ran away right now, wouldn't he completely humiliate Xia Jie in front of O Qing's family? And Chuan was locked in an intense, agonizing internal struggle. But Qi Xiao didn't give him a choice. Still smiling flawlessly, she proactively reached out and firmly grasped Anchuan's hand. The sudden, warm sensation of her palm sent a violent jolt through Anchuan's entire body. He could clearly feel that after grabbing his hand, Qi Xiao's grip tightened slightly, carrying an unmistakable, terrifying warning. And Chuan instantly yanked his hand back as if he had been burned. Qi Xiao didn't get angry. Instead, she let out a soft, amused chuckle. A reaction like that makes me feel like you have some sort of prejudice against me. I just suddenly remembered I have something urgent to do at home. You guys keep chatting, I have to go. And Chuan abruptly shot up from his chair. I looked at him in absolute confusion. And Chuan? What's wrong? Weren't you totally fine just a second ago? My mom just texted asking when I'm coming home. We literally just moved into the new house today, so I have a massive amount of unpacking to do. Grandmother O looked genuinely disappointed. Oh, what a shame. Well, you must come over and play with AJ and Grandma next time. Yes, Grandmother. Jia Jie, I'm taking off. With that, Anchuan spun around and practically sprinted out of the coffee shop like his life depended on it. After fleeing the scene, Anchuan frantically hailed a taxi. By the time he finally arrived at his new home, he coincidentally bumped into his mother and Uncle Qi just returning as well. Mother Ann, weren't you hanging out with Xia Jie? Why are you back so early? I just decided to come back early, Anchuan replied quickly, pushing his glasses up his nose. He respectfully walked forward and greeted his new stepdad. Hello, Uncle Qi. Uncle Qi was a very distinguished, wealthy-looking man in his 40s. He smiled warmly. Little Chuan, there's no need to be so formal. Treat this place entirely like your own home. Your mother and I are getting married very soon, so we'll all be one big family. Oh, right, you already know, don't you? I have a daughter. She'll be your older sister from now on, and she'll definitely take great care of you. And Chuan nodded obediently. Thank you, Uncle Qi. Speaking of which, that girl flew back into the country today. Why isn't she home yet? The very second Uncle Qi finished his sentence, The heavy front doors of the mansion slowly swung open. "I'm home." A slow, incredibly seductive, and slightly lazy voice drifted into the foyer, and Chuan whipped his head around in absolute horror. "Kai Xiao, what the hell is she doing here? Wait, could it be? Is she Uncle Chi's daughter? Is she my new older sister?" Chi Xiao elegantly strolled inside, looking incredibly gentle and well-behaved. Since they were newly blending their families, Mother Anne was incredibly nervous, absolutely terrified that Chi Xiao wouldn't accept her. "Hey, hello, Xiao Xiao. I'm Auntie." To her absolute surprise, Chi Xiao's lips curled into a sweet, flawless smile as she greeted her without the slightest hint of hostility. "Hello, Auntie." Mother Anne was instantly overjoyed. "This girl doesn't reject me at all." She smiled brightly. "You two kids must be starving. Go wash your hands. Dinner is ready." And Chuan was practically hyperventilating. How can this woman be so terrifyingly good at faking it? On the surface, she looked like the absolute perfect obedient daughter, but in reality, she was an absolute predator. And Chuan gritted his teeth tightly. At the dinner table, "Xiao Xiao, try this. The braised pork here is excellent." Mother An continuously placed food into Chi Xiao's bowl, desperately trying to win her affection. "Thank you, Auntie. I can get it myself," Chi Xiao replied with perfect, flawless manners. Then, she shifted her gaze, looking at An Chuan with deep sisterly concern. Chuan, why aren't you eating?" Cough, cough, and Chuan violently choked on his rice. Chuan, you need to eat more." Chi Xiao smiled with absolute terrifying sweetness as she used her chopsticks to place a piece of meat directly into An Chuan's bowl. Sitting across from them, Uncle Chi and Mother An exchanged incredibly relieved, happy looks. It seemed like these two siblings were going to get along perfectly. Mother Anne quickly nudged him. "And Chuan, don't just sit there. Thank your sister." And Chuan felt like his scalp was going to explode. He forced the words through gritted teeth. "Thank you. You're very welcome." Chi Xiao's smile grew even more bewitching. As she withdrew her chopsticks, her hand seemingly accidentally brushed against his. And Chuan completely flinched, dropping his chopsticks directly onto the floor. Uncle Chi immediately looked over with concern. "What's wrong?" Chi Xiao turned her head, looking at An Chuan with an incredibly dangerous predatory smile. "Are you feeling unwell somewhere?" An Chuan's brain violently flashed a single terrifying phrase. "Two-faced monster." He frantically shook his head and pushed his bowl away. "I'm full. I'm going back to my room." He practically sprinted up the stairs like he was fleeing a crime scene. Back in his room, An Chuan slammed the door shut, leaning against it as he desperately tried to force himself to calm down. "Chi Xiao, why the hell did she do that to me in the coffee shop?" He violently shook his head. He needed to take a cold shower to calm his racing thoughts and figure out his next move. 20 minutes later, wearing a bathrobe and furiously drying his hair with a towel, An Chuan walked out of the bathroom and instantly froze, sitting casually at his desk. Was Chi Xiao. She was leisurely flipping through his advanced calculus workbook. Hearing him come out, she slowly raised her breathtakingly gorgeous face, looking at him with a predatory half-smile. "How the hell did you get in here?" And Chuan panicked. "This is my house." "How do you think I got in?" Chi Xiao replied smoothly. "But this is my room." Chi Xiao slowly and elegantly stood up from the chair. Is it a crime for an older sister to enter her little brother's room? She took a slow, deliberate step forward, and Chuan instinctively took a step back. She took another step, he retreated again. Finally, his legs hit the edge of the mattress, and he collapsed backward onto the bed. Chi Xiao leaned in incredibly close, her lips brushing directly against his ear as she whispered softly, "Nice body. Get away from me." And Chuan was absolutely terrified. If Uncle Chi or his mother suddenly walked in and saw this, how the hell was he supposed to explain it? Chi Xiao seemed to deeply enjoy his absolute panic terror. She slowly pulled back just enough to look him in the eyes, her voice dripping with seductive command. "Call me sister. Sister. Good boy." Chi Xiao approvingly ruffled An Chuan's damp hair, then elegantly stood up straight, a dark victorious smile playing on her lips. Our little game has only just begun. His mother had schemed so desperately to marry into the Chi family, hadn't she? Then she would slowly, methodically use her own unique methods to teach him exactly what the consequences of infiltrating the Chi family were. She was going to take this flawless, innocent blank canvas of an honor student and completely stain him with her colors. That would be the absolute perfect welcoming gift for this ambitious mother-son duo. If you want to watch ahead, make sure to click the link in the bottom left corner. As for me, I was just dozing off in class when a stunning girl suddenly barged in. The next day, it was Saturday, so there were no classes. After visiting my mom at the hospital, I went straight home and crashed into bed to catch up on my severely lacking sleep. When I finally woke up, it was already past 10 a.m. Still half asleep, I grabbed my phone and started typing out the next chapter of my web novel. Honestly, I had started writing quite a while ago, and I had already successfully signed a contract with the platform. Everything was progressing incredibly well. Suddenly, Mu Yunyu called me. "Xiaozhe, are you out of bed yet?" "I've been up for ages," I replied lazily, stretching my arms. "Where are you living right now? I'll come over and personally drop off your official agency contract for you to review." "The big boss is personally delivering my contract?" I teased. Mu Yunyu's tone was full of affection, Who else? And I'll also bring over that gift you left with me. Did you completely forget you still haven't given it to her? Oh, right. The necklace I bought with Sister Yun Yu was still with her. I quickly gave her my address. About 30 minutes later, Mu Yun Yu arrived. Today, she was dressed in a simple, incredibly comfortable casual outfit, completely shedding her usual intense girl boss persona. She stepped inside and quickly scanned my completely run-down tiny house, her expression incredibly complicated and slightly heartbroken. Don't just stand there. Come in, I smiled, pulling out a chair for her. Mu Yun Yu stepped inside, letting out a soft, nostalgic chuckle. You've really changed so much. In the past, whenever you had a day off, you absolutely refused to wake up before noon. No matter who tried to wake you, it was useless. Well, back then, I was still the eldest young master of the Xia family. I didn't have a single care in the world. I laughed self-deprecatingly. How can you even compare that to now? Since this is my first time officially visiting your home, I brought a housewarming gift. Mu Yun Yu gently placed a massive guitar case onto the table. When we were shopping the other day, didn't you mention you really wanted a new guitar? I was absolutely thrilled. Sister Yun Yu, you are the absolute best. Mu Yun Yu smiled warmly. You idiot. I quickly poured her a glass of water. By the way, Sister Yun Yu, do you have any idea what Xia Ximing is doing right now? Ever since Qing banished him and Xu Zheng to the ordinary class, I literally haven't seen him at all. It's like he completely vanished off the face of the earth. He's been filming constantly, she explained. I heard he basically stopped going to school altogether. No wonder he hasn't come looking for trouble recently. Remember that massive production I told you he got the lead role in? I have some industry friends working on that set. I heard Xia Ximing's acting is absolutely abysmal. He has absolutely no ability to carry the role, and the director is constantly screaming at him on set. I smirked. When it comes to pure acting talent, who could possibly beat me? After all, I have a literal photographic memory. It's not just about your memory, Mu Yun Yu shook her head seriously. The most important thing is that you have a natural, raw, cinematic intuition. In the entertainment industry, that kind of pure artistic soul is incredibly rare. She was absolutely confident that one day Jia Jia would stand at the absolute pinnacle of the industry, looking down on every single person who had ever despised him. Right at that moment, my phone suddenly rang. I glanced at the screen. It was Qing. I immediately answered it. Hello? Qing's sexy, commanding voice echoed through the speaker. Open the door. I completely panicked. What did you just say? Idiot. I'm arriving outside your house right now. Qing calmly turned the steering wheel of her sports car. I'll be there in exactly 2 alleyways. My eyes widened in absolute horror. I frantically looked over at Mu Yun Yu, who was peacefully sitting on my couch. I gripped my phone with trembling hands. Why the hell are you coming here? Because I want to. I don't need a reason. My heart started hammering wildly against my ribs. I aggressively shot up from my chair and yelled into the phone. No, you absolutely cannot come here. Give me a reason, Qing demanded, her voice completely deadpan. The reason is I didn't sleep well last night. The second those words left my mouth, I literally wanted to bite my own tongue off. What kind of pathetic, idiotic excuse is that? Qing is absolutely going to tear me apart with her toxic venom. But to my absolute shock, Qing actually let out a low, muffled chuckle, her voice carrying an incredibly intoxicating, almost seductive undertone. It's fine. You can sleep more later. Then she abruptly cut me off. I'm already here. Crap. Just a few days ago, when she merely saw Sister Yun Yu and me shopping together at the mall, she completely lost her mind and nearly went feral. If she walked in right now and saw Sister Yun Yu actually inside my house, that psychotic heiress would probably literally burn my house to the ground. Mu Yun Yu looked at me in extreme confusion. Why do you look so pale? Sister Yun Yu, quick, you have to hide. I frantically dragged Mu Yun Yu around the tiny living room, spinning in completely panicked circles. Knock, knock, knock. Someone was already pounding on the front door. My eyes darted wildly around the room, desperately looking for a place to shove her. Under the bed, in the closet, the knocking outside quickly escalated from impatient tapping to aggressive kicking. Left with absolutely zero options, I violently shoved Mu Yun Yu straight into the tiny bathroom. Mu Yun Yu looked at me in absolute bewilderment. Xia Zhe, what on earth is going on? Shouldn't you at least explain this to me? There's no time to explain. King is here. My face was a mask of absolute sweating terror. Sister Yun Yu, I am begging you, please stay in here and do absolutely not make a single sound. Otherwise, we are both literally going to die. With that, I violently slammed the bathroom door shut and sprinted toward the front entrance. I took a massive, deep breath, trying to calm my racing heart, and slowly pulled the door open. Qing's flawlessly stunning, terrifyingly cold face immediately greeted me. Xia Zhe, were you literally hatching an egg in there? She sneered. Why did it take you so long to open the door? Peeking out from behind her legs was Xiao Bei. For her very first visit to my house, Bei was genuinely shocked. Why are both of you here? Because Bei missed Big Brother so much, so I begged Big Sister to bring me here. Bei smiled like a literal angel, her voice meltingly sweet. Come in, come in. Did Bei interrupt Big Brother? Yes, massively. But I just forced a smile. Qing, on the other hand, didn't hesitate for a single second. She strutted into my house with her long, elegant legs, her piercing pitch-black eyes instantly scanning every single corner of my living room like a hawk. Her extreme suspicion made my heart practically leap into my throat. I felt incredibly guilty. I stammered as Xiaobei happily skipped inside behind her. But Bebe absolutely didn't care. Her little leg was still injured, wasn't it? Seeing my increasingly panicked, guilty expression as Qing stalked into the living room, Bebe let out a soft, amused giggle. Honestly, the whole relapse thing was completely fake. It was a brilliant master plan she and her big sister had cooked up together to trap her big brother. Qing slowly turned around, her pitch-black eyes locking onto me with terrifying intensity. Time seemed to completely freeze. I felt cold sweat literally starting to form on my forehead. What exactly is she looking at? Finally, Qing shifted her gaze, reaching out and picking Bebe up in her arms. She carried the little girl over to the sofa and gracefully sat down. I nervously stole a quick glance at the closed bathroom door. Leaning back against the sofa, Qing narrowed her eyes. Do you have guests over? I frantically shook my head so hard my neck almost snapped. No, absolutely not. Qing's expression grew even darker. You better not lie to me. Resting clearly on the small coffee table in front of her were 2 freshly poured cups of water. Someone had obviously just been here. I gritted my teeth. I literally have absolutely zero relationship with Qing. Why the hell do I feel like a cheating husband getting caught in the act? But since things had already escalated this far, I had no choice but to bite the bullet and deny everything. Feigning absolute outrage, I yelled, "You're so incredibly weird. You randomly barge into my house, start bossing me around, and then interrogate me like I'm a criminal. Do I owe you money or something?" Qing's pitch-black eyes stared at me unblinkingly. People only instinctively raise their voices when they feel guilty. Suddenly, Xiaobei pointed a chubby little finger at the 2 cups of water on the table, her sweet voice ringing out. "Big brother, did you pour this water for baby and big sister in advance?" Oh my god. So that's why Qing had been interrogating me. Her observation skills were terrifyingly sharp. She had instantly spotted the 2 cups of water and realized someone else was here. "Bebe, you are an absolute literal angel sent from heaven." She instantly gave me the perfect alibi. I immediately jumped on Bebe's suggestion. "Yeah, exactly. Right after I hung up the phone, I poured some water for you guys. Go ahead and drink it." To be fair, I had poured that water for Sister Yun Yu, but neither of us had actually taken a sip yet, so the cups were completely untouched. Pretending I had prepared them specifically for Qing and Bebe was an absolute stroke of genius. I am literally a mastermind. Bebe happily pulled down her little face mask. Then Bebe won't be polite. "I'm super thirsty." She grabbed a cup and immediately started chugging it down. After finishing, she let out a satisfied sigh, then turned to look at her sister. "Big sister, aren't you going to drink yours?" Qing's expression remained absolutely deadpan. I'm afraid he poisoned it. My mouth violently twitched. "Where's my knife?" I glanced at the clock on the wall. It was already past 11 a.m. Thinking of poor Sister Yun Yu, who was currently cowering in my tiny cramped bathroom, I knew I had to execute the lure the tiger off the mountain strategy. "Oh right," I suddenly exclaimed. "There's a really nice forest park just down the street. The weather is absolutely perfect today. And since you guys came all this way, why don't we go for a walk?" Bebe instantly clapped her little hands together in pure joy. "Yay, let's go. Let's go. As long as I can get them out of the house, Sister Yun Yu will be safe." Qing didn't say anything, but she slowly and elegantly stood up from the sofa. We were just steps away from the front door when a sudden loud clatter echoed from inside the bathroom. Qing's footsteps instantly stopped. The color completely drained from my face. Immediately after the crash, a frantic meow echoed from the bathroom. Thank God. It must have been a stray cat climbing in through the open bathroom window. Desperately trying to maintain my composure, I grabbed Qing's hand and practically dragged her toward the door. "Let's hurry up and go." Thankfully, Qing didn't say anything else. She just shot me an incredibly deep, meaningful look before stepping out of the house. I let out a massive, silent sigh of relief. Qing drove us to the nearby forest park. While in the car, I secretly pulled out my phone and frantically texted Sister Yun Yu. "We just left the house. The coast is clear. You can leave now." "I am so sorry. Please don't be mad at me. The next time we meet, I'm buying you a massive meal to apologize." Honestly, my heart was completely filled with guilt. Sister Yun Yu had specifically come to my house just to deliver my contract and give me my guitar. She had done absolutely nothing wrong. I quickly sent another text. I was just terrified she would completely misunderstand. "You seem to really care about her," a voice suddenly said. I froze, then instinctively fired back. "Who cares about her? I was just terrified that Qing, that absolute psycho demon, would literally tear my house down. Knowing her temper, it's entirely possible." I was just about to hit send on my reply to Mu Yun Yu, when in the very next second, Qing violently slammed her foot on the brakes. The sports car screeched to a terrifying abrupt halt. If you want to watch ahead, make sure to click the link in the bottom left corner. As for me, I was just dozing off in class when a stunning girl suddenly barged in. My entire body was violently thrown forward against the seatbelt. "What's wrong?" I yelled in shock. Qing slowly turned her head, her voice absolute ice. "Xia, if you're so utterly desperate to chat with someone else, then get the hell out of my car." I grabbed the door handle, ready to get out. "Fine, then I'm going home." But the next second, Oh Ching's voice dropped to a chilling, lethal tone. Take one step out of this car and see what happens. I froze, completely speechless. What does this crazy heiress want? Does she want me to leave or stay? Why is she throwing another tantrum? From the back seat, Bebe blinked her big, bright eyes, her soft voice cutting through the tension. Big brother, is the person on your phone more important than me and big sister? I shook my head quickly. No, of course not. Then why were you staring at your phone the whole time, ignoring us? I froze again, sneaking a glance at Oh Ching's icy profile. Then it hit me. Wait, is she actually upset just because I was on my phone and ignoring her? No way. That's impossible. I'm done chatting. I quickly shoved my phone deep into my pocket. Since it was the weekend, the forest park was packed. Parents and kids were everywhere. Oh Ching and I walked side by side along the scenic path, holding Bebe's hands between us. Why does this feel like a family of three on a picnic? I awkwardly cleared my throat. Suddenly Bebe went rogue. Just moments ago she had been limping like a pro actor, dragging her injured leg, but the instant she saw the playground she dropped the act completely. She yanked her hands free and sprinted toward the sandbox at full speed. I stood there, dumbfounded. Slowly I turned to Oh Ching. Didn't you just say her old injury relapsed? Oh Ching remained perfectly composed, speaking nonsense without a hint of emotion. It must have suddenly healed again. Children heal incredibly fast. That fast? 5 minutes ago she was practically crawling. I'm not a child, how should I know? I genuinely had to admire Oh Ching's ability to remain absolutely righteous and unapologetic, no matter how blatant her lies were. I still had a strong suspicion I was being completely played. I'm going to buy water. Watch her, Oh Ching commanded, immediately turning on her heel and walking away without giving me a single second to argue back. I stood by the playground watching Oh Xiaobei completely blend in with the massive crowd of kids. Her little face was completely flushed and red from running around in the heat. The moment she accidentally made eye contact with me, her entire little body went rigid. She instantly snapped back into character, dramatically limping toward me like a wounded soldier. I genuinely couldn't help but laugh out loud. Stop pretending. I already know everything. Bebe immediately dropped the act, happily sprinting over and hugging my leg. She looked up at me with the most adorable, innocent expression. Big brother, you can't be mad at me. Baby only did it because I love you so much. I'm not mad. I smiled, gently ruffling her hair. Seeing that the little girl was genuinely sweating profusely from playing, I reached down and helped her take off her thick outer jacket. Completely freed, she instantly took off again. Watching her roll around in the sandbox until her entire face was covered in dirt, I couldn't help but laugh out loud. Come here, let me take you to the restroom to wash your face. Bebe nodded enthusiastically, wrapping her chubby little hand around my index finger. The two of us walked toward the nearby public restrooms. Along the way, a group of teenage girls walked past us, whispering excitedly. Did you hear? There's a massive film crew shooting nearby. Are there any famous celebrities? I'm not sure. Do you want to go check it out? Yeah, let's go. I completely ignored their chatter, gently leading Bebe toward the sinks. But just as we walked through the entrance, we slammed directly into a guy who was aggressively storming out without looking where he was going. I managed to dodge, but the guy's leg violently collided with Bebe. The little girl let out a sharp cry as she was brutally knocked to the hard tile floor. Bebe. I frantically crouched down, quickly scooping her into my arms. Are you okay? Tears immediately welled up in Bebe's massive eyes. It hurts. Big brother, look at my hand. I quickly inspected her palms. The skin was completely scraped off and bleeding. But the guy who had violently knocked her over didn't even bother to stop or turn around. He just kept walking. Hey, stop right there, I yelled, stepping in front of him to block his path. You knocked over a little kid. Are you seriously just going to walk away without even apologizing? But this guy's temper was even worse than mine. Get the hell out of my way. The moment our eyes met, we both completely froze. Xia Seiming instantly recognized me. He aggressively ripped off his designer sunglasses, a cruel, mocking sneer twisting his face. Well, if it isn't my pathetic older brother who got kicked out of the house like a dog. I didn't hesitate for a single second, firing right back at him. And if it isn't my pathetic younger brother who got slapped in the face by our dad, permanently banished to the ordinary class by Oh Ching, and nearly expelled from school. Xia Ziming glared at me with pure unadulterated hatred. What exactly are you acting so arrogant about, Xia Zhe? There is absolutely no difference between the ordinary class and the elite class to me anymore. Because I am about to become a massive, untouchable superstar. I was momentarily speechless. Seeing my reaction, Xia Ziming's ego inflated to astronomical levels. Did you really think you won just because you humiliated me at school? Let me tell you a little secret recently. Not only have I signed multiple massive endorsement deals, but I officially secured the lead male role in a massive television drama. My crew is literally filming right here today. Right at that exact moment, a random teenage girl passing by suddenly gasped in pure excitement, practically throwing herself at him. Oh my god, you're Xia Ziming, right? I play the online game you endorse. I am such a massive fan. Please, can I take a picture with you? Walking down a random street and being instantly recognized by a screaming fan, having people worship him like a literal god? This was exactly the kind of intoxicating high Xia Ziming believed being a celebrity was all about. He immediately flashed a completely fake, rehearsed, charming smile. Of course you can. But please keep your voice down. I really don't want to cause a massive riot if too many people recognize me. Oh, okay, thank you so much. The girl, practically crying tears of joy, snapped several selfies with him before finally leaving completely satisfied. Xia Siming arrogantly slid his designer sunglasses back onto his face, his condescending gaze locking back onto me. Do you see that? The gap between us is only going to get wider and wider. It won't be long before I'm the absolute biggest star in the entire country. While you'll just be a pathetic, miserable nanny, taking care of filthy little brats. He shot a look of absolute pure disgust at Wu Xiaobei. Because she had been playing in the sandbox, Beibei's clothes and face were completely covered in dirt. Even though she still looked incredibly cute and adorable, in Xia Siming's arrogant eyes, she was nothing more than a filthy, disgusting street urchin. I completely ignored his pathetic ego trip. I immediately crouched down, gently holding Beibei's scraped hand, my heart aching for her. Does it hurt? Thank God it was just a superficial scrape and a little bit of blood. The little girl's bright, beautiful eyes were filled with tears, looking incredibly pitiful. It hurts. Big brother has to blow on it or Beibei will cry. Okay, I'll blow on it. I gently blew on Beibei's scrape, seeing me completely ignore his existence. Xia Ximing's eyes flashed with absolute uncontrollable fury. Who the hell does this ugly freak think he is? He actually dares to ignore me. Xiaojie, have you seriously degraded yourself to being a babysitter? Honestly, with a face as hideously deformed as yours? What else could you possibly do besides being a nanny? Even a convenience store wouldn't hire you to work the register because you'd scare away all the customers. My big brother is not ugly. He's a million times better looking than you. Beibei yelled angrily, glaring fiercely at Xia Ximing. You're the ugly one. What did you just say? Xia Ximing completely lost his temper, his face twisting in rage. Where did a filthy little rat like you even come from? Did I not knock you down hard enough earlier? Do you want me to throw you on the ground again? You're ugly. Blah. Beibei fearlessly stuck her tongue out at Xia Ximing, making a hilarious face. Xia Ximing was completely enraged. Don't think I won't do anything to you just because you're a kid. You uneducated little brat. Do you believe I won't sell you to human traffickers right now? A bone-chilling, absolutely terrifying voice suddenly echoed from right beside them. Hearing that voice, Xia Ximing violently shuddered. He whipped his head around in absolute disbelief. It was Wu Qing. Xia Ximing's eyes instantly lit up with wild, desperate joy. Ever since he was banished to the ordinary class, he hadn't seen the eldest Miss O a single day. Counting the days, it had been nearly half a month since they last met, and today, he finally got to see her again. Honestly, the main reason he had been working so desperately hard to become a famous actor was entirely to make O Qing finally look at him with admiration. Xia Ximing looked at the stunning girl, his voice trembling with excitement. Oh, but before he could even say her name, Beibei happily sprinted over to O Qing, holding up her scraped little hand to complain. Big sister, Beibei got hurt. It was all that bad guy's fault. Be big sister. Xia Ximing's brain completely short-circuited. Why the hell was this filthy, disgusting little brat calling O Qing big sister? Was this some kind of sick joke? O Qing looked down at Beibei's bleeding hand, a terrifying dark shadow instantly falling over her flawlessly beautiful face. She slowly raised her head, locking her deathly pitch-black eyes onto Xia Ximing. You had better give me a very good explanation. O Qing was an absolute, unapologetic sister Khan. From the moment Beibei was born, she had fiercely protected her. When the hell was it Xia Ximing's turn to bully her? Xia Ximing was completely paralyzed in absolute horror. He never in a million years would have imagined that this filthy little brat was actually O Qing's biological sister, the second miss of the O family. No, please, listen to me, I can explain. The little girl immediately looked up, her innocent voice cutting through his lies. Big brother was bringing Beibei to wash her face and we ran into this bad guy. He knocked Beibei over, refused to apologize, and then started laughing at Big brother and calling him ugly. Her logic and sequence of events were absolutely flawless. Before O Qing could even say a single word, cold sweat began pouring down Xia Ximing's face like a waterfall. His previous arrogant, untouchable superstar persona completely vanished. He shrunk his neck, his voice trembling pathetically. I honestly had absolutely no idea she was your little sister, Miss O. This is all just a massive misunderstanding. O Qing let out a bone-chilling, terrifying sneer. A misunderstanding? You violently knock someone to the floor, and you think a pathetic misunderstanding is enough to cover it up? I am so incredibly sorry. I was wrong. I was completely blind and couldn't recognize greatness. Xia Ximing bowed frantically, nearly snapping himself in half. Beibei crossed her chubby little arms, haughtily raising her chin. You still haven't apologized to my big brother. Xia Ximing's gaze slowly shifted to me, a flash of pure venomous hatred hidden deep in his eyes. Why the hell should I apologize to Xia Zhe? Apologizing to the second miss of the O family was one thing, but Xia Zhe, did that pathetic loser even deserve an apology from him? Seeing Xia Ximing standing there frozen, Beibei yanked on O Qing's sleeve. Big sister, this bad guy doesn't know anything about respect. Shouldn't he apologize? O Qing stared at Xia Ximing with absolute deadpan apathy. Apologize. Xia Ximing's heart burned with absolute fury, but faced with O Qing's absolute command, he had absolutely no way to refuse. Gritting his teeth so hard they nearly shattered, he glared at me. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have said those things to you earlier. Remembering how incredibly arrogant and smug Xia Ximing had been just 5 minutes ago, bragging about being a superstar and looking at him now, bowing pathetically and practically begging for mercy, I felt an unbelievable wave of satisfaction wash over me. The sheer thrill of slapping him in the face was intoxicating. I raised an eyebrow, flashing him a mocking smile. As your good older brother, let me give you a piece of advice. A dog that looks down on people will never have a good ending. Xia Ximing was driven to the absolute brink of madness. Damn it, I want to rip his face off. Let's go, I said, turning to O King. Bei's wound needs to be cleaned properly. Let's hurry up and find a pharmacy. The two of us led the little girl away. As we walked, Wu Xiaobei turned her head back and stuck her tongue out at Xia Ximing. Last, if you want to watch ahead, make sure to click the link in the bottom left corner. As for me, I was just dozing off in class when a stunning girl suddenly barged in. Xia Ximing glared viciously at my retreating back, his hatred now extending to O Xiaobei as well. If that little brat wasn't the second miss of the O family, he genuinely would have beaten her half to death. I will remember this. As the sun began to set, the Lamborghini slowly pulled up to the entrance of my alleyway. I looked back at the back seat. After playing all day, O Xiaobei was already deeply asleep. I unbuckled my seatbelt. Make sure you keep an eye on her for the next few days. Don't let her hand get wet. O Qing didn't reply. She just silently turned her head, her deep pitch-black eyes locking entirely onto my face. I had always thought O Qing's eyes were terrifyingly beautiful, the kind of eyes a person could easily drown in. Xia Zhe, O Qing suddenly spoke, her gaze completely unwavering. At noon today I saw it. Who was the woman inside your house? Why is she suddenly bringing this up now? I thought we had already moved past what happened at noon. I swallowed nervously, my voice trembling. What? Who? I don't know what you're talking about. O Qing suddenly leaned in incredibly close, her terrifyingly beautiful face inches from mine. Mu Yunyu. I stared at O Qing in absolute complete shock, and the words just blurted out of my mouth. How did you know? The very second the words left my lips, my intestines twisted into knots of pure regret. Did I literally just confess without even being tortured? I wanted to cry, but no tears came. To my absolute shock, O Qing didn't explode in fury. Instead, the corners of her mouth curled into a deep, incredibly satisfied smile. I also know that the reason you didn't want me to misunderstand is because you care about me. The faint, sweet scent of the young heiress brushed against my face. Her voice was softer and gentler than I had ever heard it before. You looked at my phone? Is that what it was? Did she actually snoop through my phone? But that was clearly the chat history between me and Sister Yun Yu. How the hell did O Qing know exactly what it meant? By the time I snapped out of my shock, O Qing had already restored her usual, aloof, deadpan expression. Wait for me in the parking lot after school tomorrow. But Bei's leg is already healed. Keep working at the O mansion. Grandmother and Bei will be very happy. O Qing paused, her long eyelashes slightly lowering, casting a faint shadow over her stunning eyes. And I'll be very happy too. Her final sentence was whispered so incredibly softly that I genuinely didn't catch it. I leaned in closer. What did you say? Idiot. Why is she insulting me again? O Qing awkwardly turned her head, looking out the window to hide her flushed face. Hurry up and get out. I quickly pulled a small, beautifully wrapped gift box out of my pocket. Here, this is for you. I forcefully tossed the box directly into O Qing's lap, quickly opened the door and practically bolted out of the car, leaving O Qing sitting alone in the driver's seat. Slightly stunned, she slowly looked down and gently untied the red ribbon. Inside the box was a stunning, high-end designer necklace. So the gift he had been so meticulously picking out at the mall that day was actually for her. A soft, incredibly genuine smile bloomed across O Qing's flawlessly beautiful face. What an idiot. After getting home, I quickly freshened up and headed straight to the hospital to visit my mom. On the way there, I received a text from O Qing. I'm home. I was completely shocked. Is the almighty O Qing actually reporting her safe arrival to me? I quickly texted back, but from that moment until I finally washed up and went to bed, my phone didn't vibrate a single time. Monday morning, I woke up in an absolute panic. Crap, I'm going to be late. I grabbed my backpack and sprinted out the door. But as I reached the end of the alleyway, I saw a massive, aggressively bright red Ferrari parked right at the entrance. And that wasn't even the most shocking part. The absolute most shocking part was that the person sitting in the driver's seat was a white-haired elderly woman. The elderly woman was literally blasting heavy metal rock music and vigorously headbanging to the beat. I walked up to the car in absolute disbelief. Gee, good morning, Grandmother O. Grandmother O coolly pulled down her aviator sunglasses. I've been waiting for you. Hurry up and get in. Grandma's taking you to school. Does Grandmother O seriously have to be this incredibly energetic? Don't you worry. Grandmother O laughed heartily. Grandma has been driving for 30 years. I drive way smoother than that little brat O Qing. I opened the passenger door and nervously climbed inside. The roaring Ferrari slowly pulled out onto the main road. Honestly, I was still half asleep when I left the house, but the absolute, ear-shattering volume of the heavy metal music instantly jolted me entirely awake. Grandmother O really didn't let her age slow her down at all. Her driving skills were incredibly sharp and aggressive. At a red light, Grandmother O slammed on the brakes, turning to look at me with a beaming smile. Today is Bebe's birthday. Ajay, you have to come celebrate with us tonight. I was completely shocked. I blinked rapidly. Why didn't Oh Ching ever mention this to me? I haven't even prepared a gift. There's absolutely no need to prepare anything. You showing up is the absolute best birthday gift Bebe could ask for. Grandmother O smiled warmly. I scratched the back of my head, feeling a little embarrassed. Okay, I understand. Meanwhile, at the William Elite Kindergarten, the roaring Lamborghini slowly pulled up to the curb. Oh Xiaobei hopped out of the car and tapped on the tinted window. The glass slowly rolled down, revealing Oh Ching's flawlessly beautiful icy face. What is it? Wearing her adorable little backpack, Oh Xiaobei looked up with her massive sparkling eyes. Big sister, is Big Brother really going to come to Bebe's birthday party tonight? He will. Oh Xiaobei was absolutely ecstatic. Yay, Bebe's going to school now. With that, she happily skipped away. Today was also Anchuan's very first day officially transferring to St. Sia Academy. Uncle Chi was incredibly efficient and well-connected. He had processed Anchuan's transfer paperwork at lightning speed, and even specifically arranged for Anchuan to be placed in the exact same class as me. Honestly, Anchuan was incredibly satisfied with his new home and his new stepfamily, if it weren't for that absolute demon of a stepsister. Just thinking about all the terrifying predatory things Chi Xiao had done to him sent violent shivers down Anchuan's spine. He firmly made a resolution. From now on, he would wake up at the crack of dawn to go to school, and completely drag his feet until the dead of night to go home. He had to minimize his interactions with Chi Xiao at all absolute costs. And Chuan whipped his head around. Xia Zhe, I grinned excitedly. Starting today, we can finally collude and cause trouble together again. And Chuan pushed his glasses up his nose, completely deadpan. What do you mean cause trouble? I'm here to seriously study. The two of us laughed and walked into our classroom. The moment I sat down at my desk, I received a text from Grandmother O. Oh, right. Make sure to bring in Chuan along tonight. I immediately nudged him. Hey, are you free tonight? Do you want to come to the O mansion with me to celebrate Bebe's birthday? Honestly, after meeting her briefly the other day, and Chuan actually really liked the energetic Grandmother O, but then a terrifying thought crossed his mind. Wait, will Chi Xiao be there? I nudged him again, teasingly. Why are you suddenly bringing her up? Did you fall for her or something? Don't talk nonsense. And Chuan instantly panicked, his face flushing. She's Uncle Chi's daughter. She's my new older sister. My eyes widened in absolute shock. It took me a solid 10 seconds to fully process that information. I honestly don't know if she's going or not, I admitted, thinking about it. But she probably will. I mean, Bebe is her little cousin too. Then I'm absolutely not going. And Chuan rejected the invitation instantly. What's wrong? Are you two not getting along? Seeing how genuinely concerned I was, and Chuan hesitated, entirely unsure of how to explain the absolutely psychotic dynamic between him and his new stepsister. It's not that. Come on, Grandmother O specifically texted asking for you to come. In the end, Anchuan simply couldn't withstand my relentless persuasion. After school, he reluctantly followed me to the O family mansion. Bebe's birthday party was decorated incredibly warmly and beautifully. The moment we walked through the grand double doors, we saw Oh Xiaobei and Grandmother O actively battling each other in a VR motion sensing game. Oh Ching and Ye Wei were sitting on the plush sofas, chatting quietly. Sitting in the center of the massive dining table was a breathtaking, multi-tiered birthday cake. The entire mansion had been completely transformed into an intimate, joyful party venue. And Chuan and I walked over together, handing Bebe a beautifully crafted crystal bracelet. Bebe! This is a gift from Anchuan and me. It was a gift we had pooled half a month's worth of pocket money to buy. Bebe was absolutely thrilled. Thank you, big brothers. Seeing that I had arrived, Oh Ching calmly raised her head, giving me a brief, unreadable glance. Ye Wei also looked up, her beautiful eyes immediately softening with unconcealed gentle affection. Because the student council had been incredibly busy lately, she hadn't seen me in a long time. She smiled warmly, pointing to the empty space on the sofa next to her. Come sit. I smiled back and walked over to sit down. Since it was Ye Wei and Anchuan's very first time meeting, I quickly introduced them, and Chuan secretly let out a massive sigh of relief. Thank God Chi Xiao isn't here. Over the next half hour, a few more unfamiliar faces trickled in, mostly extended relatives of the O family. It's almost 7 p.m., Grandmother O announced, taking control of the room. Is there anyone who hasn't arrived yet? She frowned slightly, looking around. Where is that girl Chi Xiao? Why isn't she here yet? The very second he heard the name Chi Xiao, Anchuan, who was in the middle of drinking water, violently choked and started coughing uncontrollably. And in the very next second, an incredibly sexy, intoxicating voice echoed from the grand entrance. I apologize. I hope I'm not considered late. And Chuan whipped his head around in absolute primal terror. Standing in the doorway was an elegant, breathtakingly seductive woman, smiling with absolute, flawless warmth. Chi Xiao. Chi Xiao gracefully walked into the living room, exchanging polite, charming greetings with the elders. Then, with a bright, entirely innocent smile, she handed her beautifully wrapped gift to Oh Xiaobei. Only after doing all that did she finally shift her gaze toward Anchuan's side of the room. And Chuan instantly lowered his head, completely terrified. I knew it. Coming here was an absolute massive mistake. What do I do? What do I do? Compared to Anchuan's absolute panicking terror, Qishao was completely calm and unbothered. She walked straight over and deliberately sat down directly next to him. Their shoulders were almost touching. Qing and Qishao were already close, skipping formalities. Ye smiled. Long time no see. Busy, gentle, but differently. Ye warm and comforting. Qishao sweet yet dark and seductive. Qishao sweet yet dark and seductive. His fists clenched. I asked, "Are you really his new older sister?" "I am," she said sweetly. "I'm very happy to have such a well-behaved little brother." Cold sweat formed on Anchuan's forehead. She's a psychopath, totally different in private. Seeing him pale, I asked, "Are you okay?" "I'm fine," he forced out, then stood. "Restroom." He rushed off. I was about to follow, but Grandmother Wu called, "AZ, come here." I went. In the restroom, Anchuan splashed cold water, staring at himself. Why am I like this? It was just a shoulder touch. Why am I panicking? She's terrifying. Who is terrifying? A voice suddenly came from behind him. If you want to watch ahead, make sure to click the link in the bottom left corner. As for me, I was just dozing off in class when a stunning girl suddenly barged in. And Chuan violently whipped his head around, leaning casually against the restroom wall, looking at him with a predatory half-smile, was Qishao. "Why did you follow me in here?" Qishao took a slow, deliberate step forward. "I was worried about my precious little Chuan, of course." And Chuan's back hit the cold marble of the sink. Qishao stepped directly into his personal space, completely trapping him against the counter. She looked up at him, her mesmerizing eyes locking onto his. "You still haven't answered my question. Who exactly did you say was terrifying?" The current position they were in was unbelievably intimate, and she was technically his older sister. If anyone suddenly walked into the restroom right now and saw them like this, it would be an absolute disaster. "Stay away from me." And Chuan panicked, desperately trying to push her away, but Qishao completely ignored his resistance, stepping even closer. She reached out, her cool fingers gently tracing his jawline. She looked at him with absolute, playful amusement. "Are you afraid of me?" "No." Qishao's long eyelashes fluttered slightly, her lazy, seductive voice dripping with absolute danger. "Children who lie have to be punished." He gripped the edge of the marble sink in absolute terror. Qishao leaned in, her lips practically brushing against his ear. "It's your own fault for being so disobedient, Chuan. Now how exactly should I punish you?" Her voice was intoxicatingly beautiful, yet absolutely lethal. Just outside the door, the loud, joyful laughter of the party guests echoed through the hallway. An overwhelming, suffocating sense of shame surged through Anchuan's chest. Suddenly, the distinct sound of footsteps approached. Someone was walking toward the restroom. Anchuan's heart violently dropped, completely terrified of being caught. He aggressively shoved her away. "Someone is coming!" The footsteps stopped right outside the restroom door. Qishao calmly stepped back, casually turning on the faucet to wash her hands, looking completely relaxed and unbothered. And Chuan desperately tried to control his ragged breathing, his legs literally trembling from the sheer terror of almost being caught. The person who walked in happened to be an older relative who knew Qishao. Qishao flawlessly engaged the man in polite, elegant conversation, laughing warmly. Compared to Anchuan's absolute panicking terror, she didn't show a single ounce of guilt or hesitation. "This woman is an absolute demon." And Chuan didn't even look back as he desperately sprinted out of the restroom. For the rest of the birthday party, Anchuan remained incredibly quiet and withdrawn. Since his personality was naturally a bit introverted, I just assumed he was feeling awkward around so many unfamiliar people. "Do you want to go outside for some fresh air?" I asked quietly. "The scenery around the estate is actually really beautiful." And Chuan nodded frantically. I stood up from the sofa. Qing had been talking to some of the elders, but her attention had clearly been locked onto me the entire time. The absolute second I stood up, her piercing gaze shot over. "Where are you going?" "And Chuan and I are just going for a quick walk around the neighborhood." Qing glanced at her watch. It was 8 p.m. Not too late. She set down her wine glass, smoothly picking up my jacket from the back of the sofa and tossing it directly into my arms. Having completely devoured her slice of cake, Xiaobei happily bounced over, raising her chubby little hand high in the air. "I want to go too." I looked at Anchuan, slightly worried that having Bebe tag along might make him uncomfortable. But Anchuan just smiled gently and nodded. "Let's take Bebe with us." Ye chimed in warmly. "Just stay within the estate grounds. Don't wander off too far." Holding Bebe's hands, the three of us walked out of the massive mansion. The Imperial Manor wasn't just home to the O family. It was an ultra-exclusive, hyper-wealthy residential district housing the absolute elite of the city. The environment inside the estate was breathtakingly beautiful and impeccably maintained. We were so relaxed that we entirely failed to notice the dark, shadowy pair of eyes that had been relentlessly stalking us from a distance. The cool evening breeze gently blew past, slowly washing away the chaotic anxiety in Anchuan's heart. "Do you want to talk about it?" I asked, turning to look at him. "What exactly happened?" "You've been acting incredibly strange all night." The scales in Anchuan's mind violently tipped back and forth. Should I tell him? If Qishao wasn't Qing's cousin, he absolutely would have spilled everything to me without a single second of hesitation. But seeing how deeply conflicted and agonized Anchuan looked, I decided not to push it any further. Everyone has their own secrets, even best friends, If there was something he didn't want to talk about, I absolutely wouldn't force him to say it. I smoothly changed the subject. Does the fresh air make you feel a bit better? Yeah, a lot better. And Chuan's gaze swept over the luxurious surroundings. The Imperial Manor was divided into several massive exclusive zones, and Chuan's new home was also located within the Imperial Manor, just in a completely different sector. Bebe suddenly ripped her hands away from ours and happily sprinted forward. Bebe, slow down. Don't trip, I called out immediately. I know. Bebe laughed. Big brother stopped treating Bebe like a little baby. I couldn't help but laugh helplessly. Before we knew it, the three of us had strolled all the way to the massive main gates of the estate. Bebe pointed a chubby finger at the glowing 24-hour convenience store just outside the gates. Bebe wants to drink water. All right, I'll buy you some. And Chuan and I led Bebe into the brightly lit store and grabbed 2 bottles of water from the fridge. And Chuan and I were casually chatting while waiting in line to pay. I casually glanced back toward the entrance, but Bebe, who had just been standing right by the automatic doors, had completely vanished. My heart violently dropped into my stomach. I dropped the bottles of water and practically sprinted out the door. I frantically scanned the dark, empty street. Bebe! But the street was completely empty, save for a few passing cars and a couple of hurried pedestrians. Having quickly paid for the water, and Chuan ran out after me. What's wrong? Where's Bebe? An absolute terrifying dread began to consume my mind, and Chuan nodded frantically and sprinted off. I desperately ran down the sidewalk, frantically grabbing every single passing pedestrian. Excuse me, I'm so sorry, but did you happen to see a little girl, about 6 or 7 years old? No, sorry. I refused to give up, desperately sprinting further down the dark road. My entire body was violently trembling. My brain was buzzing with pure, deafening panic. Bebe, where are you? This was the very first time I had ever experienced something this utterly terrifying. I stood frozen in the middle of the empty street, watching the world around me start to violently spin. My brain was an absolute chaotic mess. What do I do? What the hell am I supposed to do? The very first person who flashed into my mind was Oh Ching. I pulled out my phone with violently trembling hands and dialed her number. The moment the call connected, I was practically sobbing, my words completely incoherent. Oh Ching, Bebe is gone. She disappeared. I've been looking everywhere, but I can't find her. Oh Ching's voice was instantly dead serious, carrying absolute terrifying authority. Where are you right now? The convenience store right outside the estate gates. I'll be right there. After hanging up the phone, my expression went completely blank. My sanity was slowly beginning to shatter. Bebe was lost. She was lost because of my absolute unforgivable negligence. Where is she right now? What kind of monster took her? I felt as though every single ounce of strength had been violently drained from my body. I felt like absolutely every single ounce of strength had been completely drained from my body. I desperately forced myself not to imagine the worst-case scenarios. Very quickly, a massive group of people from the O family rushed out of the estate. Grandmother O looked absolutely frantic and terrified. Ajay, what on earth happened? I'm so sorry. We brought Bebe to buy some water. When we went to the register to pay, Bebe ran out and stood by the convenience store door to wait for us. A minute later, when I looked up, she was completely gone. I am so sorry. Hearing this, Grandmother O staggered backward. Her blood pressure violently spiked, and she instantly fainted on the spot. Bebe going missing was already a catastrophic disaster, but now Grandmother O had collapsed from sheer terror. The entire scene descended into absolute chaos. Several extended relatives of the O family immediately began loudly complaining and pointing fingers. Why on earth would the old lady invite someone like him to a birthday party? Look what happened. He's an absolute jinx. Hearing their vicious words, my heart twisted in agonizing guilt. Yi Wei pursed her lips, gently patting my shoulder to comfort me. Don't be afraid. We will absolutely find Bebe. Standing a short distance away, Oh Ching was already on the phone. Her voice absolute bone-chilling ice as she issued rapid-fire commands, locked down every single road in the vicinity, set up immediate checkpoints, using the convenience store as ground zero, sweep every single street, block by block. Do not let a single suspicious vehicle leave the perimeter. The second miss of the Ao family going missing was an event capable of shaking the entire city. Soon, police sirens were wailing across every major street in the area. Massive search teams fanned out in every direction. I walked silently behind Oh Ching as we searched through the bustling, chaotic streets. Suddenly, Oh Ching stopped and turned around to look at me. Is she finally going to explode at me? I had completely mentally prepared myself for her wrath. I lowered my head. I know. This is entirely my fault. You can scream at me, you can hit me, I don't care. I swear I will absolutely find Bebe, but for some inexplicable reason. Seeing my deeply lowered head and my completely self-blaming, agonizing expression, Oh Ching's heart violently twisted in pain. Idiot, she said softly. Who is blaming you? From the exact second she realized Bebe was missing, Oh Ching's heart had been pulled incredibly taut, like a rubber band stretched to its absolute breaking point. But in this exact moment, looking at me, that rubber band finally snapped. All the suffocating guilt, the terrifying anxiety, the overwhelming fear, all the chaotic emotions I had been suppressing violently collapsed right in front of her. Listen to me, Xiaozhou, Oh Ching said, her voice carrying an unshakable absolute weight. No one is blaming you. Stop blaming yourself. We will find Oh Xiaobei. I am here. Meanwhile, inside a high-end luxury apartment, Oh Xiaobei, having been drugged with chloroform, was lying completely unconscious on a plush sofa. The apartment was entirely dark. A shadowy figure paced anxiously back and forth outside the door. Xiao Ximing, having just wrapped up his filming for the day, rushed over. "Where is Oh Xiaobei?" Xiao Ximing asked, completely calm and unhurried. Shui Zheng pointed nervously at the sofa. I followed the plan exactly and grabbed the second Miss O. But is this place you found actually safe?" This luxury apartment was a temporary rental Xiao Ximing had secretly booked. The most terrifying part? It was literally only one intersection away from the Yu family estate. "Isn't this way too close? This is way too risky." XA panicked. "We're basically committing a crime directly under Oh Qing's nose." A wicked, arrogant glint flashed in Xiao Ximing's eyes. "Have you never heard the phrase, the most dangerous place is the safest place? Oh Xiaobei was kidnapped. Who on earth would ever suspect that she was being hidden literally right next door to her own house? They've definitely already expanded their search perimeter and are frantically tearing the entire city apart looking for her." "But there are no buts." Xiao Ximing's expression suddenly turned incredibly dark and venomous. "Did you completely forget how that ugly freak Xia Jie treated us? Have you forgotten? How could Shui Zheng ever forget? It was entirely because of Xia Zhe that he got humiliated and kicked out of the drama club, losing his one chance at fame. And because of Xia Zhe, he had been permanently banished to the ordinary class, his reputation completely ruined, and he had become the absolute laughingstock of his entire extended family. That damn Xia Jie," Shui Zheng's eyes burned with intense, suffocating hatred. He looked at Xiao Ximing. "So what exactly are you planning to do now?" Xiao Ximing let out a cold, malicious laugh. "With Oh Xiaobei in our hands as leverage, we're obviously going to use her to teach Xia Zhe a brutal lesson. If that's the case, why did we kidnap the second miss? Why didn't we just directly kidnap Xia Zhe? Are you stupid? Do you think the pain of being kidnapped yourself is anywhere near the agonizing torment of having someone you deeply care about kidnapped?" Xiao Ximing walked over and sat down next to the unconscious little girl. "Oh Xiaobei is our ultimate bargaining chip." He looked down at her completely unresponsive body. Even while unconscious, her porcelain-like chubby little face was unbelievably adorably cute. But to Xiao Ximing, no matter how he looked at her, she was absolutely repulsive. If you want to watch ahead, make sure to click the link in the bottom left corner. As for me, I was just dozing off in class when a stunning girl suddenly barged in. His mind flashed back to the humiliation he suffered a few days ago at the forest park, when this little brat had publicly mocked him and made him look like a complete fool. Xiao Ximing genuinely wanted to violently beat her to let out his frustration. He forcefully patted Oh Xiaobei's cheek, his smile looking absolutely terrifying in the dimly lit living room. "Second Miss O, who would have thought you'd end up in my hands? Weren't you incredibly good at running your mouth and complaining to your sister? If you have so much attitude, why don't you try complaining now?" Saying that, he viciously pinched Oh Xiaobei's arm to vent his anger. Shui Zheng immediately panicked. "Stop. Don't pinch her so hard. It'll leave a mark." Xiao Ximing let out a cold snort of disdain. "I gave her a massive dose of chloroform. Do you think a little pinch is going to wake her up? And anyway, who cares if I give a little brat too much medicine? Will it damage her brain? I don't care at all. Honestly, I hope the drugs fry her brain and turn her into a literal vegetable. Then we'll see how she tries to protect Xia Zhe." Xiao Ximing stood up arrogantly. "You stay here and keep a close eye on her. Remember, the second she wakes up, blindfold her immediately. Do absolutely not let her see your face. Our ultimate revenge has only just begun." He was going to take every single ounce of humiliation he had suffered and violently force Xia Zhe to swallow it all. "I barely slept a single second the entire night, desperately waiting for any news. Tragically, there was still absolutely no trace of Oh Xiaobei. The entire city's police force had been mobilized, and every single suspicious vehicle from last night had been thoroughly interrogated, but they had found absolutely nothing. Exhausted and completely drained, I dragged my heavy body to school. The moment I walked into the classroom, I was instantly surrounded by a group of hostile male students. "Hey Xia Zhe, we all heard the news. We heard that the eldest Miss O's little sister went missing last night entirely because of you. You're literally just a pathetic servant. You completely lost the young miss, and you actually still have the absolute shameless audacity to show your face at school. Yeah, why don't you just go die?" In the past, if anyone had spoken to me with such aggressive, vicious venom, I would have absolutely fired right back at them without hesitation. But right now, I genuinely had absolutely zero energy or desire to argue with these people. "Hey, we're talking to you. Ugly freak, do you think you can just stay completely silent and escape responsibility? Say something." Someone violently shoved my shoulder. I stumbled backward, nearly crashing to the floor. Since Oh King hadn't come to school today, they acted as arrogantly and lawlessly as possible. Seeing I didn't fight back, their bullying worsened. Insults rained down. I raised my head, eyes dead. "Are you done?" Ignoring them, I went to my desk. Someone muttered, "Ugly people cause the most drama." And Chuan was absent. High fever. Alone, I stared blankly out the window. My phone vibrated, I answered. A distorted voice said, "If you want OU family's second mislocation, follow my commands. Disobey and I'll eliminate her." "What? Who are you?" I immediately sprinted out and reached the pond. Where is he? Then I saw him, Xia Siming, sitting casually drinking water. I rushed over. Xia Siming, Beibei's disappearance. This was you, right? He smirked. Xia Ze, you dare speak to me like that? Seems her safety isn't that important to you. Seeing his arrogant face, I wanted to punch him. I took a deep, trembling breath, desperately forcing myself to lower my aggressive tone. Where is Beibei? Did you hide her? I'm warning you. You better watch your accusations. Xia Siming replied shamelessly, completely full of himself. What do you mean I hid her? I am completely innocent. I just happen to know some very useful clues by pure coincidence. I'm not the one who kidnapped her, so stop trying to pin crimes on me. Then can you please tell me where Beibei is? What's the rush? Knowing exactly how desperately frantic and close to exploding I was, he deliberately used an agonizingly slow, unbothered tone just to torture me. There is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. If you want to know the clues, you just have to successfully set me up on a date with Wu Qing. Xia Ximing, are you completely delusional? I snapped. Do you really think I have the power to set the eldest Miss O up with anyone? Xia Ximing let out a cold snort. Even though you're completely insignificant in Miss O's eyes, you can at least pass along a message and invite her out, right? I booked a VIP table at the Jasmine restaurant for 7 p.m. tonight. All you have to do is make sure O Qing shows up exactly on time. My hands clenched into violently trembling fists. Xia Ximing stood up, looking down at me with absolute sickening arrogance. Xia, whether O Xiaobei comes back safely or not depends entirely on you. If a single other person finds out about this, he let out a dark, mocking chuckle, completely overflowing with lethal threats. My chest heaved violently with pure, suffocating rage. She is just a 6-year-old child. Did a dog eat your conscience? Xia Siming's face suddenly darkened. He reached out, aggressively patting my cheek over and over again with his hand. I'm warning you one last time, watch your attitude when you speak to me. If you piss me off, be very careful about Wu Xiaobei's safety. I absolutely do not mind dragging you both down with me. I took a deep, agonizingly shaky breath, swallowing all my pride. I promise you, I will help you ask O Qing out. When exactly are you planning to release Beibei? Seeing me acting so completely submissive and pathetic, Xia Siming felt an absolute intoxicating rush of godlike power. Depends entirely on my mood. Right now I am the absolute master of this game. The only thing you are allowed to do is obey. Do you understand? With a malicious sneer, he casually unbuckled the expensive designer watch from his wrist and casually tossed it right into the pond. Splash! The watch sank straight into the murky lotus pond. Oops! Xia Siming gasped with fake shock. That was the watch my dad gave me for my birthday last year. Thank you so much for jumping in there and finding it for me. He absolute bastard. What are you waiting for? Xia Siming demanded arrogantly. Hurry up and fish it out. I suppressed my blazing fury, and without a single word of hesitation, I jumped straight into the lotus pond. Thankfully, the water wasn't incredibly deep. It only reached my waist. Even though the weather was getting warmer, standing submerged in the freezing, murky pond water was still incredibly chilling. I violently shivered as I began the agonizing task of blindly searching the muddy bottom. Xia Ximing stood comfortably on the dry bank, thoroughly enjoying my absolute submission. He demanded that I keep searching until I found it. Time agonizingly ticked by, second by second. Having fully satisfied his sadistic desire to see me humiliated, Xia Ximing arrogantly turned around and let out a loud fake yawn. I'm tired of standing here. You just keep taking your time looking for it. Once you find it, make sure you personally deliver it to me. With that, he strutted away with absolute arrogance. I was already shivering violently from the freezing water. My waist felt like it was literally going to snap in half. Where the hell is that stupid watch? I tried to shift my position to search another area, but in the very next second, my foot slipped violently on the slick mud. I let out a sharp cry of panic as my entire body plunged backwards directly into the deep end of the pond. Freezing murky water instantly violently rushed into my nose and mouth from every single direction. I frantically thrashed around, desperately trying to stand up, but suddenly, an agonizing, paralyzing cramp seized my calf muscle. Crap! My leg is cramping. It was getting harder and harder to breathe. Help! I literally couldn't move my leg at all. Am I actually going to drown right here? Splash! Suddenly, someone dove directly into the pond, grabbed me firmly, and dragged me forcefully back onto the shore. I fell onto the grass, coughing violently and gasping frantically for air. Are you okay? A gentle, incredibly soothing voice echoed above me, laced with a rare hint of genuine panic. Yi Wei gently patted my back, helping me regulate my ragged breathing. I literally thought I was going to die. I'm okay now, I choked out. What on earth were you doing in there? Yi Wei asked, her voice trembling slightly. I went to your classroom to look for you, but you weren't there. Someone told me you ran toward the lotus pond. Thank God I brought people with me and got here in time. Otherwise, you literally could have drowned. Do you understand that? What were you even trying to do? I had absolutely no idea how to explain any of this to Ye Wei. Xia Siming had specifically used O Xiaobei's life to threaten me. I was trapped in an agonizing, suffocating situation where I couldn't say a single word. I was looking for a watch. A watch? Yi Wei's eyes swept over the massive murky pond. This pond is huge. Are you seriously trying to blindly find a single watch by yourself? I absolutely have to find it. Seeing the numerous scrapes and bruises covering my arms, Yi Wei's pupils violently contracted. You're injured. It's nothing. I shook my head stubbornly. Yi Wei, who was usually so incredibly gentle, suddenly looked completely heartbroken. I was just taking a quick nap in class when a stunning girl walked in. I was completely captivated, only to realize she was heading straight for me. Oh Ching rushed into the school. Her expression darkened the moment she saw the scratch on my arm. What happened to you? Ye Wei sighed helplessly. He was looking for his watch by the lotus pond, and accidentally fell in. Before Oh King could even scold me, I quickly raised my hands in defense. Hey, I'm already hurt, go easy on me. She just glared at me, leaning in closely to inspect the wound. Thank God it's not deep, just a minor scratch. Seriously? Searching for a watch in that massive pond. When will you ever use your brain? But that watch means everything to me. Without another word, Oh Ching pulled out her phone and made a call. A watch fell into the lotus pond. Send a crew immediately and drain the entire thing. I was completely speechless, but honestly, Oh Ching making such a crazy over-the-top decision wasn't even surprising anymore. Ye Wei glanced at her nervously. Still no clues? Oh Ching hung up the phone and shook her head grimly. Ye Wei let out a heavy sigh. Are we missing something? Was our starting point totally wrong? Bebe has been missing for 20 hours. Why don't we have a single lead? I was just about to say something when my phone suddenly vibrated. I pulled it out. An unknown message. Jaja, we've planted a tracker and a mic on you. Don't even think about trying anything smart. A tracker? When did they even manage to plant that on me without me noticing? U Ching narrowed her eyes at me suspiciously. What's wrong? I quickly shook my head, trying to cover up my panic. Nothing. It's just my clothes are completely soaked. Oh Ching immediately drove me home to change. On the way there, I kept stealing secret glances at her, frantically trying to figure out how to convince her to go on a date with Xia Ximing. Her entire focus was on the road. But when I stared at her for the 10th time, she finally snapped. Do you want me to pull over? Just so you can stare at me properly? No, that won't be necessary. I awkwardly looked away. Just spit it out, she demanded. Well, Oh Ching, what do you think of Xia Ximing? She frowned. Who is Xia Ximing? Come on, the guy you transferred to the normal class. My stepbrother. How can your memory be this bad? Her tone was brutally flat. Unimportant people are not worth storing in my brain. I gathered my courage and pushed forward. Well, he really likes you. Oh Ching coldly turned the steering wheel without a single change in expression. And, deep down, she found it incredibly bizarre that I was suddenly bringing up another guy. Tonight at 7 p.m., he'll be waiting for you at the Jasmine restaurant. Dead silence filled the car. A thick wave of anxiety washed over me. Oh Ching suddenly let out a chilling smirk. My sister is missing without a single trace, and you're using this situation to set up a date for your brother? Jaje, you really are something else. I purposely hid the truth about Oh Xiaobei's kidnapping because I knew the only way to get her back was to send Oh Ching on that date. I nervously swallowed. So, will you go? She slammed on the brakes, turning to glare at me with eyes like ice. Do you want me to go? Yes. She didn't say another word. She just shifted gears and sped straight toward the O family villa, refusing to even look in my direction before she slammed the car door aggressively and marched inside. I quietly unbuckled my seatbelt and followed her. The atmosphere in the O family household was suffocatingly depressing, with Oh Xiaobei still missing. Grandma O was bedridden from the sheer stress. Seeing her like that made my chest tighten. By the time I came back downstairs, it was already 6:30 p.m. Oh Ching was nowhere to be seen. Where did she go? I asked a servant. Xia sir, the young miss just left the house. Leaving at this hour, it could only mean she went to meet Xia Ximing. For some reason, a strange, hollow feeling settled in my gut. Meanwhile, at the Jasmine restaurant, Xia Ximing leaped up in excitement the moment he saw her. Oh Ching, you actually came, but she just marched right up to him, cutting straight to the chase. I'm only here to warn you to stay away from me. Whatever dirty trick you used to convince Xia Zhou, let me make this clear. I have zero interest in you. Xia Ximing was completely blindsided. He never expected her to show up just to sever all ties. But why? I truly have feelings for you. Why won't you just give me a chance? To outsiders, Oh Ching was always an impenetrable fortress of ice. She didn't waste a single breath replying and simply turned to leave. Please wait. Xia Ximing rushed forward, desperately grabbing her arm. Today's my birthday. I just wanted to spend my special day with my favorite person. Just grant me this one wish. Oh Ching lowered her gaze, her voice dripping with absolute venom. Get lost. Cold, brutal, unforgiving. She forcefully yanked her arm free and walked out without looking back. Xia Ximing collapsed back into his chair, his fists trembling. This has to be Xia Zhou's doing. Oh Xiaobei disappeared because of him, yet no one is putting the blame on him. Does this mean our mission to kidnap the girl was a complete failure? At that exact moment, the humiliation and rage completely consumed his mind. If only Xia Zhou didn't exist in this world, everything would be perfect. With eyes burning with pure hatred, he pulled out his phone and dialed a number. Is my item ready? I'm coming to pick it up right now. He stormed out of the restaurant and threw himself into a taxi. Just then, his phone rang. It was Shui Zheng. Before the guy could even speak, Xia Ximing barked an order. 225 Chuxia Road. Meet me there immediately. No questions. We talk face to face. 15 minutes later, the two stood in the shadows. Xia Ximing's eyes darted around. Did you lock the door when you left? Yeah, it's locked tight. I tied O Xiaobei up inside the house. A sinister smile crept across Xia Ximing's face. Good. Now call Xia Zhe. Tell him to come out. Tonight, we settle everything with Xia Zhe, once and for all. Shejong was slowly losing his mind from the sheer stress. I don't understand what the hell goes on in your head. Why did we even tell Xia Zhe that we kidnapped O Xiaobei? If she escapes, he'll hand us over to the police in a heartbeat. We'll rot in prison. A cold wind howled, casting a terrifying shadow over Xia Ximing's face. Then, we just make sure Xia Zhou is silenced forever. 30 minutes later, I found myself standing completely alone in an abandoned factory. I had received a threat. If I surrendered myself alone, Wu Xiaobei would return home safely tonight. The place was entirely deserted, not a single soul in sight. I clenched my fists, my heart pounding in the eerie silence. Xia Ximing, where are you? Suddenly, a cold metallic object. What the hell do you mean? Xia Ximing casually paced back and forth in front of me. That gun pointed at your head. It's completely real. I bought it especially for you. Honestly, my original plan was to torture you for a few more days, but this afternoon I changed my mind. His footsteps abruptly stopped, and his murderous gaze locked onto mine. I want you dead. Right now. Had he completely lost his mind? I thought he just wanted to beat me up for revenge, but he was actually planning to murder me in cold blood. My voice trembled. Xia Ximing, do you even realize what you're doing right now? I know exactly what I'm doing. He leaned in close, a twisted grin on his face. Xia Zhe, even if I end your life right here, nobody is going to care. Not even O Qing. The moment her name left his lips, his face flushed with violent rage. It all made sense now. His fragile ego was completely shattered by her brutal rejection. Refusing to show fear, I lifted my head and stared him down. At least O Qing actually cares about me. Meanwhile, you could live 1,000 lifetimes and she'd still never give you a second glance. That was the breaking point. Xia Ximing completely lost his mind, raising his hand to strike me. But before his palm could even connect, I launched a devastating kick straight into his gut. He screamed in agony, crashing heavily to the concrete floor. He glared at me, panting heavily. He struggled back to his feet, his eyes bloodshot with pure fury. Xia Zhou, you're practically begging for death. Today is your last day on Earth. He turned and screamed at Shui Zheng like a maniac. What the hell are you waiting for? Finish him. Don't you dare. I whipped around, locking eyes with Shui Zheng. I am warning you right now, Shui Zheng. If you pull that trigger, my life might end, but you will instantly become a murderer. If you don't want to rot in a prison cell for the rest of your miserable life, lower the gun. Because I promise you your end will be far more horrific than mine. Death was staring me right in the face, yet my voice didn't waver for a single second. With every word I spoke, Shui Zheng's confidence visibly crumbled. Both of his hands were shaking violently, and cold sweat dripped heavily down his forehead. Seeing his hesitation, Xia Ximing went absolutely feral. Are you seriously getting scared by a few pathetic words? Think about all the humiliation you had to endure because of him. If you don't kill him today, then tomorrow, we are both dead. I stood perfectly still, letting my unyielding gaze serve as a final warning. You still have a chance to turn back. Stop acting like some kind of saint, Shui Zheng screamed hysterically. Since the day I was born, I was the absolute pride of my family. But because of you, I became a total joke. I hope you regret everything you've done in your next life. Save those dramatic words for yourself, because we are never crossing paths in this life again. Shui Zheng flashed a deeply twisted smirk and slowly pulled the trigger. I didn't struggle. I didn't beg. I just closed my eyes and braced for the end. Click. Xia Ximing leaned forward in sheer excitement. Finally, Xia Zhou was wiped off the face of the earth. But wait a second. Why was Xia Zhou still standing there perfectly unharmed? Shui Zheng began to panic. What the hell is going on? He frantically pulled the trigger again, but this time a ridiculous upbeat cartoon melody started playing from the barrel. Your ears are so big, yet you still can't hear me calling you a fool. The absurd lyrics echoed loudly throughout the deathly silent factory. Both of them froze, their minds completely short-circuiting. What kind of sick joke was this? Ha 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 ha. I couldn't hold it in anymore. Looking at their absolutely bewildered faces, I clutched my stomach and burst out laughing like a maniac. Xia Ximing finally snapped out of it, violently snatching the toy gun and screaming at the top of his lungs. What kind of absolute garbage is this? Seeing me gasping for air from laughing so hard, the humiliation completely destroyed him. Shut up! Shut up right now! Make one more sound and I swear. I wiped a tear from my eye, smirking mockingly. With your pathetic IQ levels, you guys actually thought you could pull off a TV show-style kidnapping? Please, do yourselves a favor and give it up. Stop making these useless plans. Today isn't my final day. It's yours. The moment the words left my mouth, the heavy sound of footsteps surrounded the factory outside. And then, suddenly, blinding police searchlights shattered the darkness, piercing straight into our eyes. Nobody move. We have the entire perimeter surrounded. Drop your weapons and surrender immediately. Hearing the police sirens wailing outside, panic finally struck Xia Ximing. He whipped his head toward me, eyes wide with terror. You actually called the cops? How dare you? Seeing the swarm of armed officers closing in, Shui Zheng's legs completely gave out. How is this possible? I tracked Shaja's every single movement. I looked down at them with absolute pity. Did you seriously think I would come here alone just to throw my life away? And as for that little tracker of yours, I had already passed a secret note to Ching explaining everything. Xia Ximing was breathing heavily, desperately trying to keep his crumbling sanity together as he backed away. He pointed a trembling finger at me, his voice cracking. Xia, don't forget that Xiaobei is still in our hands. You dared to play this trick on us. What makes you think I won't just make a call and have her killed right now? She was his final trump card, but I simply shrugged my shoulders, completely unfazed. What if I told you Xiaobei has already been safely rescued? Liar. I hid her in a place you could never possibly find. You're bluffing. But right at that moment, a tiny silhouette ran through the crowd and tightly wrapped her arms around my legs. A sweet, innocent voice echoed out. Big brother Xia. Bei missed you so much. It was Xiaobei. Xia Ximing stumbled backward in pure horror, looking as if he had just seen a ghost. Next to him, Zheng collapsed onto his knees, shaking his head in absolute denial. I locked the door when I left. This is impossible. It's completely impossible. I looked at Xia Ximing with a victorious smirk. Do you still not get it? From the very beginning, this was a master trap to lure the snakes out of their hole. Did you really think you could control everything just by taking a hostage? It was pathetic and completely laughable. Ching had already hacked your phone this afternoon. Every single call you made was being broadcasted straight to her monitor. Xia Ximing, XI gave you a chance to walk away, and you blew it. Your game is officially over. Just then, the slow rhythmic click of heels echoed from behind. Xia Ximing's neck stiffened as he slowly turned his head. The police officers parted like the Red Sea, making way for a girl walking forward with an intimidating absolute aura. It was Ching. Shui Zheng's face drained of all color, his voice barely a whisper. It's over. It's truly over this time. He had only gone along with this kidnapping out of a momentary fit of rage. Who would have thought that a single mistake would cost him everything? But regret was utterly useless now. Was there any point in begging for mercy now? The footsteps stopped. Ching's eyes held a deadly, absolute silence. She glared coldly at the two trembling figures before her. Yesterday, you kidnapped my little sister, and today, you tried to murder my man. I have to admit, you two possess a remarkable amount of audacity. She was smiling, but that bone-chilling smirk was enough to shatter a person's soul. No. Xia Ximing trembled uncontrollably, stepping back. Ching, listen to me. I can explain. Before he could even finish his sentence, she raised her leg and delivered a devastating full-power kick, straight to his face. Feeling as if his entire jaw had been crushed, Xia Ximing shrieked in absolute agony. His face was covered in crimson as he flailed wildly on the ground, overwhelmed by excruciating pain. Please let me go, he sobbed, begging pitifully. I realize my mistake now. I swear. Ching just stood there looking down at him like he was garbage. I'm not the one you should be begging to. Xia Ximing desperately reached his trembling blood-stained hands toward me and Xiaobei. Please, save me. Brother, I messed up. I swear I'll never do it again. Bei and I just exchanged a glance, pretending to find the ceiling incredibly fascinating. Seeing us completely ignore him, Xia Ximing went crazy with rage, but he was utterly helpless. Coughing violently, he squirmed on the ground, glaring at me with immense hatred. How can you be so heartless? Save me. I looked at him, highly amused by his pathetic display. Why would I save the exact same person who tried to blow my brains out 5 seconds ago? He was completely hopeless now. The sheer terror of the situation forced him to bow his head. I am begging you. For Dad's sake, just give me one last chance. He had the audacity to bring up our father after pulling a stunt like this. It was only for Dad's sake that I forgave you over and over again, but this time you targeted an innocent little girl. Do you honestly think you deserve another chance? Xia Ximing twitched a few more times, but slowly his body gave out, and he lay completely motionless. I stared at his unmoving form for a second before jogging over. Wait, is he actually dead? King stood up straight, brushing off her clothes with terrifying calmness. Dying this easily would be far too merciful of a punishment for him. I finally let out a sigh of relief. Bei came running over, puffing out her chest with a very serious expression. Bei saw it on TV. Bad guys like this always go to prison. According to the criminal law, he'll get at least 10 years for this. I patted her head, laughing. Wow, Bei, you're practically a genius. Her face lit up with absolute pride. Hee. Not as smart as big brother Xiaozhou, though. If it weren't for your master plan, Bei would still be trapped by the evil villain. Outside, the dark night sky had finally settled. From the moment Bei was kidnapped to her rescue, it hadn't even been 24 hours. The police dragged the unconscious Xia Ximing and the traumatized mute Shui Zheng into the squad cars. Just like Bei said, they were going to rot behind bars for the rest of their lives. There was zero chance of escape. Just then, my eyes landed on Ye Wei, who had arrived with the police cars. How long have you been standing there? Ye Wei's eyes held a strange, lingering sadness. She had clearly noticed the unspoken bond between me and Ching, We made the perfect team, moving in sync as if we shared a deep childhood connection. Oh Ching was her childhood best friend, so it wasn't jealousy brewing in her heart, but rather a quiet sense of envy. Still, she gave a warm, gentle smile. I was just so worried about you guys. I had to come. Suddenly, another light voice chimed in from behind. Looks like everything was resolved quite smoothly, huh? We turned around to see Chi Xiao casually strolling toward us. Bebe immediately crossed her arms, glaring at her. Sister Chai Xiao, did you just show up to be a background character? Chi Xiao laughed, entirely unbothered. Of course not. I'm just here for the free food. The truth was, Chi Xiao had been looking after Grandma O at the hospital and hadn't gone home all day, so she actually played a massive role in keeping things stable. To celebrate everyone coming back completely safe, the whole group headed to a local barbecue joint. I stepped outside and called in Chuan, filling him in on every insane detail of the day. Yeah, Uncle Shu already briefed me. Thank God it all worked out. The very next second, a violent fit of coughing erupted from his end of the phone. My heart sank a little. Hey, are you okay? Yeah, I just took my medicine. As soon as Uncle Chi heard Bebe was safe, he took my mom and rushed off to attend a very important banquet. Who would have thought that the moment the elders left, and Chuan's fever would return? I gripped my phone tightly. Are you sure your fever is gone? Don't worry about me, just enjoy your celebration. I'm going to sleep. Then I'll come visit you tomorrow after school, I replied. After I hung up, Ye Wei kept grilling meat and constantly sliding it onto my plate. You love beef, right? Eat up. Once I was served, he carefully handed some to Bebe as well. I was just starting to dig in, completely enjoying the meal, when suddenly Chi Xiao pushed her chair back and stood up. You guys eat. I'm heading back. Bebe blinked her big round eyes. Sister Chai Xiao, you haven't even taken a single bite. I just remembered some urgent work. I need to leave first. To see what happens in advance, click the link in the left corner. I was dozing off in class when a stunningly beautiful girl suddenly walked in. I was completely mesmerized by her looks, and she started walking straight toward me. Meanwhile, Anchuan felt a wave of exhaustion after scrolling through her phone for a while. Still holding it, she drifted into a hazy sleep. In her dreams, she vaguely felt someone's hand gently resting on her forehead. She subconsciously leaned into the touch. Wait a minute, whose hand is this? And Chuan snapped her eyes open, and right in front of her was Chi Xiao's face. Terrified, she immediately scrambled backward against the bed. How are you here? What did you think just because you and your mom moved in, this house suddenly belongs to you? Chi Xiao's hand slowly slid across her face and gently lifted her chin. Tell me if I'm not supposed to be here, where else would I be? I didn't mean it like that, and Chuan nervously shook her head, shrinking back even further. Mom and Uncle Chi weren't home right now. It was just her and Chi Xiao alone in this massive house. This was absolutely terrifying, and Chuan's entire body went stiff with tension. Chi Xiao kept staring intently at An Chuan's panicked face. Without her glasses, she actually looked surprisingly beautiful. Feeling that continuous gaze lock onto her, An Chuan grew even more uncomfortable. Can you please leave? I want to sleep. Chi Xiao flashed a charming smile, but my heart just wants to keep looking at you. What should I do? And Chuan was completely speechless, her heartbeat spiraling uncontrollably fast. Chi Xiao casually sat down on the edge of An Chuan's bed, placed her bag on the nightstand, and pulled out a delicious-smelling bowl of porridge. And Chuan gave a slight sniff and turned to look at the bowl. It smells amazing. Startled, she asked, Did you bring that for me? Absolutely not. Chi Xiao raised an eyebrow, picked up the bowl, and slowly began to stir it, letting the hot steam rise into the air. This is my dinner for tonight. I haven't eaten anything yet. And Chuan felt incredibly awkward. What was she even expecting? How could a dangerous, terrifying girl like Chi Xiao ever be kind enough to bring her food? But looking at her gorgeous sister from this angle, she really was breathtaking. Chi Xiao took a sip of the porridge, then frowned and shook her head. The taste is a bit weird. Saying that, she scooped up another spoonful and held it directly to An Chuan's lips. Open your mouth. What is that supposed to mean? If it tastes bad, why are you feeding it to me? I'm not a trash can. And Chuan stubbornly turned her head away. Thanks, but I don't want it. Good girl. Open your mouth, Shi Zhao commanded. Her tone was surprisingly soft, but carried a hidden, absolute authority. Even though she was smiling, her entire body radiated a terrifying, dangerous aura. And Chuan lowered her head. You just used that spoon. Using a spoon she had just had in her mouth, wasn't that basically an indirect kiss? So that's what you're worried about. A dark smirk crept onto Chi Xiao's lips. She took a bite of the porridge herself, then suddenly grabbed An Chuan's face and forcefully kissed her, pushing the food directly past her lips. And Chuan gripped the bedsheets in pure panic, her eyes wide with shock. What the hell is she doing? And Chuan's face instantly burned crimson red. Never in her wildest dreams did she imagine Chi Xiao would force her like this. She quickly covered her mouth. How could you do that? You weren't going to listen to me, right? So this is the result. Chi Xiao calmly picked up the spoon and started stirring the porridge again, her face completely unbothered. So are you going to drink it or not? I'll drink it. I'll drink it myself. And Chuan desperately snatched the bowl from her hands and started taking massive gulps. Good girl, Chi Xiao gently rubbed An Chuan's head. Leaning in close, She whispered in an incredibly seductive voice. Make sure you finish every last drop. And Chuan was absolutely terrified. Why weren't Mom and Uncle Chi back yet? She kept drinking as fast as she could, just hoping to empty the bowl so Chi Xiao would finally leave the room. Wait, this porridge is actually delicious. Why did she say it tasted bad? Amidst all her chaotic thoughts, An Chuan finally scraped the bowl clean. She held it out like a trophy. I finished it. Chi Xiao took the empty bowl. That was pretty fast, you deserve a reward. She set the bowl on the nightstand, leaned her entire body forward, and firmly grabbed An Chuan's face, and captured her lips in another direct kiss. Is this girl a forced kissing maniac? And Chuan never expected that another trap would be waiting for her at the very end. Chi Xiao hugged her tightly, pulling back with a gentle smile. Idiot, this isn't our first kiss. Why do you still have zero technique? This sweet banter sounded exactly like an old married couple. This girl is completely insane. And Chuan shoved her back with both hands. If this is some kind of sick prank, I've had enough. Suddenly, her mother's voice echoed from the ground floor. And Chuan, are you asleep? Mom brought you some late-night snacks. Oh no, Mom's back. And Chuan went completely silent, frozen in fear. Chi Xiao simply stood up and casually shrugged her shoulders. You can tell your mom everything if you want. And Chuan froze in absolute terror. She knew exactly what the result would be if she told her. Knowing her mother's behavior, she would pack their bags without a second hesitation and leave this house. Abandoning everything for her, no matter how much Mom loved Uncle Chi, she would definitely throw it all away for her daughter's sake. Chi Xiao. Her mom blinked in surprise for a moment. Auntie? Chi Xiao flashed a flawless perfect smile. Auntie! Chi Xiao flashed a flawless perfect smile. In front of others, she always wore this perfectly gentle and polite avatar. I heard An Chuan was sick and home alone, so I brought up some porridge for her. Really? Thank you so much, sweetheart. And Chuan is so lucky to have a caring sister like you. Please, no formalities, Auntie. If there's nothing else, I'll head back to my room now. Every single word Chi Xiao spoke dripped with perfect manners and pure class. Mom nodded proudly, watching her walk away. Before stepping into An Chuan's room. And Chuan, sweetie, how are you feeling? I'm fine, Mom. And Chuan slowly shook her head. Mom stepped forward and gently felt her forehead. Well, that's good. By the way, how do you like the new house? Are you having any trouble settling in? And how is your relationship with Chi Xiao? Is everything comfortable between you two? And Chuan remained completely silent. Then, she slowly raised her head. What about you, Mom? Are you satisfied with this new home? Absolutely. A massive, genuine smile lit up her mom's face. She carefully tucked An Chuan into her blankets. Mom hasn't felt this happy in years. Your Uncle Chi and I are actually planning to shift our wedding up. We're getting our marriage certificate next week, but if you really don't like it here, Mom will drop everything and leave for you. Seeing her mother radiate such pure happiness, how could An Chuan ever break her heart? She slowly nodded. I really like the new house too. Mom hugged her tightly, overflowing with joy. But Mom, starting next week, I want to apply for the school's boarding hostel. This was the only way she could avoid running into Chi Xiao. What happened so suddenly? Why do you want to move into a hostel? I just think it's time I learned to be independent. With just a single phone call from Uncle Chi, the school immediately arranged a hostel bed for her. The very next day, as An Chuan dragged her packed luggage down to the ground floor, she coincidentally bumped into Chi Xiao at the corner of the corridor. Chi Xiao was holding a cup of coffee. She let out a dark smirk. What happened? Finally couldn't tolerate it anymore, so you made the decision to move out with your mom. And Chuan set her luggage down. I'm moving into the school boarding hostel today. From now on, we probably won't be seeing each other for a very long time. I hope you learn to be a better person, sister, and it would be best if we never come face to face again. She grabbed her suitcase, but suddenly remembered something and turned back around. Oh, by the way, Sister Mom and Uncle Chi are getting their marriage certificate next week. Don't forget to say congrats to them in advance. Chi Xiao stood frozen, glaring at An Chuan's retreating figure. Her grip on the coffee cup tightened dangerously. Interesting, she had severely underestimated this brat's intentions. That parting shot she delivered at the very end, it was a clear challenge, a threat to take full control of the Chi family's property. Chi Xiao gently blew on her hot coffee and took a slow sip. A chilling, dangerous smirk crept across her flawless face. You better not regret your decisions later, An Chuan. She swore to herself that next time things wouldn't be limited to just a kiss. Scene switch. I originally thought Xia Ximing's arrest would dominate the top news headlines, but who knew I had completely overestimated his popularity. There were hardly any reports about him online. The production crew for the drama he was shooting kicked him out instantly, replacing their lead actor, and scrubbed all his advertisements from the internet. It reminded me of the time I got banned from the industry. The company's reaction was exactly this ruthless. But the moment I opened the calendar on my phone, a massive wave of happy surprise hit me. There was only half a month left until my contract was officially void and my original handsome looks would finally return. When that day comes, all those people at school who constantly taunt me and call me ugly will be silenced forever. And I am super excited to see Oh Ching's reaction when she finally sees my real face. Just thinking about that super arrogant, cold princess being completely mesmerized by my looks, it gave me a whole different level of pure happiness. As she drove the car, Oh Ching shot me a cold warning look. Wipe that stupid smile off your face. I don't want people misunderstanding and thinking I'm bringing an idiot to school with me. I glared right back at her. I was just checking the calendar. The long school holidays are about to start. Jaja, what are your plans for the holidays? Same boring routine: visit the hospital to take care of mom and spend the rest of my time rotting alone at home. Nothing special. Then listen to me very carefully. Your holiday is now officially mine. I stared at her, my eyes full of expectations. My holiday is yours. Where are you taking me? I asked excitedly. Jian Shi is shooting her new drama right now. Wei Wei and I are going to visit the set. You're coming with us. Do you really want me to come along? I looked at her, entirely full of hope. I just figured that if an idiot tags along on the trip, the drive will be a little less boring. Seriously? Would it kill you to say something sweet for once? By then, the car had already entered the school campus. As we were parking, we coincidentally ran into Ye Wei. I threw the car door open and quickly hopped out. Wait a second. Why does Ye Wei look so strange? Her face was deathly pale and she was clutching her pale chest tightly with her hand. Massive beads of sweat were sliding down her soft cheeks, and she was heavily panting for air. To see what happens in advance, click the left link. I was sleeping in class when a stunningly beautiful girl suddenly walked in. I was completely lost in her beauty, and she started walking straight toward me, but her condition right now was absolutely not normal. Panic surged through me, and I instantly sprinted to her side. What happened to you? Are you okay? Ye Wei didn't react at all, staring blankly as if she couldn't even hear my voice. I whipped around and screamed at the top of my lungs. Wu Qing, get over here fast! Hearing my desperate shout, Wu Qing glanced over, and her expression instantly shattered. She slammed her car door shut and practically flew over with fast steps. She leaned in, ripped open Ye Wei's glove compartment, and pulled out her medicine. Without looking up, she barked a strict command at me. There's a water bottle in my trunk. Go get it, now. I immediately bolted to her car and tossed her the water. 5 agonizing minutes later, Ye Wei's breathing finally stabilized, and a faint hint of color returned to her ghostly pale face. Are you all right now? I asked, looking at her with extreme tension. Ye Wei had finally returned to her usual gentle self. She gave a light nod and offered a reassuring smile. I'm perfectly fine, it's just an old chronic disease I've had since childhood. Please don't worry. Hearing her answer, I finally let out a massive sigh of relief. The 3 of us started walking toward the building, with me awkwardly walking between the 2 of them. Can I really tag along with you guys to visit Jianshi's drama set? Is it for that newly releasing drama? I was thinking about bringing in Chuan along too. As we reached the first-year block, Wu Qing suddenly stopped, turned around, and stared intensely directly into my eyes. Fine. I'll pick you up tomorrow morning at 9 sharp. My heartbeat suddenly started hammering against my ribs, beating uncontrollably fast. When exactly did all this start? Now just hearing the simple name Wu Qing was enough to easily make my heart race like crazy. And then a truly terrifying thought hit my mind. Am I actually starting to properly like her? The moment that thought crossed my mind, it felt like 1,000 alpacas were racing violently through my chest. No way, this has to be some kind of illusion. A little further down the corridor, a group of girls was huddled together, laughing and gossiping. Mingyao, we heard your boyfriend got arrested by the police last night. Come on, let's interview the culprit's girlfriend. Tell us, exactly how are you feeling right now? Hearing those mocking taunts from the crowd, Luo Mingyao flushed red with absolute embarrassment. She shrieked defensively. What boyfriend? I already broke up with him. Aren't you being a little too heartless? He was following you around yesterday, and the moment he turns his back, you directly break up with him? Luo Mingyao let out a cold, irritated snort. He is literally a criminal suspect right now. How could he possibly deserve me? I stood in the distance watching this whole pathetic drama unfold. I hadn't seen Luo Mingyao in so long that I had completely forgotten about her. Who would have thought her disgusting attitude still hadn't changed one bit? Even though I despised Xue Zheng on a deeply personal level, the main reason he teamed up with Xia Ximing and committed all those crimes was entirely to get revenge for Luo Mingyao. As a guy, I could clearly feel that deep down Xue Zheng genuinely liked her. Yet the second things went bad, this two-faced girl immediately threw mud directly at his name. In that moment, my irritation toward Luo Mingyao reached an extreme level. I turned on my heel and started walking away. But who could have predicted she would suddenly chase after me? Leaving her group behind, she shamelessly stalked right up to me. Zha. I slowed my steps and shot her an icy glare over my shoulder. What name did you just call me? Luo Mingyao plastered a disgustingly fake, overly sweet smile across her face. We aren't that close. From now on, you will strictly address me as classmate Xia. Luo Mingyao casually adjusted her front hair and spoke with delusional confidence. Xie Zheng and I broke up. Hearing that definitely makes you super happy, right? I stared at her, utterly hopeless. I seriously wasn't in the mood to speak a single word with her. I completely turned my back and walked away without saying anything. Without wasting a single word, I turned and walked away. But like a shameless leech, Luo Mingyao kept following right behind me. I know you're still upset with me, but we used to be childhood sweethearts. Let's just fix everything and go back to normal, okay? I let out a massive eye roll, staring up at the sky. Do me a favor and stay away from me. But what was seriously shocking was her attitude. How did she pull a complete 360-degree flip toward me out of nowhere? Don't behave like that. Honestly, deep down in my heart, I never forgot about you. Even if your looks have become completely ugly, I promise I absolutely won't reject you. Why don't we try going on a date? Who wants to go on a date with you? I gave her a look of absolute disgust, turned around, and walked right out of there. Lo Mingyao ground her teeth in furious anger, glaring daggers at my retreating back. He 100% still has feelings for me. He's just acting out a rude front. I absolutely refuse to believe I can't handle this ugly loser. During the holidays, I told An Chuan the entire plan about visiting Jianshi's drama set. Hearing this, An Chuan got so super excited that she instantly rapid-fired multiple posts onto Weibo. Noticing I was lost in deep thought, she leaned in and waved her hands directly in front of my face. What happened to you? An Chuan, can I ask you something? What exactly does it feel like to like someone? Liking someone? Well, usually it happens when you look at them and your heartbeat suddenly speeds up. When you're with them, time feels like it passes by so quickly. And whenever you think about them, you subconsciously just start smiling. Stop. Stop. Don't say anything more. Every single point An Chuan just listed was fitting me completely. Did this directly mean I had actually genuinely fallen in love with Oh Ching? But did Oh Ching even have a single % of feelings for me? My mind was spinning with this incredibly complex situation. After school, Grandma O invited me over for a family dinner. We all decided to eat together, but strangely, Grandma and Bebe were still nowhere to be found. Sitting at the dining table, Oh Ching was on a call. She smoothly said, casually disconnected it, and picked up her chopsticks. Grandma says she and Bebe won't be able to make it back early, so she told us to start dinner. I gave a serious nod and grabbed my chopsticks. Suddenly, the entire internet article I had searched earlier flashed through my mind: how to test if another person loves you or not. The first rule: stare at them, continuously. When they look at you, closely observe their reaction. If they get shy, it clearly means they have some interest in you. Fueled by this idea, I locked my eyes onto Oh Ching, who was sitting directly opposite me, and stared at her without blinking. But Oh Ching just kept calmly eating her dinner without a care in the world, acting as if there wasn't anyone sitting nearby. Is my presence really that invisible in this room? I awkwardly cleared my throat, forcing out a fake cough, but Oh Ching didn't even bother to lift her eyes. With a completely emotionless face, she stated bluntly, "Shia, stop that stare immediately, and stop continuously looking at me." Why? Are you starting to feel a little shy? No, your face is just so unbelievably ugly that it's completely ruining my mood and my appetite. Damn it! Where's my 50-meter-long sword? Halfway through her meal, Oh Ching pushed her plate aside. I'm stepping out for a bit. I watched her back with a miserable expression. Reaching the washroom, Oh Ching, who was usually so cold and confident, suddenly relaxed, her posture weakening. She whispered to herself, "Why is my heartbeat so fast?" As soon as she left, I quickly pulled out my phone and checked the guide. Test number 2, wink at her continuously. I was just thinking about it when Oh Ching returned and sat down, her face completely normal again. Oh Ching, I gave it my all and started winking at her like crazy. She gave me a weird look. Are your eyes having cramps? I instantly wiped that stupid smile off my face and slammed my chopsticks on the table. I have to try the third test. Tell her about your recent problems and bad luck, and see if she feels any sympathy for you. I gathered my emotions and took a deep breath. My lips twitched slightly, but I tried my best to maintain a tragic atmosphere. That test we just had, I don't know how I'll score. Oh Ching comforted me with an absolutely expressionless face. Your grades are already at the very bottom. What could possibly be worse? How much lower can your life even sink? Damn it. So what if you're the top student? So what if you got direct university admission? If these internet tests are true, then Oh Ching definitely doesn't like me. She didn't say anything else. She just looked down, peeling prawns with absolute focus. Then she raised her head slightly and brought a peeled prawn right to my lips. Open your mouth. I was stunned, staring blankly at the prawn right in front of me. Is this for me? Oh Ching raised an eyebrow. Are you going to eat it or not? I'll eat it. In a single second, I forgot all my tension and sadness. One day, Oh Ching, Ye Wei, An Chuan, and I, the four of us decided to take advantage of the holidays and planned a trip to Z City. As soon as I stepped out of the house, I bumped into Oh Ching. There were several cars parked at the entrance of the alley. I looked closely and realized that Grandma O and Bebe, who had been missing since last night, were both there. I was a little surprised, but then Bebe ran toward me. The little girl rushed over and hugged me tightly. She tilted her cute face up. Little brother, are you going to miss Bebe? I laughed, bending down to pinch her cheeks. Of course I will. Grandma O grabbed my hand with teary eyes. Your mom's side of the family will arrange someone to take care of her. You kids just go and enjoy yourselves, okay? And make sure to call Grandma once you arrive, so I know you're safe. And come back soon. Thanks, Grandma. Oh Ching stared at the three of us completely speechless. Oh, please, we're just going to the next province for 2 days. Do we really need to make this look like a life and death farewell? Since the trip wasn't too long, Oh Ching had arranged an SUV. Yi Wei took the passenger seat. From a distance, An Chuan came running, panting heavily with his backpack on. I'm not late, am I? Timing is perfect. I patted An Chuan's shoulder. Get in the car, we'll talk on the way. By the time we arrived in Z City, it was already 1 p.m. I hadn't slept well last night, so I dozed off for the entire ride. As soon as we reached the hotel, I crashed on the bed and didn't wake up until evening. The four of us casually finished dinner and bought some milk tea to take to Jianshi's shooting set. And Chuan and I were walking right behind O King and Ye Wei. My mind was wandering as I sipped my milk tea. Suddenly I choked, bursting into a violent coughing fit. O Qing and Ye Wei both turned to look at me simultaneously. O Qing immediately opened her venomous mouth. Jaya, Jay, can you stop embarrassing me for just 1 second? Ye Wei quickly pulled out the napkins that came with the drinks and stepped forward, gently wiping my mouth with absolute care. She gave a soft smile. Drink slowly. No one is going to steal it from you. Standing next to me, Chuan put on a mysterious look and whispered, I just made a huge discovery. What discovery? I have a strong feeling that Ye Wei likes you. Click the left corner to watch in advance. I was just dozing off in class when a beautiful girl walked in. I was completely lost in her beauty when she started walking straight toward me. I froze completely. Now, staring blankly, I just looked at Ye Wei's back. Ye Wei, likes me? On the set, the director suddenly yelled, Cut. That was a great shot. That's a wrap for today. Everyone get some good rest. Jianxi happily stretched her arms and came skipping toward us. Long time no see. I missed you guys so much. Because of her gentle nature, Ye Wei let her hug her. But when Jianxi turned toward O Qing shot her a look of utter disgust and dodged. Stay away from me. Jianxi didn't care about the rejection at all. She happily opened her arms and stepped forward to hug me instead. I blinked. Before I could even react, O Qing extended her arm and blocked Jianxi. Do you want a beating? Jianxi immediately put on an innocent, pitiful face. I just wanted a hug. What's the problem? It seems you really do want a beating. O Qing flashed a fake smile and raised her fist. In a split second, Jianxi leaped backward to a safe distance. I cleared my throat, quickly diffusing the tension as I greeted her. Long time no see. This is my friend, An Chuan. Compared to our normal reactions, An Chuan was trying desperately to contain his excitement. Jianxi, I am a huge fan of yours. Can I please shake your hand? Jianxi looked at An Chuan and gave him an incredibly sweet smile. Of course you can. She was already so breathtakingly beautiful, and her eyes sparkled like stars. With just that one smile, it felt like all the light in the world was focused solely on her. And Chuan was on the verge of fainting from sheer excitement. Jianxi stepped forward and politely held his hand. Thank you so much for supporting me. And Chuan's mind was completely blown. Can I take a picture with you? I pulled out my phone. I'll take a picture of you two. The moment he got the photo, and Chuan immediately uploaded a post on Weibo. Ye Wei distributed the remaining milk tea to the crew members on set and then walked back to us. She spoke gently. Why are we standing around talking? Let's find a comfortable place to sit and catch up. Back at the crew's hotel, Jianxi was staying in a luxury suite equipped with every facility imaginable. The fridge was completely stocked with all of her favorite snacks, and she brought them all out, piling them onto the table. The four of us sat around, munching on snacks and casually chatting. Suddenly, Jianxi had an idea. Let's play a game. What kind of game? Ye Wei asked. Truth or dare? How about it? Jianxi happily grabbed an empty wine bottle and placed it right in the middle of the table. O Qing was resting her chin on her hand, looking completely bored. She shot the bottle a dismissive look. Idiot game. But An Chuan was in full fanboy mode. I'll play. I backed him up. I'm in too. Great. O Qing, you're playing right? Jianxi looked at her, and she reluctantly agreed. The game started. Whoever the bottle pointed to had to answer a question from someone in the group. If they refused to answer, they had to take a drink as a penalty. Jianxi spun the bottle. After spinning rapidly for a few seconds, it began to slow down. And the neck pointed directly at O Qing. I'll ask. Let me ask. And Chuan threw his hand up in sheer excitement. Miss O, is there someone you like? I suddenly became incredibly nervous. I secretly glanced at O Qing. My heart was beating uncontrollably fast. There was a long silence. And then, a cold voice rang out. Yes. Hearing that one simple word, I felt like my heart was going to jump right out of my throat. Jianxi looked at Ye Wei, her eyes burning with pure gossip. Wei, I'm not deaf, am I? Am I hallucinating? Did O Qing just say she likes someone? Ye Wei smiled faintly but didn't say a word. The second round started. This time the bottle stopped on Ye Wei. The entire vibe of the game had completely shifted thanks to An Chuan's juicy topic. Jianxi nudged Ye Wei with her elbow. Wei, your turn. Do you like someone? Yes. The tension in the room instantly skyrocketed to its peak. Jianxi was already filled with regret. Damn it, I should have just asked who the person is. The third round began. It seemed like the bottle was obsessed with Ye Wei because the neck pointed directly at her once again. GNC asked with burning excitement, What is the name of the person you like? Everyone's eyes locked onto Ye Wei in unison. But there was a strange calmness in Ye Wei's eyes as she picked up the glass in front of her. I'll choose the penalty drink. Saying that, she downed the entire glass in one go. The blazing fire of gossip inside Jianxi was instantly drenched with cold water. She groaned in disappointment. How boring. In the next round, the bottle pointed at An Chuan. Jianxi looked at him with a teasing smirk. When was your first kiss? and Chuan's ears instantly turned as red as a tomato. The image of Qi Xiao flashed into his mind. If he didn't answer, he'd have to drink. But An Chuan absolutely did not want to drink. He was the type to pass out after just one glass. And who knew what crazy things he'd do if he got drunk? He started stuttering nervously. Just a few days ago, I stared at An Chuan in absolute shock. And Chuan had been a massive bookworm since we were kids. He had never even dated anyone in his entire life. So where the hell did this first kiss come from? What exactly did I miss? I'm definitely giving him a ruthless interrogation tonight. The bottle spun again, and this time, it pointed right at me. She slammed her hands on the table. How many letters are in the name of the person you like? The moment her question ended, O King shot her a terrifying death stare. Shi, you are talking way too much. Shi jumped out of her chair in fear. After retreating to a safe distance, she confidently defended herself. What do you mean too much? It's a completely normal question. This is the only way the game is actually fun. I clenched my fists tightly in pure tension. A dead silence fell over the room. Both O Qing and Ye Wei had their gazes fixed directly on me. What do? Do I tell them? For some inexplicable reason, I felt overwhelmingly anxious. I really didn't want to reveal anything. Gathering my courage, I simply picked up the glass in front of me and downed it to take the penalty. Oh, come on, what is this? Shi crossed her arms and grumbled angrily. This game is no fun at all. Sitting next to me, O Qing stared at the empty glass on the table. A deeply mysterious expression washed over her face. Continue. Shi ignited her never-give-up spirit, looking completely determined to extract a massive scoop tonight. She spun the bottle again, and this time it landed on me once more. Are you serious? Me again? How can my luck be this garbage? I sat there utterly speechless. Shi leaped up in joy like an absolute idiot. She held the bottle up to my mouth like a microphone. What is the first letter of the name of the person you like? I was getting genuinely frustrated. Is your only hobby finding out other people's crushes? I think I'm actually enjoying being a paparazzi, Shi said, rubbing her chin, with an incredibly bright smile on her face. Well, I am sorry, but I choose to drink again. I downed the entire drink in one breath and slammed the glass hard onto the table. Irritation was clearly visible on O Qing's face. Her tone carried an unstoppable, commanding aura. Enough. The game ends here. Shi immediately protested. But I haven't even started enjoying it yet. I said, game over. In a single second, all the air deflated from Shi like a popped balloon. She sadly started tracing circles on the table with her fingers. We had just stood up when suddenly, the room lights flickered violently, and then went completely off. Total darkness swallowed the room. We couldn't see a single thing. What just happened? I have no idea. Did the power just cut out? There was a hint of fear in Shi's voice. Where are the phones? Everyone started fumbling in the dark to find their phones and turn on the flashlights. I clearly remember leaving my phone somewhere around here, I muttered, reaching my hand out. And in the very next second, someone suddenly grabbed my hand. A warm breath brushed incredibly close to my face. The voice was kept extremely low, so quiet that only the two of us could hear it. Every single word was spoken with smooth precision. I like you. I completely froze. Every muscle in my body locked up. That softly whispered line vanished into the air the very next moment. I had absolutely no idea whose voice that was. The lights flickered again, and suddenly the entire room was flooded with brightness. Shi let out a sigh of relief, placing a hand on her chest. Just a moment ago, she was so terrified she was about to hide under the table, but now all her energy had returned. She spoke with dead seriousness. Guys, don't be scared. It looks like there was just a short circuit in the power. O Qing shot her a look of pure disgust. You were the only one who was scared. Yi Wei smiled softly and said, Thank God everything is all right. I just stood there like a complete idiot, staring at the two girls who were behaving as if nothing had happened. Who exactly whispered in my ear just now? Who said I like you in such a soft, intimate voice? Was it Ye Wei? I was staring intensely at Ye Wei, and she noticed my gaze, turning to look back at me. What's wrong? Nothing. I quickly shook my head. O Qing looked a bit tired. It's getting late. We should head back. I nodded silently. The four of us headed back to our hotel. As soon as we reached the room, and Chuan collapsed straight onto the bed, but my mind was completely stuck on that mysterious confession. What's wrong with you? And Chuan gave me a light shove. You were acting really weird the whole way back. I explained the entire incident that happened during the power cut, and Chuan pondered it for a long time before confidently drawing a conclusion. It was definitely Ye Wei. Who knows? Maybe it was O Qing. Just saying O Qing's name brought an automatic smile to my lips. Then why don't you just drop a message in the group and ask them? I slapped my own forehead. Forget it. Let it go. My mind was completely thrown into chaos because of that confession. I kept tossing and turning in bed, unable to catch a single wink of sleep. I finally decided to go out and get some fresh air. Every floor of the hotel had a balcony terrace. I walked out and leaned against the railing. A cool, refreshing breeze was blowing. Xia. Suddenly a surprised voice called out from behind me. I turned around and was equally stunned. Wei Wei? Ye Wei walked over to me. Can't sleep? I think I slept a little too much this afternoon. Ye Wei chuckled lightly. Seeing you standing out here all alone, it looked like you were lost in some deep thoughts. Do you want to share them with me? I let out an awkward laugh. Actually, it's nothing major. I just suddenly felt a little nostalgic. I didn't even realize how long we've known each other. Ye Wei leaned her back against the railing. Can you sing a song for me? Click the left corner to watch in advance. I was just dozing off in class when a beautiful girl walked in. I was completely lost in her beauty when she started walking straight toward me. Sing a song? Ever since I left the entertainment industry 5 years ago, I hadn't sung in front of anyone. Why was Ye Wei suddenly making such a request? I thought for a moment before asking, what song do you want to hear? Ye Wei's eyes looked deeply into mine. Sing Contentment. I absolutely did not expect her to name that specific song. The song Contentment held an incredibly special meaning for me. Back when our music group was active, the company made us practice to overcome our stage fright. At that time, I was completely unknown, and I often performed on crowded streets. That was the very first time in my life I had ever sung in public, and the very first song I performed was Contentment. Because of that cover, passersby recorded me and uploaded it to the internet, where it received overwhelmingly positive reviews. That was what made me rapidly go viral, bringing my name to the masses. I cleared my throat, leaned against the railing, and staring off into the distance. I began to sing softly. I was looking into the distance, and Ye Wei was looking at me. It felt as if the entire world had stopped spinning. I stayed leaning against the railing, flashing a secret smile as I looked at her and finished the melody. Song's over. Standing beside me, Ye Wei quietly lowered her eyes. Feeling my gaze on her, she raised her head and smiled softly. That was incredibly beautiful. It suddenly reminded me of a story. Would you like to hear it? Absolutely. I looked at her, entirely captivated. Old memories flickered within Ye Wei's eyes. How should I start? A long time ago, there was a girl. She came from a great family background. She had loving parents and supportive friends. Her life was absolutely perfect. But unfortunately, during middle school, a tragic car accident changed everything. Because of that accident, she lost her eyesight for a very long time. In that darkest phase of her life, because she couldn't see, she started believing she had become a burden to everyone around her. She completely gave up on life. But then, one day, she heard a boy singing. His voice was exactly like a ray of sunshine, slowly healing the girl's shattered soul. Even though she couldn't see, she could vividly feel that light. After that, a powerful hope ignited inside her, the hope to become a normal person again. She genuinely wanted to meet that boy, just once. Ye Wei and I talked for a very long time. By the time I returned to my room, it was already 10 p.m. I crashed onto the bed, half asleep, and when I woke up the next morning, I felt a slight cold creeping in. A buffet breakfast was set up in the hotel's restaurant, and Chuan and Ye Wei had gone to grab their food. I wasn't too hungry, so I just took a small portion and headed back to my seat. Oh Ching was sitting directly across from me, eating her breakfast with absolute elegance. The moment I sat down, I let out a massive sneeze. I was just rubbing my nose when I let out a sneeze and rubbed my nose. This is definitely the result of standing out in the cold wind too long last night. Wu Qing snapped her head up, her tone instantly turning into an interrogation. Last night? What exactly were you doing last night? I couldn't sleep, so I just went out to the balcony for some fresh air. Wei Wei happened to be there, and we ended up talking for a long time. Bam! Oh Ching slammed her sandwich onto her plate. Sha Zhou. Am I dead to you? I looked at her, completely confused. Why would I think you're dead? If you couldn't sleep, why didn't you come looking for me? You weren't the one having trouble sleeping, why would I look for you? Hearing my confident reply, Oh Ching's eyes flared with intense anger. I just wanted to see you awake. Can't I do that? Before I could even respond, another sneeze hit me. Oh Ching scoffed, mocking me. Serves you right. Who told you to go stand in the freezing wind for absolutely no reason? I didn't even say anything to you, did I? I was completely speechless. What was she even throwing a tantrum for? Wu Ching, you are unbelievable. I glared at her and went back to eating my porridge. Ye Wei and Anchuan had just returned with their food, but Oh Ching suddenly picked up her tray and started to leave. Wu Ching, where are you going? Ye Wei called out. Without even looking back, Oh Ching replied coldly. I'm done. I'll wait for you guys outside. I glanced down at her half-eaten sandwich. Finally, breakfast was over, and we stepped out of the restaurant. My eyes immediately caught Oh Ching leaning against a tree a short distance away. Ye Wei already had everything planned out. The beach is super close to here, so you guys hurry upstairs and pack your things. As we were standing there waiting for the elevator, someone suddenly grabbed my arm. I spun around, only to see a packet of medicine shoved right in front of my face. I blinked, confused. What is this? Oh King stared at me like I was a complete idiot. Are you blind? Ding. The elevator door slid open. You two talk. I'll go up and pack. And Chuan, showing his usual perfect timing, instantly slipped inside the elevator. Now, it was just me and Oh Ching. Did you go out just now specifically to buy medicine for me? Watch your words. Oh Ching's face was completely expressionless. I just wanted to take a walk after breakfast. I picked up the medicine along the way, but as far as I remember, there isn't a single pharmacy anywhere near here. Wu Ching shoved the medicine against my chest, glaring. Are you trying to annoy me to death? I took the medicine and gestured toward her. Come here. Oh Ching scoffed, acting all high and mighty. You think I'll just come over because you called me? I need to tell you something. Her expression remained completely serious, but surprisingly she actually took a step toward me. The next second, I reached out and gently patted her head. Good girl, Xiaje. Oh Ching gasped, her face flushing as she yelled. Get upstairs right now and take your medicine. The elevator doors opened and I quickly dashed inside. See you later. Idiot Oh Ching turned around, but a stunningly sweet smile had already bloomed on her lips. A short distance away, Ye Wei, who had been on her way to buy medicine for me herself, saw everything and silently turned back. The pain of not being needed, it truly cuts deep. It was already our second day at the beach. Just thinking about having to go back to school tomorrow was completely ruining my mood. I was dragging my feet, swinging my arms lazily. Ye Wei caught my hand with a gentle smile and pointed ahead. Cheer up a little. Look, that's the yacht we're taking. I followed her gaze and my eyes instantly lit up. Seeing my excitement, Ye Wei's smile deepened. I heard that if we take the yacht a bit further out into the sea, we might even see dolphins. Ye Wei nodded enthusiastically. Yeah, there's a really high chance. Seeing me so hyped up, Wu Qing couldn't resist throwing a jab. Hurry up and get on board. I don't know about dolphins, but the chances of an idiot like you falling into the sea are extremely high. I'm getting on, Oh Ching. And who are you calling an idiot? The moment the words left my mouth, my foot slipped. Whoosh! And Chuan lunged forward and grabbed me just in time. Oh Ching glared at me, her voice sharp. Watch your step. If you actually fall into the ocean, don't expect me to save you. I rolled my eyes in annoyance. We all boarded the yacht and it began to sail toward the middle of the sea. I stood by the railing, spreading my arms wide and closing my eyes. The ocean breeze is amazing. I wish time could just stop right here. Oh Ching seemed to be busy with something. Ever since we boarded, she had been standing far off, talking on her phone. I stood at the edge, quietly admiring the beautiful girl beside me. Suddenly, An Chuan whispered in my ear, "You're staring at her like a frozen stone statue. What nonsense are you talking about?" I secretly glanced at Ye Wei standing next to me. She acted like she hadn't heard a thing, just turning to me with a soft smile. Everything felt so completely perfect, but in the very next second, bang, a massive collision shook the entire vessel. The yacht violently lurched to the side. I desperately tried to grab onto something, but I was standing right at the edge. The impact was too sudden, there was nothing to hold on to, and gravity pulled me straight over the railing. Splash! Cold ocean water instantly swallowed me from all sides. No way Wu Qing actually cursed me, and Chuan gripped the railing, screaming in terror. Sha, zhe. Splash. Without hesitation, someone dove into the water, swimming frantically toward me. I was struggling with everything I had, but I don't know how to swim. The harder I fought to reach the surface, the deeper my body sank into the dark water. Breathing was becoming impossible. My entire body went numb, and my strength was rapidly fading. Just as I was on the brink of losing consciousness, I saw a silhouette swimming desperately toward me through the blurred water. The figure closed the distance and reached out a hand. It was Ye Wei. Bubbles escaped my lips, my lungs burning as the last bit of oxygen vanished. The moment she reached me, she gripped my hand with incredible force. She pulled me close, kicking her legs with everything she had to drag us toward the surface. But pulling the dead weight of a grown guy was just too much for her. Up on the yacht, Oh Ching had seen me fall, her face drained of all color. She dropped her phone and plunged straight into the ocean without a second thought. I could feel Ye Wei's strength giving out. Her face was turning deadly pale. She looked like she was in even more agony than I was. Panic consumed me. What was happening to Wei Wei? I forced my heavy limbs to thrash, trying desperately to lighten the burden for her. Just then, another shadow pierced through the water, swimming toward me even faster than Ye Wei had. A hand firmly locked onto my wrist. It was Oh Ching. The moment I saw her, a massive wave of hope washed over me. Oh Ching quickly signaled to Ye Wei, and together, they grabbed onto me, kicking upward with absolute desperation. Gasp. We finally broke through the surface of the water. I was hacking and gasping for air, fully convinced I was going to die down there. The crew members quickly hurled the lifebuoy over the edge. Wu Qing grabbed it and swiftly secured it around me. Seeing that I was finally safe, Ye Wei let out a long breath of relief. She had completely exhausted every ounce of her strength trying to save me. Ye Wei's lips had turned completely white, her beautiful face terrifyingly pale. She suddenly clutched her chest tightly. She was writhing in pain, taking violent gasping breaths. And then she began to sink beneath the water again. Ye Wei! Oh Ching immediately grabbed her hand. With the desperate help of the crew members who had jumped in, we were all frantically pulled back to the safety of the shore. Ye Wei had completely lost consciousness. Oh Ching's voice cracked with pure terror. "Turn the boat back right now. Hurry." My heart pounded against my ribs. What's wrong with Ye Wei? The piercing red light of the hospital's operating room was glaring above us. The red light illuminated the tense hallway. We were all pacing outside the operating room, consumed by anxiety. Suddenly, a nurse rushed through the double doors. "Where is the patient's family? The patient is in critical condition. Someone needs to sign the surgical consent form immediately." On the way to the hospital, Wu Qing had finally told us the truth. Wei Wei had a severe heart disease, But if she had a heart condition, why did she risk her own life and jump into the freezing ocean to save me? My voice trembled with panic. We're her friends. Can we sign it? No, only direct family members can sign a consent form. You need to call her family here right now. But we're not even from this city. It's going to take until evening for my friend's family to get here. That is your problem. If no one signs the papers, we cannot proceed. Oh Ching shot the nurse a murderous glare. She is my best friend. Whether I sign it or not, you better make sure nothing happens to her. The sheer intensity of Oh Ching's rage made the nurse take a step back in fear. But these are our hospital rules. Oh Ching didn't waste another breath arguing. She simply turned around and made a single phone call. Barely a minute later, the surgical doctors received a direct call from the hospital director. The director furiously chewed them out before ordering them to begin the operation immediately. One phone call from Oh Ching and a direct order from the director himself. If anything went wrong with this surgery now, those doctors would definitely lose their medical licenses. By evening, Ye Wei's parents finally arrived at the hospital. They were an elegant middle-aged couple. Ye Wei's father wore a sharp suit and carried a calm demeanor, but her mother was sobbing uncontrollably. The heavy weight of tension suffocated us all. Finally, at 3:30 in the evening, the red light above the operating room blinked off. A visibly exhausted doctor stepped out. The operation was a success. However, the patient will need to remain in the ICU for strict observation. I let out a massive breath I didn't even realize I was holding. Thank God she's going to be okay. I rushed forward. Is she awake? Can we go in and see her? The patient hasn't regained consciousness yet. She needs absolute rest. Later that evening, Grandma O also arrived at the hospital. The O family and the Ye family had been close friends for decades. When Grandma heard that Ye Wei had suffered a heart attack, she was worried sick. By 8 p.m., with the exception of the Ye family, the rest of us began the heavy journey back. And Chuan was slumped in the back seat, falling asleep the second he got into the car. But I couldn't find even an ounce of sleep. I glanced to my left at Oh Ching. She looked so different tonight, completely quiet, enveloped in a deep sadness. Oo Ching, I called out softly. What are you thinking about? She slowly turned to look at me, the passing streetlights casting flickering shadows across her face. Suddenly, she rested her head against my shoulder. This girl who was always so cold and bossy in front of everyone else looked as fragile as a child in this moment. My entire body stiffened in shock. I could feel her warm breath against my neck. My heart started hammering frantically against my ribs. I didn't even dare to breathe too loudly. Xiaojia O Ching suddenly tilted her head up. Her nose was inches away from mine. The distance between us was so incredibly close that if either of us leaned in just a millimeter more, our lips would touch. What is it? I asked, my voice trembling slightly. Do you like Wei Wei? I froze, completely caught off guard. But Oh Ching didn't wait for my answer. A second later, her voice dropped to a soft whisper. Do you like me? Wait, is Oh Ching deliberately flirting with me right now? My heart had never beaten this violently in my entire life. Everything inside me was screaming out loud. Yes, I like you. I opened my mouth to confess, but Oh Ching suddenly pressed her delicate finger against my lips, silencing me. Everyone else in the car was dead asleep from exhaustion. A soft romantic melody was playing through the speakers. The atmosphere was thick with a strange intoxicating tension. Oh Ching looked deeply into my eyes, her voice melting into an incredible softness. Even though you're a complete idiot in my eyes, you are still the strongest guy I've ever met. Even though I constantly tease you, I absolutely refuse to let anyone else bully you. Why do you think that is? I forced out a nervous laugh, trying to play it off as a joke. Why? Are you falling in love with me? Wu Qing looked down, a soft smile playing on her lips. She didn't deny it. She simply pulled her hand away and leaned back into her own seat. Hey, what is that supposed to mean? I poked her lightly with my finger. Don't just leave it at that. Oh Qing just closed her eyes, completely ignoring me with a silent smile. The next morning, thanks to Oh Qing's cryptic words, I was so wired that I didn't sleep a single wink all night. She definitely has feelings for me. I woke up early today and baked a fresh batch of cookies, planning to head over to the OL family estate this afternoon to give them to Bebe. I checked the time. Oh Ching should be here to pick me up any minute now. Holding the box of cookies, I walked out and spotted her car. I eagerly hopped into the passenger seat. Did you wait long? Do you want to try the cookies I made? Oh Ching just stared straight ahead. Xiaojie. Yeah? What's wrong? She hesitated for a fraction of a second, and then the temperature in the car plunged to freezing. This is the last time I will ever come to pick you up. My bright smile instantly shattered. What do you mean? Exactly what I said. Her face was a mask of pure ice, completely devoid of any emotion. From now on, you don't need to come to the O family house anymore either. But Grandma and Bebe, they are my grandma and my sister, not yours. I felt like I had been struck by lightning. Why was she suddenly saying these things? How could everything change so drastically in a single night? I even pulled out my phone to check the calendar. Is today April Fool's Day? Oh Ching snapped, her voice laced with pure venom. The truth is, I don't even want to see your face. I stared at her, refusing to back down. Can you look me in the eyes and say that again? The very next second, she turned her head. Her dark eyes locked onto mine, completely hollow, empty of any emotion. Remember what I told you in the very beginning? Stay as far away from me as possible. That statement still stands today. I desperately searched her face for any sign of a joke, any hint that she was lying, but there was nothing. She was dead serious. She was radiating the exact same terrifying coldness from the first day we met. Why? I demanded, my voice cracking slightly. From now on, our paths will never cross again. Understood. I gritted my teeth, a heavy bitterness swelling in my chest. Oh Ching, do you just enjoy playing with people's feelings? She remained completely silent. Fine, I get it. I forcefully pushed the car door open and stepped out. You don't even need to drop me off this last time. From now on, I'll walk my own path. With that, I slammed the car door shut with all my strength. Inside the sleek Lamborghini, Oh Ching's eyes stayed fixed on my retreating figure. Her knuckles turned white as she gripped the steering wheel. Slowly, she started the engine and trailed closely behind me. Get in the car. I didn't even look back, my voice completely devoid of warmth. No need. Since Miss O explicitly ordered me to stay away, then I will stay as far away from you as physically possible. I took a sharp turn, walking straight into a narrow alleyway, one far too tight for her sports car to follow. Oh Ching slammed on the brakes, sitting in the silence as she watched me disappear into the shadows. She leaned back heavily into her seat, slowly raising a trembling hand to cover her eyes. By the time evening arrived, Oh Ching returned home alone. Grandma O and Bebe were sitting in the living room, watching TV. Seeing her walk in, they both turned to her simultaneously. Why did you come back alone? Oh Ching didn't say a single word. She just walked straight past them toward the fridge. I am asking you a question. Where is Sha Zhou? Grandma O followed right behind her, demanding answers. Bebe ran over, hugging her pet cat tightly against her chest. Big sister, is Brother Sha Zhou busy with something today? Why didn't he come? Oh Ching closed the fridge, her voice terrifyingly cold. He is never coming back. Smack. Seeing her act so callously, Grandma O furiously hit her on the back. You clearly have feelings for him, so why on earth are you acting like this? Go right now and bring Shaja back. Oh Ching stood there like a statue. Everything between me and him is over. Grandma U was trembling with such intense rage that it looked like she was about to have a heart attack. You're just going to throw Shajo away just because of that incident? What exactly is your heart made of? Hearing the yelling, Bebe burst into loud, heartbroken sobs. She threw herself off the sofa, rolling on the floor in a full tantrum. Bebe wants her little brother. If Big Sis doesn't bring him back, Bebe will starve herself. Oh Ching didn't even flinch at the threat. She just turned around and coldly replied, then starve. With that, she walked straight upstairs, leaving Bebe wailing. It had only been a day since I last saw Oh Ching, but I was already realizing how terrifying habit could be. Without even noticing, I had gotten entirely used to her presence. Now without her, I just felt hollow inside. During PE class, Anchuan slapped a hand on my shoulder. What exactly happened between you and Oh Ching? I thought you two were good. Who knows? I gritted my teeth. She probably hated my guts from the start, and now she's just taking her revenge. No way, man, Anchuan muttered softly. I'm telling you, Oh Ching definitely has feelings for you. You know how girls get those crazy mood swings during their time of the month, right? And Chuan hesitated before offering his brilliant theory. Do you think she's just on her period? Whatever. I don't care what her problem is, she's got nothing to do with me anymore. The PE teacher suddenly blew his whistle, gathering the class. Everyone give me 3 laps around the field. Right now. The entire class groaned in protest. But I didn't even hesitate, I just started running. 1 lap. Then another. I was completely drenched in sweat. Everyone else had already stopped, but I just kept pushing forward. And Chuan was chasing after me, gasping for air. Stop running. If you keep pushing like this, you're gonna collapse. Just leave me alone, Anchuan. I need to vent. My face was deathly pale, but my legs wouldn't stop moving. Far away, standing by a window high up in the school building, Oh Ching was quietly staring down at the boy running on the track. Later that day, I was dozing off in class when a stunning girl suddenly walked in. I was completely mesmerized by her beauty, right up until she started walking straight toward me. After school, Ann Chuan and I hit the karaoke bar. We spent over an hour screaming into the mics and chugging beers. My head was already spinning. I slammed an empty beer can onto the table, my blood boiling. I just don't get why girls like Wu Ching even exist. She said one damn sentence and kicked me out of the house. Who the hell does she think she is? And Chuan was just as wasted. He bobbed his head and slurred, I'll call her right now. I'm gonna chew her out for you. Hearing that, I furiously pulled out my own phone. My vision was so blurry it took me several tries just to unlock the screen. Meanwhile, at the O family mansion, the phone rang. Oh Ching glanced down and saw my name flashing on the screen. Butler Lee, standing respectfully nearby, finally spoke up when she let it ring for far too long. Miss O, aren't you going to answer that? Oh Ching's face remained an emotionless mask as she shifted her gaze back to her computer. I've said everything I needed to say. I have nothing left to discuss with him. But the phone just kept ringing. The incessant noise was gnawing at her composure. Finally, unable to hold back anymore, she snatched the phone and answered. Oh Ching. I only muttered her name, but that alone instantly shattered her fake calmness. She gripped the phone tightly, but the very next second, my drunken, slurred voice exploded through the speaker like a machine gun. You You did this on purpose, didn't you? You've hated me right from the very beginning. You were the one who forced me to stay at the U mansion, and now you're the one kicking me to the curb. Who the hell do you think you are? A dangerous glint flashed in Ching's eyes. Ja, have you been drinking? I completely ignored her question, utterly lost in my own drunken rant. You know what? I absolutely despised you at first, but every single time I was at my lowest, you were always right there beside me. Hearing the deafening club music blasting through the receiver. Where are you right now? Who are you with? I just kept slamming my fist on the table, aggressively cursing her out. Ching held the phone to her ear, listening to my insults, while her other hand flew across her computer keyboard at lightning speed. Lines of code rapidly cascaded down her screen, until finally, a blinking red dot appeared. She instantly shot up from her chair, grabbed her car keys, and rushed out the door. Back at the karaoke bar, I had no idea how long I'd been cursing at her. I'm tired of yelling. I need to hit the restroom. I stumbled out of my seat and practically crawled out of the private room. That's all the insults you get for today. I'll curse you out more some other time. Without even waiting for her response, I hung up the phone. I was completely wasted using the wall to support my weight as I stumbled down the hall. Found it. I aggressively lunged toward the wash basin, but instantly crashed into someone. The man had been washing his hands, and the impact sent water splashing all over his sleeves. He spun around and immediately started cursing. Damn it, are you blind, kid? He was a terrifying-looking man in his 40s or 50s. Sorry, man, didn't mean to. I shook my heavy head. The man glared at me, noticing my completely drunken and stumbling state. A filthy, sinister smirk spread across his face. He chuckled with pure malice. What good is a sorry? If apologies actually worked, we wouldn't need the police now, would we? You're going to have to compensate me. I was so hammered I could barely process his words. Compensate you for what? The man reached out with vile intentions. I stared at him in utter confusion as his thick fingers clamped down on my wrist. Little boy, why don't we find a nice quiet place to discuss how you're going to pay me back? The creep started dragging me straight toward his private room. I wanted to shove him away, but my body felt like dead weight. I had no choice but to let him drag me along. Back in the deafening neon-lit KTV lobby, Ching suddenly burst through the doors. Her eyes locked right onto me, being dragged away by a middle-aged creep. In a split second, absolute murderous rage filled her eyes. She immediately ordered her bodyguards to beat the living hell out of the man. He screamed in agony on the floor. Stop hitting me. I was wrong. Right then, the KTV manager rushed over with a group of security guards. What is going on here? The bruised, middle-aged creep thought his satyrs had arrived. How is your KTV's management this garbage? This crazy bitch just walked in and started having me beaten. If you don't handle this right now, I'll destroy this place. But the manager had seen it with his own eyes. Ching had practically parked her car inside the KTV entrance before storming in. Ignoring the screaming man completely, the KTV manager bowed deeply before Ching, sweating profusely. Miss O, I am so incredibly sorry. I don't know how this garbage offended you, but please calm your anger. The middle-aged man went absolutely berserk. Are you out of your mind? She just had me assaulted. Ching slowly lowered her gaze, calmly straightening her elegant clothes. He touched my person. You can decide what to do with him. Yes, of course. We will handle him immediately. I was still slumped against the wall, completely drunk. Suddenly, someone grabbed my wrist. But this time, the touch felt incredibly familiar. Extremely familiar. I used every ounce of my willpower to force my eyes open. Ching, am I dreaming right now? Showing zero emotion, Ching dragged me straight to the wash basin and cranked the faucet. Without an ounce of mercy, she started splashing freezing water directly into my face. You absolute idiot, Ching gritted her teeth, spitting out every single word. Do you have any idea what you were just doing? I just stared at her through my drunken haze. Can't you? Talk to me a little nicer? Ching stared back at me, a flash of deep sorrow in her eyes. Outside the washroom, people were walking by, pointing and whispering at us. He looks so disgusting. It's hurting my eyes. Hearing those whispers, the slight softness in Ching's demeanor vanished, and the tyrannical boss instantly returned. She shot a death glare at the onlookers. What the hell are you looking at? Get out of here. The crowd scattered in pure terror. Ching looked down at me, slumped heavily against her shoulder. She knew that because of that past incident, she couldn't allow herself to show me too much affection, but she just couldn't stop herself from caring. It felt like her own heart was completely out of her control. A deep sadness clouded her eyes. Fine. Whatever. Let's just consider this the very last time. I'm taking you home. I fought to keep my eyes open. And Chuan? He's still in the private room. Ching pulled out her phone and called Chi Xiao. Within 15 minutes, Chi Xiao arrived and dragged the completely wasted Chuan away. Back at the O family mansion, I slowly forced my heavy eyelids open. Who am I? Where am I? Suddenly, something incredibly fluffy shifted right next to me. I nearly jumped out of my skin. I frantically yanked the blanket back, only to see Bebe fast asleep next to me, clutching her cat in a pink princess nightgown. She looked absolutely adorable. Her bright, sparkling eyes suddenly fluttered open and locked onto me. Little brother, you're finally awake. Bebe, what are you doing here? Wait, this is the O mansion. The real question is, What am I doing here? I tried to rack my brain. Yesterday, I remember Anshu and I went out drinking, and then I saw Oh Ching at the KTV. But what happened after that? I violently shook my head, but I was drawing a complete blank. I couldn't remember a single thing. Bebe looked up at me and spoke in her sweet, angelic voice. Little brother, Bebe missed you so much. You didn't come home for 2 whole days. I really missed you. My heart completely melted, my eyes softening with affection. I reached out and gently ruffled her soft hair. I missed you too. Bebe lifted her adorable little face. Little brother, don't leave again, okay? Bebe, do you know how I actually got back here? Ah Ching brought you back. A warm chuckling voice suddenly echoed from the doorway. I snapped my head up and saw Grandma O standing there, holding a glass of warm milk. Ah Jay, you just woke up, didn't you? You must be starving. Drink some milk first, we'll have breakfast ready soon. I took the glass in complete confusion. Grandma, what exactly is going on? Grandma O covered her mouth, giggling like a schoolgirl. Ah, Ching carried you back herself. I saw it with my own 2 eyes. You drank way too much last night, and Ah King was absolutely sick with worry over you. The look on her face, I've never seen her look so panicked over anyone in her entire life. Wait, so what I saw last night wasn't a dream? Oh Ching was actually worried about me. All the suffocating grief in my heart vanished in an instant. I immediately shot up. Where is she right now? She's just in the room next door. I'm going to see her. Bebe clumsily tried to slide off the bed. I want to go too. Grandma O quickly scooped the little girl up. You little munchkin, don't go interrupting them. I rushed to the room next door, finding the door shut tight. Taking a deep breath to steady my racing heart, I knocked. Oh Ching, it's me. I stood there anxiously waiting for the door to open. For a long time, there was absolute dead silence inside. And then, the door finally clicked open. Oh Ching stood there, her face as completely expressionless as ever. I couldn't read a single emotion in those icy eyes. The alcohol had wiped most of last night from my memory, but knowing she had been genuinely worried about me had my heart soaring with joy. Thank you for last night. Thank me for what? For bringing me home. Her expression remained frigid. Xia Zhou, next time you go out, try taking your brain with you. Otherwise, someone's going to sell you off, and you'll be the one helping them count the cash. I glared back at her, feeling utterly wronged. I only got drunk because of you in the first place. Wu Qing stared deeply into my eyes for a long moment, before abruptly looking away. You don't need to thank me. I just happened to be passing by. But next time you recklessly drink yourself into a stupor, you won't be so lucky. She sounded so unimaginably cold. Was the warmth and care I felt last night really just a drunken illusion? Meanwhile, Grandma O and Bebe were eavesdropping from the next room. Hearing her icy tone, Grandma O stormed out of the room. She felt the suffocating tension between us, and instantly flared up with anger. Oh Ching, what is the meaning of this behavior? Grandma O glared at her granddaughter, then turned to look at my utterly crestfallen face. She just couldn't hold it back anymore. Ah Je, please don't be angry with her. There is a very specific reason Ah Ching is acting this way. It all started a few years ago when Grandma O Ching abruptly cut her off, her voice heavy with warning. Grandma O instantly clamped her mouth shut. Having successfully stopped her grandmother from spilling the secret, O Ching retreated back into her room without saying another word. Just go have breakfast. Uncle Zhang will drive you to school afterward. I gritted my teeth, staring at O Ching's retreating back. It felt like someone had lifted me into the clouds, only to mercilessly slam me back into the dirt. My heart was completely shattered. On the way to school, I stared blankly out the car window, drowning in my own depression. Suddenly, my phone buzzed. Getting pulled out of my miserable thoughts, I checked the screen. I froze in surprise. The caller ID read, Wei Wei. Her familiar sweet laughter echoed through the speaker. It's me. When did you wake up? How are you feeling now? I just woke up not too long ago. My phone's been dead for the last few days. The moment she had regained consciousness, the very first thing she did was look for her phone. And the very first person she called was me. The crushing pain O Ching had just inflicted on me suddenly didn't feel so heavy anymore. But I remained silent, unable to force out a cheerful response. Ye Wei instantly sensed something was wrong. What happened? It's nothing. But Ye Wei's voice turned firm. Tell me exactly what's going on. Honestly, I just desperately needed someone to vent to. So I poured out everything that had happened over the past few days. After hearing it all, Ye Wei went dead silent. Wei Wei? Are you still there? Did I say too much? No, Ye Wei replied softly. You're saying that while I was unconscious. Oh Ching was actively avoiding you. You have no idea how horribly she's been treating me. I vented, still burning with frustration. Ye Wei bit her lip, and after a long pause, she spoke in a hushed tone. I'm being transferred to a hospital in Y City this afternoon. After school today, can you meet me at the coffee shop by the east gate of William Hospital? There's something extremely important I need to tell you. All right, I'll be there. I agreed without hesitation. After school, I pushed open the doors to the coffee shop. A waiter immediately approached. Hello, do you have a reservation? I thought for a second and gave him Ye Wei's name. Understood. Right this way, please. The waiter led me to a secluded table by the window. I had barely taken my seat when a painfully familiar silhouette walked toward me. Oh King, what the hell is she doing here? Our eyes locked, both of us flashing identical looks of absolute shock. It seemed like I was the last one to arrive. Just then, a sweet voice called out from behind. I turned around to see Ye Wei. She looked mostly recovered, though her complexion was still a bit pale and fragile. Seriously, what is going on here? Ye Wei walked over with slow, steady steps. Let's all sit down first. Ching and I didn't exchange a single word as we took our seats. Yi Wei flashed a gentle, apologetic smile. I'm sorry for calling you both here without telling either of you. Ching narrowed her eyes at her. Wei Wei, what exactly are you planning? Two things. Yi Wei casually raised two fingers, her voice unnervingly calm. Shaja, do you really want to know why Ching has been avoiding you like the plague? It's all because of me. I completely held my breath. Ye Wei continued in a soft whisper. Because of me. Ching immediately lowered her gaze and tightly gripped her coffee cup. Because of you? My eyes went wide as saucers as I snapped my head toward Ching in pure disbelief. Wait, do you have feelings for Ye Wei? Ye Wei burst into laughter right at the table. Shaja, your imagination is way too wild. I meant that Ching's bizarre behavior stems entirely from an accident that happened a few years ago. She let out a soft sigh. Back then, Ching and I had just returned to China. Our families have been close friends for generations. In my eyes, Ching has always been like my own flesh and blood sister. Yi Wei paused, shifting her piercing gaze directly onto Ching. If you think that just because I saved your life in that car accident, you have to carry this immense guilt, and if that guilt is the reason you're pushing Shaja away, then I'm sorry, Ching, but I absolutely refuse to accept your sacrifice. My brain short-circuited trying to process this. A car accident? Suddenly a memory clicked. Ye Wei had casually mentioned once before that she had been in a severe accident, and because of that accident, she actually lost her eyesight for a long time. My eyes widened in sheer shock. Wei Wei, did you really save Ching's life back then? Ching's face remained terrifyingly blank, but her words carried immense weight. If Wei Wei hadn't shoved me out of the way that day, I would be the blind one right now. Ye Wei had always been a quiet, sweet girl since childhood, but after losing her sight, her entire personality shifted. She shut herself away, refusing to speak to anyone. It was only after her vision was finally restored that she returned to normal. But now, both she and Ye Wei had fallen for the exact same guy. Ye Wei had literally put her life on the line to save Ching. Because of that crushing debt, Ching simply couldn't bring herself to accept my feelings. But hearing all of this just made my head spin even more. I stared at Ye Wei in utter bewilderment. Okay, but what does any of that have to do with me and Ching's relationship? Ye Wei just let out a soft chuckle. She calmly picked up her water glass, took a slow sip, and gently placed it back down on the table. Ye Wei.
He put down the cup and raised his eyes seriously. This is the second thing I want to say. You have already noticed Ching. I like her. Yi Wei spoke softly. Because you feel guilty for me, you take the initiative not to participate in the competition, deliberately alienate Shaja, and want to give Shaja to me. My mind goes blank. Who can tell me what just happened? Yi Wei said she liked me. I tell you again. If this is your way of repaying me, I refuse to accept it. I don't need your concession. What I want is fair competition. Yi Wei's face, as gentle as ever, was full of seriousness at this moment. After saying that, Yi Wei looked at me. His expression instantly turned gentle again. Let's go. I stood up in confusion. The amount of information is so huge. I'm so horny right now. I instinctively followed Yi Wei out and walked out. Unexpectedly, just after I stood up and walked 2 steps, my other wrist was drilled again. I turned around and saw that Ching had also stood up. I stood awkwardly in the middle and could clearly feel that all the eyes in the coffee shop were focused on me. Yi Wei lowered her eyes and looked at me tenderly. Do you want to come with me? Or do you want to stay? I want to leave here. I spoke hurriedly. I really can't stand the eyes of people around me anymore. I escaped here alone, then went home and locked the door. No one was there. My mind was so messed up. I now desperately want to find a quiet place to sort out my thoughts. Looking at the back of Yi Wei and I leaving together, Ching's hand curled into a fist. The weather in early summer was very cool at night. I was like a piece of fried meat on the grill. I was tossing and turning in bed but couldn't fall asleep. I was really confused. I'm so ugly now. Why does Yi Wei like me? And it turns out that O's love is because of Yi Wei. She was avoiding me on purpose. The lady didn't do this because she hated me, but it had been several hours since we separated in the coffee shop. When I first got home, I received a call from Yi Wei, saying all kinds of words of concern for me, and the whole process of Ching seemed to have disappeared from the world. There is really no harm without comparison. I can't help but despise myself. What do I like about that arrogant young lady? I was thinking about it as I went to the kitchen, opened the refrigerator and saw that there was nothing to eat. Ever since Grandma O helped me give it to my mother. After hiring a nurse, I no longer have to rush to prepare meals and run to the hospital every day. Gradually, my own diet became irregular, and I felt so hungry that I felt uncomfortable. I decided to be extravagant and go out to buy food. 15 minutes later, I walked towards home carrying an egg-filled pancake with ham. I just reached the entrance of the alley. I saw a familiar figure. The white blue foil was parked quietly in front of me. A girl was leaning on the car with her arms folded, and the wind blew her long hair into chaos. She kept her gaze fixed on my room with the light on, completely unaware of me behind her. When Oh-Ching heard my voice, Oh-Ching was stunned for a moment and looked over with her pretty face. I stepped forward in disbelief. Why are you here? Oh-Ching even had a surprised expression. I am bored and I am at a disadvantage even when I go out. This answer is indeed very Oh-Ching. I really don't expect this tsundere to say anything nice. I nodded. Then you can take your time. I'm going home first. After saying that, I walked around her and was about to leave when I passed her. But she grabbed my arm and I didn't look back. Halfway through I thought. A low voice came from behind me. Xiaxia, I really miss you. Those who want to pay to watch can click on the link in the lower left corner. I just dozed off in class when a beautiful girl suddenly burst into the classroom. I was still fascinated by her beauty. I saw the girl walking towards me still. I miss you so much. These 4 words were as clear as feathers floating in the air, but they hit my heart hard. I calmed down and turned to look at her. Oh-Ching, what do you think of me? As soon as I see you want to give it to others, I can give it to others. Oh-Ching looks at me steadily. I have never regarded you as an object. But the facts are right in front of us. If it weren't for Yi Wei, I would still be kept in the dark. I don't know anything. If it weren't for her, you wouldn't come to me tonight. Because in your heart, those feelings of guilt towards Yi Wei are far more important than mine. After saying that, I turned around and left. Oh-Ching watched my leaving figure in silence. In fact, she had already guessed this outcome. She really knows me too well. I am a person who needs dignity very much. Idiot. Oh-Ching's self-deprecating lip. Are you the idiot? Or am I the idiot? At first, she clearly wanted to alienate her. But in the end, she punished herself. One day, I got up with 2 dark circles under my eyes. I managed to lose sleep last night. It was all because of Oh-Ching and Yi Wei. I was brushing my teeth. The phone rang. I glanced at it and picked it up. I said vaguely, Sister Yunyu, don't forget that the contract is about to expire. I said, it seems to be due the day after tomorrow. You can use the real face interview right away. Why don't you prepare in advance? I asked with an expressionless face. Is there anything to prepare? Mu Yunyu was speechless by these words. The day after tomorrow is the weekend. After regaining her appearance, you go to attend a meeting about the 3rd male lead in a crew. I will send you the basic information of the character later. After saying this, Mu Yunyu paused. Although he was only the 3rd male lead, that character was very lovable. Being down-to-earth is more important than anything else, right? I hurriedly grabbed my school bag. You're right. You can just send the information to my email. I won't tell you now. I'm going to be late. I just ran out of the alley after hanging up the phone. I was blinded by 2 racing cars. Oh-Ching and Yi Wei were standing in front of their respective sports cars. After seeing me, Yi Wei smiled slightly and shook the food bag in her hand. I'm responsible for sending you to school, and you're responsible for eating breakfast, okay? She always asks me for my opinion so gently. Oh-Ching's eyes looked at me deeply as she got off and got into the car. I'll take you to whatever you want to eat. It's the peak time for work and school. 2 luxury cars parked here instantly attracted the attention of all passersby. Everyone pointed here and my ears turned red after being rubbed. I glanced at Oh-Ching secretly and walked towards Yi Wei. Didn't you just recover? Just because of such a trivial matter, I was discharged casually. Yi Wei looked at me with a smile. Your matter has never been a trivial matter to me. Watching the interaction between these 2 people. The cold aura emanating from Oh-Ching's body can freeze someone to death. I'm scaring you to think of me as a transparent person. I turned around and looked at you with a knowing expression. I'm sorry. My own good sister Oh-Chilian's expressionless Zhanghua pointed it out directly. Wei Wei, you'd better save your energy and do less useless things. I've always been the one sending her to school. No one should want to change anything. Yi Wei smiled and said, maybe everything will change from now on. After saying that, she looked down at me. She will be late soon. We got in the car and said, I nodded and got off. Oh-Ching stepped forward and grabbed my wrist. I turned to look at her. It was obviously you who told me personally a few days ago. You won't send me to school in the future, will you? I shook off her hand and got into Yi Wei's car. The car started the engine and drove away slowly. Through the rearview mirror, I saw Oh-Ching being left behind alone. That noble figure was tainted with a hint of loneliness. Paper bag was handed to me in front of me. Yiwei's smile was extremely warm. It was still hot. I withdrew my gaze and quickly took it. Thank you. Don't say thank you to me. I'm happy to do this for you. I didn't open the paper bag, lowered my eyes and said, Yiwei, I have something to say to you. But she rarely interrupted me. I know what you want to say. Yiwei's hand holding the steering wheel slightly strengthened. If possible, don't cruelly say those words. Yiwei spoke softly. I don't want to put pressure on you, but please don't take away my right to treat you well. I'm sorry. 3 simple words have already expressed what I mean. In fact, the reason why I chose to get into her car was because I wanted to take this opportunity to express my inner thoughts. Obviously this was the expected ending, but Yiwei's heart still hurt so much. Her eyes were dim. If she tried harder, would Xiaxia fall in love with her? This was happening in the cafeteria during lunchtime at school. An ugly-looking boy was sitting by the window. On either side of him sat the school beauties of the school. Qin and Yiwei were holding dishes for the boy as if in a competition. Everyone was whispering around me. I stewed the chopsticks. Why didn't you eat them? Yiwei gave me a chopstick of vegetables and warned me like a big sister. Eating more green vegetables is good for your health. Qin expressionlessly threw all the braised pork ribs in his bowl into mine. I think this meat is too oily and I will give it all to you. She remembered that this idiot's favorite dish was this dish. Yiwei continued to pick it up and Qin continued to throw it away. I watched speechlessly as the food in my bowl was stacked higher and higher. Turning around to look at these 2 guys. Can you please leave me a life? Didn't you see that the eyes around me are about to kill me? At this moment, I miss Yusukawa so much. Anchuan asked for leave today and did not come to school, so I came to the cafeteria to eat by myself, which led to this tragedy. Yiwei touched her nose and said sorry. Do you care about their opinions? Qin glanced around indifferently. Anyone who has any objections to Xiaxia should come forward. Miss O's tone was completely threatening. He looked like he was standing up even if he was not afraid of death. The people around him shook their bodies and lowered their heads to eat their own food. I had a headache and my grudges must have deepened. Since I had to go to the hospital for a review in the afternoon, Yiwei just came to school to accompany me for a meal and then left. Although Weiwei told me not to be stressed, such unrequited love was really too heavy. What are you thinking? A voice suddenly interrupted my thoughts. I came back to my senses and turned to look at Qin, who was sitting next to me. She followed me from the school cafeteria back to the classroom. You sat down arrogantly at my desk, mate. I didn't want to talk to you. I continued to write the test paper with my head down. You ignored me for so long a few days ago, and you thought I would forgive you if you just said a few polite words to me. I pretended to write the math test paper, but my ears were raised to pay attention to the movement next to me. Why didn't she speak? She couldn't have left. I didn't hear any movement at all. I couldn't hold it in any longer, so I glanced secretly to the side. The next second, I directly met her eyes. I quickly withdrew my gaze, and the little deer on my chest was banging around desperately. She actually kept staring at me. Qin's appearance just now was completely seen in his eyes. There was a nice confusion at the corner of his mouth, and the afternoon sunshine came in lightly. I lowered my head to read the test paper, but I was always nervous. Qin kept supporting the side of his face with one hand and tapped the test paper with the other hand. You took the test paper backwards. I took a closer look and found that I actually held it backwards. I was panicking in my heart, but I remained calm on the outside. I was happy to read the questions backwards. Couldn't I? Qin laughed softly. Yes, but with your IQ you won't be able to finish it until next year. I glared at her and I said one more thing. Please stay away from me. As I said that, I calmly changed the test paper to the front. Before the first class in the afternoon, a class representative came to collect the test papers. I had to finish writing in half an hour. I was a little anxious, and my attention gradually focused on the test papers. I completely ignored Qin. Qin lay on the desk and continued to stare at me with unprecedented patience. I am really angry. How can I stop you from being angry? I'm not allowed to ignore me. Have you had enough trouble? I slammed the table and yelled. Didn't you see that I'm very busy now? I told you to stay away from me. Didn't you hear me? It happened that a male classmate in the class came in wearing glasses. I used a pair of glasses to reflect my scalp and spoke. Xia's class teacher asked you to go to his office. I pressed the test paper into the textbook and walked out without paying attention to Qin. Only Qin and the man with glasses were left in the whole classroom. The man with glasses spoke with a strong desire to survive. I didn't see anything just now. Qin packed up the next night with an expressionless face and immediately disappeared in front of me. Those who want to make money to watch can click on the link in the lower left corner. I just dozed off in class when a beautiful girl suddenly burst into the classroom. I was still fascinated by her beauty. I saw the girl walking towards me still. When I returned to the classroom, Oh-chin had already left. The math class representative began to collect the test papers. I yelled and hurriedly returned to my seat. I took out the test paper from the textbook and was about to make up a few answers. Who helped me write the test paper? During the break, the restrooms near the classroom were full. I went around to the restroom a little further away. As soon as I turned in, I bumped into a figure. I'm sorry. I quickly looked up and was stunned for a second. Isn't this boy the boy who asked me to help send a love letter to Oh-chin a few days ago? And then I declined and became my enemy? It was you who made the mistake. Li Ziqing narrowed his eyes and smiled coldly. I wanted to borrow him for a moment, but I wanted to go around him. But Li Ziqing blocked my way again. I heard about it. I looked confused and asked why you didn't want to help me deliver a love letter to Oh-chin. Turns out that you want to monopolize Oh-chin. You shameless, ugly guy. My temper is also getting worse. What did you say? Keep your mouth clean. How dare you say that you refused to send me a love letter in the first place? It's not because I'm afraid that I'll snatch Oh-chin away. I somehow imagine that I'm doting on Li Ziqing with my arms crossed. Where do you get the confidence to think you can snatch him away? Li Ziqing stared at me. I interrupted him forcefully. Why should I help you deliver a love letter if we are not related to each other? Don't blame me for not being able to catch Oh-chin. I haven't done anything sorry for you. From now on, we will never mess with each other. Don't mess with me. After saying that, I pushed him away and got out of the way. There were other people in the bathroom. What I just said obviously angered them. What are you so crazy about? You are just an ugly guy with big eyes. I don't know who gave you the courage to speak out like this. Neither Oh-chin nor Yi-wei are worthy of an ugly monster like you. I sneered, right? Li Ziqing's face was full of sarcasm. Why, do you want to get back by having a plastic surgery in 2 days on the weekend? Then you are also an ugly guy who has had plastic surgery. I ignored them and chose a grid and walked in. Just as I was about to lock the door, the next second the door was forcefully pushed open. Before I could react, the boy outside was slowly dragged down by the water. I didn't see clearly who poured the water. The door was shut with a loud spray and locked from the outside. I hurriedly stepped forward to open the toilet door, but the door wouldn't budge. I had to draw myself out. In the bathroom stall, water droplets kept gathering on my chin, and they fell one drop at a time. I laughed angrily. I remember those people. One day I will pay for them all. The school bell rang vaguely outside, and the bathroom was even more empty. I had no choice but to kick the door open. There were still 2 classes to go, so I asked for leave in advance and went home because my clothes were wet. Unexpectedly, Oh-chin's phone call came as soon as I got home. I answered it. Oh-chin went straight to the topic. You are home. It didn't take long after you got home. How do you know I'm home? Oh-chin Ling 8. I just know why I went back so early. I felt a little unwell and asked for leave in advance. Oh-chin, who was looking at Wen-jian's house, paused slightly with his hand, frowned and raised his hair. He felt uncomfortable somewhere. He had a cold. He was splashed with water and got a little wind. I really have a cold. Idiot, I hung up. Listening to the blind voice coming from the other end of the phone, I glanced at the screen helplessly. I heard that I had a cold. There was not a word of concern. 15 minutes later, the doorbell rang at home. I ran over to Oh-chin. I opened my mouth wide. Oh-chin stared at me unhappily. Why are you here to admire an idiot with a cold? But Oh-chin still stretched out his hand to test my forehead. There is no fever. Look at how lively I am now. It shouldn't be a big problem. He bypassed me and walked in. He put the medicine he bought on the coffee table and then took out a cup to pour the medicine for me. Although he didn't say anything, but through actual actions, I felt the feeling of being cared for. I walked up to you and said you came to appreciate my cold. Then what are you doing now? Since you want to care about others and say something nice, will you die? Oh-chin ignored me the whole time until he prepared the medicine and put it in front of me and drank it. I deliberately went against Oh-chin and I won't drink. Xiaxia, do you think I can't do anything to you now? Anyway, if the cold gets worse, wouldn't it be better for you to appreciate it for a few more days? Book brother Oh-chin took a sip of medicine by himself, then held my face and blocked my lips. My eyes widened. I didn't expect that Oh-chin would do this. Little by little, the slightly bitter medicine entered my mouth, bringing with it a different kind of sweetness. After it was finished, my heart beat so fast that I felt like my heart was about to jump out. You are really a female hooligan. She keeps her face straight. If she doesn't drink the medicine obediently, I don't mind being a little more hooligan. I'm already incoherent. Oh-chin looked at me affectionately. I still have many ways to make you drink the medicine obediently. Do you want to try them one by one? I looked at her angrily. We have nothing to do with each other now. Ochin picked up the pleasant ending and moved his face closer. Are you urging me to make our relationship public? Ochin seems to be in a good mood. A smile flashed across his usually cold eyes. It's fleeting. Now that I kissed her, it's like nothing happened just now. You devil. I'm fat from the bottom of my heart. I still have a party at 6 in the afternoon. Ochin supervised me and prepared to leave after I drank the medicine. She walked to the door and squatted slightly. Turning over the handsome man, if you feel uncomfortable, don't use your phone as a decoration. I mean, call me at any time. Ochin, didn't you just say that you came to appreciate my sick appearance? So what have you been doing for the past half day? Ochin's expression is indifferent. I have admired you enough, so I have to leave now. Let's go quickly. I really want to kick her away. Ochin turned his back to me and raised the corners of his mouth slightly. Idiot, it's fake to admire your sick appearance. I'm worried that you are real after getting drunk in the KTV. When Yasukawa woke up, it was already noon the next day. Her head hurt so much. She kept holding her head and sat up because of the headache. She looked around blankly at the surrounding environment. Where is it? You woke up. A nice voice came from the side. Anchuan quickly turned his head and looked. Aunt Chi was sitting elegantly by the bed. She was reading a book. After hearing the sound, her eyes lifted from the book and fell on Yasukawa. Looking at her from this angle, the afternoon sun shone on her body. Chi Xiao held the book in his hand. It was gentle and quiet unlike before, and Chuan's mind was blank for a second. Why are you here? He closed the book. Chi Xiao put it aside. He spoke unhurriedly. This is my apartment. Where should I be if I'm not here? This apartment was bought when Chi Xiaonian was in junior high school. Sometimes she doesn't want to go back to the villa. This is her place to stay. Can be regarded as Chi Xiao's own home. Anchuan tightened his grip. What on earth is going on? Chi Xiao stepped forward and looked directly into Anchuan's eyes. Zio Chuanquin? Who gave you the courage to run out and get yourself drunk? Yasukawa opened his mouth. If your mother found out about this look, what do you think she would do? Don't let your mother know. Anchuan shook his head nervously. She had been raised strictly since she was a child. If she ran into a KTV and drank until she fell unconscious, her mother would know. Then she is dead, and she will be controlled even more strictly. Thinking of this, Anchuan looked at Miss Chi with pleading, Sister, please don't tell my mother. I don't know if it was because of this call, sister, or because Anchuan's eyes pleased Chi Xiao. She pulled a playful smile from the corner of her mouth and apologized to me. Apologize. I have been worried about you all night. She was worried about me. Anchuan looked at her in disbelief. He always felt that Chi Xiaodi was so deep that it was impossible to figure out which of her words were true. Which sentence is false. I'm sorry. I won't make you worry in the future. It's not sincere enough. Yasukawa was angry and timid, and whispered in a low voice. What is sincerity? It's obvious that she was drunk. It's also because Chi Xiao listened to my words from now on. Chi Xiao stared at her face that was angry but didn't dare to vent, and said half jokingly and half seriously, Don't hide from me in the future. You are never allowed to leave me again. Anchuan's heart skipped a beat. But why did she use the word in? Why is Chuan unwilling? Chi Xiao's smile is dangerous and threatening. Anchuan gritted his teeth. As long as you don't let me do anything excessive, I will promise you. Chi Xiao patted her head gently with a charming expression and added another one. You are never allowed to bargain with me. At this moment, the doorbell suddenly rang. Those who want to pay to watch can click on the link in the lower left corner. I just dozed off in class when a beautiful girl suddenly burst into the classroom. I was still fascinated by her beauty. I saw the girl walking towards me still. Chi Xiao glanced at her indifferently, stood up and opened the door. Standing outside the door was actually Chi's father and Anchuan's mother. You are here as expected. Chi's father put his hands behind his back and looked at Chi Xiao. I haven't been home for so many days and I can't get through on the phone. What do you want to do? Mother and smiled a little cautiously. I'm sorry for coming here without your permission. Mainly because I heard your Uncle Chi say that you, a child, often stay here alone. Auntie just misses that you haven't been home for so many days. You either go out to eat or order takeout. So I wanted to cook you a delicious meal. Yasukawa, who was in the bedroom at this moment, covered his mouth and his eyes widened instantly. Mom is actually here. He couldn't imagine what would happen if his parents discovered that he was so drunk last night and spent the whole night alone with Chi Xiao in this small apartment. For a moment, Anchuan was frozen in place. He didn't even dare to breathe hard. Chi Xiao was slightly jealous. This apartment contained his most important memories. It was him and this troubled world. painted world. But now, Qi Xiao looked at An's mother for a moment. Her eyes were a little cold, but she still looked very polite. Thank you, Anton. Don't bother making food. Please come in and sit down. Mother An put the food she bought on the table beside her and said with a smile, It's not troublesome. It's very simple. Auntie can cook a few dishes for you in 10 minutes. Qi Xiao's expression was indifferent and he was about to refuse. Who knows the next second? An's mother opened her mouth again. They were all home-cooked meals that Anchuan loved to eat. I don't know if it suits your taste. The words of rejection came to my lips and I thought about it again. Qi Xiao nodded, turned around. Qi Xiao turned on the TV and carefully handed the remote control to Qi Mansion. Let's go back to watching TV. I'll go back to the bedroom first. Qi Xiao opened the bedroom door. Anchuan was hiding behind the door. He was so frightened that he didn't dare to breathe. The person who came in was Qi Xiao. Then he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He raised his clear eyes and said nervously, What should I do? Qi Xiao's eyes darkened slightly. Felt like she was relying on him. He leaned against the door. I won't let them enter this room. Just hide here and don't make any noise. At this moment, An's mother's voice came from outside the bedroom. Qi Xiao, is there no cooking oil in this apartment? I didn't see it in the kitchen. My mother's voice came through the wooden door without reservation. Yasukawa was startled. Qi Xiao did not reply. Instead, he held Anchuan's face, raised his head and kissed him. Anchuan's eyes widened and his heart began to beat desperately. This nervous and exciting feeling, it violently impacted his brain. Qi Xiao tasted it for a moment and then moved closer to his ear. Don't make any sound. You will be discovered. Outside the door, An's mother saw that Qi Xiao had no reaction. Knocked on the door again. Qi Xiao. Uncle Qi's voice also came from outside the door. What's wrong? An's mother said with great worry. Is nothing going to happen? Do you want to knock the door open? Anchuan's face turned pale and he squatted on the ground little by little along the door. Qi Xiao finally had enough fun and slowly opened the door. An's mother quickly said, Qi Xiao, don't worry. I accidentally fell asleep just now. Qi Xiao's leisurely look is completely different from the sinister look just now. Anchuan huddled in the corner nervously, feeling like he was walking into his trap step by step, as if there was a cliff in front of him, but he could only jump off helplessly. Here, I received a call from my former agency, asking me to go to the company at 10 o'clock the next day for an interview to discuss the final procedures. Someone would come to pick me up and take me to the company. The final procedure is to end the ugly contract and completely terminate the contract with the language agency. In the future, we will finally no longer have to bear this ugly face and be treated as a monster by others. Finally, I could endure disorder no longer. One morning, at 9:50 in the morning, I went to the alley entrance in advance to wait for someone from the company to pick me up. My phone rang. It was Ochin calling. I quickly answered it. Ochin's cold voice came over. I have something to do. I have to go to S City for 2 days. S City is a city more than 1,000 kilometers away from here. I feel a little disappointed in my heart. I'm not allowed to look at other girls casually. When I come back, Didi's car drives in. I have something else to do, hang up first. After saying that, I picked up the phone and ran over. I rolled down the car window. When I saw the person sitting in the car, my eyes widened in surprise. The person who came to pick me up was actually Luo Mingyao. Why is it you? Summer got on the car. Luo Mingyao smiled brightly. I heard that you would go to the company today and I specially applied to pick you up. I was a little hesitant to get on. Hurry up. Boss and the others are waiting for you at the company. It's not good to be late. I had no choice but to open the car door and sit in. I looked out the window without saying anything. Luo Mingyao drove the car. While looking at me frequently, the thought of her working so hard to pursue such an ugly man and being rejected all the time made her feel bad. But the thought of seeking revenge on Ochi. Luo Mingyao found a topic. Summer, you haven't been to the company for a long time. Do you have anything to do this time? I responded lightly. It seems that Luo Mingyao is really just an errand boy. I didn't even know that I was going to the company to terminate my contract today. The car drove all the way to the underground parking lot of the brokerage company. I had to swipe my card to enter and exit the building. I followed Luo Mingyao into the building. It's been 5 years and the company is still the same as when I left. Someone was looking down at the documents while hurriedly walking towards me and bumped into me. I almost fell down. Luo Mingyao reached out to help me. I hurriedly avoided it like a spring. Thank you. I went up first. Luo Mingyao grabbed my arm. Wait a minute. I'll wait for you here. When you come down, I'll accompany you to lunch. I looked at her helplessly. Luo Mingyao, How many times do you want me to tell you that I'm not interested in you? There is no possibility for the two of us. I really don't understand why Luo Mingyao is suddenly pursuing me so crazily. Luo Mingyao looked around and hugged me fiercely. Are you crazy? I know that because I chose Shuizheng, you want to take revenge on me now. Why don't you agree? The more Luo Mingyao talked, the more annoyed she became. She held my face hard, closed her eyes and came closer. She actually wanted to forcefully kiss me. Seeing that she was about to kiss me, I pushed her away. As soon as Luo Mingyao opened her eyes, I slapped her on the face. She looked at me in disbelief. Luo Mingyao, you are so disgusting. It's best not to let me see you again. My raised voice attracted the attention of people around me. There was a tall and thin girl. It seems that I know Luo Mingyao. Luo Mingyao, when did you have such a strong taste? There is a sense of ridicule in these words. Luo Mingyao is always a face-saving person. For a moment, I became even more angry. He couldn't push forward and grabbed my arm. He glared at me and cursed. Who do you think you are? A beauty like me. I'm willing to kiss an ugly monster like you. It's okay for you to be ungrateful. You actually dared to slap me. I was speechlessly disdainful of her narcissistic and arrogant appearance. I threw Luo Mingyao away. Who begged you to pester me? It's you who is shamelessly pestering me. Luo Mingyao, let me tell you the truth. I want to vomit when I see you. Finish. I almost didn't leave. The onlookers around me kept talking. Luo Mingyao's face was livid. Summer, you damn ugly monster. Just wait for me. She turned around and made a phone call. Everything is ready. Send it to me quickly. In Ziki, I received a call from Mu Yunyu. I originally wanted to accompany you. But something happened to the company temporarily, and I really can't get away from it. It's okay for me. It's okay. I'm not a child. I'm just signing. Then after you sign, give me a call and tell me that I will take you to my company in the afternoon. Don't forget that you have a crew tomorrow. Good boss. After talking to Mu Yunyu for a while, the elevator dinged and opened. I arrived at the door of the office. Let's not talk about it for now. I hung up the phone, knocked on the door, and walked in after getting permission. Sitting in the office is a middle-aged man wearing a suit. Wang Ziheo, the boss of this brokerage company. I don't have a good impression of this man because he was the one who ordered the blood collection at that time. I have been suppressing myself for 5 years. Let me get straight to the point. The 5-year contract time has come. This Wang Ziheo looks like a smiling tiger. 5 years. Who told you 5 years? My heart thumped. What do you mean? It's not 5 years. How long is that? Wang Ziheo leaned on the boss's chair behind him. The expression on my face was very shabby. Don't be anxious. Sit down first. I spoke indifferently and clearly. What exactly did you mean? The contract was clearly written in black and white. I quit the entertainment industry and hid my original appearance for 5 years. The time will come tomorrow. Wang Ziheo took out the contract from his desk in a hurry. What do you mean? I see that you are usually a very smart person, but how come you make mistakes sometimes? You can see for yourself how old you are. You guys who want to steal money to watch. You can click on the link in the lower left corner. I just dozed off in class. A beautiful girl suddenly burst into the classroom. I was still fascinated by her beauty. I saw the girl walking towards me still. She handed over the contract to one person. I quickly took it over and quickly scanned the words on it. Wait a minute. The original date stipulated in the contract was 5 years. How come it has been 15 years now? My anger level skyrocketed. I raised my eyes angrily. How dare you change the contract privately? We cannot afford the word privately. It has been 15 years and it has never changed. Have you misunderstood something? Wang Ziheo smiled like a rogue, relying on my isolation and helplessness. As if you can do nothing to me. This is impossible. How could this happen? The contract I clenched tightly in my hands was puffy and wrinkled. 5 years ago, I was just a child in my early 10th year. At that time, I didn't understand anything. I was involved in a car accident. Although I was fine, my company ordered me to declare that the car accident had destroyed me, and I was half ugly and retired from the entertainment industry. At that time, my mother was also in a vegetative state. But my father personally designed and framed me. I had no friends and no one around me who could make up my mind. That day, I was brought to the company. If I don't sign, I won't be able to get the money for my mother's surgery. I endured it for 5 years and finally thought I could keep my reputation as Yunkai Jianyu. But I was treated like this again. My chest heaved violently, and I was so angry that my whole body was shaking. Sungama, you are too young after all. Wang Ziheo stood up and took the contract back. I just want to tell you today to be honest and stop having any good feelings for the entertainment industry. You will never be able to turn around again now. I glared at him. I rewrote the contract privately. You guys are waiting for the summons from the court. Wang Zihao smiled even more exaggeratedly. His tone is quite good at such a young age. What a coincidence. I also have friends in the court who want to help you ask about the prosecution process. I clenched my fists and said nothing, turned around and walked away. I was really afraid that my brain would get hot. Everything here was smashed. The door was slammed shut. Wang Zihao rolled his eyes at me. He picked up his mobile phone and dialed a number. The matter has been handled according to your wishes. Wang Zihao paused and spoke again. But no matter what, he is still the son of the Xia family. Tell me why you are doing this. A voice of gnashing teeth came from the other side. The only son in the Xia family is my own son, Siming. The person on the phone was Yang Wenpei. He was sitting on the sofa in the Xia family villa, his face full of hatred. Xiaja is just the son of the mistress. He is worthy of being the son of our Xia family. Thinking of Xiaja, he hates him so much that his teeth itch. If it weren't for him, Siming would not end up like this. Wang Zihao shook his head. You are still the same. Wang Zihao and Yang Wenpei knew each other decades ago. At that time, when he was still in the countryside, Wang Zihao had a crush on Yang Wenpei for a while. A few years ago, the Shengxia Light Year group was a big hit. But because of Yang Wenpei's plea, he then banned the three of them. I remembered the banning of Xiaja 5 years ago and what happened today. I will thank you very much later. I ran out of the company angrily. I called Mu Yunyu and cursed for 10 minutes. Mu Yunyu patiently listened and became distressed. I gritted my teeth. What should I do now? What should I do about the audition of that crew tomorrow? Mu Yunyu sighed. In this situation, you will definitely not be able to get the audition from that crew. The most important thing now is to get the termination contract first. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to afford the compensation of 100 million by selling his body. Mu Yunyu's current company has just started, and it is only a small scale. The role of the third male lead in the crew is a very good resource. But now, because of the issue with my contract, it has been blown. I hang my head and feel very bad. This matter is urgent. I will consult a legal advisor first and I will get back to you later. I said nonchalantly and hung up the phone. I stood confused on the busy street, not knowing what to do next. It would be great if Qing was here at this time. I accidentally took out my mobile phone and dialed the phone number. Sorry, the phone number you dialed is currently unanswered. A cold voice came from the other end of the phone. I slowly squatted down and hugged my head helplessly. At this moment, a car slowly stopped beside her, and a familiar voice came over. Why are you here? Yue opened the car door and walked up quickly. Xiaja, are you feeling uncomfortable? I watched her lips move. How could it be you, Wei? Yue's voice was as gentle as ever. What's wrong? Can you tell me? I came to my senses and tried my best to smile. I'm fine. Yue looked at me, who pretended to be strong, with complicated eyes. She lowered her eyes, reached out and patted my shoulder. Are you feeling better? I'm sorry. It's all my fault that you're like this. What can I say? Yue comforted me softly. It has nothing to do with you. Even if you hadn't fallen into the sea that day, I would have saved you. Yue said softly, let's go home together. I tried my best to laugh and joke all the way. Yue cooperated very well and didn't expose me. Finally, we arrived home. I said with a smile, then I'll go in first. Yue smiled and nodded. She watched me walk into the house, then lowered her head and murmured, actually, you really don't need to pretend to be strong in front of me. She didn't even have the right to give her a hug. In the afternoon, I went to the hospital to see my mother. I stayed there all afternoon. During this period, I also laughed and chatted for a long time with the ladies and gentlemen in other beds. He was smiling as if he was not affected by the contract at all. In the evening, I opened the door to my home. Finally, I could rest. I fell down on the sofa at home and stared at the ceiling in a daze. The smile froze on my face. My phone rang. I answered it. Qing's pleasant voice came over. I didn't look at my phone until I was in a meeting in the afternoon. She coughed unnaturally. She didn't mean not to answer your call. Don't think about it. As soon as I heard Qing's voice, I couldn't stand it. A certain presidential suite in S-City. Qing had just returned to the room. He was leaning on the sofa casually, holding up his mobile phone and calling me. Unexpectedly, something strange came from the other end of the phone. Qing suddenly became nervous. What's wrong with you? I stayed silent and didn't respond. You got angry with me because I didn't answer your call. I won't mute my phone during meetings in the future. I immediately woke up my assistant. Who made the assistant not call me in time? I was amused by her nervous words. The assistant was also very innocent. I'm fine. Qing's eyes have a dangerous side. What's wrong? You feel something is wrong. I gritted my teeth. It's better not to tell Tang. I just feel that I'm a little unlucky. How can my life be so miserable? It's okay. I just feel a little bored. Have you eaten yet? I'll have someone bring you something to eat later. I twitched the corner of my mouth slightly. No need. I can just eat whatever I want. Wait for me. Her tone was too loud to comment. After hanging up the phone, I looked at the time. It was 5:30 in the afternoon. No matter how bad my mood is, I can't stop writing. I have written almost 100,000 words of the novel, and more people are reading it. This can be regarded as a different kind of compensation. I wrote cracklingly for a while. I looked at the time again, and it was almost 7 o'clock. I opened the chat box and sent a message to Ching. I went to get some instant noodles. Just as the text message was sent, I heard someone knocking on the door. Your takeaway has arrived. A familiar voice came. I quickly ran forward and pushed the door open, just like in slow motion in a movie. The girl stood at the door. It seemed to her that time and everything had vanished into nothing. I was dumbfounded for a moment. Isn't Ching somewhere 1,000 kilometers away from here? Ching's eyes looked at me deeply. Idiot. You are not hallucinating. I said blankly, but aren't you going to stay at S for 2 days? You are back early. Ching walked in slowly and put the things on the dining table. I ran over in a hurry. Why did you suddenly appear in front of me? It was 2 hours ago. The two of them were still 1,000 kilometers apart. But in the blink of an eye, she miraculously appeared in front of him. Ching's beautiful eyes flickered slightly. You are hopelessly fed up with me. Let's eat quickly. The two of us sat face to face at the dining table. In front of us were 7 or 8 stir-fried vegetables, plus the staple steamed dumplings. Can be said to be very rich. The originally cold home instantly added a lot of warmth. I ate heartily and felt that all the unpleasantness during the day had disappeared. Ching, haven't you told me yet? Have you come back early? I raised my head. Ching was extremely jingue and took a sip of soup with an expressionless face. After eating, he went back. I was so shocked that I choked. Ching quickly poured me a glass of water and said venomously, Xiaxia, why didn't you just choke yourself to death? But his hands were extremely gentle. Follow me along the back. I looked at him in disbelief. It's you who has no idea why, okay? You came back from 1,000 kilometers away just for a meal. Why can't you? You care about me. I have nothing to do with you. Ching is completely the same. I can do whatever I want with money. I have a capitalist face. After dinner, Ching is ready to leave. I sent him to the entrance of the alley. Boss, where's your private plane? It's a cold night. Ching was wearing a windbreaker, and it was fluttering in the wind. He suddenly turned around and looked at me. Xiaxia, do you know why I came back? Those who want to pay for watching can click on the link in the lower left corner. I just kowtowed in class. A beautiful girl suddenly broke into the classroom. I was still fascinated by her beauty. I saw the girl walking towards me still. Ching leaned close to my ear because from now on, you are no longer alone. You have me. I was completely stunned. I returned home in a daze. Mu Yunyu called me back and told me about it. The only way to defend rights is through litigation, but now that the other party has the contract in their hands, the chance of winning the lawsuit is very slim. Finally, Mu Yunyu asked tentatively, how is your relationship with Miss O? In fact, as long as she is willing to help, all the problems can be easily solved. Ching, can I really find her? My eyes trembled slightly. Let me find a suitable opportunity to ask. She is still in S City, and her daily schedule is very full. I heard from Grandma O that there seems to be some problems with the cooperation there. I don't want her to be distracted by my affairs anymore. Wait until she comes back. On Monday, during recess time, I went to WC with Yasukawa. After hearing about the contract, Yasukawa was furious. What kind of broken agency is that? Such a company hasn't closed down yet. Do you really have to wait for another 15 years? It's definitely not possible to just sit there and wait for death. I will definitely find a way. The way is to find Ching. The premise is that after she comes back from S City, at this moment, a strange voice came from the side. Isn't this our handsome boy Xia? I turned around and saw that it was Li Ziqing from the next class. It was him again. Last time, he and other classmates splashed water on me and locked me in the toilet. I haven't settled the score with him yet. Today, he delivered it to my door. Li Ziqing looked me up and down and said, why do I remember some people's Fridays? Right here, he vowed to slap me in the face when he comes to school on Monday. Xiaxia, whose face hurts more now, although Anchuan doesn't know Li Ziqing. But it was obvious that this was coming from a bad person. Yasukawa raised his chin. You are nothing. Sooner or later, your face will be swollen. Just wait. Li Ziqing Wenyan sneered. Didn't I say that I came to school on Monday to get slapped in the face? It really made me look forward to the whole weekend in vain. Xiaozhe is obviously an ugly guy. He is now a celebrity. Who in the whole school doesn't know that he is extremely ugly? Have you said enough? I looked at Li Ziqing's sarcastic look with a smile. I haven't said enough. If you have what it takes, show me your face right now. With a curl of my lips, I picked up the bucket on the side and took some water. The next second, I poured the water on Li Ziqing unceremoniously. Li Ziqing yelled and hid behind. His feet slipped and he fell hard to the ground. For a moment, Li Ziqing grinned in pain and struggled several times without getting up from the ground. The people around said angrily, "What are you doing? How can you bully your classmates?" Bully. I sneered again and stepped forward. Li Ziqing had just gotten up from the ground and was about to get angry when his wrist was grabbed hard by me. Then he was dragged forward by me without any explanation. "Xiaozhe, what are you doing?" I opened a cubicle in the bathroom with an expressionless face and pushed it in unceremoniously. I slammed the door and used something to lure it in from the outside. Li Ziqing was locked inside. He banged the door hard. "Xiaozhe, are you looking for death? Let me out. There are other people in the bathroom. Why do you, such an ugly monster, lock people in?" I blocked the door of the grid, folded my hands to avoid the cold voice and said, "Let's see who dares to let him out." The scene suddenly became quiet. Everyone looked at each other. Ugly people are more likely to cause mischief. The people around them murmured and gradually dispersed. Li Ziqing, who was still locked in the grid, was so angry that his mouth almost dropped. "I asked you to open the door for me. Are you deaf?" I folded my arms and leaned outside the grid. "Who do you think you are ordering?" I laughed and said, "Last week in the same place, you were the one who poured water on me and locked me in the grid. I was just using my pen to compare with myself." Li Ziqing was so angry that he was grinding his teeth. "Aren't you just interested in you because of his European love? Will Qing give you this chance?" Li Ziqing was so angry that he said something rude. The class bell had already rang. I turned around leisurely. "Do you dare to mess with me again? I guarantee you won't end up badly." Yasukawa, who had been standing next to him, had his mouth open in a U-shaped shape the whole time. He was so dumbfounded that I have been keeping a low profile for the past 5 years. When I was bullied by others, I always swallowed my anger. But in this second, he seemed to see the shadow of the strong self in me. 2 days flew by in the blink of an eye. After school that day, Yasukawa and I walked towards the school gate laughing and joking. There was a black Audi parked not far away. "That one seemed to be your father." Yasukawa knocked me down with his elbow. I glanced casually and some people were standing there. It was really him. He was much older, and his sick feet were covered with white hair. Finally, when he waited for me, Xia Zhengxiong stepped forward. "Xiaozhe, can you find a place to talk? Just tell me what's going on." I said calmly, "We haven't seen you for so long. I just want to chat with you. And it's Dad's birthday soon. Are you even unwilling to grant me this little wish?" I was silent for a moment and said to Yasukawa, "Yasukawa, please go first." Anchuan nodded. I followed Xia Zhengxiong into the car. The car started slowly and actually took me all the way to the detention center. "Why did you bring me here?" I was stunned. "Come with me." Xia Zhengxiong grabbed my arm and took me to a room for prison visits. Xia Siming was sitting in it. He had been locked up in the detention center for so many days. He no longer looked the same as before. He was in an embarrassing state. Yang Wenpei was also there. Mother and son were wiping away their tears and talking. "When can I go out? I don't want to be locked up here anymore. What the hell is wrong with you? Your brother's case will go to court tomorrow." Xia Zhengxiong rubbed his hands. It was indeed for Xia Siming, if not for Xia Siming. How could my father think of me? I rolled my eyes. My mother only gave birth to me. I have no brother. When Yang Wenpei heard this, he immediately glared at me. "Don't you believe it? You've hurt my son so badly, aren't you?" "What do you mean I've hurt him so badly? Was it I who asked him to kidnap Bebe? A person who can do such a thing as kidnapping a child deserves to be imprisoned." After saying that, I turned around and left. I really don't have a brain. I clearly know that Xia Zhengxiong doesn't care about me at all. But I gave him hope again and again. I will never do it again. That Xia family has nothing to do with me anymore. As soon as I walked out of the detention center, Xia Zhengxiong chased me out. He grabbed my arm. He is only 17 years old now. It would be great if he really goes to jail for the rest of his life. Now only you can save him. You just need to beg the O family. I can let him go if I can make the O family relax a little. I shook off Xia Zhengxiong's hand. Why should I help him? Xia Siming deserves everything the most. Xia Zhengxiong pointed at me fiercely. Xiaxia, please don't force me. I curled up the corner of my mouth. I should be the one to say this to you. Then look at what this is. Xia Zhengxiong suddenly threw something to me. I looked down and saw an envelope. I opened the envelope. When I saw the photos inside, my eyes widened in shock. These photos were actually very vulgar photos. And the person in these photos is my mother. What on earth is going on? My mind is burning. I quickly stuffed the photos back into the envelope. Afraid of being seen by others, I raised my eyes. What do you mean? As you can see, these photos were secretly taken by your mother and I before we were divorced. I can't express the anger in my heart at this moment. Xia Zhengxiong is very glad that he had such a grade when he was young, although this is very sorry for my mother. But he absolutely cannot let his son really go to jail. As you can see, these photos are all real. As long as you can convince the O family, spare your brother, then I will destroy all these photos immediately. Otherwise, I will print countless copies of these photos and scatter them. He doesn't mind living with death at all now. After being silent for a long time, I raised my head and surprisingly calmed down. Dad, even if you have no feelings for your mother, at least you are still a couple. He has already committed suicide by jumping off the building because of you. Now you are in a vegetative state, but you are threatening me with this kind of photo at this moment. It is not my fault that your mother committed suicide. I can only blame your mother for not being able to think about it. Ha 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 ha. I was really angry and laughed. Xia Zhengxiong snatched the envelope away. Now you just need to give me a happy word. Are you willing to help Siming to beg the O family? I gritted my teeth and said, I can ask the O family, but I can't guarantee that they will agree. When Xia Zhengxiong heard that there was something going on, he immediately laughed. You must be able to do it. Dad believes in you. Such a smile is really ironic in my eyes. My hands are always clenched. I say with a serious face, Dad, this is the last time I call you Dad. Xia Zhengxiong was shocked. If I can really help you this time, rescue Xia Siming. After the film is returned to me, I will no longer have a father-son relationship with you, and I will no longer have any involvement with the Xia family. I left these words behind, but now I have to go. I plead for mercy for the murderer who kidnapped Bebe. The cell phone rang. I glanced at the screen dully. The caller was Oh Ching. I answered the call. Oh Ching's cold voice lingered in my ears. Are you going to the villa tonight? I don't know, I said confused. I'll go back tonight. Oh Ching is coming back. When I heard this, I raised my eyes. Then what? Grandma said that she will let the mediocre people cook a few more dishes today. I hope to see you as soon as I get home. Those who want to make money to watch can click on the link in the lower left corner. I just dozed off in class. A beautiful girl suddenly broke into the classroom. I was still fascinated by her beauty. I saw the girl walking towards me still. Bebe was playing with Meow Meow in the O family villa. As soon as he saw me coming, he rushed over and hugged my head. He raised his little face and looked at me. Little brother, you are finally here. Is it because my sister has not been at home these 2 days? You are not even interested in coming. Before I could say anything, Grandma O had already taken the lead. You kid, what nonsense are you talking about? I was a little embarrassed and quickly explained. I have been busy with some personal matters these days. Bebe looked at me with a smile. My sister came home today, and my little brother just finished busy with his personal matters. What a coincidence and fate. Does this villain have to expose me? On the other side, Oh Ching has already got off the plane. As soon as the project in S-City was finalized, she rushed back as soon as 7 o'clock was approaching. The Porsche finally parked slowly in front of the villa. Oh Ching opened the car door and walked with the machine. The driver looked at the hurried back of his lady strangely. I couldn't help but mutter, Miss, what's going on? Oh Ching walked into the living room, her eyes hurriedly looking for that familiar figure until her eyes locked on me not far away. Her steps became as steady as usual. She walked forward calmly. I was sitting on the sofa telling Bebe a story when I heard the voice and looked up. My eyes are full of surprises. You are back. Bebe raised his head and glanced at Oh Ching. He shouted softly and tugged on my clothes with his little hands. Sister. Little brother, let's continue. What happened to the little duck in the end? I lowered my head again. Oh Ching couldn't lift it up, so she snatched the storybook from my hand. Bebe's book. The little girl hurriedly reached out her hand. Oh Ching looked down at her with a cold face. You have finished your homework. Go and write it immediately. Oh Xiaobei was forcibly picked up by the collar and thrown aside. I glanced at the little girl sympathetically. The door to the back room in the detention center was pushed open. Xia Siming, you can come out now. Xia Siming, who was curled up on the bed, suddenly opened his eyes. She sat up quickly, her face full of surprise. Staying here for nearly half a month was a torment for Xia Siming. Shui Zheng on the side quickly ran up. She hugged the guard's arm pitifully. I want to go out too. Please let me out too. The guard threw her away impatiently. Xia Siming was the only one on the list. How is this possible? Xia Siming was clearly the mastermind of O Xiaobei's kidnapping. She was just helping Xia Siming from the beginning to the end. Why could Xia Siming get out? But she still wants to stay here. Shui Zheng took Xia Siming's arm. Siming, don't leave me alone. Please help me too. These two people obviously had the same affection before entering the detention center. But at this second, Xia Siming took Shui Zheng's hand away from his arm bit by bit. I'm sorry, Shui Zheng. It was you who kidnapped O Xiaobei. I am innocent to begin with. Xia Siming looked at her innocently. Now it just proved my innocence, so let me out. What does it have to do with me that you kidnapped me? Shui Zheng was furious. Xia Siming, I still treat you as a good brother. Where is your conscience? Xia Siming looked at her with disdain. Stop getting close to me. I don't have a criminal brother like you. By Xia Siming, just stay in this prison well for me. Xia Siming followed the guard and walked out. Shui Zheng's roar came from behind. Xia Siming, hello baby. You clearly ordered me to do all this. Why should I take the blame alone? Outside the detention center, Xia Zhengxiong and Yang Wenpei were waiting outside. When they saw Xia Siming actually coming out, they stepped forward happily. Yang Wenpei hugged Xia Siming distressedly. Don't be afraid. It's okay now. Xia Zhengxiong sighed deeply. He thought of his expression and eyes this afternoon when I saw his abdominal injury in the room. And what he said, this is the last time I call you dad. Xia Zhengxiong felt a little sad. After all, Xiaja is also his son. He looked at Xia Siming. You can come out this time, thanks to Xiaja interceding with Miss O. From now on, Dad just hopes that you can stop causing trouble and stop going against your brother. Okay? Xia Siming smiled coldly. He had such good intentions. If he really wanted to help me, he would not have locked me in the detention center. He stayed there for half a month before releasing me. I think he did it on purpose, Yang Wenpei answered. Isn't it? After all, he is also sexually promiscuous. We really have a white-eyed wolf. Xia Zhengxiong shook his head helplessly. This time it was indeed Siming who did something wrong. Do you know how much it cost me to let Xiaja help me in order to get Siming out of the detention center? Who are you saying is wrong? Why is Siming wrong? Yang Wenpei shouted loudly. It is obviously the fault of that bitch Xiaja, if it hadn't been for him. Maybe Miss O is our Siming's girlfriend now, but he said that he will never recognize me as his father and will never have anything to do with our Xia family. You guys clearly know about this Xia family matter. Shut up. Yang Wenpei interrupted Xia Zhengxiong angrily. I think you are not clear-headed today. If you are so sympathetic to Xiaja and his mother, then I'll go with Siming. Yang Wenpei was like a shrew scolding the street. After saying that, he grabbed Xia Siming and was about to leave. Xia Zhengxiong immediately got cold feet. I didn't mean that. Of course, you and Siming are the most important in my heart. I think you don't take my son seriously at all. Xia Zhengxiong quickly looked at Xia Siming flatteringly. How could that be? Dad has prepared a big surprise for you. One morning, I was eating breakfast when Mu Yunyu's phone call came in hastily. Xiaja, it's an emergency. Go check the hot searches on Weibo. I hung up the phone and quickly clicked on the hot search on Weibo. Then I saw the explosive red headline hanging at the top. It was a hot search titled Warning Signal. Xia Siming was wrongfully accused. The topic is about Xia Siming, who was unjustly imprisoned for kidnapping some time ago. Now the truth has finally been found out, and Xia Siming has been cleared and acquitted last night. Xia Siming expressed his gratitude for this. My eyes paused and I clicked on Xia Siming's Weibo. If I remember correctly, Xia Siming's previous number of fans was 150,000. In just one morning, the number of followers has increased to 100,000, and it is still rising crazily. A few dozen minutes ago, Xia Siming posted a Weibo update. Justice may be absent, but it will never be late. The picture is a photo of himself. It has the atmosphere of a Japanese boy. However, it has already received 80,000 likes in just a few dozen minutes. The comment area was abuzz. I saw this and silently exited. The next second, Mu Yunyu's call came in. What on earth is going on? How could Xia Siming be released? I looked down at the photo that Xia Zhengxiong sent me in the morning. I honestly don't regret it in my heart. Mom's reputation is more important than anything else. I turned on the speakerphone, picked up a lighter, lit my bottom, and watched as everyone devoured these humiliating photos of my mom bit by bit. Then he said, I don't know, maybe I'm lucky. What do you mean maybe I'm lucky? Isn't he your brother? He's not. I have nothing to do with the Xia family anymore. Mu Yunyu really doesn't know what to say. In the entertainment industry, both men and women have their own position. The most fearful thing in the world is to hit these attributes. But Xia Siming's route is exactly the same as mine. This Xia Siming is deliberately imitating Senyu back then. Mu Yunyu said with hatred that he is now taking advantage of netizens' mentality and sympathy to watch the fun. You are frantically attracting fans and showing sympathy. Now go and ask anyone on the street. Who doesn't know the news that Xia Siming was wrongly imprisoned? Even if Xia Siming is not alive. This incident will also make him angry. I took a bite of toast. Congratulations on his successful cleanup. Xia Siming, he is imitating you. Don't be angry. How could I not be angry? Not only was I angry, but I also felt sorry for Bebe from the bottom of my heart. Xia Siming used to be a kidnapper, but now he has become a popular male idol. It's quite funny, isn't it? I got up after taking a sip of milk, grabbed my school bag and walked out. I'm not in a hurry about this debt. I will get it all back bit by bit in the future. Those who want to pay for watching can click on the link in the lower left corner. I just dozed off in class when a beautiful girl suddenly broke into the classroom. I was still fascinated by her beauty. I saw the girl walking towards me still. The car at the entrance of the alley was not Qing's car. Mr. Xia, Miss Xia has a conference call this morning. I was ordered to pick you up from school. I nodded. After getting into the car, I thought about it and sent a message to Qing. Are you busy? Within a few seconds, Qing called directly. I asked, aren't you in a meeting? I was too embarrassed to call because I was worried that he was in a meeting. Qing spoke softly. The meeting hadn't started yet. The employees on the other side of the computer camera were greeting each other. It was obviously midway through the meeting. The president's cell phone rang. He glanced at the camera and coldly said to pause the meeting room. Then I started calling. Okay? Actually, you don't have to pick me up every day. Otherwise, who else do you want to pick up? Qing's extremely dangerous tone. I quickly spoke. I mean, I can go by myself. I used to go to school by myself. I feel it's quite troublesome for you. Qing leaned on the transfer behind her. He said with an indifferent expression, don't you bother me with a lot of things on weekdays? This is enough. But how can I bring up the contract with Qing? I don't know why I can't speak. After brewing for a long time, I still couldn't say it. Otherwise, I'd better say it in person. I arrived at school. I hung up the phone first. I got out of the car and closed the door. A faint voice came from the other end of the phone. I don't mind being troubled by you. I can just be troubled like this for the rest of my life. There was a commotion at the school gate. My eyes were unconsciously drawn towards it. What did you say? Qing said calmly. Nothing. Hang up. The phone was hung up. I didn't hear it, but the employees on the computer side heard it clearly. Several people started whispering. Just after hanging up the phone, Qing immediately regained his poker face and looked at the screen expressionlessly. He continued. The school gate was besieged. Xia Siming has returned to school. Those who have just become fans of Xia Siming heard that he is studying in the school and the school entrance is surrounded by people. It is so easy for people to become famous nowadays. Xia Siming didn't have any work that he could show off, so he managed to attract so many followers inexplicably by selling poorly. I was really speechless. I pushed past these people and walked in. Unexpectedly, at the corner of the corridor, I met Xia Siming, who was very proud of himself. I must be very angry and jealous. I looked at him with disdain. Why am I jealous of you? Am I jealous of you for pretending to be stupid in front of the public? Xia Siming's smile immediately spread across his face and he stared at me with a warm expression. What are you talking about? If you dare, tell me again. Why did you stay in the detention center for so long? Your auditory nerve has degenerated. I smiled and said, I said you are just a fool. Do you have a good way of pretending to be pitiful? But you only have a face full of scars and an ugly appearance. I laughed out loud. Xia Siming still doesn't know that the car accident 5 years ago was completely fake. I'm not ruined at all. Xia Siming couldn't bear the sight of my smiling face. Why did I say something wrong? You don't have any thoughts about yourself. You are an ugly weirdo whose face was disfigured by a car accident. What do you compare to me now? I yawned. But I made headlines through hype and gained hundreds of thousands more followers. I have never seen the world. Just then, a surprising voice sounded from behind. You are Xia Siming. I turned around and saw that it was Li Ziqing who had been trying on me a few days ago. Li Ziqing ran up excitedly and said excitedly, I heard that you are in this school before. I have never seen you in person. Can you sign your name for me? Xia Siming glanced at me proudly and raised his chin proudly. Okay. Li Ziqing quickly opened his backpack and looked for paper and pen. I really liked the photo you posted. Because you seem like I once had an idol. Xia Siming's face froze. What did you say? It was Summer, the former captain of Summer Lightyear. I liked him very much before. I even bought his poster. It's a pity that he has quit the entertainment industry now. I was stunned. Wasn't it? Li Ziqing used to be a fan of mine. Xia Siming's face was livid. It was getting uglier and uglier. I couldn't help but laugh out loud. Li Ziqing immediately glared at me. Why are you laughing so ugly? Do you have any opinions about my former idol? Li Ziqing looked at me with disdain. He is not comparable to an ugly guy like you. Xia Siming tried hard to maintain a smile. Summer had a car accident and turned into an ugly guy. Such a person is not worthy of being an idol. Even if I appear in front of the camera, people will think that I am domineering. I am smiling on the outside, but I am like a mother on the inside. Li Ziqing stopped talking because it is true. In his heart, Summer is no longer the shining idol she once was. Xia Siming continued to add insult to injury. And it's not me saying bad things about Summer. I have been in the entertainment industry for so many years. I have long heard that his character is not good. He is the child of a mistress. Li Ziqing's eyes widened in surprise. Are you talking about gossip? I have never heard of it. I've never heard of it being normal. The entertainment industry is in deep water. Xia Siming, shut up. I'm extremely angry. Isn't this Xia Siming just relying on me that I can't admit my identity now? Are you just belittling me in front of others? I took a deep breath to calm down. Xia Siming, if I remember correctly, you have been kicked out of the regular class. Who approved you to come here? Xia Siming said in a more crazy and rational tone than me. The teacher approved it. If you have any objections, talk to the teacher. Li Ziqing looked at the registration form in Xia Siming's hand. Student Siming, are you going to participate in the spokesperson selection? That's right. Xia Siming looked confident and superior. My eyes were also on the registration form in Xia Siming's hand. Who knew that before I could see anything clearly? Xia Siming stuffed the registration form into her bag. What are you looking at, you ugly guy? What's wrong with you? Li Ziqing also looked at me with disgust. Then he opened his eyes and said, Classmate Siming, just ignore him. I believe that you will be the final spokesperson. Li Zhe grew up with average looks and loves chasing stars. He chases all male and female stars. After sending several love letters to Qing and being rejected by Qing without warning, he placed all his emotions on the star. At this moment, he was looking at Xia Siming with great admiration. I looked at these two people speechlessly, turned around and walked away. As soon as I returned to the classroom, Yasukawa excitedly handed the registration form to Wang. Look at this. Our school is holding a trial next week. Select a boy as the school's spokesperson. Xia Zhe, do you want to participate in the selection? You will also make a short film. The director has been decided. It's director Zhang Yikai. Zhang Yikai is a leading figure in the director circle, but all his first films have received both box office and word-of-mouth hits. Before I can say anything, the girls next to them started laughing wildly. Anchuan looked at them angrily. Why are you laughing? You actually let Xia Zhe, an ugly guy, participate in the trials. Are you planning to laugh me to death? A few girls took the lead and everyone else in the class started laughing. I was laughed at again and again. My hand gradually turned into a fist. Have you laughed enough? I warn you that human patience is limited. When they see me getting angry, the people around me laugh even more exaggeratedly. Have you seen that the ugly guy in our class is getting angry? Xia Zhe, you really think we don't know that little bit of your story? We've all received the text message. What are you pretending to be? Yasukawa stood up. What text message? Stop pretending to be a ghost from there. Someone raised their mobile phone. Xia Zhe, this vegetable is your mother. I heard that she was caught by the palace official because she was someone else's mistress. He was beaten into a vegetative state. What a bitch. My brain went blank. Who sent this MMS to make up such ridiculous words? Yasukawa was so angry that he was shaking all over. I walked straight to the girl who just scolded his mother for seeing her, and looked at her calmly. Who did you call mean just now? Your mother is the meanest. You destroy other people's families, so the retribution is coming to you. You must be punished by God for being so ugly. I slapped you hard, and the girl covered her face. Why do you beat someone? Just at this moment, the head teacher came in. Seeing all the students in the class gathered around, he couldn't help but ask, what's going on? The classmates around him immediately united their front, scared him to beat him, and immediately pointed the finger at me. The head teacher was a typical old Chinese teacher. He also received the MMS just now. His eyes turned full of contempt when he looked at me. Teacher, I want to sign up for the selection contest for the school's image spokesperson. Please give me the registration form. The registration forms are all with the class teacher. Students need to ask the class teacher for them. Originally, the class teacher also wanted to focus on this matter in this class. But the class teacher has his hands behind his back. Mister, please wake up. I look at the class teacher fearlessly. The school does not regulate the beauty and ugliness of the participants. As long as they are students of this school, they can compete fairly. Those who want to pay for watching can click on the link in the lower left corner. I just dozed off in class when a beautiful girl suddenly broke into the classroom. I was still fascinated by her beauty. I saw the girl walking towards me still. I said, "You can't do it. You just can't do it." The head teacher pushed up his glasses. "I used to think you were just ugly. I didn't expect you to have bad conduct. Who do you think you are? You gave me a punishment stand." The students around me all snickered, especially the girls who just scolded my mother. They were even more proud at this moment. The head teacher walked up to the podium and knocked on the desk with the blackboard eraser. Okay. Everyone is quiet and returns to their seats. I want to explain to everyone about the selection competition. Speaking of this, the head teacher paused and looked at me. "I asked you to go out and stand for a while. Don't you understand?" I kept holding my hands and said word by word, "You all wait." I turned around and left. Anchuan hurriedly chased me out, but I persuaded him to go back. "I have more important things to do." Boom! The wind started blowing outside. The rain is pouring down. If I had half-ugly makeup on my face before, even though it is waterproof, I would not dare to get wet in the rain. But at this moment, I don't care about the washing of the rain at all. Xia Siming, who was walking forward quickly and hiding in the distance, saw my embarrassed appearance and sneered, "Xiaja, you deserve it just because of your ugly appearance." I had the nerve to argue with me, but I overestimated my capabilities. The rain was getting heavier and heavier. I had no intention of finding a place to take shelter from the rain, until I bumped into a familiar figure. I didn't expect it was Qing. She held an umbrella to shield me from the rain. Qing gritted her teeth. "Xiaja, are you an idiot? It's just fine if you catch a cold. Why did you run out to get wet in the rain again?" The next second, I desperately hugged Qing. Qing was slightly shaken. For a moment, it felt like everything in the world had stopped. Just such a simple hug made her lose her temper in an instant. Qing patted my shoulder gently. "What's wrong with you?" I seemed to have completely withdrawn from consciousness. I hugged her tightly without saying a word. I remembered the gentle way my mother held my hand and went home in the evening. I remembered that my mother often took me to the orphanage. Give things to those children. Such a kind-hearted person who has lived a quiet life was forced to commit suicide by jumping off a building by Yang Wenpei and his mother. Now he is scolded by the whole class for being a mistress. I gripped Qing's arm and tightened it slightly. I opened my mouth numbly. "Qing, can you lend me some money?" Qing replied without hesitation. "Okay, don't you even ask me how much you want to borrow. What I said is a huge amount." Qing said calmly. "I can borrow any amount. You can tell me a number." I said weakly. "I will repay the 100 million in the future, and I will also pay the interest." Qing stretched out her hand and rubbed my hair vigorously. "Idiot, let's go and get the money." Qing's tone was very casual, as if 100 million in her eyes was just as easy as going out for a meal. I stared blankly at this beautiful girl in the rain. After returning to Qing's car, she turned on the heater and started making phone calls. She ordered her people to prepare money. I looked at her in disbelief. "Qing, you didn't even ask. What do I need the money for?" Qing hung up the driveway calmly. "As long as you don't keep beautiful women." I was silent. Qing spoke expressionlessly. "You gave me a cold look. Otherwise I will definitely kill you." I immediately sat up straight. It was so cruel. After dozens of minutes, I got a bank card containing a huge amount of 100 million yuan. This card felt so heavy that I wanted to cry. I looked at the girl who was driving me home. "Why are you so nice to me?" Qing said without any emotion on her face. "It is everyone's responsibility to care for idiots." I glanced at her sadly, and Qing said lightly, "And what you said about interest just now." I looked at her with certainty. I will definitely accept it in the future. Although the goal of 100 million is a bit big, as long as I return to the entertainment industry, there is still hope. Qing glanced at me meaningfully. "My interest rate is very high." My expression changed and I spoke at a loss for words. "Could it be that you lent me the money for loan sharking?" Qing rolled her eyes. "Idiot," and stayed there until the first class in the afternoon was over. I didn't go to school either. Seeing me knocking around in vain, people in the class started gossiping again. Anchuan clenched his hands and tried hard to hold back his anger. He sent me a message. "What's going on with you?" I replied quickly. "It's in progress." "What's going on at school?" Yasukawa knocked one by one angrily. "People in the class were still making fun of you for participating in the trial." I was so angry that I smiled and replied, "Don't be angry. The face-slapping game has just begun. I'm starting to get excited now." Yasukawa just sent this text message. A strange male teacher walked in, followed closely by Qishao. Although he was used to Qishao being his English teacher, Anchuan was still shocked. Qishao smiled and said, "Everyone be quiet. Let me introduce to you. This is the new teacher of our class, Teacher Han." Everyone welcomes you with a round of applause. All the girls in the class were excited. Teacher Han is so handsome. Standing next to Teacher Chi, a handsome guy and a beautiful girl look like a handsome man and a beautiful woman. Teacher Han smiled slightly. "Hello everyone. I will be your new class teacher from now on. Han Jojo, I just came back from studying abroad this year. Please take care of me in the future." Chi Xiao looked at Han Jojo with a half smile. Just now, he said he was afraid of being nervous. "Let me introduce you to everyone. I see you don't look a little nervous." Han Jojo touched his nose in embarrassment. Anchuan was lying on the desk, watching the interaction between the male teacher and Chi Xiao. Someone asked curiously, "Where is our previous class teacher?" Chi Xiao smiled evilly. "He has been expelled." Han Jojo walked to the podium. "Are you ready? My first class as a class teacher. Chi Xiao always looks elegant." He said to the audience, "You all should be good." He didn't even look at Yasukawa during the whole process. As soon as Yasukawa opened his eyes, he silently took out the Chinese textbook. "I have taken a week off. The selection competition is next week. Although to be shameless, I am a naturally inspirational man who gives up on himself, but it is also essential to make some changes in the future." In the styling store, as soon as I walked in, a clerk came up enthusiastically. "Are you Mr. Xia?" "Yes." I nodded and glanced at the whole audience unconsciously. What a long-awaited feeling. I haven't had any styling work in 5 years. "Miss O has already told us to entertain you well. Please come with me." I walked up. Ochin still didn't know that I was making a fool of myself. I haven't told him yet. I just told Ochin that I wanted to become more handsome. Then Ochin's rescuer brought me here. If he comes later, will he not recognize me at all? I am nervous and looking forward to it now. I chose a chair and sat on it. The stylist came over. After seeing me, his whole body collapsed. "What the hell is this? An ugly guy like this should go to a plastic surgery hospital." He bit the bullet and walked up. "Hello, sir. I am Tony, the chief stylist of the store." "Hello, what kind of look do you want to change?" I thought about it and said, "Please remove my makeup." Tony was holding fell to the ground with a clang, and everyone turned to look. What happened to Teacher Tony? Everyone rushed over. How is this possible? Tony looked in the mirror in surprise. He had taken off his makeup and made a good look. The scene was quiet for a moment. The next second, there were shouts of shock. Those who want to pay to watch can click on the link in the lower left corner. I just dozed off in class. The other party didn't respond at all. "Store manager Tony," I waved my hand. Tony seemed to suddenly come to his senses and spoke excitedly. "Mr. Xia, you are so handsome like this. You are like a god descending from the earth. It has been 5 years since you were praised so openly." I let out an embarrassed sigh. The surroundings were completely blown up, and everyone was excited and excited. At this moment, the door of the store was pushed open from the outside, and the girl walked in proudly. "So Qing." I was shocked. I turned my back to her subconsciously. What should I do? I suddenly didn't dare to face her. "Miss O, look." Store manager Tony pushed me over as if he was protective. I clenched my hands and turned around. How would Qing react? I was nervous and looking forward to it. Who knew Qing would look at me like this? There was no emotion in his eyes at all, and he didn't catch the slightest bit of surprise. What's going on? When did Qing get scared? I feel a little disappointed. Could it be that she didn't recognize who I was? Her love for me was fixed on my body. She didn't say anything for several seconds. She just grabbed my arm and walked out. Qing walked forward without looking back. The clerk behind him still didn't recover from his sigh. Everyone couldn't help but started discussing again. That boy is really better looking than a celebrity. Someone suddenly snapped his fingers. He seemed to have Summer from the group light years left. Others searched through their memories, but wasn't he disfigured in a car accident? How could it be him? The clerks were puzzled. Qing pulled me into the bathroom without any explanation. With a bang, the bathroom door was closed. She stared at me like this without any hesitation. I was so panicked by her stare that I was instantly frightened. Knowing that she was now my big creditor, I smiled kindly. In fact, this is what I really look like. Maybe you have heard of Summer. I am her. Is it surprising or not? Is it irritating? Oh-ching looks at me. I didn't mean to be ugly. Everything was for a reason. It was all framed. Oh-ching is still looking at me. I feel more and more unsure. Oh-ching, you won't blame me, right? Suddenly Oh-ching's breath came close to me and she called my name again. As soon as Oh-ching finished speaking, she raised her head and kissed me. My eyelashes trembled slightly. I felt her hot breath spraying on my neck. Xiaxia, I will imprison you at home for the rest of your life. No one is allowed to take another look. I looked up in shock. Oh-ching feels very unhappy when she thinks that wherever I go in the future, I will draw attention from others. She just wants to hide me now. In that case, she is the only one in the world who knows how good I am. Thanks to Oh-ching, I received the number plate for the preliminary round. Number 7 happened to be my lucky number. During the week I took leave, I was fully prepared. Finally, the day of selection arrived. The competition was divided into preliminary rounds and semifinals. Finally, there was the finals. In the preliminary round, the contestants participated in interviews one by one and talked with each other through a few simple sentences. Observe your conversation and basic appearance to judge whether you are good or bad. There are many people participating in the selection. Everyone is divided into their own groups. I am number 7 of Group 7. The selection venue is located in the school auditorium, which not only participants, but also people who come to watch the show. The black car parked on the side. I don't know who screamed. Xia Siming came. The scene immediately became excited. A large number of people gathered around it. Xia Siming walked out of the car and humbly accepted the bouquet sent by the fan representative. Xia Siming bowed slightly and thanked everyone for their support. I will definitely work hard. He walked into the interview site with the support of a group of bodyguards. After successfully clearing his name, his agency bought the marketing accounts of many entertainment celebrities and edited a scene from a TV series that Xia Siming had filmed before. With the gimmick of his explosive acting skills, he was trending on Weibo for several days. Fans even gave him the title of the national male god who coexists with his good looks and acting skills. Yasukawa took one look and called me angrily. When will you come? You don't even know how famous Xia Siming has been in the past few days when you have been away. Unexpectedly, a cold voice came from directly in front of Anchuan. From today on, his glory has come to an end because I am back. Anchuan looked up. After seeing this figure that he had been looking forward to, he was stunned. Not only Yasukawa, everyone present also froze in place after catching such a dazzling figure. Everyone's eyes were chasing me. The surroundings were incredibly quiet. The next second, Zhou Weiren exploded. Damn it, who is he? This boy is definitely from our school. Why have I never seen him before? Anchuan was so excited that he was shaking. Just when he was about to speak, I stopped Anchuan from calling his name. The trump card is usually revealed at the end. This face-slapping game is more interesting, isn't it? Yasukawa quickly covered his mouth. He really couldn't control his excitement. Because Yasukawa seems to have seen the near future, I can return to that dazzling stage again and regain everyone's popularity just like 5 years ago. Yasukawa pulled me. I have already inspected the venue. I will take you to your interview group now. Yasukawa sent me to the door of the 7th interview group and stood outside waving. Come on. I turned around and looked over with a bright smile. This smile instantly killed a group of girls who came behind me. Mu Yunyu once said that some people are born to be artists. Just like me, I was in the 7th group, and Xia Siming was in the 1st group to participate in the interview. His interview went smoothly. Xia Siming's eyes glanced at the surrounding contestants. There is absolutely no suspense in this selection. These people simply overestimate their abilities. The final spokesperson must be him. He will be 100 times more popular than Xiaxia 5 years ago. At this time, 2 boys were chatting and walked past Xia Siming. Did you hear that a very popular boy suddenly appeared in the 7th group? I just came from the 7th group. Everyone is surrounded at the door. What is his name? I don't know. Now everyone calls him the number 7 male god. What, the number 7 male god? Xia Siming kept smiling on the surface. In my heart, I had already scolded this so-called male god number 7. At this time, Anchuan was squatting at the door waiting for me to come out. The other girls in the class came over. Yasukawa, do you know the boy just now? Which class is he from? We have never met before. Yasukawa stood up and looked at the girls in the class. A few days ago, they ridiculed Xiaxia for being ugly. What would happen if they knew that the person they laughed at a few days ago was the boy who stunned everyone just now? Yasukawa raised his chin. You will know when the finals come. Yasukawa ignored them. Li Ziqing has now completely transformed into Xia Siming's follower. After all, Xia Siming is a star who is really by his side. When he saw Xia Siming coming out, he ran over in a hurry. You were so amazing. I heard that you passed the preliminary round in seconds. Xia Siming was dismissive. It's okay. This Li Ziqing is just a brainless star-chasing fan. Xia Siming completely regarded him as an spy to observe me. Xiaja hasn't come to school today. Didn't he say wildly that he would definitely participate in the trials and say he would slap everyone in the face? Why haven't he been seen since the trials started? Li Ziqing also looked completely gloating. He said sarcastically, everyone has received the text message that his mother is the mistress. If I were him, I would also hide and dare not see anyone. Xia Siming sneered in his heart. But on the surface he pretended to sympathize with me. He is so pitiful. Li Ziqing said coldly, isn't that ugly monster just a tortoise now? Listening to Li Ziqing's endless sarcasm, Xia Siming's heart felt happy. Xiaja, you are just an ugly monster who was disfigured by a car accident. You will never turn around in this life. A total of 20 boys have entered the semifinals. The semifinals will start this afternoon. Half of the 20 boys will be eliminated. The remaining ones will enter the finals next week. Draw lots into groups for PK. Everyone can go on stage and have 5 minutes to show off their talents. The students in the school will vote anonymously to enter the finals. The finals were voted on by netizens. In the dressing room backstage, I was sitting on a chair in front of the mirror, adjusting my mask. The talent I was going to perform later was modern dance. I looked at myself in the mirror. In fact, my appearance is a bit different from 5 years ago. Now my face has completely grown. Those who want to see it in advance can click on the link in the lower left corner. I just dozed off in class when a beautiful girl suddenly burst into the classroom. I was still fascinated by her beauty. I saw the girl walking towards me still. The door to the dressing room was suddenly pushed open. I made a move and looked at my reflection in the mirror. Xia Siming walked in while making a phone call. I understand. I'm already in the dressing room now. After saying that, she glanced towards me because I was wearing a mask. She didn't recognize it. Xiaja didn't come to participate in the selection. So what if she came? Why should she compete with me? I must be the final champion in this trial. Xia Siming said with great certainty. I won't tell you anymore. I will be on stage soon. I looked away and curled my lips. Yang Wenpei and Xia Zhengxiong were also in the audience. Interesting. The next second, Xia Siming walked up to me. He looked me up and down. You are the guy they call number 7. I glanced at him and I told you that the only champion here is a nobody like you. I killed you every minute and I still didn't respond. Xia Siming took advantage of the fact that there was no one around and his true nature was revealed in an instant. Are you mute? I'm talking to you. Who are you pretending to be wearing a broken mask? I laughed. But Xia Siming was angry. He raised his hand to take off my mask. I hid behind me. If you can, don't hide. Xia Siming gritted his teeth and spoke. The corners of my mouth were slightly raised. I stood not far away and looked at him with my arms folded. I deliberately lowered my voice to sound extremely rude. There is a crazy dog biting people. Why shouldn't I hide? Hearing my ugly voice, Xia Siming suddenly laughed. Was it a duck quacking just now? Through half of the mask, my eyes are completely caring for the fool. Xia Siming has laughed so hard that I can't stand up. I'm laughing so hard that the voice is so ugly. I was embarrassed to be named a male god. The next second, a staff member knocked on the door and walked in to determine the order of the competition. Contestant number 1 and contestant number 7. You two are the first batch of players to take the PK stage. Please be prepared. You will be ready to play in 10 minutes. Xia Siming took a look at the list. I found out that the program I was going to perform was modern dance. I thought I had seen through everything. Number 7's voice was so ugly that singing was definitely not good, so I had to choose dance. Thinking of this, Xia Siming remembered it and I was about to get up and go to the toilet for the last time. Xia Siming was sitting next to me, pretending to look in the mirror. When I passed by him, I suddenly stretched out a foot. I was already wearing a half mask and my vision was limited. When he acted like this, I fell forward uncontrollably. With a plop, his knees just hit the corner of the table. Xia Siming laughed out loud. He looked down at me who was half kneeling in front of him and said, Number 7, what are you doing? It's not the new year yet, so you kowtow to me. I looked down at my bruised knee. The location of the injury is very awkward. Any movement of your body will pull the wound. I struggled to get up holding on to the table. Then without saying a word, I lifted Xia Siming up from the chair with one hand. I didn't expect that I would react like this. Xia Siming's eyes widened. What are you doing? Let me go. I grabbed his collar and knocked him onto the table unceremoniously. Xia Siming screamed. The things on the table were scattered all over the floor. He was grinning in pain. Where did you come from? Bitch, I'm not done with you. I saw that the two of them were about to fight. The dressing room door was pushed open again. It's time for you to come on the first. What are you doing? Stop. The staff pulled the two people apart. Xia Siming arranged his clothes angrily. He glanced at my completely injured and bleeding knees, and suddenly he lost half of his anger. This number 7 knee was injured. I watched how he danced that modern dance. Xia Siming looked at me and said, I must be the winner. I will let you know what the gap is. Throw this sentence away. Xia Siming took the microphone from the staff and strode out. Damn it. I looked down at my injured knee. I was really about to be so angry that I was hurt internally. How could there be such a despicable person as Xia Siming in the world? I frowned and tentatively moved my knee. The staff looked at my bloody knee. I couldn't help but ask, Contestant number 7, are you okay? Can you still dance in this situation? I pursed my lips and tentatively walked out. The pain was still unbearable. Even if I endure the pain and perform, some of my movements will definitely be affected. I have been preparing for this dance for a week. I gritted my teeth. Xia Siming has already appeared on the stage. As soon as he appeared, most of the people present shouted, We love you and will always support you. More and more people chanted. The PK had just begun, and the atmosphere had already reached its climax. Li Ziqing and several members of the fan club quickly took out the light signs they had made in advance and raised them high. The entire scene seemed to have turned into a fan meeting in an instant. Xia Siming glanced across the scene. Xia Zhengxiong and Yang Wenpei were also sitting in the audience. The two smiled and gave Xia Siming a thumbs up. With a casual glance, Xia Siming caught O Qing walking in from the door. Did Miss O come to see his performance? O Qing's expression was indifferent. He found a seat and sat down. The moment he sat down, Xia Siming felt that his breathing had stopped. He was indescribably excited and he adjusted his breathing. He started to perform even harder. When the music started playing, he brought a fast song. Singing and dancing at the same time is a great test of one's singing skills and control of breath. However, Xia Siming acted with ease and poison, and the atmosphere was once again ignited. The performance ended, but everyone present was still unfinished. This song sounds so familiar. This song is the famous song of the previous group Summer Lightyear. Miracle. Didn't Summer Lightyear disband long ago? I heard that the leader Summer was disfigured in a car accident and retired from the entertainment industry. Xia Siming, listening to the people in the audience calling his name crazily. Xia Siming always had a decent smile on his lips. He deliberately chose this song by Midsummer Lightyear. From now on, he will take away all the glory that Summer had before. The voices of those in the audience were so enthusiastic. The host stepped onto the stage appropriately. The singing voice of contestant number 1 was really beautiful. It's comparable to the original singer. Although he knew that the host was flattering himself, Xia Siming was still a little unhappy. He said it as if he was inferior to Summer. He tightened his grip on the microphone. Thank you. I just want to be myself. I hope everyone remembers my singing voice. I was listening to Xia Siming's voice in the background. With a sarcastic hook on my lips, the host continued with a smile. Next, contestant number 1 is asked to come off the stage and take a short rest. Next up is contestant number 7. Everyone applauds and someone in the audience shouts, Damn it, male god number 7. I have met him from a distance before. I like him very much. As soon as this man's words came out, Xia Siming's fan immediately felt uncomfortable. The only male god in my heart is Xia Siming. Li Ziqing jumped out with such a sweet voice that no one was allowed to applaud. Now that Xia Siming, a few Chinese fans, are here to set the pace. The people in the audience instantly unified the slogan, It's obviously my turn to appear, but their mouths were shouting Xia Siming's name neatly, Xia Siming, Xia Siming. The host on the side danced with silent sympathy in his heart. Contestant number 7 encountered such a popular star as Xia Siming. It was really pitiful for the star. At this time, Xia Siming had returned to the backstage. Hearing the shouts from the audience, my face was full of pride. What a male idol number 7, but that's all. I took the microphone handed to me by the staff, took off my mask and walked towards the stage. I walked to the middle, and the originally noisy audience fell silent for a moment. The expressions of those who had demolished my stage just now were neat and unified at this moment. Completely demented. Hello everyone. I am contestant number 7. A low magnetic voice sounded. Xia Siming was lazily leaning on the sofa waiting to hear the good show. He jumped up instantly. The person who just spoke was number 7. Didn't his voice sound like a duck's quacking? Why is number 7's voice so familiar? Could it be? Xia Siming was not sure what he was thinking. He clenched his hands and rushed out of the lounge and ran towards the audience. Although Oh Ching was sitting in the corner, but I still saw this dazzling girl at a glance. The two people's eyes met like a silent communication. The surroundings were still silent. Next, I want to bring a song. This song is very important to me. I paused for a moment and continued. The song is called Miracle. I actually chose the same song as Xia Siming. Not only Xia Siming's fans were present. Everyone took a breath. Was he blatantly challenging Xia Siming? Xia Siming's fans finally reacted from the shock. Although they are completely covered by my appearance, they have to stay calm at this moment. There are a few strong fans who are still setting the pace. He did it on purpose. He chose the same song as Siming on purpose. This time, there were very few echoes from the people around. Everyone's attention and eyes were focused on the stage at the moment. I walked towards the black piano placed aside and saw me sitting on it gracefully. I put my slender fingers on it and paused for a moment. The lighting engineer on the side couldn't help but match the atmosphere. A spotlight fell faintly. Yuer's piano prelude sounded. My fingers nimbly played on the piano, and everyone held their breath. The scene was extremely quiet, and the moving male voice floated throughout the venue in a very layered manner. It was obviously the same song, but what I sang was completely different from the mood just now. I was completely immersed in my own world. It was such a light and sweet song. But some people in the audience cried when the last note fell. My hand that was originally pressing on the keys stopped. After 2 seconds of silence, there was a wave of applause in class when a beautiful girl suddenly burst into the classroom. I was still fascinated by her beauty. I saw the girl still walking towards me. In an instant, the atmosphere was pushed to its climax. Everyone was looking forward to it. Xia Siming in the audience looked at the stage in disbelief. Wait a minute, why does number 7 look so much like Xiaja? Wasn't he disfigured in a car accident 5 years ago? But who is this dazzling boy standing on the stage now? There must have been some mistake. Xia Zhixiong and Yang Wenpei on the side were also completely stunned. Yang Wenpei gritted his teeth. Is he a rebel? Who approved him to appear like this? There is a contract. He restored his appearance without permission. Do you want to be thrown into prison? Seeing that the atmosphere around him is rising, everyone is shouting for the number 7 male idol. Xia Siming's limelight just now disappeared in this moment. Dare to steal his son's limelight? Xiaja, just wait. Yang Wenpei got up angrily and ran out. He called my previous boss of the agency Wang Ziheo. On the stage, I smiled the whole time and bowed deeply to the audience. I was envious. Contestant number 7, please stay. I paused slightly when I was about to leave the stage and stood there gracefully. Seeing everyone's reaction, it seems that you are very unfamiliar. Which grade and class are you in? Please introduce yourself to everyone. The host said it was very strange, because there is no other information on number 7's data card except for age and gender. This boy seems to have appeared out of thin air. It's just that these people don't know at all that although the number plate needs to be issued after verifying the class and name, this boy's number plate was given to him by Ochin. I straightened my back and stood there confidently and dazzlingly. Class B, Grade 1. All the classmates in my class in the audience were voted in. Male idol number 7 was actually in the same class as them. How is this possible? After hearing me say that I was in Class B, Grade 1, Xia Siming's face instantly turned pale again. It turned out to be his younger brother in the first grade group. The host continued to smile and said, "Please tell everyone present loudly. Your name is." I slowly raised the microphone. Everyone present raised their ears. I raised the microphone and spoke word by word, Xiaja. It was like the silence before a volcano erupted, and then exploded in an instant. The boys and girls in my class who had laughed at me for being ugly were also shocked that their jaws almost dropped. I can't believe that male idol number 7 is actually the ugly guy with scars all over his face, Xiaja. And after I said my name, Xia Siming's face finally lost all choice. Everyone fell down on the seat behind them. Number 7 was actually Xiaja. Wasn't he disfigured 5 years ago? Li Ziqing was also completely dumbfounded. I remembered the enthusiasm I had when chasing Midsummer Lightyear 5 years ago. The dazzling Captain Sang in my memory was actually the same as the boy on the stage at this moment. Gradually they overlapped, and the host spoke again. When classmate Xiaja played the piano just now, he didn't see it at all. And you said, Midsummer. This song is very important to you. Finally, please share the story with us. Xia Siming clutched her hands tightly because she was suppressing her anger and shock. My whole body was shaking unconsciously, but I smiled. This host was a great help because this song belongs to me. The host was completely stunned. In the audience, he is really Sungama, the captain of Midsummer Light Year. Li Ziqing is also shouting that Xiaxia is actually his favorite idol before. This time, almost all the students in the audience were so excited that they stood up. Sang ma, sang ma, sang ma. The shouts were getting louder and louder throughout the competition venue. The host had to speak and asked everyone to be quiet. Although he felt a little excited, but adhering to the professional ethics of the host, he had to control the overall situation and continued. Contestant number 7 really shocked us too much. However, the knockout match between him and player number 1 has not yet ended. Both players are very good, but unfortunately only one can advance. Below, we applaud and invite contestant number 1 to return to the stage. In addition to the fans, there are also some melon-eating people in the audience who are all happy. The PK between these two people is simply too exciting. Isn't it? I originally thought that Xia Siming, as a popular idol, would give number 7 a hard slap in the face. Who would have thought that Xia Siming actually used his opponent's famous song to join the competition? Hearing the cheers of the team in the audience at this moment, he has completely surpassed him. Xia Siming's hand clenched into a fist unwillingly. 5 years ago, Sang Ma suppressed him. He has never been popular. Now, with great difficulty, he is slowly starting to become popular. Sangama is back again. Xia Siming tried his best to calm down, straightened out his facial expression, reorganized his smile, and then walked towards the stage. I caught a glimpse of Xia Siming walking up to the stage with a smile on her face. It was really funny. Xia Siming was obviously so angry that she was still pretending to be calm. I suddenly leaned into Xia Siming's ear. How about provoking him with a voice that only the two of them can hear? Does it hurt? Xia Siming's facial expression was a little broken, but there were so many pairs of eyes in the audience. He had to suppress his anger again. I was secretly happy, and all these little actions of mine were seen by Oh Chin, who was not far away. He gave a subtle curl at the corner of his mouth. Even though I am a mean-spirited person, he still likes me very much. The host said in an orderly manner. Next, everyone present is asked to log on to our selection website. For the first round of voting, this selection has a special voting system. Each student can register an account with his or her student registration number to vote. Only one registration is allowed for each student registration number. It is absolutely fair and impartial. The students below are whispering. Judging from the current situation, although summer has been popular all over the country, everyone has some affection for me, but Xia Siming is also a rising star. In addition, the hot searches recently purchased on Weibo are extremely unrestrained. Gradually, the audience was divided into two camps. One wave of classmates were excited about summer's return, while the other wave were Xia Siming's fans. The final result of the competition pushed the atmosphere to another new climax. It can be seen that everyone is looking forward to the final result of the knockout round. The host is also waiting for the data from the backstage. I now see that the results have been calculated backstage. Contestant number 1 and contestant number 7. Who will stand out in the end? The host staggered slightly after speaking. Please watch the big screen. On the big screen, number 1 has 1080 votes and number 7 has 1081 votes. The results are obvious. Congratulations to contestant number 7 for successfully advancing to the next round. The host spoke impassionedly, and the scene instantly erupted into a wave. All those who supported Summer cheered excitedly. I bowed. Thank you everyone for your support. Xia Siming on the side was so angry that his whole body was trembling faintly. He really wanted to curse. Originally, he should have won the spokesperson smoothly, but now he was eliminated in the second round of the rematch. Yasukawa jumped up excitedly, picked up the flowers he bought early, ran to the stage and handed the flowers to me. Excitedly, I knew you could do it. I knew you could definitely win. I took the flowers from Yasukawa's hands with some laughter and tears. Everyone in the audience shouted my name loudly again. As if I had advanced to the finals and got the spokesperson, I couldn't help but curl up the corner of my mouth. In the past 5 years, my uncle has been swallowing his anger because of the contract. Finally, he counterattacked unceremoniously at this moment. In the audience, Yang Wonpei, who had already returned from the phone call, sneered. I see you are capable. How dare you bully my son? I will ruin your reputation. Just then a girl stood up, pointed at the big screen and said, I have a question. There is something wrong with this ticket. Her voice was very loud. The host naturally heard it. Our votes are all fair and impartial, and the number of votes is completely consistent with the number of students in the school. If there is any problem, you must speak responsibly. There is definitely something wrong. The girl paused slightly and raised her phone. The screen was fixed on the voting interface because I didn't have time to vote just now. In other words, my vote is invalid. Shouldn't my vote be missing? Everyone present was shocked. And this girl pointed at me and said, "She must have tampered with it," and the finger was instantly pointed at me on the stage. After the competition just now, I successfully gained a lot of supporters. The girl just finished her words. These people smoothed the fur for me. She pushed her eyes on the bridge of her nose and said, "Not to be outdone. If you don't believe me, you can take a look at my phone. Every word I say is true." A staff member came over, took the girl's mobile phone, started checking the voting interface, and came to the conclusion that she really hadn't voted yet. This means that I still look smiling and calm on the outside, but inside there are already 10,000 grass and mud horses galloping past. What is going on? Those who want to buy money to watch. You can click on the link in the lower left corner. I just dozed off in class. A beautiful girl suddenly burst into the classroom. I was still fascinated by her beauty. I saw the girl walking towards me still. The host was also a little fierce. Now the process was completely disrupted. But the data in the background clearly showed that all students in the school had voted. She was very proud. Isn't this very clear? She must have secretly manipulated the background data. My eyes were firm and completely calm. I didn't want to convict me just because of this. Isn't it too simple? It's true. You still have the nerve to quibble. The girl said, scanning my supporters. These are the idols you support. Originally, the fire in Xia Siming's heart that was about to be extinguished by me was suddenly rekindled. She looked at me with disbelief in her eyes. "Summer, why are you doing this? Let's each rely on our own abilities. Isn't it good to compete openly and honestly? You are actually this kind of person. The facts are in front of us." The group of people who surrounded me just now were a little bit overwhelmed. They looked at each other, not knowing how to refute each other. Did Summer really win the vote? In an instant, Xia Siming's fans collectively exploded. Xia Siming's fans were shouting collectively. The girl paused for a moment before I saw Yang Wenpei sitting in the audience, giving me a provocative and proud smile. Xia Zhengxiong sat beside her without saying a word the whole time. I even dared not look at me because of my modesty. I said if I didn't swipe the votes, I didn't swipe them. I asked to verify the background data again. I smiled completely and looked at the host. A cold voice came over with a loud sound. "I can prove it." Everyone turned to look, but Qing couldn't move forward. The students around him unconsciously gave way to a path. After seeing Qing, the girl just looked at each other, then subconsciously opened her eyes and prepared herself mentally. She raised her head again. "Miss O, I know you are very powerful, but even so, you can't defend a person who makes fake rankings. Everyone can see clearly that no matter how rich or powerful you are, they are worthless in the face of justice." Qing didn't speak. Naturally, the people around him didn't dare to echo loudly. After hearing the girl's words, Qing's mouth turned sarcastic. "Justice?" Qing's thin lips opened and closed. He said coldly, "The justice you talk about is to plant a virus on the voting website to slander the underlings to gain votes." Qing picked out an extremely dangerous ending. The girl was instantly frightened and turned pale. She looked at Qing in disbelief. How did she know that this girl's brother is a well-known hacker on the internet? A few days ago, her brother received an order to implant a virus into the server of the selection voting website to tamper with the final results of the voting without anyone noticing. Just now, her brother received a call from the sponsor, asking her to tamper with the voting data no matter what, so that I could get a declaration of the competition as the winner by one vote, and then ask the girl to come out in person to identify me and swipe the votes. Such a trick called catch a thief completely ruined my reputation. But why did Qing know that this was completely different from the original plan? The girl's psychological defense collapsed, and a thin stream of cold sweat broke out on her forehead unconsciously. On the other side, Yang Wenpei's hands were tightly clenched together. Why was such a seamless thing discovered by Qing? The girl was extremely panicked now. "I don't know what you are talking about." Qing looked down at the girl with an expressionless face. "Your skills are indeed very high. It's a pity that you met me." The host said weakly, "Miss O, can you please explain what is going on?" Qing said coldly, "Hackers have tampered with the voting results. No matter whether the people present vote or not, the final result will be the same." As soon as this statement came out, the audience went crazy. The girl was so frightened that she kept walking backwards. "This has nothing to do with me. I was ordered to do so. Someone asked me to come out and identify me for swiping votes. It has nothing to do with me." A classmate said angrily, "How shameless! Who instigated you to slander Sangama? That person didn't show up the whole time." "I really don't know." The girl was completely frightened. Anchuan pointed at her and said with disdain, "Isn't it clear who bribed this person and wanted to slander Sangama?" As she spoke, she turned to Xia Siming on the stage. "I am also writing about her," Xia Siming said with a pale face. "I don't know anything. There is no need to do this." My supporters sneered. "Why is it not necessary? Our Sangama looks better than you and sings better than you. I think you are just jealous of her." Seeing that the fans of the two families are about to fight, the host quickly tried to smooth things over. "Everyone, please be patient. Things are developing so unexpectedly. Please give us some time to discuss how to deal with it." The school directors held urgent discussions and finally came to the conclusion that all the votes from the previous round would be cleared and a new round of voting would begin again. This time the results came out quickly. Let everyone wait. What I am holding in my hand now is the recalculated voting results under the supervision of many people. And who will win this time? Xia Siming's hands were tightly clenched into a fist. In the last game, he was only one vote behind me. This game is an opportunity. Everyone, please look at the big screen. Xia Siming did not dare to look back. Then there was an explosion of cheers. The host spoke with great excitement. Contestant number 1 had 498 votes and contestant number 7 had 1663 votes. Congratulations to contestant number 7 for successfully advancing with an overwhelming advantage. What? Xia Siming's eyes widened. He turned to look at the big screen. Such a gap stung his eyes severely. His chest was heaving violently. The whole crowd was so excited that they were trembling. The fans who supported Xia Siming in the audience were speechless. The remaining people were so excited that they stood up and clapped and shouted wildly. I was a little surprised when I saw this data. I didn't expect everyone to support me so much. I recovered and bowed gracefully. Thank you, everyone. I will continue to work hard in the finals. I will definitely not let everyone down. Summer, summer, summer. I walked off the stage amidst the passionate shouts. I breathed a long sigh of relief. Xiaozhe. A voice of gnashing teeth sounded from behind. I turned around calmly and looked at you. Is there anything else you can do? He was defeated. Xia Siming was so angry that he almost spit out a mouthful of blood. If you dare, say it again. I'm defeated. I'm bored. If you still can't hear clearly, how about I record it and make it your cell phone ringtone? Xia Siming is really going to be pissed to death. Plastic surgery monster. Do you think you are very powerful? My eyes are slightly confused. Who do you think has plastic surgery? Did you know that there is a word called Dong Shi Xiaoping? Xia Siming was speechless for a moment. Xia Siming has always been resentful towards Summer, whether it is facial details or style positioning. All of them are modeled after the former Summer. Isn't he just a mere school spokesperson? Let's see who can become more popular. I dropped this sentence harshly. Xia Siming turned around and left. I twitched the corner of my mouth sarcastically. Let's see. Xia Siming, your good show will come to an end from now on, because I'm back. I turned around, but there was a sharp pain in my knee. Before going on stage, Xia Siming deliberately tripped me, causing my knee to break. Now it hurts every time I walk. Just now from the stage, I had been frozen in place because the wound was too painful. I was holding on to the wall and walking forward. The next second, Oh Ching appeared next to me and supported me. I turned my head in surprise and met Oh Ching's delicate face. Why did you suddenly appear in the background? Oh Ching looked straight ahead, her expression a little bad. You are walking too slowly. I recalled the way those girls called my name just now. Suddenly, a very strong desire to survive surged in my heart. I looked at her with a smile. You are obviously caring about me. Oh Ching's steps paused slightly. Her bright eyes moved slightly. Are you proud? I looked down at her face. Oh Ching is so beautiful. When I stare at you like this, Oh Ching turns away and puts away your gaze. You are not allowed to look at me. I curl my lips and open my eyes. What if I look at you one more time? When we got to the lounge, she closed the door, held my face and kissed me. I don't know how long we kissed. We parted inextricably, and our hot breaths intertwined. Oh Ching's whole face was buried in my chest. Can you not suddenly give me a forced kiss when we disagree? Oh Ching, let go of me. It's obviously you who is seducing me. I was so helpless that I seduced you. Didn't I just glance at you? Oh Ching returned to her usual calm demeanor. I went to drive. At this moment, my phone suddenly rang. I glanced at it and answered it. I saw it all. Those who want to watch ahead can click on the link in the lower left corner. I just dozed off in class. A beautiful girl suddenly burst into the classroom. I was still fascinated by her beauty. I saw the girl still walking towards me. I was stunned. I heard a crazy laughter from the other side. Classmate Xia, I didn't expect that. On the surface you look like a cold and cool man, but you are so bold in private. Please give me a price. How much is the word? I want to keep it out of my ears if you are so disgusting. I was a little annoyed. Are you crazy? The other party still didn't flinch. Instead, he said more vulgarly, how about I buy you a bowl for $500,000? Go to hell. I buttoned up the phone angrily. I turned around and looked around. Suddenly I felt weird. This was an anonymous call. And the most important thing was, this person actually knew what he and Ochin had just done in this room. My pores stood up. I quickly left the lounge and bumped into Ochin, who came back as soon as I ran out of the backstage. Ochin's face darkened. Didn't I ask you to wait for me? Your knees are injured and you are still not being honest. I told Ochin the anonymous phone call just now. Ochin's face became increasingly ugly. I held my arms. Could it be the girl just now? No matter who it was, she was dead. Ochin sneered. She came to her senses, turned around and cut her pants. He sprayed the wound on my knee with the medicine he bought. I was so painful that I broke into a cold sweat. Ochin raised her deserted hair. Xiaja, the entertainment industry is not that easy to deal with. You have defeated Xia Siming. The game is over. From today on, please stay by my side and don't leave my sight. My eyes widened. What's the end? For me, today's audition is just an appetizer. I haven't returned to the entertainment industry yet. You can't swim in it. Her tone doesn't allow for any reply. I continued to lower my eyes and examine my wounds. If I don't return to the entertainment industry, how can I return your favor? I don't even have any intention of getting back anything from you. Ochin had already bandaged my wound carefully and sat up straight. I was speechless. What does this mean? This young lady threw a win at me just to give me the limelight. I am not moved at all now. Instead, I feel that Ochin is simply inexplicable. My emotions are a little excited. Ochin, what do you think of me? Next second. The phone suddenly rang rapidly. I glanced at the caller ID and answered it immediately. Mr. Xia, please come to the hospital immediately. The caller was Dr. Zhang, my mother's attending physician. My heart skipped a beat. Did something happen? Don't worry. It's a good sign. When the nurse was removing the needle from your mother this afternoon, she noticed that your mother's finger moved. I had a look of surprise on my face and I'll go right away. I hung up the phone excitedly. The voice on the other end of the phone was so small that Ochin couldn't hear what the other party said at all. Who is it? Ochin's eyes turned over lightly. I completely forgot about the unpleasantness just now. I took Ochin's arm and went to the hospital quickly. The doctor said that my mother showed signs of waking up. We quickly got into the car and the car drove all the way to the hospital. When we arrived at the ward, Grandma O was standing by. I was a little surprised. I didn't expect Grandma O to be there. Grandma O turned her head and looked over. When she saw me, she was so shocked that her jaw almost dropped. Who are you? As soon as she finished speaking, she walked over with great momentum. I patted Ochin's back directly. How dare you bring a boy other than as to hang out in front of me? I quickly said, Grandma, I am Xiaja. Grandma O had a completely fierce look on her face, with a big question mark on her head. This was her grandson-in-law. I didn't have time to explain anything now, so I quickly focused my attention on my mother. Looking at the doctor, is my mother really showing any signs of waking up? Faced with my sudden peak appearance, the doctor nodded dully. Everything is going in the right direction. It is not impossible that Ms. Xia will wake up one day. After listening to my explanation, Grandma O wished she could hold a big speaker. Ares regained his appearance. Mother Xia is about to wake up, and Ochin has been preparing for the past few days. Ochin Yun interrupted her lightly. Grandma, it's time to pick up Bebe at this time. Grandma doesn't make light bulbs. Grandma O grabbed the bag, turned to look at Xia's mother, and then flashed at the speed of light. The doctor gave a brief explanation and walked out. For a moment, only Ochin and I were left in the room. A certain eldest lady was sitting on the sofa like this. How much should I restrain the word Sundra? Her cold eyes kept staring at me. I finally couldn't bear it anymore. Why do you keep looking at me? Ochin said calmly, observing the idiot. I turned my head speechlessly and let her burning eyes go. I lowered my head and started scrolling on my phone. Suddenly, I came across a friend circle where Yue was showing off her affection. The text was, please give me advice for the rest of my life, and the picture was of her and a boy's back. Ochin, look. I pointed at the screen and looked at her. Is Wei Wei in love? Ochin glanced at me dissatisfied. You care. I don't care. It's just a little gossip. Ochin said lightly, I don't know. She has been very busy recently. Wei Wei seems to be really busy recently. Who knows that Yi Ling was dragged away? Did I let you go? Oh Qing suddenly let out an unnatural cry. Wei Wei looked away. Set aside time for me this Saturday. I suddenly had a bold idea. Oh Qing must be confessing to herself. She lowered her eyes and opened the storage box next to her. She took out a mobile phone case and threw it to me. She picked up her things and got out of the car. A three-fold slippery brand. Why are you buying me another mobile phone? You just gave me one a few months ago. I have been using it for several months. Is it weird to get a new one? I refuse. The one I am using now is still very new. There is no need to change it. I said that it is necessary. Oh Qing's tone misunderstood wisdom. She also snatched my previous mobile phone and returned the old one to me. Get off the car immediately. I opened the car door and walked out. As soon as I got home, I reacted suddenly and took away my old mobile phone, but my mobile phone card was still inside. I quickly unpacked the new mobile phone and took it out. When I turned on the phone, I found that the phone itself already had a mobile phone card. There was a face lying quietly in the address book. Oh Qing. There was only Oh Qing in the entire address book. But what I didn't expect was that starting at 9 o'clock in the evening, my old mobile phone suddenly started to receive several anonymous text messages crazily. Please take a vacation. How much can I pay for one night? I will never bargain. My old mobile phone is on the desk. The screen is on and vibrating. Oh Qing is sitting there. She looked at these disgusting words on the screen coldly. The phone suddenly rang again, as if she had expected that the other party would make harassing calls. Oh Qing's cold eyes. It was like a thin layer of wood was instantly ignited. Her computer screen was open, and complex codes were sliding down quickly. The ringtone kept ringing. Finally, like a wild beast, she slid her finger down the answer button and said, "Hey, classmate Xia, how are you thinking?" It's still the same voice. Oh Qing looked indifferently ahead. You are looking for death. You dare to harass my boyfriend again and again. You seem to be very talented. I can tell that you are Miss O. I just look at the superior. The mouth is on me. What can you do to me? Do you think that if you don't show your face and keep hiding in the darkness, I will be helpless? Let me tell you. As long as I think about it, there are 10,000 ways to get you out of the phone. Her voice always stays in a straight line, without any hints, but every word contains absolute danger. It made people shudder. At this moment, a certain area was locked on the computer screen. She hacked into the other party's phone and turned on the camera. Unfortunately, she couldn't see his face at all. You could only vaguely see the other person wearing blue and white clothes. Oh Qing turned off the computer and stood up. The person opposite was obviously panicked. Stop doing this. Even if others are usually afraid of you, but I'm not afraid of you over the phone. I just want to harass you. I will definitely find an opportunity to tie her up. A dangerous confusion appeared at the corner of Oh Qing's mouth. Wait for me honestly. She hung up the phone and dialed a new phone number. KFC in Times Square immediately sent the nearest person to stop a woman wearing blue and white clothes for me. Do you dare to let her run? I tell you all to get out. Oh Qing stepped on the accelerator. When she arrived at Times Square, her men hurried over and said tremblingly. The eldest lady was already gone when we arrived. Trash. Oh Qing frowned and kicked the sports car. She glared at her with cold eyes. Oh Jiayang, what do you do for food? Are all of them trash? Oh Qing's unhappiness at this time was all written on her face, which made the people under her hands so angry that they didn't dare to take a breath. Oh Qing looked into the distance with cold eyes. Although she didn't know who the other person was, she had already expected that this person would definitely continue to harass me and got off the bus. So she gave me a new phone. Seeing the uncertain face of his eldest daughter, this man in black is almost crying. Will their eldest daughter really kill them all? Please give us another chance, eldest daughter. Those who want to pay for watching can click on the link in the lower left corner. I just dozed off in class when a beautiful girl suddenly broke into the classroom. I was still fascinated by her beauty. I saw the girl walking towards me still. Oh Qing put away her thoughts and gave them a cold look. She threw my old mobile phone away and the person called again. Immediately decode the IP address and track it down. Starting from tomorrow, a group of people will be sent to follow the car. No strangers will be allowed to approach her. She wants to see how that person can kidnap the car from under her nose. Day today is Friday. After school, Anchuan and I were strolling in the busiest commercial street in the city. Anchuan looked behind him from the corner of his eye and stretched out his hand to pull me. Do you feel that we have been being followed? I am very nervous. When Yen raised his head and followed us, Anchuan picked up a mirror. The mirror reflected the back. Sure enough, There were several men in suits and leather shoes sneaking behind me. There was one bodyguard among them who I knew. He was the person next to Oching. Oching sent someone to monitor me. His anger suddenly spread to Dama. I turned around. Those people were so frightened that they quickly hid behind the pillar. I couldn't move forward. What do you want to do? Several bodyguards looked at me pitifully. Mr. Xia, we are just following orders. Please don't drive us away, otherwise our eldest lady will quarrel with us. It's Oching again. I'm not a prisoner. Why did she do this? The more I thought about it, the angrier I became. I fumbled for my cell phone and dialed it directly. BT Company Oching is very busy every day. Grandma O is very old. Even though Oching is only 20 years old, the burden of the entire company almost falls on her shoulders. In the huge conference room, a group of employees are gathering together for a shaky meeting. Oching is more serious in the company. The employees are super afraid of her at this moment. She sat in the center of the conference table. Oching lowered her head to read the reports without raising her head. Who was next? At this time, her cell phone rang. The employees looked at each other. Mr. O's phone was always on silent during meetings before. Oching took a look at the phone and saw the caller ID. She answered the call almost instantly. Oching. My angry roar came from the other end of the phone. What do you mean? Am I a prisoner? You want to film so many people to spy on me. You are a control shed. What qualifications do you have to control my life? The conference room was completely silent. My roar was particularly clear. The employees wiped their sweat silently. Those who lowered their heads to lick their nails, and those who raised their heads to look at the ceiling. Pretending not to hear anything, Oching's face and shoulders seemed to be stained with a thin layer of frost, but she coldly glanced at the whole audience. What are you doing in a daze? Tell me all of them. During the free discussion, everyone shrank their necks. The next second, the conference room became lively. Everyone held information in their hands and pretended to chat with the people at the next table. Oching then stood up and angrily walked to the floor-to-ceiling window not far away. I'll give you a chance. Take back your last sentence immediately. You are a control shed. You always give orders with a condescending look. You actually sent a group of people to follow me. Do you dare to tell the truth again? Xiaxia, am I too good to you recently? Are you going to rebel? I'm really pissed off. Your so-called kindness to me is to send a group of people to monitor me. I can't bear this method and I don't want it. Oching frowned in displeasure. This damn idiot. She just made her angry on purpose. Didn't she? She sneered and answered immediately. Then I really want to thank you. The conversation between the two ended on bad terms. Oching slapped the table hard. The next second her phone rang again. She answered it with a sullen face. Miss, Mr. Xia left angrily and warned us not to follow him again. Do we want to continue chasing? The bodyguard spoke carefully. A few seconds later, Oching gritted her teeth and uttered one word. She quietly followed and protected her. If she finds out again, I will twist off all your heads. The anonymous harasser has not been found out yet. She must not take it lightly. I returned to the store angrily. Yasukawa looked at me with great worry. Are you okay? Those people are bodyguards sent by Oching. Don't worry. Why would she do this if she's so good? Forget it, I don't want to talk about her anymore. Let's go have lunch. We are going to go to Times Square on the street from the school. There is a delicious bibimbap restaurant on the second floor of the mall. When we open the door of the small shop, the young owner is busy. I looked up and found Antoine and I coming in. He smiled at us. Antoine and I are regular customers of this store. The boss naturally knows us. The two of us ordered 2 bibimbaps. 1 piece of fried rice cake, 1 piece of pork belly, and a bowl of seafood soup. I was eating happily when another customer came to the store. The boss greeted. Mingyao is here. I paused with my little hand holding the spoon and looked up. It was that scumbag girl. I saw Luo Mingyao walking in with ease and sitting directly on the front desk. Hurry up and make me something to eat. I'm starving to death. You sit down for a while and I'll do it right away. The owner of the barbecue restaurant turned around and rushed into the kitchen. Luo Mingyao sat there in a daze. His eyes scanned the store. His face was shocked when he saw me. Then he walked forward with eyes shining. Summer, are you here to eat too? It's none of your business. I rolled my eyes at her. Luo Mingyao accepted a small advertisement these days and has never come to school. However, she heard about the selection competition and saw her real appearance today. I'm 100 times more handsome than the photos. Now that I saw the real person, Luo Mingyao's mouth almost watered down. She diligently pulled out the chair and sat next to me. After all, we are also elementary school classmates. Don't you want to be so cold to me? The owner of this shop is my friend. This meal is treated as my treat for you. I don't even look at her. Instead, he put down his spoon. Anchuan, are you full? Someone with an appetite is here. Let's go. Anchuan also put down his chopsticks. Luo Mingyao's eyes have been following my back. The expression was a little obsessed. What are you looking at? The landlady brought the food. Luo Mingyao pointed at my back. That boy is my classmate. Isn't he particularly handsome? The landlady placed the food in front of her. Stop thinking about the mess and eat. When Yasukawa and I walked out of Times Square, a white luxury car slowly stopped. The car window fell, and a girl with a smile like the wind poked her head out. It was such a coincidence that I was a little shocked to meet her from here. Yue. Long time no see. Yasukawa greeted with a smile. Yue smiled softly. It's really been a long time no see. Where are you going? I'll see you off. I just found Yiwei's passenger seat. There is also a sunny and handsome boy sitting there. Is it too much trouble? Just the two of us take the bus. Yiwei's eyes are gentle. It's not troublesome. The car behind starts honking wildly. Yue said again, come up quickly. Anchuan and I quickly got into the car. The car slowly trembled. Yue looked at the rearview mirror while driving the car and introduced Anchuan and me. This is Yuan Qing. The boy in the passenger seat turned to look over and said politely, hello. Anchuan and I quickly said, hello. Is this boy the same as Yue's show of affection in WeChat moments a few days ago? Do you really match Yue? The moment Yue saw me, her heart could no longer be calm. Her eyes always looked at me through the rearview mirror unconsciously. I've heard about the selection. I just didn't go to school for a few days. You really amazed me. I almost didn't dare to recognize you just now. Yasukawa spoke. So Yue, what are you busy with these days? Could it be a date? Yue is indeed chasing me, but I haven't agreed to her yet. Yuan Qing turned around and looked over. I have been studying abroad and I came back for a few days during the holidays. She has been accompanying me recently. According to the distance from home, Yuan Qing got out of the car first and I left first. See you next time. Yue looked at her with a gentle face. I will come to see you tomorrow. After a while, Anchuan's home also arrived. My home is the farthest. I feel a little sorry. In this case, you will take a detour. I'd better take the bus back by myself. It's okay. Yue smiled and said softly, when I learned that Yue liked me. I have been avoiding Yue because I know very well that the person I like is not her. I saw the photo you posted on Moments a few days ago. The back of that photo is you and Yuan Qing, right? Yue twisted slightly. I think you two are a good match. When I saw you, I thought of a word. Wolf, talented and beautiful. Yue's lips curled up into a bitter smile. Those who want to watch in advance can click on the link in the lower left corner. I just took a nap in class and a beautiful girl suddenly broke into the classroom. I am still looking for a girl for her beauty. I saw the girl walking towards me still. Yue's lips curled up into a bitter smile. She didn't have any boyfriend. Yuan Qing was just her cousin who had been abroad. The past few days when she disappeared, she just wanted to free herself and hide her love for Xiaja deeper. In this way, I would not run away from her because of her love. The first time I saw me with a face full of shame, I recognized that I was Summer just by listening to my voice. Xiaja, I'm sorry, you misunderstood what happened some time ago. I looked at her puzzled. What's going on? It's the thing I said about competing with Qing for you. Yue's eyes were filled with sadness, and she turned to look at me. Qing is my friend since childhood. I know her too well. She is too proud. If I don't give her a sense of crisis, she won't admit her feelings frankly. I looked so fierce and completely shocked. Turns out that Yue doesn't like me. While she was talking, the car had stopped at the entrance of the alley. Yue spread her hands helplessly. As a sister, I can only help her here. Why didn't you tell me this earlier? When I got excited, I slapped her directly. Did I successfully deceive all of you? My acting skills are not bad. Yue chuckled. In front of Yue, I instantly returned to the original mode of getting along. It's just that you shouldn't be so involved in the drama. It almost made the wheel of our friendship overturn. You and Qing haven't been at odds recently, right? Don't let down all my hard work. You know? Yue's beautiful eyes held a smile, remembering the unhappiness of the day. I was so helpless that you should talk to her more. I unbuckled my seatbelt and looked at Yue with a smile. I wish you could catch up with Yuan Qing soon. Yue looked at me and changed the game unconsciously. Xiaja, what's wrong? I've already gotten out of the car and moved my head closer. Night has fallen at this moment, and a crescent moon hangs in the night sky. It exudes a faint light. Could it be that the moonlight tonight is so beautiful? I raised my head and looked at the moon today. It is indeed quite beautiful. I looked away and closed the car door. I'm leaving. Please swim more slowly on your way back. When I got home, I received a call from Mu Yunyu. The lawsuit against my original agency for the termination of the contract is in progress. Her appearance has been restored ahead of schedule. The liquidated damages must have been paid. Although Mu Yunyu is now my boss, she still has discussions with me about everything. She said, everything has returned to normal. A press conference will be held soon to announce your official return to the entertainment industry. How about you? I remembered Ochin's decisive and strong look. I gritted my teeth and waited a little longer. I am still busy with the finals of spokesperson selection in the past few days. I will wait until I finish the finals. Mu Yunyu didn't say anything more. One day at noon, I'm going to the supermarket today to fill up some daily necessities. We haven't contacted each other since we had a fight with Ochin yesterday. I finished picking out things absent-mindedly. I walked towards home. Summer was coming soon. The afternoon sun was particularly lazy. Someone bumped into me in the study area, then grabbed my wallet and ran away. I didn't even have time to think about it, so I ran after him. Stop right there. The bodyguard who had been hiding far away in the corner took out his cell phone. The eldest daughter of my family will give me the first update at any time. She will hug me. The eldest daughter, Mr. Xia's wallet was robbed. Are we going to help? Ochin just came out of the company. No need, it's just a wallet. The money in that idiot's wallet has never exceeded 300 yuan. Exposing the bodyguard again for a wallet will only result in more losses than gains. The thief has already turned into the alley. Mr. Xia is still chasing him. It is not easy to follow him secretly in the alley. Ochin narrowed his eyes. Where are you now? After hearing the place name revealed by the bodyguard, Ochin stepped on the accelerator. I really couldn't catch up. I watched the thief running further and further away. Stop and give me my wallet. At this moment, a scream suddenly came from not far away. I looked up and saw a woman holding an elbow and beating the thief hard. I rushed over and subdued the thief. This is your wallet. You are the proprietress of the barbecue restaurant. I was so surprised. This is my wallet. Thank you very much. You're welcome. Come and see if there is anything missing inside. The lady boss gave me the wallet. I lowered my head and opened the wallet to check. At this moment, someone grabbed the boss lady's collar and punched her hard with one fist. I was startled and looked at this girl who suddenly appeared in shock. Stop it, Ochin. I yelled loudly, and the lady boss fell to the ground. Ochin snorted coldly. Anyone who dares to bully me, I think you don't want to live anymore. I strode forward and pushed her away hard. Get out of the way quickly. The boss lady covered her red and swollen face. Are you okay? I squatted down. His face was full of guilt and he wanted to help her up. Ochin glared at the landlady and said, You are not allowed to touch her. Seeing Ochin like this, my anger reached its peak. I asked Ochin, why do you beat anyone casually? Do you know that my wallet was stolen and it was the boss lady who helped me? You come up and beat others indiscriminately. The landlady kept screaming in pain. I rolled my eyes at Ochin and then hit 120. Ochin Xia went against the landlady and had no regrets about hitting the wrong person. The ambulance roared in and took the boss's wife to the hospital. In the hospital, the boss's wife was lying on the bed. Doctor, is she okay? I looked at the doctor worriedly. It's okay. It's just a swollen eye and soft tissue damage. It will be fine after just 2 days of rest. Ochin said with a cold face and said very unhappy. You care about her so much in front of me. You also said that I glared at Ochin. Who caused her to do this? So what if it was me? I thought she was suspicious to begin with. That alley is the old city. I was preparing to demolish the place and it had been desolate for a long time. How could this landlady appear in that place so coincidentally? She even helped Xiaja get his wallet back. I kindly helped Xiaja get his wallet back. Ochin said coldly. Giving money is my attitude. As she said that, she took my wrist and walked out, you madman. My voice disappeared at the door of the ward and opened the car door. Ochin ordered the driver with a stern face. Drive. I glared at Ochin. Didn't you say that I died on the street and you didn't care about me? Ochin sneered. I just care about my money. I know who she is referring to. I wrote the IOU before I took it out of my school bag. Please keep this. I will repay the money and the agency within 5 years. Now I want to get off the car. Ochin sticks the IOU and only feels that this one only distances the relationship between the two people in an instant. How does she really care about money? What she cares about is this idiot. For a moment, her chest was full of anger and she couldn't vent it. Ochin glared at me coldly for being in such a hurry to get out of the car. I want to go back to the woman in the hospital. She did good things and was beaten for no reason. I at least want to say sorry to her and take care of her. As soon as she finished speaking, Oh Chin's eyes were filled with jealousy. How dare you? Do you think I dare? I looked at her with dissatisfaction. Oh Chin stared at me fiercely. Xiaja, are you going to be happy if you piss me off to death? On the other side of the ward, the boss lady who was extremely weak just now seemed to have immediately become a fine person after Oh Chin and I left. She found the phone and my face. The kindness that the boss lady pretended to be in front of others has disappeared in an instant. Don't worry, I will take care of things after I take the money. I won't let the man named O beat me up so many times in vain. Those who want to pay for watching can click on the link in the lower left corner. I just dozed off in class when a beautiful girl suddenly broke into the classroom. I was still fascinated by her beauty. I saw the girl walking towards me still. She must be fast. I can't wait to see her being dumped by Oh Chin. Xia Siming's lips curled up slightly with a proud look in her eyes. Didn't Oh Chin give you a check for 1 million? Find a chance to return the check to Xiaja, and I'll give you double the price. As long as you can continue to destroy the relationship between Oh Chin and Xiaja, don't worry. I will find an opportunity tomorrow to trick Xiaja into my ward and make Oh Chin misunderstand. As soon as she finished speaking, the boss's wife received a call on her mobile phone. The boss's wife quickly said to Xia Siming, I won't tell you anymore. The fish took the bait. She hung up the phone to Xia Siming and answered my call. Boss lady, are you okay? The doctor said I need to rest for 2 days now. Student Xia, can you come to my ward tomorrow? I have something to tell you. I have returned home. I asked, what's the matter? It's a very important matter. I want to tell you in person. The landlady acted very sincerely. But please don't bring the girl who beat me up. You must come tomorrow. Please bring me a breakfast again. The landlady sighed after saying this. I just don't want my family to know that I'm in the hospital. I'm afraid they'll be worried. After hanging up the phone, the landlady leaned back with a confused expression on her lips. One morning, I got up early and personally made breakfast for the boss's wife. I took the food with me and walked towards the hospital. The boss's wife stayed in the same hospital as my mother. It's very close to my home. About 20 minutes later, I came to the boss's wife's ward. You're here. The boss's wife quickly got out of bed. I saw her get out of bed. Are you okay now? It's okay. The boss lady walked to the door of the ward and looked around. Are you really here alone? I smiled. Boss lady, did you get any sequelae from being frightened by her? The boss lady was joking with me and quietly locked the door from the inside. I don't know what you like to eat. I just made some rice balls, let's try it. I didn't pay attention here but took out the food. The moment the boss lady locked the door, there was an unknown line in her eyes. She was not in a hurry to reveal her true face. She still looked kind-hearted. The food made by classmate Xiaja must be particularly delicious. The landlady picked up a rice ball and put it into her mouth. Her face turned green the next second. She quickly spit it out. Please give me some water. I quickly poured a glass of water. But he accidentally spilled it on the landlady. The landlady wiped her face with her hands and was too lazy to pretend anymore. She approached step by step. How are you going to apologize to me? How about spending the day with me? My eyes widened. What do you mean? The boss lady looked at me with evil intentions. Don't even think about leaving today. Wait a moment and I'll shout failing. See if Oh Chin can still protect you. After saying that, the boss's wife wanted to raise money to kiss me. I slapped the boss's wife hard on the face. The boss's wife was completely slapped. I saw the boss lady's completely circular appearance and sneered. Believe it or not, I just need to call Oh Chin's name and she will appear immediately. She laughed and said, if you have the ability, call her over and ask her to appear immediately for me to see. After saying that, the landlady wanted to hug her up. I shouted, Oh Chin. The landlady turned around and looked at her. My legs immediately became weak. I saw Oh Chin walking towards the landlady step by step with a sullen face. The landlady was so frightened that she fell to the ground. I ran to Oh Chin. Your guess is indeed correct. The boss lady is really the one who made harassing calls to me. She had no reason to let me come here alone today. Oh Chin grabbed my shoulder and turned me around. After making sure that I was fine, he let out an arrogant snort from his nose. Don't get angry with me. I was wrong. You are the most generous. You will definitely not be angry with me. I surrendered to her. I just found out that the reason why Oh Chin sent bodyguards to follow me was because of harassing phone calls. Oh Chin had no expression on her face. I'm not generous at all. It's just because the person standing next to me is you. This kind of tolerance is only for you. I was completely blocked by the boss lady who was ignoring me. I was trembling when I thought of those suicide words I just said. Looking at the boss lady's completely fierce face, I just felt super funny. You don't think I'm really stupid enough to die alone, do you? I'll make you cry and leave here. The boss lady obviously didn't expect that she would be the one being tricked in the end. Didn't you just say you wanted to see my reaction? Oh-chin rolled up her sleeves and stepped forward. The landlady said tremblingly, Miss O, please forgive me. I really didn't expect that she was the mastermind behind the scenes. If it weren't for Oh-chin, she might have been dead for who knows how many times. She stepped forward humbly. Classmate Xiaja, I beg you. Oh-chin sneered. You can also call Xiaja. Apologize to her. Mr. Xia, I'm sorry. I was wrong. I shouldn't have offended you. Oh-chin glanced at me and wondered what to do with her. Can you do anything with her? As long as you want, you can make her disappear completely from this world. Oh-chin's tone is as simple as crushing an ant to death. The landlady's face instantly turned pale, and her heart was filled with fear and anger. How could Oh-chin be born with these things that she couldn't get even with all her efforts? The landlady's jealousy was blazing. She clenched her fists tightly. I thought about it and said, I'd better hand her over to the state. Wouldn't it be too advantageous for her? Oh-chin looked down at the landlady expressionlessly. Before I came in, Oh-chin dialed my phone and asked me to put it in my pocket. Who knows what will happen next? The proprietress picked up a piece of paper and hit it hard on the back of Oh-chin's head. It all happened so fast that people didn't expect it. Oh-chin, be careful behind you. I shouted with my eyes wide open. My body's instinctive reaction was to hug Oh-chin and help her block it. But it was already too late. There was a bang, and time seemed to have stopped completely in the second. I froze on the spot. My eyes were filled with dazzling blood. Oh-chin! I yelled, ran forward and hugged the girl who was shaking and fell to the ground. But my hands were stained with bright red blood. My body was shaking desperately. The boss lady seemed to be crazy. Looking at Oh-chin with blood on her head, I felt a deep sense of pleasure in my heart after taking revenge on Oh-chin. She laughed and said, Miss O, why did you bleed so much? You can't be dead, right? Stand up if you can. The worst case scenario is that you and I will die on the internet. Anyway, the rest of my life has been ruined in your hands. You can't even think about it. After taking off the mask of kindness, the boss lady is like a person with an extreme personality. She is simply crazy. I picked up Oh-chin, who was completely unconscious, and rushed outside the ward. Doctor, I was screaming. The bodyguard outside heard the sound and rushed over. But when they saw their young lady's face covered with blood, they were so frightened that they almost jumped up. They all came forward in a swarm. Some captured the proprietress and some checked Oh-chin's injuries. Some went to call a doctor, and the scene instantly became a mess. Fortunately, this place was originally a hospital. Within 2 minutes, medical staff hurriedly arrived with a stretcher. A group of people hurriedly carried Oh-chin into the emergency room. Grandma O heard that Oh-chin was injured and hurried to the hospital. I was guarding Oh-chin beside the hospital bed. The door to the ward was pushed open. Seeing Oh-chin with a bandage on her head, Mrs. O stepped forward distressedly. How is she doing now? I stood up and said guiltily, Grandma, the doctor said that Oh-chin is out of danger, but we don't know when she will wake up, and I'm not sure what will happen after she wakes up, because the wound is on the brain. Is that person crazy? If he dares to hurt my granddaughter, I will never let her go. Grandma O has always been good-tempered and kind. I have never been so ruthless in a moment. Grandma O pulled me away in distress. I have heard everything. That person is so hateful. She is simply a devil in human skin. I turned my head and looked at the girl lying on the hospital bed. I felt extremely uneasy. Suddenly, the girl who had been unconscious on the hospital bed moved her fingers. She frowned slightly and opened her eyes. Oh-chin, you're awake. I was so excited. Obviously, I didn't expect that she would wake up so quickly. When she heard my voice, Oh-chin turned her head and looked over, with a pair of bright eyes that were cold and cold. Such eyes were just like the ones I had when I first saw Oh-chin. Just this one glance fixed my whole body in place, and suddenly I felt a very bad feeling in my heart. Seeing that Oh-chin